The game.
Well, the Warriors will lose here as Harden hits the first free throw, and they will host the Memphis Grizzlies on Tuesday. Minnesota will go to 6. Harden hits both, and you almost didn't want to see this game end. Curry from the backcourt lets it fly, and the buzzer sounds. The Clippers have won 124-119. What a battle tonight. This is one of the best games that Chase Center has ever seen.
That was a fantastic NBA game.
Could not agree more. Tim Roy, Tom Tolbert on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Clippers 124. Your Golden State Warriors 119. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's Joe Spadoni. It's Joe Shasky. Let's jump right into it. An incredible, and when I say this, I don't mean it like this was an incredible weekend of sports. It was an incredible weekend for the Bay Area. Weather was popping yesterday. It was sundress conditions. Everyone was looking beautiful. And Chase Center was popping yesterday. And an incredible performance all around for both squads. But unfortunately, you lose the final 3 home games at Chase Center, and you find yourself now in another game at Chase Center, but this time as a play-in team, Joe, as I say good morning to you. A disappointing end to an exciting regular season, but it's not all doom and gloom. You win tomorrow. You face the Rockets in the first round. You would like to be a playoff team right now, but right now you are a play-in team, and there is still more work to do. Kawhi Leonard, I mean, what can you say? The guy's a Hall of Famer. The guy's won 2 Finals MVP. You've seen him in the 2019 NBA Finals for Toronto. James Harden's won MVPs. He's one of the greatest scorers in the history of the game. He had 39 points yesterday, a couple boards shy of a triple-double, scored the first 8 points in overtime. Ivica Zubac might be the most underrated player in the league. Jimmy Butler, he showed up for the Warriors. He looked like playoff Jimmy. Stephen Curry showed up scoring the ball, but those turnovers, man, 8 of them, those were killers. And just an incredible basketball game all around. It was incredible.
It was a great game. And it's so deflating to lose. You know, the season's not over. And I'm sure there are a lot of people that want to go the Rocket route, meaning that's the easier path. And I understand that. They exerted so much energy in that game. And to go to overtime and to lose the way that they did, I mean, we could pick apart everything from who played, who didn't, to the amount of minutes all the big guys got, to not being able to slow down the efficiency of Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, Zubac, who you mentioned. I thought Norman Powell had multiple sweet layups in the lane.
That 3 at the end of the half was huge.
Huge. Chris Dunn played phenomenal defense, got a huge pick on Steph Curry late in the game. Steph was spectacular, mixed in with a lot of mistakes. You know, Jimmy was great. And then at the end, it felt like they couldn't get him the ball when they needed to. I thought Pods was great in this game, sprinkled in a couple of specific possessions that I'm sure he and the team want back that I don't even think are his fault. Draymond, you know, took on the assignment of Kawhi, but there were a couple of head-scratching plays from Draymond. You know, the foul at the end of regulation where he didn't even get asked in postgame about it. We'll get into it. It was head-scratching, to say the least. because you wipe away an opportunity for the Warriors to maybe get the ball back and have an opportunity to maybe tie it or take a lead depending on what happens with Kawhi. You know, one of the smartest players of all time, one of the best defenders of all time. He's on an island. There's a discrepancy of about 8-9 seconds between play clock, shot clock, or game clock and shot clock. And he just fouls Kawhi out on the perimeter. And they had their defense set up. I don't know why you do that. Now you give them the chance to just hold the ball in a tie game and shoot it late. And that doesn't even bring in the layup where he's trying to initiate contact in overtime instead of just going up with it. And Steph, same thing. Steph caught a ball from Dre and no one was around him. And he tried to catch and go up like he was playing tips over at St. Gabe's schoolyard. And instead he should have just went down and came back up. And it's easy to explain all those things. The reality is they got out-executed. And they got outplayed down the stretch in the final 5, 6, 7 minutes with all their top dogs again, and then again in overtime.
No guest today. I would just want all the people. I want all the fans. I want Dub Nation to call in 888-957-9570. This is your floor today for the next 4 hours here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text. Clippers 124. They are a playoff team. Warriors 119. They are a play-in team, and they're going to be playing your boy, John Morant, Mr. Grenade. I'll catch a grenade for you, Bruno Mars. That's going to be tomorrow, and we'll have all day tomorrow to preview that game. Trust me. And there's a lot baked into it. But right now, we're reacting to yesterday, and just, I stopped to say disappointing because I get it. You want to be a playoff team. And I was driving in this morning, and I kept coming away from that game saying, I have a really hard time saying I could be mad at what the Warriors put forth yesterday. You could be upset about some of the possessions.
I'm deflated.
The effort level was there. Like that was
no doubt.
That was a playoff atmosphere at Chaser. That was a playoff game. Let's just call it what it was. That was a playoff game.
I agree with you, and that's why I'm not
and
really
the Clippers are the hottest team in the NBA right now.
Oh,
they
no,
are. It's not even close.
If Kawhi stays healthy, they're a problem.
Yes.
I mean, he's ridiculous.
That series, by the way, them and the Nuggets first round. The West is loaded with matchups. It's so exciting.
Harden was spectacular.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's God, GP2 made a couple of plays in this game, but a part of me wanted to see Moses Moody, who I thought played really good defense in the first half. It's almost impossible to guard that guy. I'm talking about James Harden. And then Kawhi Leonard, obviously, was very difficult to guard, but for the life of me, I wanted to see Moses Moody out there. I felt like the offense in the final 5 minutes needed another shooter out there, just a catch and shoot guy who would just rip one. And there were a couple of, and maybe I'm nitpicking. I don't know. Maybe
30 minutes for Moses. He started, obviously, they go to their starting lineup that they've been really good at. Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, Moody, Pajemski. Just 4 shot attempts in 30 minutes. It's not going to gut it for Moses.
No.
And he's not trusting his shot right now. And I think that signals to me, Joe, like only 4 attempts. He has a lack of trust. No, I'm talking about Moses Moody.
Moses Moody, yeah.
Just 4 shot attempts for him. That needs to uptick there, man. Like,
well, there's no doubt. I mean, look, they went with Quentin Post for a couple of minutes in this game, and
God love him.
Quentin Post didn't shoot enough. Like, if you're going to be on the floor, Quentin, you're not there for a defensive stopper.
One shot attempt for QP is not enough.
But look, the reality is they're going to go as far as the big dogs execute. And Steph had a lot of turnovers. Was Steph brilliant? Absolutely. But he also had a lot of turnovers.
That was the Steph experience, right?
Situational turnovers. And then Draymond Green, again, I go back to the end of regulation. I would like to hear his explanation on why he fouls there, because I think that, there's only like 3 seconds left on the play shot clock right there for him. I'm talking about Kawhi Leonard. He's at the top of the key, and you have an opportunity to get another rebound. Now, second chance points was a problem. Ben Simmons had multiple deflections that led to extra baskets. They had 2 consecutive, at the end of the third and the start of the fourth, 2 consecutive 3-chance opportunities that led to layups for the Clippers. You missed a couple of free throws that you normally hit. Pods on the and one. They wiped away the Jimmy and one. They gave Harden a couple of free throws on a play. I thought he was passing, even though it was a foul. GP2 fouls James Harden when he's shooting a 3. All of these possessions, when it comes down to overtime, are going to always factor in. Right. And I thought that they got crushed on the glass. And what happened was multiple times they got caught in a rock and a hard place. They went zone with the 3-guard lineup down the stretch. GP2, Pods, and Steph Curry. When you have Pods and Steph Curry, you're kind of under defensive disadvantage. You mix in GP2, who was a lockdown defender. In this one, no, he wasn't. but he has been one. And they went to this zone, and they killed him in the zone. They rotated the ball quickly. They dribble drive penetrated. They threw lobs. They took the little midi when guys were laying off of the guy catching the ball at the elbow. And that guy, Chris Dunn or whoever it was, could just square up to the hoop and it can either flip it up, or if you come out to me, I'll throw the layup lob to Zubac, who was excellent in this one. Their defense down the stretch, I thought, was sketchy, and they didn't box out at all. So they have only to blame themselves.
No, it's a great call. I didn't mean to cut you off there. Clippers improved to 4-0. They sweep the season series in the regular season against the Golden State Warriors. Kawhi Leonard looked incredible. The most minutes Kawhi's played in a game in the regular season or playoffs. Check this. 47 minutes for Kawhi yesterday. Most since 2019.
He was amazing.
When he played for the Toronto Raptors, and we know how that season ended for them. With a championship. It was a double overtime win against the Milwaukee Bucks in the Eastern Conference Finals, 52 minutes, and that was 6 years ago.
Joe.
So most minutes Kawhi's played, and there's part of me where it's like, yeah, like you don't want it to come at your expense for the Warriors. I was like, that was awesome. Like, I'm happy to see Kawhi Leonard healthy in a playoff type of setting because I haven't seen it basically since 2019, it feels like.
This is why I feared them.
Yeah.
Because that guy, right, and they said it on the broadcast, he's not even just a Terminator. That fool is Thanos. He is the Terminator. He's the UFC Ken Shamrock. I mean, like, his body he's unreal. Like, he doesn't even jump anymore. He just, like, leans into you and you go flying.
Well, it's because he's so big, tall, and long. Like, that burst is it's not there anymore. Let's just call it what it is. He showed it in flashes yesterday.
He don't really even need it.
But he doesn't need it because he's so much bigger than everyone else.
And the play that's going to go kind of quiet here is Steph coming into the lane and four guys kind of, like, collapse on him, and he plays the passing lane on the Draymond short corner pass, and he steals the ball and then has the wherewithal to throw it back in bounds. That was a huge play for them. I mean, there's a ton of them, but this is why, and like, I'm not going to look, they have a chance to wipe it all away.
Yes.
But this is why when you lose 3 consecutive games at home to end the year, this is why I lost my mind coming out of the Miami Heat game or the Atlanta Hawk game or the Spurs game.
Yep.
All of these missed opportunities, if they just handle their business and they win the last 3 at home, they could have been the 3 seed. Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
All right. Now you are in a fight for your life game. Just less than 48 hours after that one? Did you not see an exhausted team in that overtime? They looked gassed.
Yeah, they did. But you know what? Wipe it all away with a win tomorrow. I hear you. Tomorrow's tomorrow. Today's today.
Win.
They better win.
Because you know who's going to face you if you don't? Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson.
Oh, ye of little faith? The Sacramento Kings?
No, I'm just going
Doug Christie?
If we were going to go, total, you want your season to be collapsed by former Warriors, Harrison Barnes does you in with a game winner the other day. Do not let Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson be in the equation come Friday night. You cannot let that happen.
Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are streaming on all of those platforms today. We would love your participation on the YouTube chat. We appreciate all you guys. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I'm sure Laughing Monk was popping yesterday. It was beautiful. I was out in the city. It was incredible. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We're going to get to all your calls. I promise. Other side, we're going to let this marinate. There's a lot of onions and layers of said onion that we need to peel back today. And we're going to do that all show long. We're breaking this game down. It's about y'alls and your calls. 888-957-9570. Yeah, you love that little chuckle. Shout out Rick Tittle.
Let's have him griddle with
That's
Tittle.
right, baby.
but Joey, they went to a zone. I mean, think about what I just said. They went to a zone against 2 of the best ISO players on the planet.
I know.
I'm talking about Harden and Kawhi.
And credit to Harden. Harden did hit some incredible shots in that overtime. Like, Butler had some pretty good defense at times.
You know why?
But he's one of the greatest offensive players of all time.
He gets to his spots.
He does.
And the Warriors were at a disadvantage. They don't have a rim protection, right? So you have to, if Draymond Green is going to be in this zone that they were in, now they went to man-to-man in specific spots, but when they're in a zone, GP2 cannot let a guy dribble by him. That's why he's out there, know? And I hate picking on him because he's been a really good Warrior. But I thought yesterday defensively, he let too many at the top of the key guys go by him. And then secondarily, I hated, there were 2 specific, but I'm sure we could point out more, specific times where Kawhi is backing up toward the half-court line. He is not a guy that you need to honor beyond the three-point line like that. There are guys out there. Kyrie's a guy out there that you'd have to honor. Luka.
Shot 50%. Yeah, he had 4 of 8. But again, I will live with
doubling him.
I will live with Kawhi shooting threes. Yes.
And he's backing up.
Yeah.
And Curry is sending a late double team. Now you're opening up the paint. So right at the free throw line, Chris Dunn's like, that's like a textbook CYO, how to beat a zone. Right? Or a double team. Quick passes, right? Get it right into the paint, suck the defense in, and if you can, you throw a bounce pass or a lob to your big who's going to be in that dunker spot going toward the block. And they did it over and over and over again. And when the Warriors collapsed on that guy catching the ball at the elbow, they threw the lob. When they didn't, Chris Dunn turned around, squared up to the hoop, and threw up the floater. How many times did James Harden get to his spot in the lane? When you play the 3-guard lineups, right, you do it because you think that the offense is going to be there, but their defense was lacking. And then secondarily, I thought offensively, the team looked very timid outside of Steph Curry shooting the ball late in the game. Like GP2 just didn't want to take a shot in overtime on that first possession, and you could just feel everything getting constipated.
Well, there was a couple moments with Gary Payton when he was out there where there was a wide open, whether it was a three-point shot, whether it was just a little mid-range, if you just take a jump shot there. He had that little missed bunny floater, right? That just barely grazed the rim.
He didn't even want to shoot it.
No, he didn't.
You could feel the tension in the shot. I felt bad for him.
But that's why, again, in a playoff type of setting yesterday, why I was just a little bit, and listen, they can still go on a run. I'm not saying this team's cooked. I'm not saying anything like that, but that's why you have to be a little skeptical about this team going forward when it comes to the others, when it comes to other people stepping up. I saw Podziemski step up yesterday shooting the ball. Did he make some mistakes? Yeah, but that's baked into everything. I thought overall he had a very good game.
Potts hit a late game 3.
He did.
That was, just unbelievable. And then he had a great rebound late in the game where he got fouled. He had plays. He had the floater.
Yes.
That was gorgeous. Now, was the 24-second, him and Looney at the top of the key.
Well,
but here's what I would say to everybody. It was bad. It was bad. I watched it back like 4 times. No one's moving. Jimmy Butler fell on the wing and fell to the ground and had to pick himself up. And Steph's being basically double team hedged off ball. And so I know we want to blame Potts, and I didn't like that possession at all. But it's Looney and Potts at the top of the key, and no one else wants the ball.
Well, and Steph gives him the ball with 5 seconds. Goes like, hey, make something up. I was like, dude, what am I supposed to do? It was
less than that. And he gets the travel call, and it's a grenade. Those are those grenade possessions where I'm telling you, it looks like, that's a bad play by Potts. But it's like, where's he going to go with that?
That should have been another turnover for Steph, quite frankly. If we're doing scoring like in baseball, it should have been that. It should have been another number 9 because Draymond, if he just turned right around, Draymond was wide open and he was shooting the 3-ball well yesterday. Yes. And that could have been another one.
Look, Kawhi was super efficient and excellent. Harden was super efficient and excellent. Zubac, super efficient and excellent. Chris Dunn played scrappy defense. That pick on Steph was huge. Norman Powell hit multiple big shots. The Warriors needed one other guy to step up late in that game. I actually thought Pods, outside of Steph, was the only guy who had the guts to take a shot.
I know Chris Dunn, everyone was saying, I'm sure in the broadcast, and I was watching the ESPN feed of Dave Pasch, I thought Bob Myers did a hell of a job doing the national broadcast. I know NBC Sports did a hell of a job, Bobby Fitz, Kalena, and I know it was a Bally Sports fan duel, so I know everyone had the game. But they were talking about the broadcast, Chris Dunn, he's only a 33% three-point shooter. But Bob Myers, he's like, but he's shooting plus 45% the last month. He's shooting the ball well.
He's on fire.
He was on fire. And yesterday, he was perfect. 4 of 4 and 3 of 3 from beyond the arc, 11 points. He stepped up. He had 6 assists as well. I thought Chris Dunn had an incredible game. Again, we're going to get all to your calls.
Joe.
Robert, Coach, Peter, Greg, start lining them up. 888-957-9570. Clippers 124, Warriors 119. Warriors are the 7th seed, and we'll be playing the Grizzlies tomorrow.
They went up 4. Somehow, some way, up 4 with 150 to go, give or take, after the Curry 3, 111-107. And after that, it was Harden goes by GP2. Draymond's backing off because of the lob threat. It's 109-111. GP2 passes up a shot. They double team Steph. Pods gets the ball on the wing with no time left, and he has to travel. Then you double Kawhi for no reason. Another lob to Zubac. The reverse of what happened on the play before.
Zubac is sick.
Now it's 111-111. Jimmy pick and roll. Steph goes 4-on-1 into the lane. Pass intercepted by Kawhi. 17.5 on the clock. Ty Lue calls a timeout. And you got Moody in there, Dre in there, Jimmy, Looney, and GP2. Your supposed best defensive lineup. And you foul when there's 10 seconds left on the game clock, 2.5 on the shot clock. You gave up the opportunity to get the ball back. That's not the end-all be-all. I'm not saying that it is. I just want to know, why would Draymond do that? It didn't make sense.
Let's talk about it all on the other side. That's what's coming up. The game is being brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water, 888-957-9570. An incredible Sunday and weekend in sports yesterday. Rory McIlroy winning his first ever green jacket, completes the career slam for him. You got the Giants winning a series for the first time in New York against the Yankees since 2002. So
what
incredible
a game
weekend there. Jung-Hoo Lee. Warriors could have used a Jung-Hoo Lee performance yesterday late. That's how much I do know. Greg, Peter, Coach, Robert, we'll get to you on the other side. And it's going to be, again, be brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine?
guess what? We've got 5 more minutes of the season.
Thank you, Tim. I was listening on the Odyssey app for the first quarter. Shout out young Benjamin, baby Nora. We're at the park, but you know what, Daddy? Hey, I gotta be listening. I was tapped in. It was a beautiful day yesterday. I had the kids at the park. We were doing a little chipping too, Joe. It was fun. It reminded me of when I was with my dad, and like after the Masters or before the Masters, you hit the driving range. Start hitting some balls. It was fun. So we were doing that yesterday.
It's a beautiful weekend in general.
It was incredible. The Bay Area, whether it was Oakland, San Francisco, I went to both sides of the bay. I went over the bridge. It was incredible. The city was popping. The amount of screens I saw, just TV screens at bars yesterday or on the sidewalk, right, at restaurants. Everyone was so locked into the Warriors-Clippers game yesterday. Or the Masters. It was that. Or they had the Masters on their phone. Or they're locked into the Giants early in the morning, right, getting it done. Oakland Roots, baby, by the way. First win of the season over FC Tulsa. Never doubted them. Saturday. Let's go.
Can't name a player.
Don't need to. You gotta know your roots, guys.
No, I'm talking about
That's
me.
all I know. That's all right.
Me.
You gotta know your roots, Joe Shasky.
I will say this, man. That game yesterday, that was as good of a game. Just like remove my fandom from it for just a second. That's as good of a game, entertainment wise, as you're gonna find. Mega stars on both sides of the equation.
How many MVPs are out there?
It was
so many of them. I can't give you an exact name.
I would say 2 great coaches. Ty Lue was a tactician in this one. Picking and choosing how they were going to defend Steph Curry. I thought they did a great job with their specific double teams. Zubac came pressing up on multiple occasions. They knew exactly when and where they wanted to employ their traps, and I thought they did a really good job on it. They knew who to sag off. Early in the game, I don't know if you saw what I saw, but like it was Draymond and Jimmy. It's like, guys, one of you is going to have to start shooting.
Yeah.
The first 5 minutes of the game, it was all of the defenders for the Clippers were going to sag off, and they're saying, we are going to live with one of you guys hitting shots from the outside, and credit Draymond for hitting a couple buckets. Heck, for as frustrated as I was with the final couple possessions, Draymond did hit a big corner 3 when they were down 6.
And I was frustrated with Steph when they ended up having that shot clock violation with Pods, because if Steph just turns around, and I get it, it's easier said than done, hindsight's always 20/20, but if he just turns around, Draymond's wide open for a 3-point shot, and he'd been knocking him down 4-6 for Draymond Green there. We'll get to your calls in a second.
Kawhi did a great job when he was switched on to Steph Curry.
He was great. It was the hands, the length, the claw was real yesterday, and it was nice to see the claw. Again, sucks that it came at your expense, but Kawhi Leonard just showed why he's going to be a Hall of Famer, first ballot. James Harden, Hall of Famer, first ballot. And first 8 points of overtime was to James Harden, couple of rebounds short of a triple-double. Clippers 124, Warriors 119. What's your biggest takeaway from yesterday's loss for you, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570.
They were just so efficient. Like Harden did a great job not turning the ball over late in that game. Like even when they got misses, you had to box them out and clear a rebound over and over. Multiple times. There was one where Ben Simmons doesn't get boxed out. I think maybe it's Zubac. Pods is basically the guy boxing out. And Jimmy and Curry are right there. They're right there. And Curry thinks that he has it. Guys, we got to put a butt on someone. And then later on in the game, Jimmy did a good job boxing out, but they were undersized. And I thought that the Clippers had multiple opportunities. The box score might not show an exorbitant amount of second chance opportunities, but given how specific the pace was by the Clippers, I thought they did a great job creating second and third chance opportunities.
Well, no, that was the difference of the game. It was a 5-point loss, but it was an 8-point advantage in second chance points for the Los Angeles Clippers. They had 14 to the Warriors 6. I mean, like, sometimes it's as simple as that. Well, and cash it in when you can.
The Warriors had an air ball on a Pods 3. I believe it was an air ball.
Yes, it was.
And
they said it might have been blocked, but it didn't look like it was. It just looked like an air ball.
Okay. Well, Steph kicked it out to Dre. He did some circling around. Next thing you know, he's got a back door. And that could have been a second chance opportunity, right? A back door. And boom, Draymond hits him. It's a little high, whatever. And I think he thought Kawhi was coming down on that play. And he catches in air and goes up with that layup. It's like, if he just comes down and goes up, there's just so many little plays like that when you lose the way you do.
Real quick, Joe, tickets for Tuesday's play-in game, which is tomorrow. Yes, play-in scenario is here. It's going to be Warriors. It's going to be, where is Ja Morant? Well, he's going to be here. JJJ, Coach Tom. Thank you. Coach Tomas, I don't know his last name, but interim coach. There's no more Taylor Jenkins. So they're going to be in town tomorrow, and you can get your tickets for said game, and they're going to be available Is this right? Tomorrow or today at noon? It says tomorrow.
Today at noon.
Today at noon.
Today at noon.
Today at noon.
I thought Chase Center had
Warriors.com.
I thought Chase Center had great energy yesterday too. It felt playoff atmosphere
again,
like.
Today at noon, your opportunity to get tickets at Warriors.com for Grizzlies Warriors at Chase Center tomorrow. And Chase Center was popping yesterday. Again, we're talking about it because it's not the end of the world. It's not. And I'm not here to be that guy where it's just like, this could have been the best thing for him. I'll hear you. You want to be in the playoffs.
Gotta win, and then I'll subscribe to that.
That being said, and we'll get to your calls. Hey, Robert, Coach, Peter,
just so
Greg,
deflated.
I'm going to get to you guys in a second, I promise. Driving in this morning, I kept thinking to myself, I was like, why was maybe encouraged is strong, but like I'm not like discouraged from that loss. I'm not like I came into the studio today. I was like, you know what? Kawhi, all-timer. James Harden, all-timer. If it's a Zubac, all-timer Warriors killer.
He really is.
He is. Like, they had incredible games. And you know what? Chris Dunn, credit him. He stepped up. Norman Powell had a big three before the end of the half, which was huge.
Multiple layups.
He did. He didn't have a great efficient game, but he was 4-13 overall, but he made he felt his presence with some of those layups.
He had one where they had, it was a third chance opportunity, and he's like winging around, and he like throws one up in the lane, and it rattles around the rim and goes in. It was a backbreaking shot.
But again, I come out of that game saying, man, I got that I felt Jimmy Butler's playoff Jimmy performance that I've been waiting for. I got it yesterday.
I needed him to have the ball in his hand a little more. So one little adjustment,
and maybe they can start
he
doing
brings
that.
the ball up the floor.
Yeah.
To just get, there was a couple times where Pods or Steph's bringing the ball to the floor. Maybe it's Jimmy that brings the ball up the floor, and that's the subtle adjustment in the final closing minutes. I felt like he didn't touch it on those two last possessions after the Curry three.
To your point, 9 assists for Jimmy yesterday. Led the team in assists, second in scoring,
awesome.
30 points. Steph was incredible, but like you keep going back to the stats, like it was a mixed bag of Steph, and we've seen this a lot in the playoffs and playoff type of games. Yeah, the scoring was amazing, but those 8 turnovers were just killers.
Him and Dre going
lackadaisical.
Him and Dre going straight up in OT, in overtime on that play where they both blocked him at the rim, and then he bangs his quad knee. We're not even sure. I've heard from multiple people he was limping afterwards.
He said he's
okay.
Yeah,
but he was limping really significantly.
48 minutes played yesterday for Jimmy Buckets. 48.
I thought Jimmy was really good.
He was incredible.
If not great.
No, he was incredible. But Steph, again, we're going back to those turnovers, and he had some moments on defense where you're scratching your head like, hey, Steph, you don't need to help Jimmy Butler when he's guarding Kawhi Leonard. I'm sorry. Yeah, you just don't.
We'll keep going. I want to hear from the people.
You got Jimmy for that reason. Like, he's going to go up against those big dogs.
It's true.
Don't help on those, because you know what happened? They executed down the stretch, and they threw it right to Zubac, and he was one-on-one. And if he's one-on-one with anyone, he's just going to dunk over them because the Warriors just don't have size. Let's go to Greg to start things off. Greg is in San Francisco, wants to get his thoughts on the Warriors' L yesterday. Good morning, Greg. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm doing good. I want to go back to that Spurs game. That was a killer. Man. But this one is the mistakes and this phenomenon with the NBA of looking for contact instead of just going up with the ball. That's killing me. That is killing me. Hello.
It's a great call.
Yeah, no.
Greg, you're 100% correct. I mean, Draymond was trying to feel for contact instead of just going up and making the layup.
Yeah, he pushed into whoever the defender was at the time. Like, what are you doing? Just focus on making the right play. Don't be trying to do all this other stuff. But that's the Draymond Green experience sometimes too, where he's making all the threes, but then of course he smokes the layup, and he owned it yesterday. He owned smoking said layup. Hey, do I got it? No, I don't have it. We'll get it when he talks about it.
You look at the layup was bad, and I'm not here to defend the layup. You were down 2, and it would have tied the game. So there's no guarantees you win.
No.
I thought the bigger, like, just the question, I want to know what the thought process was. Because he's one of the smartest players ever. He's supposed to be one of the greatest defenders of all time.
He is one of the greatest defenders. And his basketball IQ, I think, is one of the greatest. But that doesn't mean he's going to be doing the best thing at every single moment, every single part of the game.
So with 17 and a half left on the game clock, okay, 9 on the shot clock. Ty Lue calls a timeout. All right, this is in regulation. The Warriors sub Moody in and sub in Looney. And they take out Pods and Steph. So you have Moody on Dunn, Dre on Kawhi Leonard, Jimmy on Powell, Looney on Zubac, and GP2 on Harden. And then with 10.5 seconds left on the game clock and 2.5 on the shot clock, Kawhi starts to go right to left, and Draymond just hacks him. And it's like, and you hear the broadcast, well, they had a foul to give. Well, yeah, you had a foul to give, but you lose the shot clock in that scenario because now there's no shot clock.
You could have had a final possession. And in that scenario.
Opportunity
yes.
for a final possession.
That's why I said could have.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
And I didn't love that foul. I didn't love that. Like, I thought that Kawhi was in scramble mode, and yeah, you just kind of live or die with him hitting a shot, and then you give yourself a chance with the greatest shooter of all time and a timeout in your back pocket to be able to match or go up. And what if he misses and you get a rebound? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm the wrong one. Maybe they had more of a sophisticated thought process. I don't know.
In a game like that, when you lose by 5 points in overtime, there's a lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda moments that you look back on and say, was that the moment where this game fell apart? 888-957-9570. We'll get to your calls, more of them. Hey, Robert, Coach, Peter, start lining them up, people. That was a hell of a game, but a hell of a loss too, baked into it. And now the Warriors are in the play-in scenario, and they're going to be taking on the Memphis Grizzlies. Again, tickets for that game available today at 12 o'clock on Warriors.com. And we're going to pick up this conversation on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Clippers up 122-119. Warriors playing for basically their playoff lives right here. Butler will throw it in. They circle around a series of screens. Hield gets open, cross court, quick shot on the way. No good. Rebound Harden, foul with 3 seconds to go.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
No, well, yesterday was a good day. Like the weather, but not for like Warriors fans. Why? And this is the Ice Cube's from LA. Clippers? Really, Carter? Warriors dead to you after that game? Just one loss, and that's wow. I'm disappointed. Clippers 124, Warriors 119. They're not dead yet, guys. All right, they got a game tomorrow. It's a play-in. I understand it's disappointing, and we're talking about this game. We're talking through it, but there are some bright spots in that game. I thought Brandon Podziemski was a bright spot. I thought Jimmy Butler was a bright spot. But again, I think all eyes on Jimmy Butler and that quad. How's it reacting today? How's it going to react tomorrow? And that is the one thing, the age of this team, having a game like that in overtime, and now just a day off in between, you're going to be going up against a young team in the Memphis Grizzlies. Say what you will about the experience factor, but I've seen this Grizzlies team, well, not the same Grizzlies team, but John Morant in a play-in game beat the Warriors at Chase Center. I have seen that before. It's happened. Different circumstances, I hear you, but it's not like they're going to be fearing this team. But 888-957-9570, your biggest takeaway from the loss yesterday was what? There's a lot we can talk about. We haven't really touched on it. Jonathan Kuminga, DNP. Is that surprising to you at all, Joe?
Not really. I mean, look, the guy is right now, since coming back, he's a role player, right? And there are certain games, depending on the matchups, where certain role players don't play. And this felt like, win or go home situation, right? Even though I know that they have to play in. And TJD didn't play. Guy Santos didn't play. I mean, I was more surprised Quentin Post played. I know they were looking probably for some offense. So I was surprised that he actually played. No, the coach is always going to revert to GP2. If you're asking GP2 or Kuminga, if they're going to have overlapping opportunities, of course the coach is going to ride with GP2. Now, do I necessarily agree with it? Don't agree with it? I don't know. I see it both ways. I understand why GP2's out there. He is a trusted player by a lot of the veterans, and he was shooting hot for a couple of months. Okay, or at least a couple weeks, excuse me. He was over 50% at one point from three-point land. Yesterday, though, in crunch time, it did feel like he kind of turtled up a little.
He did.
And then defensively, I thought that he allowed Harden to get to his left hand and to his right hand multiple times on the floor. And he was just too slow at the top of the key and didn't move laterally quick enough to be able to slow him down. And that opened up a Harden layup on one possession where Draymond has to stay back and guard Zubac. On another one, it opened up a lob. So I think they could have used Kuminga's height. I think they could have used his athleticism. I don't know if it made much of a difference because it was pretty clunky offensively down the stretch.
I want to say,
and he's been pretty clunky.
Yeah, and last time they played the Clippers, and it's been a few months. I think it was back in December. Remember, Kuminga off the bench had 37 minutes, and he had 34 points. So again, it wasn't a loss, but he was incredible against that Clippers team that was basically playing all of their starters, albeit no Kawhi Leonard. So maybe that 34 points wouldn't have looked like 34 if Kawhi had been in the lineup. But again, 888-957-9570. Your biggest takeaway yesterday, what was the most frustrating part? And you can go to the game. You could go to these last few games. Our first caller, Greg in San Francisco, and again, Peter, Coach Robert, Mona, we'll get to you in a second. It was all the games that led up to that point for Greg that he came away with yesterday, where it's man, well, you lost to the Rockets. You lost to the Hawks on that trip without Steph Curry. You lost to the Miami Heat, who stunk without Steph. You lost to the Spurs on a Harrison Barnes made three-pointer. They didn't have Wembanyama or De'Aaron Fox, and you lose that game the way you did. To lose your last three games at home, you better not lose your fourth or your fifth, by the way, because you might have to do those. It is frustrating, and it culminates all yesterday in a Los Angeles Clippers win for them, and they're in the playoffs, and you're not.
Well, I understand why people are going to bring him up today, and I get it, and I'm not mad at anybody who brings him up today, but he didn't play, right? And they still had multiple chances to win that game.
Yeah, they did.
Maybe he helps them win the game. Maybe he doesn't help them win the game. I don't know, but he didn't play yesterday. To me, the more, not egregious, but the more controversial one is like, maybe you go to Moody instead of Pods or GP2 down the stretch a little more defensively, and maybe you're not in that zone. Maybe you can play a little more matchup man. I don't know. Like,
Moody was ferocious early in that game.
I
He
didn't
was
love
getting
some of the
everything
Steph Curry
defensively.
doubles. Like, if we're going to isolate a couple plays here and there, like there were two specific opportunities where they're in a basically a 3-2, 3 across the top, 2 underneath zone, and for some reason, late in the shot clock, Kawhi, who's not a threat, he's not coming downhill, he's not attacking, he's almost backing up with his dribble. Steph comes over and doubles him, and then it creates a 4-on-3 on the other end, and it was just, they got whatever they wanted in the lane or at the rim. And I thought that you kind of like, you led them into offense that you didn't need to. Like, let them be isolation scorers and live with it. Don't allow Zubac to catch the ball in the paint on a lob, and don't allow Chris Dunn to be able to flip it up either at the rim or to Zubac.
Let's get to some of these calls, Joe, shall we? Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. No guests today. The guests are the people. After a game like that, we want to hear from you, Dub Nation, whether it's on the YouTube chat, call, same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. Robert, San Jose, what you got, buddy? How you doing?
Taking my call, fellas. I'm going to say the same thing I said, I believe, it was last Wednesday. I'm kind of looking at Steve Kerr a little bit, not only for the continued unnecessary double teams. That was obviously part of the defensive game plan because they were doubling Zubac unnecessarily. And every time they doubled Zubac, it was an open 3 for somebody. Chris Dunn hit it.
Oh, no. Your connection did not hit that open 3, though, Robert. I'm sorry. It bounced out. Call back, bud, 888-957-9570. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo and Valley Joe. How we doing, Coach? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Joe. And I'm glad you finally brought up the Kuminga. But the first one to say, that game screamed for Andrew Wiggins, didn't it? To have on-ball defense on Kawhi or James Harden. You could almost see Kawhi and Harden laughing about the defenders they put on them. I would have played Jonathan Kuminga. I would have said, JK, we don't care about your offense. Shadow Kawhi. Shadow James Harden. The same way they shadow Steph. That's what this game called for. Pods, GP2 has a big heart, but he doesn't have a big body. And Pods, Steph, GP2, they had no chance against Kawhi and against James Harden. The game screamed for an athlete like Kuminga. Even if he had to use his 6 fouls, you make Harden's life a living hell. You make Kawhi's life a living hell. Steve Kerr's hatred for JK is so apparent, and I put all of this on Steve Kerr because he's letting his personal feelings of JK get in the way of his coaching, and you both know that JK is the best top of the key on-ball defender on the Warriors right now since Andrew Wiggins is gone. And for Butler to play 47 minutes, 1 rebound, Draymond, 3 rebounds for 40 minutes, that's ridiculous. The game screamed for JK. That's my point, guys.
All right. That's Coach in Vallejo. Hatred for Jonathan Kuminga. I don't think Steve Kerr hates any of his players. It's very strong, and I refute that. But like, I understand his passion yesterday. You lost the game, and yeah, could Kuminga have helped in a multitude of ways, as he's alluding to? Sure, but also scoring the ball wise, and the amount of turnovers the Warriors needed, I think Kuminga could have contributed that negatively as well in a game like yesterday. They had opportunities to win it. So you can nitpick all you want, and at no point in yesterday's game did I think about Andrew Wiggins once. Is Andrew Wiggins putting up 30 points like Jimmy Butler did yesterday, Coach? I don't think so. I just don't. He's not.
There was a couple of times where Butler had a guy ISO'd out top, and Curry just
that's exactly.
I'm like, Curry, maybe that was the game plan, and that is where I would say, hey, Kerr, what are we trying to accomplish with 7 seconds to go on that shot clock? And you're going to bring Steph up, and you're already in a zone, so you're kind of subject to the big skip passes. Like, how do you beat a zone, right? Just anyone out there. You beat a zone by dribble drive penetration, skip passing, and shooting from long range, right? Am I wrong? Did I miss anything?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're the coach.
And multiple times they would bring the double team up. Now it's making it more difficult, and you already are at a size disadvantage at the rim. And now it's 4-on-3 the other direction, and you're giving guys either the free throw in, meaning one dribble, boom, let me throw the floater, or one little dribble, suck the defender over, who's Draymond, let me throw the lob to Zubac. Or the kick out, which is what they did a couple of times, and they got lucky they didn't shoot better threes.
Right. No, and you mentioned it right there. That moment where he doubled Steph coming over to help Butler on Kawhi. Kawhi's just such a high IQ player. Like maybe with some other guys, you could have forced a turnover there, but not Kawhi Leonard, who's bigger than both of them, who's got the length. Guy's got like a 7-foot wingspan, I want to say. And what did he do? He just, skipped it right over to Zubac. No one's as tall as Zubac on the Warriors. He's going to dunk over everyone. And he was doing that ad nauseum. If it's a Zubac yesterday, 22 points, 17 boards, 4 offensive boards, and 9 overall offensive boards for the Clippers. And we mentioned the second chance points for them. It was 14 to the Warriors 6, and that was the difference in the game.
One of the biggest plays of this game, which is not going to get talked about enough, first possession of overtime. GP2's open. He passes it up. They swing it back around. They settle for a late shot clock, little push, multiple late shot clock possessions. A little like push shot with the offhand. I think
it was like a little bunny, and it would just barely graze the rim.
Yeah. All right. Then you get a box out by Jimmy Butler. You get a big rebound on the other end. You come back down, and Pods has that air ball, and it's that missed Steph Curry layup. Steph is out of the frame, so I don't know what happened. He doesn't hustle. Did he get tussled up with a fan in the front row because of you missed the layup and you go kind of flying into? I don't know what happened, but they go back the other direction and credit the Clippers. They push the pace, okay, instead of walking the ball up, and you get a Harden quarter 3, and bang, they go up 3 right there, and it was like, wow, that's a big momentum play.
It was a gut punch early on,
and then you get the Curry turnover on the pick by Chris Dunn. So it's back-to-back Curry, mistakes, if you will. The missed layup, which is a tough play, but he comes down, goes up, and then just gets his pocket picked. And Harden, bang, top of the key 3. You're up 6. Boom. Or, the Clippers are up 6. Yep. Like, that felt pretty insurmountable, quite frankly. Even though Draymond answered back with a 3. You were lucky to make it a one-possession game.
The chef was cooking yesterday. He was making some creme brulee, 36 points, but a lot of turnovers as well. 8 of them for the chef yesterday, Steph Curry. And again, Jimmy Butler, he showed up. Playoff Jimmy, I thought, showed up yesterday. I hit the boards, as coach called. He's like, only one defensive rebound, only 3 rebounds for Draymond. But again, Clippers got size, man. They're big.
But your guards have to rebound on this offense.
Exactly.
I mean, on this team. Like, if you're going to play 3 guard lineups,
I know, I hear you.
GP2 and Pods.
Pods at 7. Pods got the boards.
No, he did. Curry, Jimmy's got a rebound, Dre. So, and then if you're going to play Moses Moody and then he doesn't play in the final, essentially the final 5 minutes until the last couple possessions defensively, it's everyone on board needs to rebound.
42-25 in favor of the Clippers for rebounds. 42-25. It's pretty incredible.
Ben Simmons had 2 big second and third chance opportunities. No, he did.
No. I'm laughing because I was watching the game because I don't watch. Listen, I'm not watching League Pass Clippers. I'm just not watching them. But the fact that Ben Simmons is getting
I was surprised.
Playoff level minutes in that game.
I was surprised.
And
then he made a great pass.
Yeah, he was getting the minutes, and the Warriors are immediately going on a run to get a 10-point double-digit lead. I was like, well, of course, because Ben Simmons is a game for the Clippers. Now he didn't play that much, but again, he made some winning plays, and he had 2 offensive boards, as you said, and it contributed to. He had an assist, and it contributed to points on the other side.
It was 82-81. Okay, 82-81. There's 41 seconds left in the half, and Jones gets an offensive board, and then Post gets a deflection, which goes out of bounds. That was Ben Simmons on a pass. He doesn't even guard Ben Simmons to shoot. He guards the pass. Norman Powell gets a miss. Ben Simmons, another rebound. Second effort, kicks it out to Jones. And then another rebound after another miss on a Powell shot. And then Norman Powell hits a layup. They go up 83-82. All right? And then they just pack the paint. Pods takes a bad shot to end the quarter. All right. And you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
They go up 1 to end the quarter. Early in the fourth quarter, a third chance opportunity again. Pods gets the steal, and then Harden strips him immediately after. Then Bogdanovich misses a bunny. Ball goes right back to him. Second chance. And then boom, he puts it right back up in, and Zubac lands it in. They had 3 chance opportunities at the end of the third and the fourth. All of these little possessions come back to haunt you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni at Chasky. We are rolling 1 hour down. It didn't feel like an hour. Yesterday was incredible. Just an incredible weekend in sports. We're breaking it all down. Clippers 124, Warriors 119. Warriors are not a playoff team yet. Take care of business tomorrow against the Memphis Grizzlies, and we'll have all day tomorrow to preview that game. I promise you, we have all day tomorrow to talk John Morant, Jaren Jackson Jr., all of that. That's going to be tomorrow, I promise. Maybe we'll touch at it towards the end of the show today, but there is so many layers of the game that took place yesterday and how we got to this point. Because again, I don't want this to get lost on people. You were a 10 seed.
Joe,
you were barely a 10 seed a couple months ago.
Joe.
So real quick. Let's have some perspective of what we're talking about right now. Like, you were a 10 seed.
Yeah, but they also had opportunities to be up to, like, I think 3 or 4 is aggressive, but, like, you could have been the 5 or 6 seed.
You did, but having said that, you also had opportunities to be a 10 or 11 seed.
No doubt.
So being the 7th, to me, you know what? Maybe they deserve to be the 7th. And I think they do deserve, because you know what? They stubbed their toes these last couple games at home. And that's what you get, what you deserve in life.
Friday was way more difficult.
You get what you deserve. That's what they deserve, right?
Friday was way more difficult than it needed to be.
Yeah.
Against the Blazers. Now, credit the Blazers for playing really, really hard.
Well, they rewarded Chauncey Billups with an extension. They won for Chauncey. They lost for Chauncey, actually.
Anybody who watched that game Friday was like, oh, yeah, Sunday's going to be hard. Right? I mean, am I the only one?
Well, no. Well, that goes back to a couple weeks when they had Steph in New Orleans, and it was the G League Pelicans without any of their stars because Brandon Ingram wasn't there, CJ McCollum wasn't there, Zion wasn't there, and they almost lost to them. So, yeah, that's baked into it. And again, I know no one wants to hear this as an excuse because the players aren't going to use it as an excuse, the coaching staff, and I understand it's not an excuse. But the age is a factor here.
Draymond fell in the first half, and I go, oh, my God.
Oh, the neck?
If he's out, we're in big trouble.
Well,
big trouble.
They're cooked. Yeah, where's Priest and Palo Alto? 888-957-9570.
But here's the thing. I don't want to hear about age against that Clipper team.
Because they're old.
They're old. Exactly.
Well, Kawhi, he got like 60-year-old knees, and he looked incredible yesterday. Again, 47 minutes.
Did you watch their youngest player?
Yeah, how old is he?
That plays?
Maybe Chris Dunn.
Maybe Chris Dunn. Right.
But Kawhi Leonard, I get 47 minutes. The most minutes he's played in a playoff or regular season game in 6 years. We have to go back to 2019 in double overtime when he played 52 minutes against the Milwaukee Bucks, and they won that game.
Harden had a sneaky play at the end of the third quarter where Dre set a screen, and he was flopping before the screen was even set, and he got it. It's unreal some of the whistles he gets.
Is it the beard knockback too?
But I don't want to knock it because I thought that Jimmy got a couple of whistles that were questionable, and I thought Steph got a 3-point shot whistle that could have gone either way.
Steph got to the line 9 times. Was 9 for 9.
He got calls. I don't want to make this about calls. The only play that I would be like, was the one where Harden was clearly throwing a pass and they gave him 2 free throws.
Well, again, you hate to do this at the end of a game, but nitpicking, you missed 5 threes. You missed 5 threes.
I mean, Potts had the and one and he missed the free throw. And I know, but the and one was down the stretch, which was.
And Jimmy missed 3. Peter is in Castro Valley, wants to join in the conversation, 888-957-9570. Biggest takeaway from yesterday's loss. We're talking about it all this morning, all day long, as the Warriors are now a play-in team taking on the Grizzlies tomorrow. Peter, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Great. Wow, it's a crystal clear connection. You sound amazing.
Oh, well, thank you. Hey, guys. So I agree with this, things you guys are saying with the X's and O's, the doubling at the top, the fouls at the end. But in coaching, man, this ain't X's and O's. This was Jimmy's and Joe's. And you don't bench your third leading scorer in game 82. It doesn't make sense. A guy who can pull the ball off the rim. We're talking about all the things that these guys can do. Well, they had a guy, Jonathan Kuminga, who scored 34 against them last time. Ty Lue was very happy with Steve's decision. I guarantee you that, because Gary Payton was not circled on the scouting report, how are we going to stop this guy? Okay, Jonathan Kuminga is a guy who can drop 30 in a game. I know he hasn't been playing fantastic, but he's a guy you go with. Some of these guys make mistakes sometimes. Dre makes mistakes. Steph had 8 turnovers, one of the greatest all-time players, probably the best Warrior we'll ever see. But you always figure out, okay, the good's going to outweigh the bad. The same thing is when you have the best athlete on the floor who, can drop 34 points against this actual team. You don't cut off your ceiling. You need to be able to reach your highest ceiling if you want to win an NBA title. There's no world this Warriors team is at their highest ceiling without Jonathan Kuminga playing. He's not just a role player. Sadly, there's obviously some disconnect with this team and Kuminga. Okay, and he's being a great soldier about it, but people forget he's 22 years old and he's seeing all this stuff. he makes a mistake, they get all mad. Other guys make the same mistake, the leash is different. I get that. Obviously a guy like Dre or Steph, you're going to give a bigger leash. Pods, I don't know. I don't know if Pods deserves that much bigger leash than Jonathan Kuminga. Whatever. But, hey, Pods has been great. Moody's been great. All those guys. But to simply not play Jonathan Kuminga is just not sensical. There's something else going on. Like I said, it's sad because I think he's going to be scoring 20 points a game for someone else next year, not the Warriors.
Well, would you at least meet me here? I hear you on the JK, and I'm probably a bigger fan than most when it comes to JK. I think when you're going to play Dre and Butler as many minutes as you are, certain lineups are clunky. Right. JK with Peter. Those two is extremely clunky. GP2 with those guys is extremely clunky.
Steve Kerr said it last week.
Looney in them is clunky. No, but I guess what I'm saying is that there are better offensive rating combinations of other guys that are non-shooters than JK, and they went with those guys.
I didn't think they needed JK yesterday to win that game.
I thought Moody should have been in there instead of GP2. So instead of JK, I thought Moody would have been like subbing offense for defense, and I think Moody gives you close to the same defense and much better offense.
I needed to see more.
Even though his shot's not falling.
Well, that's the thing. I needed to see more offensive aggression from Moses Moody yesterday. And I know it's hard to say that because he's been struggling, but the only way you get out of your struggles is shooting the ball more. Shoot, man. Like you got to shoot yourself out of it sometimes. And Moses Moody needs to do that. He had 30 minutes yesterday and shot 4 times. That's not enough. Pods had 11. Steph had 20 attempts. Jimmy had 20 attempts, which is great. I want to see more of that from Jimmy Butler. I actually felt like Jimmy could have shot the ball even more. Like I saw the first possession of the fourth quarter, it was ISO one-on-one. He just back down. That's there for him all the time. And he could do that. He got the mismatch. I need more of that.
But that's where the spacing, I think, is extremely important because what happens when it's Draymond and Butler out there is we know they're going to sag off those two, right? They're going to pack the paint. Now you add in Kevon Looney. That's another body that's in the paint. You add in GP2, that's another body in the paint. Kuminga, it's another body in the paint. Like there are certain guys on this team who are going to be treated as non-shooters in when you have a sophisticated game plan like the Clippers clearly had yesterday. Whether it's Looney, GP2, Kuminga, any of those guys combined with the Draymond and Butler makes it very, very difficult. Now, let me add to that. When you have Buddy Hield out there, who's supposed to be a stretch shooter.
We haven't gotten to Buddy. We need to.
No, when you add Buddy Hield out there and he's supposed to be a stretch shooter, he's got to hit shots. If Quinn Post is going to be out there as a stretch shooter, he's got to hit shots. And both those guys didn't. Moody didn't really take many shots yesterday. He didn't either.
Let's talk about that final possession, basically, for the Warriors to maybe tie the game, and it goes to Buddy buckets at the end there. Couldn't get the job done to get the defensive board. And it was all she wrote there. 888-957-9570. Start lining them up. Again, we're breaking down this game all day long. Clippers, 124. Warriors, 119. Your biggest takeaway from the loss yesterday. And is it all doom and gloom? Or was there a silver lining that took place yesterday? I'll get into that on the other side. I know you don't want to hear silver linings today, but I got one for you anyway. And it's going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Clippers up 122-119. Warriors playing for basically their playoff lives right here. Butler will throw it in. They circle around a series of screens. Hield gets open, cross court, quick shot on the way. No good. Rebound Harden, foul with 3 seconds to go.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Buddy couldn't get it done late. Warriors fall 124-119 in overtime. We're reacting to it all morning long. Playing for their playoff lives, but not their play-in lives. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game, because they are a play-in team now, and they will be taking on the Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow at Chase Center. If you want to go to that game, well, it's easy, because you can. You go to Warriors.com at 12 o'clock today, and tickets are open, and go get them, Joe. Come on, let's go. Let's go. It's not too much. Listen, I understand you can be disappointed. You can be angry. You can be upset. You got to have a quick turnaround, though, if you're a fan. It's not like, this is the funny thing about it, because the Warriors have had just nothing but heartbreak in the play-in. They've never won a play-in game. They are 0-3 all time. So, you know, I'm not saying it's all doom and gloom, but you got Jimmy Butler, who, as we know, he's gone a little bit of a run in the East as a play-in Miami Heat squad, right?
We were all thinking the same thing in the first half.
Right?
Oh, this is playoff Jimmy.
And he was playoff Jimmy yesterday. He was. Again, I know Coach called in. You can't have one defensive rebound. And listen, I choose to focus on the positive after yesterday. Maybe that's just my glass half full energy this morning. I just feel it.
What is the positive then?
The positive is
I'm pretty deflated. Not that it's the end of the world, but I'm pretty deflated.
Well, the positive is, again, your season's not over. You take care of business tomorrow. You play the Rockets in the first round. And I get it. I know you were saying on Friday that you want the Lakers, you want the Lakers, you want the Lakers. You didn't want the Lakers in the first round. Give me the Rockets in the first round. And it is, again, path of least resistance is a stretch, because this is going to be a gauntlet regardless. Stop.
No doubt.
Real quick. I would much rather face them. You're going to have a couple days off if you win tomorrow. I know it's not going to be a week like you wanted, but you'll still have a couple of days off. Take care of business tomorrow. You're back on schedule, and all of a sudden we can talk, Western Conference Finals run again.
If you could guarantee me that they're going to win on Tuesday, then yes, I'll take a deep breath and I'll talk myself into, because trust me, I'll talk myself into just about anything. I'll talk myself into, the Rockets being the better matchup. I really wanted that week off. That team yesterday looked exhausted at the end of that game. Seeing Jimmy hobbled, whether it's the quad, I don't even know. Like, he says he's going to be fine. Fine, that's fine. That definitely hurts, and I'm sure it's going to wake up today, and it's going to really hurt. Like, we were all thinking the same thing. God, you got to win this one. You look exhausted. You look old. You look tired. You need to regroup. Steph's thumb,
Well, early on, I was like, oh, Steph's he's not shooting very well. He's not really playing that many. I don't know. I think his thumb's fine.
Trey in the neck.
Overall, he was 7-12 from beyond the arc.
I know, but Joe, this is an older team. I'm just saying, this team needs it. They need it.
I hear you, but again, they're not using that as an excuse. Those old guys in there, they're like, what did Draymond say? We're not senior citizens. I was like, they're not.
In the NBA, they are.
They're 35, 37. Yeah, but
it's like dog years.
Again, athletes are different now. LeBron's still one of the best players in the league at 40 years old. We saw it with Tom Brady for years. This is a new generation, Joe. We got to recalibrate our minds when it comes to age around these guys.
Yeah, but
it's different.
But there's a reason
the nutrition,
why.
We got the best. We got Dr. Rick Celebrini, all right? He's got these guys on a regime.
But there's a reason
PB12
why.
method, avocado toast. Come on.
There's a reason why no team in the history of the game has won with a core this old. It's very rare. I went down the Spurs rabbit hole. They were all younger and didn't have as many miles and minutes on the hardwood as these guys. So, look, I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just acknowledging it would be extremely difficult.
We are coming to you live, by the way, from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And again, whether you were in Sunnyvale, San Francisco at their locations, it was popping off in the Bay yesterday. I was walking around. I saw so many different screens, whether it was the phones, whether it was TVs. You had all eyeballs on Clippers Warriors, but at the same time, it had a playoff at the Masters with Justin Rose and Rory McIlroy. It was incredible.
Rory won and lost that thing 17 times.
Hey, you got to get those double bogeys out of the way early, right? He's just like us, right? Just got to get those double bogeys out of the way and you're fine. And DeChambeau turned into Bryson DeScambo yesterday. He choked one off. That happens. That happens in big moments. Players shrink, and he shrunk yesterday, but he's won in the past. It'll be back. But I was hoping for a Bryson, Rory kind of back and forth. We didn't really get it. We got it kind of in a negative way, but it was still an incredible sports weekend.
Sleeping on my favorite thing to happen all weekend because there
Yoke and
wasn't a
Roots
lot
getting
of
their
good.
first win of the weekend over FC Tulsa. Let's go, baby.
No, it was Ryan Walker striking out Aaron Judge.
There you go.
Was just unbelievable to end that game.
Okay.
The only way today,
John
though,
Who? Let's go.
John Who looks great. The only way today could get more deflating for me is if, and that's why I texted right at the beginning because I just remembered at the beginning of the segment, if my wife Michelle doesn't move the car by 8 o'clock in the morning and gets $108 street sweeping ticket.
Is it $108?
They're $108.
That's ridiculous. In Oakland it's the same, but I feel it's like 60 or 70. But that's can we just take care of our own trash people? That's the only reason they do it. It's because we litter the streets with trash, and they have to go do that. But that's in the conversation.
I'm the guy that has the air blower. What are they called?
The air blowers.
Yeah, so I've got
leaf blowers.
Leaf blowers. Thank you. I've got one, and I clean up everybody's stuff.
Yeah.
But then there are certain nights where it's super windy, and there's just stuff everywhere.
There was stuff everywhere at Chase Center yesterday. They were hoping for confetti to be popping, I think, to be a playoff team, but they're a play-in team, and it's not doom and gloom just yet. But there were some takeaways yesterday, if you're a Warriors fan, that you should be encouraged about. I'm going to get to that in this segment.
You're never going to win. You're never going to win one of these kind of games, these like hyper elimination style type games where everybody's increased minutes, if the best player on your team, Steph Curry, is a minus 16. Right? There's just no other way around it.
8 turnovers. As
great as he was, which he was, he's the reason that they were even in that thing down the stretch. He hit some huge shots.
He hit that 3 to go 4 with, 155 left? And I was like, you know what? They're going to win this game. That was incredible.
It was unreal.
He was doing the shimmy.
He also had some mistakes that he would like back. I also thought that the frenetic pacing, which we've addressed over and over in the final 2 minutes, if all 4 guys on offense are only trying to get the ball to Steph, you know how hard you're making it on your team? Somebody's got to take advantage of all of these eyeballs being keyed on him, and that's where I'm like, put the ball in Jimmy's hands to bring the ball up the floor. So I know that it starts there. They try to do a high pick and roll with Jimmy and Steph late in the game, and Zubac, to his credit, just came closing in on him. They did a great job, the Clippers.
Mona is in Pacifica, wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Biggest takeaways for yesterday's loss, and it's going to be a quick turnaround for the Dubs as they lose yesterday, but they are now a play-in team, so they play tomorrow at Chase Center. Mona, good morning.
Hey,
How are you feeling?
Good morning, Joes. How are you guys today?
Doing great. It's still beautiful. The sun's shining. I'm breathing. It's okay. It's going to be okay. We'll
it is.
Take care of business tomorrow.
Taxes are due for everybody tomorrow. I'm deflated.
I do got to do that. That is the thing.
I did mine last week.
Well, Shasky, don't be too deflated because I kind of get there with you. I'm not feeling, that bad about last night's game. But here's what I will say. We left a lot of points on the floor, missed free throws. And I don't care what anybody says. Steph has been playing in this league for way too long. I know we want to keep getting on, Kuminga and whatever. Steph has too many damn turnovers. I'm sorry if I said damn, but he has too many turnovers. He should know better. The passes that he's making, this was the game for me where I don't think they played with urgency. It's almost like they wanted to play the play-in, because I personally think they can beat the Grizzlies. I'm not concerned about, well, I hope so, because I paid a lot of money for tomorrow's night's game, so I'm hope they need to beat the Grizzlies. But I love that Jimmy came out because the complaint was, well, he's not playing like Jimmy Buckets. Well, he did in the beginning. Then they started playing sloppy again. Then they started, again, it didn't seem like they were playing with urgency, almost like, you know what, they were like, forget the Clippers, let's just go ahead and we'll just worry about the Grizzlies. That's kind of how I felt about it. But if Steph and Draymond, especially, if they don't get those turnovers together and Steph keeps wanting to dribble, in between these redwood trees, dude, compared to some of the players, Steph is like 4'11" in comparison to a lot of the other players. And yet he wants to show off, his dribbling style, but it's not working this time. It worked 5 or 6 years ago, he needs to get better and start seeing the floor a little bit more, because right now what he's doing with these terrible passes, that's where I think we lost the game. I don't think we lost it in the end. I don't think we lost it we lost that game in the beginning because of those horrible passes and that lack of, just they're standing around when and not getting rebounds. Why are y'all standing around looking at the ball? Run in. This is not the game to be like, do. No. So I'm still hopeful. I'm still hopeful, but they have to make sure that tomorrow they come out and play like they did when they played the Nuggets. That, I think, is going to get them over the top.
It's a great call.
So, guys, have a great day.
You too.
Y'all, let's get it. Let's go, Warriors.
There you go. That's Mona Pacifica. Great end to that call.
It is interesting. Like, Steph's so spectacular. Like, so spectacular. Like, none of this. I'm talking about who they are now and what they've accomplished. None of it happens without Steph Curry. But there are these just mind-blowing turnovers that you see them coming a mile away. He dribbled into the corner for no reason.
And just got smothered by Zubac. It's like, what are you doing?
It was just... Look, he's better than this guy at his sport, right? Like, I'm going to say a name, and I don't want you to be triggered because there's the off-field stuff, but just hear me out.
You better be careful.
Like, there's a Brett Favre-like quality with some of the negligence in turnovers, not negligence in stealing from the state of Mississippi. I'm saying the negligence in turnovers. Like, I hate even because Steph's significantly better in his sport than what, and Favre's an all-time great.
Yeah, sure.
But like, no one has him as a top 5 quarterback, right?
No one,
right? But he's great. I mean, he dominated the league for 5 straight years. But he would have these mind-blowing turnovers late in games. Now, they would cost his team games. Steph has the opportunity to find a way to, I
would have respected a Peyton Manning one better because he does. Because I remember a lot of Peyton Manning turnovers. Where it's like, what are you doing there, Peyton? Right. And Peyton was better than Brett Favre.
Yeah, but I don't think Peyton had the, because he's so, I think there's I'm so physically gifted, I can get away with things that others can't. Sure. For example, Steph will throw the behind the back pass, the one arm sling over the top. Brett Favre would be rolling out yep, I can hit that guy. Let me throw it across my body, under my arm, over there. And what are you doing?
I like the Mahomes comp more there because Mahomes,
fair enough.
Because Mahomes gets away with a lot of stuff that he shouldn't get away with, like Steph. And they built in some bad habits because they've gotten away with it their whole careers.
That's a good point.
And that's the same thing with Mona's talking about. He's like, he's too good to be doing it. So it's like, well, when you get away with it your entire career and you've won 4 titles and you just won a gold medal doing that stuff, you're going to keep doing it.
Everyone's going to say his Achilles heel is defense. I think it's the turnovers. Right. And what's funny is he made a hell of a play. They called timeout. Ty Lue did. And they're bringing the ball up the floor. And he intercepted the very second pass that came out of that timeout. They had a beautiful play drawn up. And he just read it the whole way. There's little things where he gets you the extra possession. But yesterday it felt like too many times he was a little too frenetic, and I thought that he was a little too predictable into dribbling into trouble.
I want to hear from the chef, 888-957-9570. I also want to hear from the people today after yesterday's loss. How are we feeling after yesterday's loss? Are you feeling doom and gloom like, oh, we just blew our chance? Or are you saying, you know what? Take care of business tomorrow. We play the Rockets in the first round series. I like our chances there. How we feeling, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. But if you lose tomorrow, I'll say that. I'll say this. You lose tomorrow, then you got a date with either the Mavericks or the Kings, and then a date with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Yeah, I'm not about that. I'm not about that at all. That is.
If they play Friday, I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this right now. If they play Friday, they're losing.
Is it Friday or Thursday, by the way?
Friday.
The game. Is it Friday?
Yeah. They play Friday, they are losing.
I'm not going to get there yet, but it's going to be drama baked in. Shout out TNT.
You want to talk about the final nail in the coffin for a all over the place season? If they lose Tuesday and then lose Friday, I don't even want to put that into existence, but the last team I want to see
the lasting image
is Sabonis or Anthony Davis. I don't want to see either of them.
The lasting image potentially being Harrison Barnes hitting threes in your face, and then Klay Thompson hitting threes in your face at Chase Center.
Everything that's going on in Dallas.
Clay's going to go 10 of 10 in that game.
Everything that's happened this year at Dallas, if they... Oh, my God.
You have to laugh through the pain. Okay, I've just learned that.
I know we'll get to tomorrow in terms of the Grizzlies. They did need almost 50-something from Steph last time to beat them. So, let's not pretend that was an easy win.
Hey, Steph, how deflating was that loss for you guys yesterday?
You're just glad. I mean, you have to take the positives of where we were 2 months ago and know our season isn't over. So we would have loved to have, taken advantage of these last 4 games. And you look at that San Antonio game as one that was a tough beat, but, you have to be able to wash it down the drain quick and, take care of our business on Tuesday and make something of this chance that we have. So we're excited about it. We know Memphis has, been playing solid, and they present some challenges, and we got to be ready for it.
What do you make of, real quick, the last 3 losses all coming at home? What do you make of that? Why?
I just bad execution by the big guys.
I know the Suns, like you were in Phoenix, and I could have been at Chase Center. I don't think the Suns were doing anything against you, quite frankly. But those last, like the Rockets, the Spurs, and the Clippers, all different teams and different types of matchups, and 2 of those teams legitimate playoff teams, so I understand that.
The Rockets suffocated them.
With
And nobody else stepped up. The Spurs game was just, your top dogs made mistake after mistake after mistake. And in this one, for some of the good that the top dogs did, they made their own mistakes. And you know what the consistent theme, though, is for all those losses? I would love to see how many poor shots late in the shot clock or shot clock violations they came up with. The ball sticks. It becomes, hey, we have to force it to Steph. Steph, save us. And no other person, I'm talking final 5 minutes, no other person steps up. This is the wrinkle that they failed to do. Get the ball to Jimmy on the block, or get the ball to Jimmy bringing the ball up the floor.
That's my silver lining, though. That's my silver lining coming out of this game was Jimmy Butler's offensive performance. Like, I needed to see at least 20 field goal attempts from him in a game like that, and I saw that. And I came away wanting more of him. And I think I
wanted more back to the basket, Jimmy.
But that's a good thing. I feel like coming out of that game, I want more offense from Jimmy, because I was actually just struggling. He was struggling with his shot and his confidence with it, I felt like, for most of it. But I saw the blueprint there. Now, conversely, 48 minutes, that's a lot.
And a quad injury.
And now we got knee in the quad from Kawhi Leonard. Like, how are we feeling about that? And Steve Kerr was asked about Jimmy, if that was the plan, if that was the expectation to him playing 45-plus minutes yesterday.
A playoff game, Harden played 48, Kawhi played 47, Zubac 42, Powell 44, Brandon 43. So when you get to these type games, you tighten up the rotation and you play your guys and you go for it.
So I don't want to hear. I heard Mona say, like, I think they were playing like they looked lackadaisical at times, like they wanted to play in the play-in. I was like, no. You don't play Jimmy Butler 48 minutes if you want to play in the play-in. You start quiet quitting, if that's the term you want to use, like in the 3rd or 4th quarter. They didn't do that yesterday. They wanted that one badly. So I don't want to hear any like, they let their foot off the gas. No. You go to overtime, you want to be a playoff team. Simple as that. Simple as that.
The final 6 minutes is a regulation was spectacular.
Yeah.
I don't think people understand how
big shots.
They went up 101-97 on this play to Dunn with like he floated one over Looney's head, and I was thinking, oh my God, they're really going to lose going away. Right. It was 101-97, and then Looney gets a second chance tip. GP2 tips it. They kick it back out to Pods. Pods hits a huge 3 with 5 minutes to go. 101-100. Powell airballs. Zubac tips it again. Second chance. He misses it. You get a huge rebound. It's 101-100. You miss the layup. Pods tips it off a Looney. Jimmy falls. You do a Looney roll, and it's just that was the 24-second. Just what are you doing? Pods possession, but no one wanted it. Jimmy just fell off ball. All right. Then Zubac comes down. He gets a layup as Harden goes flying by GP2, and Steph doesn't hedge over on that play. They go up 103-100, and Steph comes down and hits one of the six threes that he had in the game, like a little back screen. Bang, 103-103 with 3.5 minutes to go. And you're thinking, oh my God, Lou calls the timeout. That's where Curry picks that ball on the inbound. You get the Pods, Dre, GP2. Just awful missed layup by GP2. Just terrible. And then Steph's fouled. He hits a couple free throws. You go up 2. All right. You were down 4 to up 2 just a minute later. All right. It's 105-105 after Powell hits a layup. Steph's fouled again on a 3-pointer. You go up 3. 108-105. Zubac, another rebound, another kick out. Kawhi Leonard ISO'd on Jimmy Butler, hits a tough shot over his face. Then Curry comes down, hits the big pick and roll off of Jimmy, three-pointer to go up 4 with 1:50 to go.
And that's when he did his little shimmy and he was feeling good. And I thought that was the game at that point. It's like, wow, okay, they're going to do this thing.
Everyone did. Yeah. And then Harden goes flying by GP2. Dre is kind of waiting back on the lob. He has to lay back on the lob. And that GP2's got to stay in front of him. He's got to stay in front of him. So now it's 109, 111. Clippers are down 2, 138. GP2 gets the ball in the paint and passes up a shot. All right. Then he throws it back out to Steph. It is the most congested, constipated possession they had all night. And Pods gets thrown a grenade with like 2 seconds left. He goes to pump fake. He should have just shot it. Like he might have got blocked. I don't know. He ends up traveling on the play. Yeah. But everyone's going to point to Pods on that one and say, oh, that's on Pods. I thought it was like this is a horrible grenade that got launched to him late in the shot clock. He had nowhere to go.
That's the possession where Steph, again, if he just turns around, he would have saw Draymond wide open for a three-point shot. Wide open.
So, okay, that's after going up 4, they cut it to 2. That's the next possession. Then now they're down 2, and you double Kawhi as he's backing up, and Steph's the one that does it. And I just want to know why. Like, what were they thinking? Hey, we're going to try to double him late in the shot clock. He's backing up toward half court, and they throw it to Dunn. Dunn gets the ball at the elbow, takes a hard dribble, throws the alley-oop right to Zubac. How many times did I mind naming Zubac, by the way, down the stretch?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Now it's a tie game. And you do a Jimmy pick and roll at the top of the key. So Jimmy's setting the screen for Steph Curry. Steph goes into the lane. All 5 guys just kind of collapse. And I got to credit Kawhi Leonard. He sees the short corner, Draymond going to it. Steph goes to throw out of it. It was a bad play by Steph. He dribbled into trouble, and then he tried to throw it after he picked up his dribble and was like stepping instead of jump stopping. He throws it right into an interception. Kawhi catches it along the baseline, throws it out behind his back. It's a hell of a play on that one. Now they get the ball for the last shot. Essentially, there's 17 seconds left. You would have, if you get a stop, have about 8 or 9 seconds left.
Which is a lot. That's a lot.
It's a tie game. Ty Lue calls the timeout. Smart by Ty Lue. Let's design something here. They clear out for Kawhi Leonard. This is the matchups. Moody on Dunn. Draymond on Kawhi out on an island. Jimmy on Norman Powell, who had hit layups in the fourth quarter. Looney trying to guard Zubac. And GP2 on Harden. Now, I don't know. Does someone want Steph out there? I didn't in that situation. No. I didn't want Pods. I thought it was the right lineup by Steve Kerr, given the way the game was being flowed. And just Draymond fouls Kawhi Leonard with 2.5 on the shot clock.
And Steve Kerr talked about that foul.
What did he say
after the game?
Not really. Where you go for a steal first and then try to get the foul next. And, we got what we wanted. We got the ball back down 3 and had a decent look. So, it's like I said, high level basketball game. And
wrong one. It's okay. That was after really overtime. I thought that was the Draymond field at the end of regulation, but that was not what it was setting on the cut there.
So okay. you foul him, you lose the shot clock. So now there's only 10 and a half left, and you give Kawhi Leonard the opportunity to take the final shot. I just didn't love that sequence. There's no guarantee you get the offensive rebound because, as we know, Zubac was killing them on the glass. But I wanted to give Steph Curry an opportunity with a timeout in my back pocket to get a stop there. You'd have 8 seconds, give or take. Maybe it's 6. That's plenty of time to give yourself an opportunity to shoot the ball. That's at the end of regulation. And then in overtime, Harden hit a couple of threes, and it was catch-up time.
Harden was sick in overtime. And again,
sorry for going through that with a fine-tooth comb.
No. That's fine. This is what we're doing. We're peeling the onion back today. There's a lot of layers to this game. And again, we got all day tomorrow to preview Grizzlies Warriors. I just want to talk about the game that was yesterday. It was incredible. 124-119. Overtime. It was sick, but it sucks that we have to be talking about a loss and going from the playoffs to a play-in now. It sucks given how well this team has played since Jimmy Butler. But I'll say this again. You were barely a 10th spot when you acquired Jimmy Butler. So, yeah, could you have been a 4 or a 3 seed? Yeah, you could have been, but you also could have been a 10 or 11th seed. So really, maybe this is just desserts, if you will, and this is where you should have been all along when you trick off these last 3 games like you did at home, against the Rockets, against the Spurs, and now against the Clippers the way you did. Yeah, maybe you should have known all along. You're going into a 1-game playoff basically against one of the greatest players of his era in Kawhi Leonard, when healthy, one of the greatest players of his era, James Harden, and one of the greatest Warriors killers that we've seen in the last decade, and if it's a Zubac. And Ty Lue, who's, by the way, won a title against you guys.
Ty Lue was excellent in this game.
Those are the only
Excellent.
two. Those are the only two championship head coaches left in the Western Conference. By the way,
I don't want to see
Steve
them.
Kerr and Ty Lue. That's going to be an incredible matchup between the Clippers and the Nuggets. By the way, in that first round series, I can't wait for that one.
So then you're like, you're down 2, and at some point in the final 10 seconds, Kawhi gets fouled. He's got 2 free throws.
Misses one.
Misses the first one. He makes the second one. You have basically they have no fouls to give, and if the Clippers foul you before you get a shot off, it's 2 free throws. So I think that's very important.
Yep.
If they foul you, you're down 3. So they could conceivably foul you,
Correct.
and it's 2 free throws, which I think is an underutilized tactic.
Yeah.
You tell the referees, hey, we're going to foul the minute that guy catches it. But what happens is, guys shoot the ball, and you get the 3-point, the 3 free throws. They do an inbound play on the side, and they run the exact, this is the end of overtime, the exact same, I call it double circle play. That's the only way I can describe it, where you have Steph Curry coming around, and he's kind of a decoy, and he back screens, and the other guy's circling around in the other direction to the weak side of the floor, and that would, in 9 times out of 10, because they've run this a million times, I've seen it run for Jordan Poole, I've seen it run for Klay Thompson. They ran it for Buddy Hield in this situation. Now, people are losing their minds because they ran a play for Buddy Hield, essentially, and used Steph as a decoy. I get it. I get why people are mad. I didn't love it. I didn't love it either. That being said, I think he won't say it out loud. A, they were triple guarding Steph Curry, and B, if he catches the ball on that inbound, they're fouling him probably before he gets a shot up. But I get people saying, you're running a play for Buddy Hield? What are you doing?
You say that, and I get it, how it's looked in the Golden State Warriors uniform. It's been a lot of hot and cold. He still made like some of the most 3-pointers in the history of like the league in the last 5 years.
Talking about Buddy.
Buddy, he's made like one of the best 3-point shooters in the league. I hear you. Like this season, it's been up and down, and this season you have to bake it all into that. He was open, he took a shot, he missed it. He's a 3-point shooter. Like, what do you want? Like, I hear you.
It was a good look.
It was a good look.
No one wants to admit it. It was a good look.
This is how it sounded right here in 95.7 the game.
Clippers up 122-119. Warriors playing for basically their playoff lives right here. Butler will throw it in. They circle around a series of screens. Hield gets open, cross court, quick shot on the way. No good. Rebound Harden, foul with 3 seconds to go.
And that was Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 the game. Let's go to Gary in Daly City. He's been hanging on.
Hey,
Gary, what's going on, man? How are you feeling this morning?
I'm all right. I've been a fan since Civic Auditorium, so I'm okay. That was a great game, man. That's all. But it still goes back to Zubats. The Warriors lack size.
Yes.
That's number for the whole thing. You go on every team in the league, they lack size. They get beat on the boards, and it wears guys out inside. Plain and simple. Curry's always had problems with ball handling. That's why Iguodala was here. That's why Livingston was here. They handled the ball where he can run the baseline off the screens. But you give the Clippers hella credit. Jeff Van Gundy's assistant coach there. That's a defensive coach. They got a great team. But I think people missing the boat. Everybody's going to think I'm crazy. Oklahoma City's their best matchup. Because Oklahoma City, I know number 1 in D, but they run up and down the court like the Warriors. They don't play. They have Hartenstein, and they have the other big skinny dude, but they don't play a physical brand like Houston, like we saw with the Clippers, like we saw with some of the other teams in the league. They play an up and down style that fits right with the Warriors.
I would agree with you.
Stay in the game with them, and people think I'm nuts, but I'm not nuts because Houston will shut them down. They play a kind of a like a street style where the Warriors get really frustrated. There's only one guy who can play like that. It's Butler, and that's it. So I'll be real. I mean, you got to say everybody's around me is going, I'm crazy. I said, no, play the best and see if you beat the best.
Gary,
Denver's the other team. Real quick, Denver's the other team they can match up with because Denver lets you back in games too, even though they got the Joker. But you go back early in the season, how many games they lost when they were way ahead in the game? Remember Joker's shot from half court where he hit the corner shot out of nowhere. I mean, they've lost a lot of games where they killed themselves. And that's on Dunleavy too, for not getting, one, a ball handler, and number 2, I mean, Chris Paul would have looked good here, but he's not here anymore. And a big dude, a big, bad body that can set screens for Steph and also can pound inside to open up the outside for the outside shooters. Because they don't have that. And they're still...
The last 5 times they played Oklahoma City, they've been in all those games. I mean, remember last year, Chet hit that shot at the end. Remember they tried to foul him?
Yeah.
They've played some great games against OKC.
I'm not trying to get a first-round series, though.
No, but I hear what he's saying.
On no rest, by the way, because you would have to have played another game.
Well, that would be Friday,
exactly.
and then you play, Sunday?
Yeah, you get smoked in that first round. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, but all you do is win the second game.
Sure,
And
but
you
you
steal back
still
home.
have no rest.
I'll talk myself into it when we get
I
there.
know you will, but
His point about like the defense at the rim, Zubac destroyed them. The amount of times, and Draymond's just at a disadvantage on those lobs. And so when you are playing that 3-guard lineup and they get the ball into the paint, it's curtains. It's either a bunny for a floater or it's the Zubac lob. Like, I love Kevon Looney. Kevon cannot guard Zubac. I love Draymond Green. He cannot guard Zubac. They had Butler on Zubac at times late in that game because he's the only one who could box him out.
not many people can. The guy's 7 feet tall.
No, he's a
huge.
beast.
He's
a smart player.
He's fundamental in his footwork.
And he made a great play collapsing on Steph when they were up 2 with a minute and a half to go in overtime.
Underrated defense.
He did a great job swallowing him in the corner.
Whoa. 22 points, 17 boards for him, 4 offensive.
He had 17.
17 rebounds.
He killed them.
17. They killed him on the just the glass in general. 42 rebounds in total to the Warriors, 25. 42 to 25. You're not going to win.
Gary
You're
in
not going to win
Daly
many games
City
doing that.
sounded like he was like
He was on
a
the
mobster from Brooklyn.
No, he came out firing.
I love it.
He was a straight shooter.
I don't know if I agree with Denver. I hear him on like the comebacks that allow you to come back into the game. And I'm telling you, the Rockets, I don't want to see Amen Thompson. I don't want to see him, dude. And I don't want to see Dylan Brooks.
There's not a lot
I don't
of
like that matchup.
Like, again, there's not a lot of matchups you really like in the Western Conference.
I agree.
Speaking of the Western Conference, it's it's gonna be a dogfight. So you got OKC awaiting whoever in the first round, right? And then you got the Rockets awaiting whoever in that 7-8. And then you got Lakers T-Wolves 3-6 matchup. That's going to be fun. Anthony Edwards, Luka Doncic, right? LeBron baked into all that. Julius Randle. And then 4-5, you got Nuggets Clippers. That could go either way as far as I'm concerned. And the East is going to be fun too. You got Pacers, Bucks in that 4-5. Knicks Pistons is going to be very intriguing for me. 3-6 matchup. And obviously Cavs await the winner of that 9-10s matchup, and then the Celtics winner of the Hawks and the Magic. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton, who's been hanging on. Oscar, are you ticked off about that loss?
Yeah, I was ticked off, man. But you know what? I'm watching basketball a lot. And the thing that Warriors fans don't understand is that it's playoff mode right now. We lost because we made a couple of crucial mistakes. And the Clippers, people don't understand. They are been playing some of the best basketball in the last 20-something games besides the Warriors. And one thing I don't understand, I know how we lost the game because we did too many stupid traps, man. If people understand, we was playing good one-on-one defense. The traps allowed the other players to get open shots, and like you guys said, alley-oops to Zubac. If we didn't do that and make stupid mistakes, we would have won that game. So I'm not really that mad. And another thing is that I think we got a better path to the title. I would rather, everybody talking about Oklahoma City and the Lakers, man, I'd rather play the Rockets all day. You understand me? All day. So everybody buckle up. We're going to take care of business tomorrow. Like I said, we're going to take care of business tomorrow. We don't need 4 or 5 days rest. That's all we need. And with the Kuminga situation, I knew it was going to happen because the last game, if you watch the game, every possession, Kuminga was get the ball, he'll go head down and go to the hoop. It's not that Kuminga don't have talent, but it's playoff basketball. You got to be able to think and play both ways out there. And that's why he didn't play. That don't mean that he's not going to play for the rest of the series. So everybody hold down the fort, man. The Warriors are going to win the chip. I got one thing to say, man. A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year. Let's go, Warriors. Play on business. San Francisco, all the Bay Area. Stand up, man. Warriors will win the chip again. Let's go. Have a good day, man. I'm out.
Was that Dr. Seuss or Oscar in Stockton?
No, save that for an intro coming back from a break. The whole thing, the line.
Wait to hate. A lot of people wait to hate. That's great. I love that.
I will say.
It's true, though. Like, no, that's a fact. A lot of people wait to hate. That's what we do in today's society. We do.
But just saying the championship word.
DNP.
Saying the championship word after that loss, let's get into the playoffs
I'll
first.
hear him on the Rockets thing, though. I was kind of feeling the same way. It's like, it's not the worst thing to play the Rockets. Again, win tomorrow. I'm not here for the Oklahoma City argument. I heard you. You'll talk yourself into it. I'm not here for that one.
Here's the
Rockets,
thing.
okay.
Joe,
OKC, nah.
I'll talk myself into it. Once we're in the playoffs.
Sure.
Can we just get in the playoffs first? Like we have to step before we can, take a couple of walks, and then we'll walk, and then we'll run, and then we'll sprint, and like there's levels to this, as I'm learning with my son.
Speaking of the play-in, a guy that knows a thing or two about winning play-in games, because the Warriors have never done it, but Jimmy Butler has, and he's gone on a deep run with his Miami Heat. How do you feel about playing in the play-in, Jimmy?
I don't take any chance for granted to play basketball, to compete and to win, whether it be the playoffs or play-in, any basketball game. I think I'm super blessed to be able to call myself a professional basketball player in the best league in the world. So as long as I get to go out there and compete, I'm happy.
We know about playoff Jimmy, but the Warriors need play-in Jimmy too. As I've alluded to, they have never won a play-in game. 0-3 all time. Okay, we can talk about the Western Conference in series, having only lost one in the history of Steve Kerr's tenure as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. They lost that one series to the Lakers a couple years ago, but they've never won a play-in game. Can they exercise that demon tomorrow? Again, tickets available at 12 o'clock, starting at 12 o'clock today at Warriors.com. Grizzlies, Warriors. How many grenade tosses are there going to be tomorrow at Chase Center for Ja Morant?
They just released late last night what the playoff schedules would be. So Saturday is Milwaukee, Indiana, Clippers, Denver, Detroit, New York, Minnesota, Lakers. Sunday would be essentially all the play-in games.
Yeah. So you'd have, whether it's the Thunder, whether it's the Rockets, they're all playing that. Okay.
So if you can win Tuesday, you would get Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, game Sunday, 4.5 days.
So you feel better about that if they win tomorrow? You feel a little bit better?
Gotta win. I mean, I don't like doing this, like counting my chickens before they hatch thing.
Oh, yeah, a bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush kind of a thing, if you will. 888-957-9570.
Look out for the burning bush.
It's always, Bible.
It's biblical. It was Palm Sunday yesterday.
Well, it's Holy Week for those that are Christians or Catholics. But it was a holy bleep day yesterday in sports when it comes to the Masters, when it comes to the Giants getting their first series win against the Yankees in over 20 years.
Did you turn into Trump right there? The Giants.
The greatest weekend in the history of sports. Rory McIlroy. I wish he was Bryson. Jay in the Bay. AJ in LA.
I wish it was Bryson. Such a deep YouTube cut.
Thank you. We'll get to all your calls on the other side. Hey, are you feeling doom and gloom after that loss yesterday? Joe's feeling deflated. Or are you looking at my side? Always look on the bright things of life, or the bright side of life. What is that? Spam a lot. Always look on the bright side of life. That's how I like to live mine. And again, I know you lost yesterday. You're not a playoff team yet. Win tomorrow. Take it on the Rockets. And I would love nothing more as a Warriors fan. I would love nothing more than to shut up Ime Udoka and the Houston Rockets and that entire fan. Dylan Brooks.
That's going to be a fist fight.
It's going to be great.
That's got back alley brawl written all over.
First, you got to get there. You got to take care of your boy, Ja Morant, tomorrow and all the different celebrations. But prior to that and getting to that conversation, we got the injury report. Late in yesterday's loss to the Clippers, Jimmy Buckets, a.k.a. Jimmy Butler, appeared to injure his left leg. Kawhi Leonard's knee, when driving into Jimmy's quad late in the fourth quarter, caused Jimmy to come up limping. The good news is that the injury was not serious, and Jimmy said he was okay after the game. He should be good to go tomorrow against the Grizzlies. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And what's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. All of your calls, AJ, Rad, Jay in the Bay, will get to you on the other side. How are we feeling after yesterday's loss? Was it deflating, or are you looking at the positives heading into tomorrow's game against the Grizzlies? And your biggest takeaway, Kuminga, DNP, Steph, 8 turnovers. Playoff Jimmy, he was playoff Jimmy when it mattered, when it's scoring the ball. When it came to the defensive rebounds, though, the team just got absolutely manhandled on the boards. Was the size an issue yesterday for you? Is it the age of the team? What was your takeaway from yesterday's loss?
Defense so much on the perimeter.
All of it. We're breaking down right here. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. We're halfway home on a Reaction Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors!
Was that you cooking, Carter? See, like, taking you behind the scenes real quick, and good morning to everyone. Carter's like, "Hey, just after the show open, I'm going to cook here. Let me cook. I got a couple cuts." There you go. All right. It was 2 Draymond cuts. I thought you were going to do something else, but I'll take it. Hey, Goo, it's okay. It's okay. After the loss yesterday, I hear you. It's doom and gloom for a lot of people waking up this morning on a Monday. And good morning to all of you just getting off work and ready for school. I guess in honor of Bonte, the overnight dancers, shout out to you. It was beautiful yesterday. Maybe they're getting some action on a Sunday. People were in their feelings.
Yay!
And you needed some loving. That's okay. But it's okay. Take care of business tomorrow. Everything will be all right. If you don't take care of your business tomorrow, though, then we might have some problems. 888-957-9570. Clippers, 124. Warriors, 119. We're halfway home here on a Monday. We're reacting to all of it. And we want to hear from the people. How are we feeling today after that loss? Is it disappointing? And I have a hard time saying that it's disappointing to be a play-in team, Joe, because of where you were at just a couple months ago. I hear you. This team was incredible since acquiring Jimmy Butler. And I get it. You just take care of business at home these last 3 games, I should say, at Chase Center, against the Rockets, against the Spurs. You just take care of one of them. You're a playoff team. Having said that, you were an 11th seed 2 months ago. So maybe we should just recalibrate our minds here and say, you know what? It's not the end of the world. Would you have liked to got greedy? Sure, but you didn't. And is that me being too glass half full for you today? Saying, you know what? Maybe this is where they should be at all along, just given where they were 2 months ago. Is that too much?
Once you touch the rim as a kid, right? You go up, you touch the rim.
You ever touch the rim?
No, but you want to dunk.
Did.
All right. I'm calling cap on that.
I did.
I am calling cap on
High
that.
school, man. I touched it.
Stop it.
Just
Off the
tip.
wall.
Just the tip. There you go. Keep going.
Like, you want to be able to dunk it, right? Like, once you touch the trophy or you touch anything in life and you have an opportunity to sit in the big chair, you know what I mean? Or the big desk or the corner office or whatever it is, you want to stay there. Like, they had an opportunity to be one of the top 5 seeds, I think. And then they let that slip right through their hands.
An opportunity. Again, opportunity to do that. I thought the better team won yesterday.
Yeah, but
the better team won yesterday.
I don't disagree, but what I'm saying is that they lost certain games that I would call like inexcusable losses. You know, when you're up 18 or whatever it was on the Raptors a couple months back, like what you can't lose that game.
You lose that game the way you did to the
Dallas game.
Mavericks and Kyrie, allowing him to go off. The Atlanta Hawks won, but like
it just sticks in my. I knew it would come down to that. The Spurs game,
the amount of excuses the media was making, and everyone like about, well, you know, that was kind of a scheduled loss. You know, no Steph, you're traveling cross country. I'm not worried about that one as much. I was like, really? The Hawks stink. They're not very good. They're a 500 team, if that. And Trae Young was cooking them in that game. And you got Jimmy Butler. You know, you had the Miami revenge scenario, and it looked like everyone else on Miami was taking it personally, and Jimmy was just going, So you look at those losses, I'm with you. Like, those ones for me, inexcusable.
Of the 5, and I'm sure you could point out 5.
The Nuggets won, no Jokic, no Murray.
It's an awful one. But I'm saying, like, of the many games that they won, I'm sure you could isolate 4 or 5 of them and say, oh, they shouldn't have won these ones, and they did. That's fine. Just one. Like a 1-game difference, and that game Sunday probably doesn't matter, you know, and or at least doesn't matter in the way that it did. And it's just tough, man. Look, if they beat Memphis, all will be forgotten.
Okay.
And then we'll play it out. We'll let the thing kind of work itself out. But until they get into the playoffs, I'm really disappointed.
That's fine. And again, we're going to
tired of these plans.
We'll dive in to more of Grizzlies Warriors tomorrow. I promise. Like, that's all. It's the biggest game of the day. It's Grizzlies Warriors. Like, that doesn't get bigger than that. John Morant, Steph Curry, JJJ, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler. There is star power galore, and there was star power galore yesterday. I mean, the big shots and the big names it was so damn fun to watch that game. Like, and Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call did a hell of a job here on 95.7 The Game, just saying like that was one of the greatest games played at Chase Center. I don't think, and they weren't lying. I know Chase has only been here for about 5 years now, whatever it's been. Like, it was one of the great games I've seen at that venue. Like, everyone was on fire. The crowd was great.
Could feel it through the TV.
felt big time.
Except for the Clippers redesigned jerseys, which do not feel big time.
What? I love those jerseys. I thought those looked clean.
Don't like them at all.
I think you're on the minority in that one. That's okay. Yeah.
I like them too, actually.
Yeah, see, they're pretty clean. They're not quite as good as the Giant City Connects.
They look so generic.
They're not quite as good as the Giant City Connects, but they're getting there. They're getting there. AJ, Rad, Jay, and the Bay, we'll get to you all in a second. Shout out to those watching
Clippers
on
good.
Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. They are very good. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Let's just look at their efficiency yesterday. Like, you're supposed to have, and again, I'm not trying to pick on him. I'm just saying, like, this is the problem that they present when they have all of their guys, hitting right now. Look at the efficiency. So, Kawhi Leonard, 13 of 20. It's pretty good. Zubac, 11 of 16. Talking about from the field.
God, he crushed them.
James Harden, 13 of 23. I mean, those are really good efficiency numbers.
Yes.
Across the board. And then you just look at the assists, like 10 for Harden, 6 for Dunn, 7 for Kawhi. The rebounding number, 17, obviously, for Zubac. I mean, even Harden had 6 assists, and Leonard had, 6 rebounds, and Leonard had another 6
Harden had
rebounds
10 assists.
For defensively.
Yeah.
Like,
Harden was great.
God, they're just so efficient.
And you look conversely, like Draymond Green was also efficient. Jimmy Butler was also efficient.
No doubt.
And Steph Curry was also efficient as well. And he got to the line and was a perfect 9 for 9. Pods was efficient scoring the ball. Hell, Loon Dog for a little bit. It was outside of those guys, like Moody played 30 minutes, only put up 4 shots. I need more of that, man. You can't have the same number of field goal attempts as Gary Payton.
Yeah, but
it just can't. But that goes back to his confidence in his shot right now. He's not feeling it. You had Quentin Post out there. What do you have him out there to do, Joe?
Shoot.
1 field goal attempt for Quentin Post.
You had a lot of guys that were scared. It
was a big game. It was a big moment.
No, but I mean, like when you're in these games, I would much rather have, this goes back to like the play-in multiple years ago when they played Memphis the first time. Remember, the silver lining in the game was like, well, Jordan Poole's the only one that wanted to shoot outside of Steph. Remember that?
Well, the last image I had in that game, again, it's going to be the first time they played since that scenario in the play-in. Grayson Allen hit the dagger shots.
It wasn't just that. They threw the kitchen sink with 8 minutes to go on Ja, and no one could stop him.
Remember Draymond's layup at the end of that game? Where it was,
I believe Iggy got a turn, Wiggins got a turn, Oubre might have got a turn, and then Draymond got a turn, and then Draymond called OT.
We had a call earlier today. Was it Coach and Vallejo? Coach and Vallejo yesterday, he's like, coming out of that game, I was really, for yesterday's loss, he's like, I really wanted Andrew Wiggins. I was like, I did not think of Andrew Wiggins once in yesterday's game against the Clippers.
But there was a specific time.
Andrew Wiggins isn't putting up 30 on that Clippers team. I'll tell you that right now. Jimmy Butler did.
But okay. You got Jimmy, so it's tough to and
he's not getting 9 assists like Jimmy Butler was yesterday.
But I'm saying defensively, you did miss a guy that could just stay in front of someone at the top of the key that doesn't need a second person sent over to double team.
Do you think Jimmy was bad defensively yesterday?
No,
I thought he was good.
No, but I'm saying why are you sending Steph over to double?
That's you got to ask the coach that.
The players. What was the game plan there? I don't get what they were doing.
Talking about the game plan,
you let Dunn get into the paint like that. It's curtains.
I'm sure the game plan wasn't to get out rebounded by 17, was it, Steve Kerr?
I thought that was the part of the game that the only part of the game really that bothered me a little bit. I thought there were 5 or 6 loose balls that we were very careless going after. One hand, I think Moses had one where it was a loose ball and he tried to retrieve with one hand. A couple times balls on the floor. We tried to bounce it instead of going in, and it's a great lesson. We'll show those those clips and remind the guys that the ball is gold. The ball is everything. So we've got to do everything possible to secure the loose balls and the rebounds.
Ball is life. If it's a Zubac, 17 boards. 17 boards yesterday, 4 offensive and 9 total offensive rebounds, and those second chance points ended up being the difference in the game as the Clippers go on to win 124-119. They are a playoff team. They'll be taking on the Denver Nuggets in the first round as the Warriors are now a play-in team. They are taking on the Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow. And it's going to be at Chase Center. And again, if you want to get tickets for that game, they will go on sale at Warriors.com today at 12 o'clock noon. So noontime, go ahead, go to Warriors.com, get your tickets for the play-in game tomorrow where Ja Morant in that grenade celebration. Hopefully he's not doing that a lot because that probably means you're going to be losing that game if he is. We got full phone lines, Joe. I want to hear from the people today. Do you? You want to hear from them?
Let's go.
Let's go. Jay is in the Bay. Kick it off here, Jay. How we doing? How we feeling after that loss yesterday as the Clippers get it done in overtime? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you guys for having me. This is Miss J from the Bay. I lost my voice screaming at that game yesterday. But number one, I thought DeSantos and Kuminga should have played yesterday. I love Looney to death, but the dude ain't got no lateral quickness. He ain't got no hops. He was barbecue chicken. The end of the game, Draymond missed that layup. My grandma could have hit that layup in her church shoes. Come on, Draymond. And then you got Steph Curry go run in the corner and crouch down and have a turnover. That's how I lost my damn voice. And then you got Buddy Hield at the end of the game taking a shot. If that ain't Harlem Globetrotters, I don't know what is. Play that music that lady had the other day. But I'm keeping hope alive. We gonna do this. That's all I got.
I needed that.
That was all time.
That was a great call.
That's a walk-off
That
right
was
there.
efficient.
Grandma in the church shoes? Draymond, you just got called out, my brother.
There's an art to playing in dress shoes.
There is. Do you play them? Hey, there's an art to playing flip-flops. Like, you go peak dad mode. You'll find this out, Joe. All white men, anyways, as parents, you turn into the same outfit. You got the shorts, and you got flip-flops, and you wear a polo.
I don't wear flip-flops.
What?
I don't wear flip-flops. I don't like how the flip-flops go between your toes. I don't like that. And plus, if you knew anything about me, you'd know that my truck or my car will always have a pair of tennis shoes and a ball and a glove and a bat. I always have all of the equipment with me at all times. Anyone who's one of my friends or family will tell you that the Shaskys don't just come to the park. We don't just show up to church. We have everything in the trunk at all times.
Also, flip-flops, really not great arch support and knowing your foot
That's
history.
true.
That's another good reason why you
Achilles-
should stay away from
Great
flip-flops.
call, Sam. Great chime in there. The Achilles just can't handle that. What do you wear to the beach? What do you like?
Oh, well, it's either the Birkenstock, plasticky thingies.
There you go. All right.
What's
So
wrong with
you're-
that?
You know, you're a Birkenstock.
Or I wear
honestly, it just says all I need to know about you. You're a Birkenstock.
They're called the Crocs slip-ons.
Yeah.
They're not the full
That's a
regular
tough look.
Crocs. They're a different kind, and I wear them all the time. I
There's
love
nothing
them.
tough about a Crocs
No,
look.
you're a Croc dad. That's
Crocs at the beach. That's what Crocs are made for.
No,
Yeah, they are.
that's
Because you can get them wet. You can
You're
walk
literally
in them.
hating on shoes for their purpose.
That's a tough look. The stock up, stock down right now in Circle of Trust for the Spadoni. If you're a Croc dad, you're kind of out of it right now. I'm not just.
I just don't like how they feel between my toes.
For the kids, it's okay. It's acceptable.
It's a SoCal look. Flip-flops and a jeans is a SoCal look.
I think you're off on this Croc takes.
No, I've lived in Northern California my entire life, and everyone still wears.
I'm a
flip-flops.
slides guy.
You wear flip-flops, Carter?
You know, here and there.
There you go. See, there you go. Carter's.
I'm kind of more on Shasky's team about it, though. Slides are better.
They are better. Like, I'm a slides guy. You're either, athletes or slides.
No,
non-athletes.
You know what? I'm sliding into AJ in LA right now, who's probably wearing some flip-flops right now. AJ, how are we feeling about that loss yesterday? Is it doom and gloom, or are you saying, you know what? Beat the Memphis Grizzlies. I'll take my chances against the Rockets. Good morning.
Well. What's up, gentlemen? Good morning. I wouldn't say it's doom and gloom, but tactically speaking, the Warriors are in trouble. Simply because, as I said it before, and I've said it many times, I do not trust Steve Kerr. The moderate head coaches, they're not going to lean into dwarf basketball when it counts. They're going to keep it simple. They're going to go to the basics. They're going to have their regular front court. They're going to have their regular back court. The Warriors don't have a shot, and they don't have a shot against Memphis because Memphis is not going to be stupid.
Wait, AJ, real quick.
Guys.
Did you say dwarf basketball? Like little?
He does play.
Like
he
little
plays,
people?
When he plays the small lineups is what he's alluding to, which he's correct. They do. That's why they went to a zone with like 5 minutes to go.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted him to explain.
Are you there?
No, he's gone. But I just wanted to say, I just started thinking about like the Hobbits in the starting five, like Frodo trying to do like jump shots. I don't know. But the Shire,
Tyrion Lannister,
the Shire and one.
It's inarguable that since Sean Livingston and Iguodala, you could play those guards. Like those are different guards than the guards that you're playing right now.
Those guys are big and long, and yeah,
exactly. Like Livingston was like 6'7", 6'8".
Huge. Their wingspans they're massive. Those
even
are
though
large,
Iguodala was, treated like a guard, really he was a small forward.
Right.
Like if we're being 100%.
There's a reason he's guarding LeBron.
But he could play 1 through 4 on
LeBron
offense,
stopper,
right?
yeah.
So like when you're playing Pods, like Pods is really a backup point guard.
He is.
Yes, at times he can play off guard, but you don't love that. And defensively, he gets too tight into people on the perimeter and they go by him. GP2 has not been the lateral defender that he was in years prior. He's actually been kind of slow moving laterally, and he got blown by multiple times yesterday. So when you play those three together, they went to a zone with them at the top. Like, you're asking for trouble.
There is something with, and again, I'm not here to crush Steve Kerr's coaching. It took them to overtime, and they lost to a very good and the hottest team in the league right now, Los Angeles Clippers team. Like, again, hats off to them. Kawhi was incredible. Zubac was incredible. James Harden was incredible. There's going to be moments in a game like this where you look back and say, the coaching decision, the turnovers, like, there's so many different things you can pinpoint, but there is something to Kerr in one-game scenarios where it just hasn't favored him very well. When I mentioned the 0-3 in play-in scenarios, I've mentioned in elimination game scenarios, it hasn't been great at times for him. So there is something there, but again, am I going to say he's not a big-time head coach? The guy's got 4 rings. Like, what? It speaks for itself. He's one of the greatest head coaches. He might be the greatest. Again, if we're just judging by rings, he's the greatest head coach in the history of Bay Area sports. Again, you want to put Bill Walsh there, you want to put Bruce Bochy there, absolutely. He's on the Mount Rushmore of coaches here in the Bay Area. Give him his flowers when he deserves them. So I guess, after yesterday, though, I'm not saying you can't criticize some of the like.
So let me ask you straight up.
Some people are mad about the DMP.
No, I hear you.
I'm driving in this morning. I was like, I'm not mad at that decision.
Now that we saw it play out, I don't think you should trust Looney and GP2 to the extent that he did in this next game. Now, I'm not saying don't go to them. Well, I'm saying maybe the hook is quicker, and maybe you need to give Moody an opportunity if GP2, down the stretch is unwilling to shoot. Maybe you go in the direction of a Gee or a JK or TJD or Quentin Post in favor of Looney if Looney can't, give you anything offensively. Like, I do think that you went with the muck it up squad and the veterans, and I get why, because they're trusted agents, but maybe in this next one, maybe you give somebody else an opportunity. I don't know.
Well, in that last game you had against, again, we'll preview Grizzlies tomorrow, but you mentioned Gary Payton, and I remember a takeaway from that game for you, though, Joe, was you needed GP2 out there with John Morant, and you didn't have him in that game.
No.
And you won. So, like, there's going to be moments, obviously, tomorrow where you're going to need him, and he didn't have Kuminga in that game against the Memphis Grizzlies. That's going to be another interesting wrinkle.
He was good.
He was good in that game.
He was good in that game.
He had, 19 minutes. He had 6 boards. I look at the box right now, just the box.
Yeah, what do you
4
have?
points. But the box score is not going to do it justice.
How about Quentin Post in that game?
Quentin Post in that game had 9 points. So he did score a little bit, but he healed at 8 points. It wasn't his greatest game. But the main takeaway of that one, obviously, was Steph.
Yeah, he had 50.
He had 52 in that game.
52. There you go.
52 in that one, and they outscored in the fourth quarter the Memphis Grizzlies 31-22, and that was the difference as they won by 9 points. And that was back on April Fool's Day, and now they're going to be seeing them tomorrow. 2 weeks later, it'll be officially 2 weeks since that game. No Jalen Wells.
I think that's a huge aspect to this one. We'll get to it tomorrow.
We'll get to that tomorrow. Tomorrow. We have a lot of people on the lines now that just want to get into yesterday's game. Rad is in Daly City.
What's up,
wants
Rad?
to join the conversation. Rad, how are you feeling about yesterday's loss? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm good. By the way, good morning to everyone there. So I'm still fuming, and by golly, I'm really very disappointed yesterday about this game because we should have won this game. Except, one of the things that I really like to point out, I know I heard you guys that, we don't want to criticize our coach, Steve, but I would today. I still feel that this is a coaching error in his part. Well, we have a lack of big man plus lack of another ball handler and scorer. I still think we should have started Kuminga to begin with instead of GP2. Kuminga has the height and also a scorer for this matter. So what happened to GB2? 2 points, and by golly, we Zubac actually dominated us. I mean, he was uncontested yesterday, and for the same reason why they have second, third, or fourth chances, that actually killed us. That's what it is.
Just to clarify, it's a good call. Just to clarify, GP2 did not start. It was Moody, Butler, Green, Pods, Curry.
Yeah.
They got off to a good start.
They did.
They were up
Rad.
double digits. Now that was quickly turned around.
Right.
I thought the second quarter by the Clippers, which we haven't gotten into, was a masterclass in pace.
Yes. Well, and how it ended, that Norman Powell 3, after Steph hit a 3-point shot, it's like, wow, we're going to go up big time. And then that kind of quieted the crowd, and little shots like that. As much as we talk about the Pajemski buzzer beater, right, against the Lakers and how big that was for momentum, taking a double-digit lead as opposed to a single-digit lead in Los Angeles, like a big shot like that, it's like, yeah, we're here too. And it quieted the crowd, and you're the Clippers, it's like, okay, we're right there. It's a couple-point game. That's the difference. And again, credit to them, man. Like, sometimes shooters shoot and they make big shots, and Hall of Famers make Hall of Fame plays. And Kawhi Leonard made big shots. And James Harden, as much as we all like to trash on him because of his playoff shortcomings,
I thought he was
yesterday was a playoff atmosphere and a playoff type of game. It was a shot for the playoffs. And he showed up and he scored 8 straight points to open up the overtime. 8 straight.
And 0 turnovers from him in the final 5 minutes plus the 5 minutes of overtime.
Yep, he did have 6 overall, but again, like when it mattered most.
None down the stretch.
None down
the stretch.
39 points for James Harden yesterday. He was incredible.
He really was.
He's a top 75 player for a reason. He won an MVP.
The 2 plays that just, God, they bugged me so much. The GP2 foul on Harden, which was unnecessary, which gave him the 3 free throws, and then late in the third quarter, he got an offensive foul on Draymond Green where he just completely flopped.
Yeah.
It was just so like, come on, man.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Maybe we'll go to Laughing Monk later today because just look how beautiful it is out there. God, it's gorgeous still in the Bay Area. Spring is officially here, and summer is going to be approaching very, very soon. Are the Warriors going to be a part of that? Are they going to be playing in May, maybe into June? Well, it's got to start tomorrow. Try to get a job done tomorrow. And if you can't, well, you're going to be playing on Friday. And do you want to be playing either the Kings in an elimination game scenario or the Mavericks? I don't think so. Take care of business tomorrow. Everything will be okay. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View, one of our regulars. We love you, Jan. Jan, how are we feeling this morning? Good morning.
Well, I'm doing okay. I'm just a little disappointed, but I just like to know why Kerr didn't put Santos in there. I mean, you're talking about players that can hustle after balls and loose balls and try to get the rebounds. And also Kuminga, he could have been used in there to perhaps at the end of the game or near the middle of the game to help out the other, the veteran players by throwing them an alley-oop and putting the ball down. I mean, other ways of scoring, just, not threes all the time, for heaven's sakes. And when you got Zubac in there that was really guarding that glass, I would have thought Kuminga could have been in there and helped out a lot better on, like I said, an alley-oop or Santos trying to get some extra rebounds.
Thank you, Jan. Hey, Jan, we're up against it. I didn't mean to cut you off there. You're on fire. Jan's cooking. She's a little upset. She's heated. That's heated for Jan. That's Jan at like a 7 or an 8. She's upset about that. She wanted to see more Guy Santos. No, don't call him Guy Sanchez. Guy Santos didn't play yesterday. Oh, and Jonathan Kuminga got a DNP. How are we feeling about that, Dub Nation? A DNP for JK. Will we see that tomorrow? I don't think so, but it's going to be very interesting to monitor how he looks. Again, the microscope's always going to be on that guy no matter what. The fact of the matter is, you went to overtime without him, and there was moments where you should have won the game. You were up 4 with 2 minutes to go. Like, come on. Like, it's not going to come down to Jonathan Kuminga.
Or Guy. Like, I'm not trying to dismiss her, but like, to think that at the beginning of the year, the 7 minutes from Guy Santos is going to make or break a play-in. Like, come on. Like, this is on the stars.
Let's get to it on the other side.
This is on the guys making big bucks.
TC, Sean, Doug, we'll get you on the other side. 888-957-9570. Clippers 124, Warriors 119. Come on back and Spinoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
the hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go, Oscar in Stockton. That wasn't Dr. Seuss. No. That wasn't insert poet's name. That wasn't William Shakespeare. That was Oscar in Stockton waxing poetically about the haters. Yeah, they wait to hate. He's not sleeping on the Dubs. He's got the Dubs tomorrow. He says, I like my chance against the Rockets. Hell, he likes his chances against the Oklahoma City Thunder, but it's not going to come down to that. Well, it might, but I think they'll handle business tomorrow and then play the Rockets. But for now, we'll worry about tomorrow. Let's worry about today. We're reacting to the Clippers' 124-119 win at Chase Center yesterday. Went to overtime, and the Stars showed out yesterday. Steph had some big moments. Harden had some big moments. Kawhi Leonard, big moments. Zubac, Warriors killer, big moments, and none bigger than Harden taking over overtime, scoring 8 straight points for the Clippers there, as, again, they win 124-119. And what are the takeaways yesterday for you at 888-957-9570?
So, we get all of these criticisms of Steve Kerr from the 925. GP2 did not need 25 minutes for a non-offensive player. 415. What's up with Steve Kerr? Why isn't Kerr playing Santos and Kuminga? Wake up, Steve Kerr. And then you get another 415. Stop with the JK nonsense. He's a non-factor. He can't shoot. He has no handles and is a liability. The very next text. Yes, JK minutes would have made a huge difference. Seriously? We're all over the place. What I don't see, and we're just talking about it. I don't see anybody questioning, why Draymond Green smoked a layup late in that game. I'm not seeing anybody question some really bad possessions by the whole 5 that were out there and Steph Curry with some awful turnovers late in that game. Chris Dunn picked his pocket. He dribbled into traffic. Well. He had the intercepted pass that Kawhi picked off at the end of regulation and then dribbled into traffic into the corner in overtime. I mean,
Chris Dunn wasn't the best player yesterday for the Clippers, but he might have been the most important. If you're doing the scouting report, if you're Steve Kerr, okay, Kawhi, Zubac, Harden, Chris Dunn was 4-4. He was perfect. He had 3 of 3 from beyond the arc. They dared him to shoot. He made them 11 points, and he had 6 assists. He was great yesterday.
He was great yesterday.
And I think that's another thing where you look at the end, it's man, Chris Dunn, you know what? Just like other teams when they sag off Draymond or pods and they make their shots, all right, we'll tip our cap. They're doing that. They did the same thing with Chris Dunn yesterday, and he made them pay.
And I thought that the Clippers haven't gotten enough credit this morning. Harden was excellent. Kawhi was excellent. Zubac was dominant in the paint and crushed them. So, I want to hear from everybody. There is an element of, I know that Steph was awesome, and you probably don't take the lead late in this game without Steph Curry on a variety of levels. But after, they had 2 really poor possessions, and he attributed to those. After taking the lead, and you come up empty and you don't even get a shot off on the final 2 possessions of the game for you in regulation, you're not winning that game.
All right. You brought up Kuminga. We have the cuts. Let's just get through it. Let's rip the Band-Aid off, if you will. By the way, I ripped the Band-Aid off, and I burnt my pinky in the oven this weekend. It looks pretty gnarly.
How'd you do that?
Injury report?
Yeah, I should have been on the injury report. You see it right here, Joe? It's Rudy Gosling showing it to you. Yeah, it looks more crazy than it is, but the DiGiorno pizzas are like pizzas in the oven.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I grazed myself. I got a little too overzealous when I was putting it in, and I burnt myself.
Got 450 degrees. Next time.
Yeah, I should have, but you just like to slide it on in there. It's easy. I pushed, but I got too
Gary
hot.
Payton, he needed a glove.
Thank you. They needed Gary Payton Sr. yesterday at times. That's a fact. Kerr, why don't you play Kuminga?
We've just found a group, with since Jimmy got here that we're pretty comfortable with. Guy didn't play either. Guy's been our highest plus minus guy over the last 2 months. Both he and JK have been really impactful players for us, and doesn't mean they're out of the loop, going forward. It's just this is how this game played out.
That's how that game played out. Hey, Stephen Curry, he has some words of wisdom to one Jonathan Kuminga, and here they are.
Just to be ready. It's the test of a young player in this league, and especially with our team. You never know when your moment will be there at the brightest and highest of moments. So it wasn't his time tonight. And, against Memphis, it could be a game where he makes his presence felt. So don't let noise outside of the locker room, the attention that might come from it, distract you from your ability to make an impact when your number is called. So we saw this summer, DNPs are all over the place. You got to be able to be ready.
There you go. DNP's all over the place. He's
talking Jason Tatum?
Well, exactly who he's talking about. Jason Tatum of the gold medal game. It was easy enough for Steph to say as he was the hero of the Olympics. It was a little shot, though, at Jason Tatum in Boston, maybe, who was giving Steve Kerr a lot of flack for not playing him in the Olympics.
The reason why I it's not that I scoff at it, but I'm kind of exhausted by the whole conversation is JK didn't play yesterday. Now, there's an argument to be made that, okay, maybe he could have helped a little, which, all right, maybe he could have been worse. I don't know. Right? But he didn't play yesterday. And I think that takes away from the game that I actually watched, where the guys that were playing didn't execute and made some plays and then didn't make some plays. And, I always struggle with you should have gone to this guy at this point. All right, well, what do you know that we don't know? I'm talking about the coaching staff, right? I don't know. I don't know what he knows that I don't know. Did I love GP2 out there to close the game? Not really. I would have probably rolled with Moses Moody. That being said, I get why he trusts GP2. It's been his guy for a while now.
Moses was really good defensively to start off that game. When they started going that run, he was hounding them defensively.
Yes.
Whether it was Harden, whether it was Kawhi, he was getting up in people's grills.
But he hasn't shot well.
No.
That being said, though,
he was 2 of 4 yesterday. He didn't shoot enough.
No, but I'm saying over the last 15 games, he has not shot well.
You're right.
But I think my bigger thing is that he's a guy who will shoot. And I think that you needed a couple of willing shooters late in that game to space the floor.
And maybe he was saying from Moses that he wasn't shooting the ball enough, or he didn't want to, impact that game in that way from the field. Let's go to Sean in LA, wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. No guest today. It's Reaction Monday. All day long, we're going to be reacting to this loss. The Warriors are not a playoff team. They are a play-in team currently. They can become a playoff team with a win tomorrow against Memphis, and we'll be talking about that game. Trust me, all day tomorrow. It's going to be Ja, it's going to be JJJ, it's going to be Draymond Green, Steph Curry, breaking down that matchup and previewing it. And again, all of that coverage leading up to the game and the actual game right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors. Sean, what's going on, man? How are we feeling about that loss?
Hi, how's it going, guys? Love you guys. Great show you guys always do. I appreciate your positivity and little upbeatness today, because I'm definitely suffering from a little doom and gloom.
Me too.
Quickly before this loss, we mentioned the worst losses, the Spurs, and then also when they traded Wiggs and they lost that Jazz game and they were up 10 with 2 minutes left. Yeah, that one stung too. I still remember that.
I totally forgot about that game. Good call.
Yeah, no, that was there were a lot of those, but that one was memorable. But yeah, as far as the Clippers go, Shasky, thank you for mentioning the Draymond layup, because whenever you have an open layup and you try to jump into somebody and draw a foul, oh man, I just think that's like a b-ball crime, So in that sense, I'm happy the refs didn't reward him, because I would love to just never see that again. But yeah, I wish he didn't do that. I don't think anybody should blame Curry just because of him being the offensive engine. And that fourth quarter and overtime, man, it felt like everybody else was scared to shoot the ball. So, yeah, it's just hard to blame Curry at that point when everybody else on the offensive end just looks really tight down the stretch.
I don't think I'm blaming him. I think it's more just he did a couple of he dribbled into the corner and got double teamed, and I'm sure he'll be the first to say, I just can't do that. There were a couple plays that he made because he's trying to make something happen where it just, I don't know. I felt like they got desperate because of the others and also not stepping up.
Both Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry tied each other with 20 field goal attempts for a team high there, and it felt like I could have gotten more from either of them, but specifically Jimmy Butler, I would have liked to see him more, because his game, what do we talk about with playoff Jimmy or play-in Jimmy now, I guess? The one-on-one game. Yeah. The ability to get a jump shot. That's what we loved about Kevin Durant. And Kevin Durant's different because he can jump over everyone with his size and his length. And that was the element that you loved when it was the Kevin Durant Warriors, because he can just get a shot. If you need to calm things down, KD can handle the ball, get to his spot, and get a bucket. Jimmy Butler can do that too. Not from the range of Kevin Durant, but whether it's in the mid post, whether it's just on the block, whether it's just sizing up someone, because he did it at times to start the fourth quarter. He did. They get a one-on-one. I think it was against Norman Powell. Yeah. Just a little back down, just a little jump fade away. Boom, right there. I wouldn't have minded that a couple times in a couple specific moments yesterday, slowing things down and not being so frenetic, because as you alluded to, Steph getting frenetic, getting double teamed, and then he throws it to Pods with 5 seconds left, a grenade. It's just then he travels. There's big moments throughout the game yesterday where again, I'm not crushing Jimmy Butler. I thought Jimmy Butler was amazing. That is what I wanted from him.
Yeah, but I want the ball in his hand.
Right. I wanted more of it. It was so good. I actually wanted more of Jimmy Butler.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Now, I have a hard time crushing Pods for that late shot clock violation where he traveled because it's a tough play. He made a great floater.
Yeah.
Missed the free throw, but made a great floater for an and one. Hit a big three. I mean, a big three to cut it.
19 points yesterday, 7 of 11. He was very efficient. Got to the line. He did a little bit of everything. 4 assists, 7
But here's
boards.
what we're talking about. We're talking about, and these are the guys that played in the fourth quarter and overtime. We're talking about Buddy, right? We're talking about Kevon Looney. We're talking about GP2. And then Draymond and Steph. They all missed or were reluctant to take bunnies, floaters, and layups. And yet, Steph had the layup where he was wide open. And instead of coming down with it and going right back up, I think he was feeling that there was going to be pressure. He tried to catch and go up all in one motion, missed that layup. Draymond going for contact, misses that layup. GP2, unwilling to shoot, reluctantly takes a layup, passes up multiple other ones. Kevon Looney passing up a layup. We're talking about those specific instances, which is tough. In a one possession game, you're always going to hyper focus.
We're hyper focusing on everything, but really the rat on the table brought to you by Echo. Shout out Guru. Hey buddy, just make a three. Make a three. Sometimes it comes down to make a shot. And
you the last shot or talking about any shot?
Talking about any shot, but the last shot in particular was a good look.
It was.
And he's one of the best 3-point shooters on the team. Make a damn shot. That sometimes it comes down to that. He was 3 of 7, 2 of 6 overall, 8 points. Wasn't good enough yesterday for them. It wasn't. He was getting hunted on defense too.
It's
sometimes it's just as simple as that. Make a damn shot.
No, I hear
an open look.
But up four with a minute and a half to go, and if you're going to ice the game and go slow, you got to get a shot up.
Yeah.
You got to get a shot up, right?
And so you can't just milk it and have nothing at the end there. You can't just milk, turnover. What are we doing here?
Well, and look, I love Steph. But Steph, not only did he get his pocket picked, he had the turnover in the corner. The one that was probably after the missed layup, he doesn't hustle back. I'm not sure what happened because the screen doesn't show it. He doesn't get back on defense either because he fell or whatever. And Harden hits the 3 in overtime. That was a big play.
Huge.
The first bucket, Fitz literally said it on the possession floor. These games, whoever scores first in overtime seems to always win. I was like, gosh.
Doug is in Berserkly, wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Doug, how are we feeling about that loss yesterday, man? Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, guys. Obviously not feeling good. How can you feel good? I've been listening to you guys for a while, waiting to get on. And I have to say, a lot of the comments have been pretty good this morning. They often are. And
are you in a haunted mansion, Doug? You got chimes going on in the background, Doug. You okay?
One, to the people who are saying, why didn't they play Kuminga? Why didn't they play, other guys? Kerr gets stuck in what he decides to do, and that's it. We've seen it over the years. We should know that by now. It wasn't Kerr who came up with, let's play Iggy on LeBron back in the first, championship. It was one of the assistants. Kerr gets stuck. The second thing is, and it's the rat on the table, it's the elephant in the room. I'm sitting at a bar yesterday, and my buddy and I, we turned to each other. We go, when is Steph Curry going to make a turnover in the fourth quarter? Because it's going to happen. Why don't we ever? And Shasky, you stole my thunder this morning because everything that you've been saying, Steph does this, and Kerr lets the team get away with these turnovers. We don't have the 14-15 team. We don't have the team with Kevin Durant. These guys need to be more disciplined. Steph made 8 turnovers. Winning teams make 8 turnovers in a game. I think a lot of times he scores 36 points, you can subtract the turnovers. His plus minus isn't that great. And I love Steph. He'd be the first guy I'd pick if I was picking up sides. But it drives me crazy. It's driven me crazy even our winning years.
You're not
Thanks,
alone.
Doug, who powered through. Didn't have time for our banter at all. He just says, no, I'm getting to my point.
That was Doug came to do work today. Shout out to Doug.
He stiff-armed me like Derrick Henry on a defender when I tried to stop him.
No tomfoolery from you.
That was exactly like last night. The Warriors shot clock was winding down, and we were trying to force it to Steph. Save us, Steph. You're our only hope.
There you go. Thank you, Princess Leia. We watched Return of the Jedi twice this past weekend.
Twice.
Young Benjamin loves him some some Darth Vader.
Little Ewoks?
He just likes Darth Vader. He thinks he's cool. He thinks the whole dynamic of Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader is like the coolest thing ever. Wait, yeah, that's Anakin, right? He thinks it's so cool. And no, Nora likes the Ewoks. She likes Princess Leia, of course. She's a very girly girl, so she loves that. But she's very into also Darth Vader. She likes that too.
Best part of that movie is when Chewie comes in with the, is it AT-AT, or the AT-AT, or whatever the heck it is, and they pop the top off, and it's Chewie.
No, the best moment, we'll get to actual sports, is when they're all ready to die at the Sarlacc pit, and Luke is saying to Han, he's like,
bounces back?
No, when he says, I was born here, and then Han says, you're going to die here, That's the best line of the whole movie.
The way Luke jumps off the diving board and then back in, and then R2-D2 throws the that is a great scene.
TC.
Not the bikini scene.
No, relax. Slave Leia, let's keep it in. Yeah, relax over there. TC is in SAC, who's got a big game against the Dallas Mavericks in a couple days. Yeah, out at Golden One Center. I know TC's fired up for that. But good morning, TC. Your thoughts on the game last night. How we feeling?
Hey, my thoughts. Hey, listen, we both got big games coming up, big dog, and I still stand on that, right? I'm not going to, predict too much, but I said it in the beginning that we both going to be in the playoffs, man. But I'll leave that for after tomorrow. We'll talk about it. I just really called in, bro, to talk about the whole Kerr situation. I know Kerr has his faults, right, y'all? But at the same time, I'm with you, Spadoni. He's the most respected coach in the Bay Area. Everybody gives the high-level loser Kyle Shanahan all these flowers, and he hasn't won nothing. And everybody act like he won 10 championships. But Kerr won 4, and everybody act like he didn't win none. That's all I have to say. I'm not even a Warriors fan. Y'all know I'm a Kings fan, bro, but I have to call on that one because I have to tie it in with Kyle Shanahan. Everybody gives that dude flowers, and he hasn't won jack.
There you go. All. Shout out Jack's Restaurant Bar. You don't know Jack, right? There
Somehow
you go.
It always comes back to Shanahan.
There you go. Well, it does. But again, Doug and Berkeley was trying to blame Steve Kerr. Well, the turnover problem. I was like, yeah, that's the player thing though. Steph has been around a long ass time. Take care of the ball, dude. It's not Steve Kerr. He can't go out there and say, Steph, you really gotta take care of the ball more. He says that all the time after these games. You can only teach, and you're a coach, Joe. It's ultimately on the player at some point. You could preach and practice it all you want. Ball control, like fumbling in the NFL. There is something where, if you're, not a good enough player, hey, Melvin Gordon, you're going to get benched. Yeah, we're not giving you the ball anymore. Steph is an all-time top 10 player in the history of the sport. He's got to handle the ball a lot. You got to take care of it, man. Steve Kerr can't blame. Is Steve Kerr going to bench Steph because of the turnovers? No, he's not going to do that.
They tried to run a pick and roll. I think when he's getting blitzed like he is, it's imperative that the guys that you have alongside of him are threats on offense. Right. And so I think that when they brought up Jimmy Butler to set a screen, a high pick and roll, Jimmy rolled to the hoop. Well, Steph was driving to the hoop. So now all 5 defenders are collapsing. And that's the one where he turned through the turnover and Kawhi was playing the passing lane. On other times, Zubac can leave his guy and go clamp on him in that short corner. Because that, to me, when you're teaching youth basketball, it's hey, anything in the corner is a death trap. You are going to go there on defense. We're going to trap. On offense, we're going to try to avoid that. And, going to the corner there's nowhere to go. And when you're smaller than those guys, they clamped them. So I thought the Clippers had a great game plan. And the guys that they play alongside them, they knew, hey, I'm laying off you. Look, Draymond can hit 53s in a row. He'll always be deemed a non-shooter.
Correct. They'll always leave him open.
GP2 can hit 53s in a row. He'll always be deemed a non-shooter. Yep. How many times did he catch the ball in the paint, whether it's a foot in from the free throw line or deeper, and he was afraid to shoot it?
There was a possession late. I can't recall if it was overtime or the fourth quarter, but he had the ball, and no one was with Zubac was 4 or 5 feet away from him, under the basket. Just pull up and shoot a mid-range.
But that's where the Warriors don't have the big man to be the dunker spot, to be the alley-oop, right? It's Draymond or somebody. Now it's Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney is just not a threat on offense at all.
This is a shooting league. That should be a high percentage shot
when you have
for anyone.
3 guys packed in the paint. I guess where I'm going is Jimmy's going to be treated as a non-shooter. Dre's going to be treated as a non-shooter. And then you're playing him alongside some variation of Pods, GP2, Looney, They're all deemed non-shooters. So this is why I go back to, I think Moody has to take one of those guys' spots. Even if he's not shooting well, I think you kind of have to write it out. If it's not him, maybe it's Quentin Post. I don't know. But it's got to be someone who at least they have to honor from beyond the arc.
Moses needs to step up. It is the week of Passover, as we know, so we're going biblical again. So I'm expecting big things out of Moses Moody tomorrow and the rest of the week, hopefully.
But Joe, here's where it gets complicated. They also need those guys on the defensive side. So GP2 is playing because of defense. And when he gets smoked by James Harden and he's not bringing anything offensively, it's like, look, you can't foul him, allow 3 different layup attempts in the fourth quarter and overtime, and foul him from three-point land. Like, you have to be so good defensively that I can overlook the offense. So that's why I would probably lean Moody, because at least I know he's going to give me a little bit of both, even though I would lean GP2 when it comes to defense.
I think we're both in agreement there. I just wonder, and again, that's the ultimate question, right? His confidence in the shot right now, because he has not been shooting it well these last few weeks. Prior to that, he was great. He just kept throwing double figures, was efficient. And I do think, like, if he gets early in the game, a 3 here or there, like a couple threes, he didn't hit a 3 yesterday, but if he makes a couple of those, it just changes everything. Same with a guy like Gary Payton. Get involved early. I think Quentin Post only had 1 shot attempt. Get these guys involved early. Like, they talked a lot about, Draymond and Steph, like, telling Paz to shoot more and more and more. And it worked for him. He finally got that confidence up to where he's getting double-digit field goal attempts every single game, and the efficiency's been there. Start talking about with these other guys, too, the Moody's of the world, Post. Like, get those up.
We haven't had a, like, if you're going to play Post, you're just going to have to, like,
he's got to shoot.
Yeah, he's got to shoot. But, like, I was thinking, I probably wouldn't have done it, but, like, is TJD the worst option when Dre went to the bench in the middle of the fourth quarter?
I was thinking
Looney
TJD
just can't guard Zubac.
Yeah, no, I was thinking.
I don't even, maybe TJD can't either, because I just, they don't have that guy.
No. We got our guy here. It's Uncle Gene in Oakland. Long time no hear from Uncle Gene. I did hear Gene had a very nice soliloquy about one Steve Kerr. After Kerr was on last week with Willard and Dibbs, he had a very nice kind of like send-off message for him, which I appreciated. Uncle Gene, you're on the Morning Roast. How we doing, man?
Doing fine. Yeah, thank you for that. It was heartfelt. It spur of the moment, but it's feelings I've had towards him all along. I just think he needs to be, really appreciated for the great coach he's been and what he's done for this franchise. So, anyways, but turning to this game, so. I had the grandkids watching the game with me yesterday, and I said at the beginning, I said, listen, guys, if they at least play these guys tough, if it's a real tight game to the end, even if we lose, I will not be devastated. I'll be disappointed, obviously, but I still think they'll have a shot. In fact, who knows? Maybe this will be a blessing in disguise. We take care of Memphis tomorrow, which I believe we will. Then we get Houston, and frankly, I'm one of those who would rather start with Houston than all of a sudden, get thrown into the pit with the Lakers. So I'm still hopeful. Memphis is a weaker team. Yesterday, LA showed itself to be a bit better than us. We really needed a game for Curry, and unfortunately, the poor man is exhausted. You could see the fatigue. Mm-hmm. 8 turnovers is indicative of just how tired he is. So he gave it his all, gave it his best, but there was no gas left in the tank at the end. Once again, Memphis is not LA, so we ought to be able to take care of them even without a game for Curry. Moving forward, though, if we expect to get deep into the playoffs, we're going to need some of those game 4s, and I'm not sure he's got anything left in the tank for that. So wait and see.
Thanks, Gene. That's Gene in Oakland, 888-957-9570. Biggest takeaway from yesterday's L yesterday. And how concerning of a loss was it for you going forward if they indeed do go on a run here? It starts tomorrow if that's going to be the case. They got to take care of business tomorrow. And if not, then you're flirting with disaster, because if you lose on Friday, your season's over. And if you win, you're taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder, which I am not signing up for. I do not want that at all. Rockets, give me. I like my chances there. Against the Thunder, I know you've had some success in the regular season against them, and it hasn't looked, it hasn't gotten away from you. The youth and the legs, if we're going back to that, as Gene is saying there, like the minute allocation and all that, you do not want any of that against the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are young, big, and athletic, and would like nothing more than a grinded out series against you, because they have fresher legs. And when it's all said and done, they will be fresh. And they've been, kind of resting some guys here in these last few weeks because they've locked up the number one. But again, none of that matters if you win tomorrow against the Memphis Grizzlies. Talking about the minutes, though, Jimmy Butler played 48. He got kneed from Kawhi on the quad. All eyes on there. That was the injury report today.
That was a sick block, by the way.
It was great.
They went straight up.
And that's not easy to do on Kawhi Leonard, who is a big man. Here's Jimmy Butler.
His shoulders.
You're huge.
No, he has the most muscular shoulders I've ever seen.
Like Kawhi going from San Diego State to the league and him just getting working on a jump shot, because that was kind of like the missing part of it. He just didn't have a jumper at all. Like that was the last part of his game, and still beyond the arc, you're gonna let him shoot the 3 ball, but when he's hitting it, it's deadly. He's incredible. Talk about physical specimens. Why it sucks that he's been hurt for so long, but you saw it yesterday. A healthy Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers team, maybe they're a dark horse if he stays healthy.
If he hits that shot to end the game in regulation.
I called it. I thought he was going to. I
think that we are having a completely different conversation regarding the end of regulation sequence where Draymond fouled him.
Yeah.
They were very lucky to even get to overtime.
I was talking about the minute allocation, though, yesterday. 48 minutes for Jimmy Butler. He talked about it. If he knew that was the plan going into the game.
I mean, I would like to hope so. Whatever it takes to win at this point for everybody. If 48's needed, 50's needed, then you got to be able to do it. We did it, so we back to the drawing boards. We got an important one on Tuesday.
He's a no excuse guy. There's literally a meme of Jimmy Butler giving it his all, going up against the Lakers in that bubble championship. It was the meme of him just exhausted. That's the lasting image of Jimmy Butler I have in a Miami Heat uniform, him just being exhausted and putting everything he's got on the line, which again, he did yesterday. He had 30 points. He was pretty damn good, but wasn't good enough overall as the Clippers win 124-119. But overall, I thought it was an encouraging performance from him because we've been calling on it, Joe. How many times have we been asking? More field goal attempts, be more decisive. I feel like you're lingering too much. I feel like you're just kind of going through the motions too much on offense.
But he was so tired down the stretch, I wanted to see him maybe bring the ball up the floor.
Too tired. It's 10 more minutes than anyone else there. The minute allocation, between Steph and Draymond, maybe you got to start tomorrow. What's it going to be? Are you throwing another 48 minutes tomorrow potentially? Again, remember, they needed 50 from Steph to beat the Grizzlies last time. And the Grizzlies, say what you want, they're going to command a lot on defense.
And they sat everyone yesterday?
They won, but did they sit in everyone yesterday? They might have. They might be fresh heading into this one. I mean, I know they're already going to be fresh because they've already, they're younger first and foremost. They're John and Jaren Jackson Jr. both under 25, right? So yeah, they're big boys. Are going to be ready tomorrow. They're going to be ready, and they've won there. They've won at Chase Center in a playing scenario. They're not going to be afraid.
Is his dad going to be sitting courtside?
He's going to be sitting next to Dunleavy and Joe Lacob hanging out.
This is a first-year coach. I mean, he's first-month coach.
Coach Tomas.
We cannot lose this game tomorrow.
Yeah, basically all the big wigs on the Grizzlies sat yesterday.
And they blew out whoever they played. It didn't really matter.
Mavericks.
Yeah, it didn't really matter.
So Friday was way more difficult than it needed to be, which drove me nuts. And then Sunday was possibly the worst possible outcome in that you tried so hard. Jimmy played almost the whole game, and it went to overtime. And then he got quadded or hit in the quad.
Quadded.
I mean, it's just, we're going quadding.
Let's go. Sorry. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco.
We're going skinny
and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Streaking. Now we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Shout out Old School, man. That's such a good, it still is.
You're my boy,
great.
Blue.
You're my boy.
Such an all-timer. I don't know if we have time. Bed Bath & Beyond tomorrow.
I'm the Dean Pritchard. The more you get older and you get in a relationship like that, the more you realize you turn into Frank the Tank. And then you don't want to go full Frank the Tank, but you want to go relationship Frank. Jason is in Concord. He has thoughts on that loss yesterday. Again, sucks to lose that way. It's not doom and gloom for me, though, Jason. I'm just going to say that right now. It's beautiful outside. The birds are chirping. I'm seeing some pelicans fly across here. It's not over yet, albeit it was a tough loss. Good morning, Jace. How we doing?
Good morning. Yes, I agree. It's not over yet. But you know what? Let me go back to those games that when the Warriors go down to the level of their opponent, too many times, most recently against San Antonio Spurs, it's still painful I can't get over it today. And that's where we put our position right now. That's where we are because of games that we were supposed to take care of at home. Last night, we were up 11, 12 points, somewhere around the late third quarter. At home, too much at stake. I really thought, no way we're going to blow this up. This is for a playoff. We up. We at home. too much to play for. No way. Too much experience. Steph, we got Jimmy Butler, playoff Jimmy. No way we blowing this up, and sure enough, we did. You know what? Draymond Green, Stemet, go get that layup, dude. Don't lean over. You don't need to do that. Go get that layup. Stephen Curry, greatest player, greatest shooter of all time. Too many turnovers yesterday. 8 turnovers. That's way too many in big game like that. You know what? At the end of the day, I'm very pissed off. To be honest with you, painful. But at the end of the day, if I have a choice, I would take the Rockets. Then way more than I would love to see the Lakers. Lakers might not be a good matchup for us.
I agree.
Let's do it.
I agree, Jason. It might be a blessing in disguise. I know Joe was waxing poetically on Friday. Give me the Lakers. Give me the Lakers. No, give me the Rockets. Give me Ime Udoka, a.k.a. Suge Knight and Death Row Records. I'll take my chances there with Dylan Brooks and Freddie Van Vliet and all of them. By the way, speaking of the game tomorrow, you know where you can get your tickets? Well, starting at 12 o'clock today. Yes, 12 o'clock. You got to wait till then. 12 o'clock noon. Warriors.com has got your tickets starting then for Grizzlies, Warriors, Ja Morant, Stephen Curry, live at Chase Center. And again, we'll have all that coverage right here on 95.7 The Game leading up to the game itself, and after the game. Again, you're home for Golden State Warriors basketball. You don't want to go anywhere else when it comes to playoff, play-in talk, other than right here on 95.7 The Game. Talking about playoff Jimmy, well, Steph was asked if he saw playoff Jimmy yesterday.
Yeah, he was aggressive, and I mean, he does what the game calls for. Like, I don't think there's anything premeditated of, I need to shoot every possession now, or I need to play make now, or where that balance is. He just reads the game, and he understood the way that they were defending us in the perimeter. He could get advantages on ISOs. You know, him looking for a shot is great for us, and his aggressiveness opened up a lot of other things over the course of the game. So I'm sure we'll see more of it.
That was Steph yesterday on playoff Jimmy. Well, they're going to need play-in Jimmy, who's had success in the play-in, but the Warriors have had none. 0-3 all-time. Something real quick on that. Something or nothing. 0-3 all-time in play-in games.
It's something until it is nothing.
Different teams, different scenarios.
It's something until it is nothing,
okay.
Right?
All right, fair enough. All right. I throw that out there. Some people scoff. It's like a small sample size.
GP2,
I get it.
Looney, Dre, Steph. GP2 might not have been on that team, but I thought he was.
Pods was on the team last year in Kuminga. Yeah, Pods and Kuminga last year. They've played in the
but I'm talking about going back to the original.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
I don't think GP2 was on that original team. I think he was on 2022 team.
Correct. He was on the season after that because that was the year
it was
they won.
Looney, Steph, and Dre. That's really who it is.
And now it's Matthew in Canada who wants to join the conversation. How we doing, Matthew? How we feeling about that loss? It's not the end of the world. You got the Grizzlies tomorrow, but are you a little disappointed this morning?
I mean, I was feeling good this morning, and then I remembered what happened, and then I remembered what we did last time in the plane versus the Grizzlies with that open floater to go to overtime. And I thought about last night's game again. And the thing that stuck out to me was Podziemski's minutes, Moody's minutes, and Payton's minutes. Now, Pods played 5 more minutes than Curry. I don't know, like Gary Payton to close out the game was getting torched on almost every possession, which I thought is something Moody could have done better, which he was in the first half, which is why I was confused as to why he wasn't playing. You know, Moody makes good decisions. He rips the ball. He's got a long wingspan. He blocks the ball. He was doing everything right last night, in my opinion, outside of the shooting, which is something Gary Payton doesn't really have either, which is why I was confused. If you're watching Payton get torched for like 12 minutes straight, why not put Moody in? See, I think they need Moody more than they needed Gary Payton in that game.
Well, fair enough. And we agree on this. Like, I wanted more from Moody from the shooting and defensively, especially late in that game with the size. And I get it. You always say GP2 plays bigger than his size, plays bigger than his size. No, like Moody's been tenacious defensively. Like, say what you will about his shot. Like, he has not lost anything on the defensive side of the ball, Joe. Like, he has been that guy. And you saw early in that game when the Warriors got punched a little bit early from the Clippers, got down, 6, 8 points, whatever it was. And then they flipped the script. Moody was a big part of that. A lot of forced turnovers.
He's just bigger.
Opportunistic. Bigger guy.
And I think Harden...
And I trust his shot way more. I know he hasn't been shooting it well, but who do you trust in shooting the ball more? Gary Payton or Moses Moody?
Well, I thought that...
Which one? No,
I want Moody.
Thank you.
But I feel like his length was actually giving Harden some fits.
Yes.
I really do.
He was getting irritated in that first half.
Yeah, I think the size, it's not about speed against him. It's about size.
Yeah.
And... it felt like to me when Kawhi stripped Moses in the backcourt on that one play where he was like struggling to get it. It's just I could feel like, all right, I'm going to give him the quick hook. And it's like, God, come on.
He did play 30 minutes, but again, not enough. Like if you're playing 30 minutes and you're playing that many, 2 of 4 field goal attempts ain't going to cut it. Like for Draymond, he can play 38 and like have 9 and be single digits. That for Moses, that can't happen. Not in that starting
just
lineup.
Keep shooting.
Yes, exactly. Not with like hell with like Looney's field goal attempts to Quentin Post, all that. No, you're getting 30 minutes from the starting lineup. You need to shoot. You just need to, quite frankly. I don't care if you're not feeling it from beyond the arc. The only way you're going to get back into rhythm is shooting the ball more going forward. So,
Joe, because of the GP2 pod Steph kind of, backcourt, you played zone. I don't know if I like zone against them.
No,
they've got stretch shooters. They've got ISO guys.
College thing, like
they're
zone.
fast.
Like they were doing zone prior to Jimmy B. Remember they were doing that.
Look,
prior
I know
to Jimmy
Norman Powell
Butler being
cooled
in.
off. He's still a really good 3-point shooter.
He is,
right. And Zubac is a really good player in the dunker spot.
And Chris Dunn, you were already leaving open. He was killing you guys. He had 3 of 3.
I don't think you go zone for the final 5 minutes if Moody's out there.
Steve Kerr on how the guys look at the game coming out of yesterday's loss yesterday. This is where the head coach and the team is at going forward.
Big time basketball game. I mean, that's one of the best teams in the NBA, and so are we. That's how I look at it. Great game. High level stuff. Stars being stars. We came up short, but not for a lack of effort. A lot of great execution. A lot of stuff that was very impressive, but we couldn't quite pull it up.
That's how Steve Kerr feels about it going forward. Here's how Jimmy Butler feels about it going forward.
Go home and play some dominoes, drink some coffee. That help it feel better.
There you go. Just play some dominoes, drink some coffee, and pop on the morning roast, and he'll feel better. There you go. See, it's fine. That's the confidence right there. Jimmy Butler, he's not tripping. It's whatever. Play some dominoes.
I got a phone call last night saying that he was limping pretty significantly leaving the arena. Now that
you concerned?
Again,
is that a big concern for you right now?
He said he's okay. It's not good.
It's all right. I think he'll be fine. He said he's okay.
You have to win tomorrow.
Rub some dirt on it. Be okay.
Love how he actually mentioned the dominoes part too.
Like, I'm gonna just put this out there right now. They lose tomorrow, it's probably over Friday.
Oh, come on. Stop. You're scared of the Sacramento Kings or the Dallas Mavericks?
How many games? They will have played how many games? Like 7 games in a 2-week span. This is an old team. They've exerted a lot of energy. Should we play almost the whole game?
Well, just think how deflating this is, too. Like, back on Monday, a week ago today, the Warriors had their destiny in their hands, and we're talking about potentially rising up to the 4 seed. Like, they had it all ready to go for them, and they dropped the ball. And now here we are in the play-in, like, the emotional letdown feels even greater than just from the last week feels greater than the letdown from yesterday.
Barely a 10 seed though, Sam, and I hear you on that.
No, I don't even want to hear that part.
No, you are going to hear it.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
You guys,
no, I think it's irrelevant at this point. I think it's irrelevant. The fact they were a 10 seed is irrelevant because last week they had a chance to be a 4 seed and they fumbled it away. What the situation in February has no bearing on the situation now.
No, you didn't win the games you thought they were supposed to win. This Warriors team just didn't win the games. Give the other teams credit. Maybe they're not as good as you thought they were. It's like, that could be a reality too. Good teams and playoff teams take care of business at home. You lost your last 3, so maybe you deserve to be in the playing game. How about that?
You
lost their last 3 home games.
You can't go through that 2-month stretch treating it like it's the playoffs and then come out of it not getting into the bracket without being disappointed.
Well, you can be I'm saying you could be disappointed. I'm not saying you can't be disappointed, but this is who the team is. They are a playing team.
See, I
would disagree. So here's where I would disagree with you. Yeah, but here's where I would disagree with you. The overall arch of the year, they're a playing team. The team that I saw from the deadline on was not a playing team.
No.
That was a team that deserved to be in the playoffs and should have been in the playoffs and then fumbled it away. And I would argue that the fumbling it away was because of the 2 or 3 months before Jimmy was here, all of these little losses. And yes, of course, some of the ones that they had with Jimmy while he was here. And the Stars, like the Stars are the ones that let this one kind of go through their grasp, whether it's the Raptor game, whether it's the Nuggets game, whether it's the Hawks game, whether it's the Spurs game. But I think if you had put this team together from the beginning of the year, they would have been a top 5 team easily.
In my ear, real quick, breaking news, courtesy of Shams Charania, ESPN, I'm assuming. Well, doesn't matter. Mike Budenholzer, gone from the Phoenix Suns. Fired.
Poor guy.
See ya.
Oh, that's not fair.
I kind of like he was in a no-win situation. Talk about no-win
always looks
situations.
befuddled. Is that just me? Am I the only one?
He looks disgusted, befuddled. I don't even know what the phrase is.
He always looks like he just saw a ghost. No, I mean, Google him. Google him right now on the sideline. He always looks like he just saw a ghost.
888-957-9570. I'm saying this is...
just won a title.
You are what your record says you are.
How many years ago was that?
Playing team. That was what?
2021.
2021, because it was after
4
the
years
COVID.
ago.
It was
The
after
guy
COVID
wanted to,
year,
he's
yeah.
been fired twice. Won a title 4 years ago.
Four of the last 6 title-winning coaches have been
Where's Frank
fired.
Vogel?
Him twice, yeah.
Vogel's nowhere. I don't think he's head coaching there because he was just with the Phoenix Suns, wasn't he?
This is unbelievable.
And people still want to fire Steve Kerr after yesterday. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Shelton Auto Body. Bobby in Los Altos, Greg, Sandy, we'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. We'll start shifting a little bit to the game tomorrow, but we'll just our final thoughts on yesterday. How disappointing was it, and what's your biggest takeaway? Kuminga, DMP. Steph, 8 turnovers. You got to tip your cap. James Harden was excellent. Kawhi Leonard was excellent. If it's a Zubac, Warriors killer, is size a problem? Is it the age concerning for you? All that baked into it. We'll wrap it up on the other side and ending off to Steiny and Goo on the morning roast. Spadoni and Shasky, 95.7 The Game.
Has somebody missed a rotation on the Clippers side?
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni and Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Oh, Tim Roy on the call.
My guy's got the limited fake 40 water down, like chef's kiss.
It's great. You know what else is chef's kiss? As Spadoni and Shasky are rolling. We got one more segment before handing off to Steiny and Goo. 888-957-9570. Chef's kiss to this. Check this out. Today on Willard and Dibs, you'll have a chance to win tickets to tomorrow night's game.
What?
As the Warriors take on the Grizzlies. You want to know how? So make sure you're listening today between 4 and 5:30 on Willard and Dibs, and then around 5:45, they're going to be asking a question about something that was said in between those times. So it's Know the Show.
Wow.
Between 4 and 5:30, and then around 5:45, they're going to ask the question, and if you get it right, call into the right number that they're going to all provide, you will have a chance to win the ticket. So again, be listening today around 4 and 5:30 to Willard and Dibs for your chance to win a pair of tickets for tomorrow's game between the Warriors and Grizzlies at Chase Center. And tomorrow, right here on the Morning Roast, we will have a pair of tickets to give away for the game as well. And you're going to have to be listening between 7:30 and 9 for your chance to win a pair of tickets tomorrow. So again, today,
Oh my God.
Today, between 4 and 5:30, Willard and Dibs, your chance to win. Be listening around 5:45 for Know the Show. And then tomorrow, be listening to this station, this show right here between 7:30 a.m. and 9 a.m. for your chance to win a pair of tickets tomorrow. Grizzlies, Warriors, and for all tickets, starting at noon o'clock today, go to warriors.com.
Noon o'clock.
Did I say noon o'clock?
I like that.
Not 9 o'clock, noon o'clock. That's got to Sam to leave it. There you go, noon o'clock.
Is that why Sam was sprinting down the hallway sounding like an earthquake?
No, I had this one already, but I think he's getting stats for, we're going to have this little segment here, and you were getting a little heated. Not heated, but...
No, it was a great closeout by Sam. I only thought that like 7 muni buses and 4 earthquakes were happening at once.
I mean, I was literally walking normally down the hallway for those.
You
were sprinting, my guy.
We were feeling it here.
No, I just want to say what actually happened.
We're on the 13th, 10th floor. What are we on? 10. 10th floor. Okay, we're on the 10th floor. The first floor called and said, "What's going on up there?"
I mean, we could talk about things that actually happened too, if you want to do that.
Yeah, like Jung-Hoo Lee. He's him. And no one knows that better than your friends of the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky have all the best Giants talk you need. They'll be reacting to the Giants' big weekend series in the Bronx. So make sure you are subscribed wherever you listen to podcasts. So you don't miss any episode. No, real quick.
That might have been your best segue ever.
Yeah.
Look, it says it right here. He has it scripted.
That was quicker than a Sam Lubman sprint down the hall.
That didn't just happen.
Jung-Hoo Lee is him. He's him. You laugh.
I needed that laugh, Sam.
You laugh, but the Warriors could have used Jung-Hoo Lee yesterday. I feel like he's been clutch as hell, and they needed a clutch basket yesterday.
He would not have shied away from the big shot.
He wouldn't have. You know who else doesn't shy away from calls and hard truths? Shout out Santos of the House Baratheon. It's Bobby in Los Altos.
Oh.
Bobby, how we feeling, baby?
Hey, Bobby.
I hope you had a nice weekend down in Monterey if you were there at the Peninsula, hanging out in Silmar Beach, down in Pacific Grove. How we doing, Bobby? Bob?
Big shot, Bob.
Oh, he's gone.
No.
I'm disappointed in you, Bobby. I'm disappointed. I'm not mad. Just a little disappointed.
Does he go back to Robert?
Yeah, he might. Or just Bob. That's my dad's name, by the way. Bob.
It's not Robert. It's just Bob.
It's Bob. Bobby.
Gotcha.
Bobby. Also, he went by Spud at times too. Spadoni. They called him Spud. So there you go.
We used to call my brother Bud.
Bud?
Bud Bundy and Bud Lee and all that. Yeah, yeah.
Not Patty?
Uncle Bud.
Never
That's what
Patty?
he likes to go by now. I go, dude, you're not like a Humboldt County grower. Uncle Bud.
Do we got Bobby back? Bobby? We'll get to him in just a second. 888-957-9570.
When you say the name Bobby, I always go to whatever the name of the show was. Bobby, I'm telling you.
Oh, King of the Hill. I thought, yeah. But how do you fail English, Bobby? You speak it. 888-957.
That's good.
I'll tell you what. Let's go to JJ in San Jose first. We'll get to Bobby
JJ.
after that. JJ, how we feeling about the Dubs after that
I'm
loss?
not feeling good.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I'm not feeling too good, but, I'm rolling on the Spadoni train on this one because that was a total Denny Green moment last night for me. The Warriors are who we thought they were. End of the day, they had 2 opportunities in the past week to take it home, and they mess around with their food. And this is what happens. Now, end of the day, after all that noise, we're a playing team. That's the fact. I understand we're 21 or 22-6 since we got Jimmy Butler, but that ain't the majority of the season. That's who we were. Clutch game. This is like the 40-something clutch game, and we just can't bring it out. And so if we don't mess around, or if we keep messing around, I should say, it's going to be deja vu against the Grizzlies, just like the last playing game. Because little fun fact that I'll always hold on to this, because when we lost to the Grizzlies the first playing game, Dre and Steph combined that game for like 12 turnovers. 12, 13 turnovers that game, and Draymond missed the layup, just like the last game. So we got to get it together, or else it's bye-bye.
Thank you. That's JJ. Great call, JJ in San Jose.
right.
Come on the Spadoni train there. This is who the team is. You know, they thought you could have been a playoff team, but you're not. You're a play-in team. And this is indicative of who this team was the last week. You play with your food, as JJ says, you're going to get eaten sometimes. All right? That's why when you're a lion out there and you see the hyenas or you see the zebras, you don't mess around, because you know what? They can wiggle out of it and they can run away. All right? I've seen a lot of nature documentaries. I love Planet Earth. I love Sir David Attenborough, the narrator for all of them. I see this all the time when it comes to the wild. You play with your food, whether it's an orca, whether it's a polar bear, the seals can squeak out of it. They can get away. The penguins, the dolphins.
I have a tough time kind of like
shout out Tua
balancing these things out, right? Like Steph's an all-time great. Draymond Green is an all-time Warrior, right?
He's a Hall of Famer. Just say it. Draymond's a Hall of Famer.
No, but I'm saying like their resumes are pretty rock solid.
One of the greatest defensive players of all time. Yes.
But there are times when the two of them get so enamored with playing the two-man game, I think it comes at the cost of winning. And what I mean by that is that there's a time where you do have to hey, you got to trust in some other people to make plays. Now, it is required of the other 3 guys on the floor, whomever those combinations are, to actually want to take shots and step up and make shots and get open. There's a variety of things that go into it. But he talked about the turnovers between the two of them. There are times where I do believe they get a little tunnel vision, and Steph is only worried about getting the ball, and I get why. He's spectacular. And Draymond is only focused on getting him the ball. And it's sometimes we have to get out of that mind. Not all the time, but sometimes you just got to make the extra pass to someone else. And this is where I think them trusting a third person to make plays has been difficult. They did with Kevin Durant. They did with Klay Thompson. I think they do with Jimmy Butler. I would like to see it in the final 4 or 5 minutes, them just force the issue. Have Jimmy come up and take the ball from Draymond. Let Steph do all his running off ball. They're going to hyper-focus on jumping and hedging screens and jumping into passing lanes. That should open up one-on-one back down and face-up opportunities on the other side of the floor for Jimmy Butler. And I think that's the wrinkle that is yet to be explored in a lot of these late-game scenarios.
And will we see it tomorrow night, potentially, as the Warriors are going to be taking on the Grizzlies at Chase Center in a play-in game scenario. Speaking of Draymond Green, here's Draymond talking about that smoked layup and Buddy Hield's shot that was ended up not making it in the overtime period.
I completely smoked the layup, and Buddy missed the shot.
Was it the shot that you wanted? You guys wanted?
Yes. That was the play that was drawn up, and we got the look. He just missed it. GP made a good play in the pocket, and I smoked the layup.
There you go. And that was Monty Poole to follow up NBC Sports Bay Area. Bobby's back, wants to join in the conversation. Bobby, how you doing this morning? And are we demoralized after that loss, Bobby? Tell me you're not done on the Warriors after that loss. Come on.
Oh, come on. First of all, can you hear me?
You sound great. You sound good. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, great. So, look, I think our only quote-unquote unrealistic chance to get to the Western Conference Finals was to win yesterday and play the Lakers. And the reason I say that is, look, if we end up being the 8, I can't see any way this Warriors team is going to be the team that only lost 14 maybe games all season in Oklahoma City. But I think realistically we're going to be the 7. That being said, the reason I don't like the 7 is that we're going to have to grind it out in a best-of-7 series against a team that just has a very exhausting way of playing.
Yes.
which is what Houston does. And sure, in some sense, smarter ball can generally beat athletic ball, I guess, if you're super smart. But this squad as a whole, I don't think is smart enough to win this war against Houston and have anything left for a second round if they even get through there. So because of that, I guess I'm really sad. I really didn't want to see Houston, and I think we could have made some noise, but I just think this Houston team's going to tire us out. And even if we do play smarter, like I said, then we're going to have nothing left even if we get through it. And then can I quickly say something about JK?
Sure.
Yeah, so look, Kerr in his presser said something like JK wasn't a good fit for yesterday's game or something like that. So I don't understand this whole conversation that we keep having about, is JK a $30 million player? Because no $30 million player is ever going to be someone that can't be put in a game. Like, would you ever hear, dude, we couldn't play Steph in this game because he just wasn't a good fit for this matchup. The Warriors don't believe in this guy. So look, if JK's representative thinks he's a $30 million guy, he's not going to get paid by the Warriors. Either JK comes here at 15 or he's not part of this team. I think yesterday just absolutely solidified the Warriors' belief in this guy, which is zero.
Thanks, Bobby. If they lose tomorrow and then lose Friday, we can have that conversation. But right now, the Jonathan Kuminga contract is the furthest thing off my mind right now. That being said, the DNP was a topic yesterday. It's a topic today still. For me, it wasn't something I'm going to keep hammering because I didn't think they needed him yesterday. I agree with Steve Kerr. I don't think they needed him at all. Here he is talking about it, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, about not playing Kuminga.
We've just found a group, with since Jimmy got here that we're pretty comfortable with. Guy didn't play either. Guy's been our highest plus minus guy over the last 2 months. Both he and JK have been really impactful players for us, and doesn't mean they're out of the loop, going forward. It's just this is how this game played out.
Your reaction to that when he said that? He's like, it wasn't his opportunity. Is he gonna have an opportunity tomorrow, you think, Jonathan Kuminga?
I have no idea.
You think they need him at any point here?
I don't think they even know.
Wow. They didn't need him yesterday, and that was a playoff game in a playoff scenario. Had you played the Clippers in the first round, would JK just not have played at all? Joe, it was just a one-game scenario.
Joe, it's interesting.
I
don't want to get like too, because it does kind of irritate me. Look, is he a good player? Is a question all in itself. Does he deserve to play at the 3, the 4, the 5, the 2? Like, those are all basketball questions.
The only one that deserves playing time is always such an interesting. Who deserves it, right? Well, Jimmy, I almost said Clay. Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond deserve.
Here's where I struggle with it. I get really, really irritated because I see the way this young man is discussed, not by everyone, but by a certain segment of people where it's extremely dehumanizing. And I just feel for the young man. He's 22. I don't know if he's even good or not. I don't know how much he's worth. Right. He's never come out and said what he specifically wants financially. I'm sure he wants a lot of money. They all want a lot of money, and I'm jealous of the money every one of these making, whether it's this industry or others.
It's his money, and he wants it now.
I would love to have more money in my life. I would be the first to admit it.
Of course.
But I saw this doc on Duran, the kid from the Red Sox, and I've been feeling this way about sports and sports fandom and my role within that, about how I talk about certain individuals. And I feel like a lot of the Kuminga rhetoric crosses the line. I feel like a lot of the way we talk about Steve Kerr crosses the line. He's an idiot and he's a moron.
Well, conversely,
it's like, come on.
Well, conversely, we had a caller say Steve Kerr hates Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
come on. Can we have some middle ground here, please, people?
I've been guilty. I'm not saying that I'm above it. I'm not trying to play the moral high horse. I'm not trying to do all those things. I find it so bizarre that we have traded this young man for 1,000 different players, not knowing what other teams would accept, not knowing, what else you had to package to get it and what future assets and all that. Everybody's needs to trade this guy for that. You should have got this dude. You should have done this. We should be playing him. We shouldn't be playing him. He's this, he's that. It's like, wow. We've gotten more calls and more tweets about him than about the 5 minutes to go in the game where you and I broke down the sequencing, overtime, when we broke down the sequencing, and like I enjoy talking about the games that are played. Now, part of that is the second guessing of who should play and who shouldn't and all that, but it shouldn't be talking about when he should have been dealt multiple years ago or what he's going to be making in the offseason. Let's
just talk about the game yesterday. Do you feel like
Joe, has anyone called? Can I ask this?
Could he have made an impact yesterday in the game?
Maybe, but you know what?
Mountain View felt that
Joe,
way.
They were up 4.
Coach and Vallejo.
Here's what I said. They were up 4 with 1:50 to go. Okay?
They were.
Harden goes flying by GP2. Maybe it's Jonathan Kuminga guarding him. I think I would have went Moody. That's that. You want to talk basketball? I would have gone Moody. I probably also wouldn't have been in the zone. I think I would have manned up a little better. Maybe I've got Butler on Kawhi Leonard as opposed to Draymond on Kawhi Leonard, and then I don't have Loon on the floor. Like, these are like the basketball conversations, but no one wants to have those. So Harden goes right by GP2, and Draymond, who's guarding Zubac instead, is the one who has to wait on the lob and not step up to help rotate, which is probably the right thing to do. Boom. It's 109-111 with 1:30 to go. All right? On the very next possession, because GP2's out there, and not, let's just say, I'm going to use Moody instead of JK. Okay. He passes up a shot, and then they end up double-teaming Steph, and Steph has to throw the ball to Podziemski as it's another late shot clock situation, and he can't get a shot off, and he travels. All right, well, should Pods have been out there? He hit a couple of big shots prior to that.
Pods was good yesterday. Pods was good.
I thought so too. Yeah. And I thought he showed gumption when a lot of guys didn't want to shoot. Now, on that particular one, he had no chance. No. That was a grenade. He travels, boom, bad possession. Now it's 109 to go. It's a 2-point game. They double Kawhi. Not GP2, not Pods, Steph, who I love. Right? And I'm not mad at Steph. I'm just like, what were we doing there? What was the basketball thinking? We're double teaming a guy at the top of the key who is backing up with his dribble. So he's not going downhill. He's probably least effective of all the players on the Clippers. He's the least effective outside of Zubac, that far away from the hoop. Yeah. So he's not that big of a threat as the shot clock's winding down. Boom, they do a tic-tac-toe pass inside. They get the lob to Zubac. All right? Now it's a tie game. All right, now, so do you call timeout? No, you don't. Let's rock it back. It's 111-111. We get a Jimmy pick and roll, which I loved. Send Jimmy up. It's a pick and roll situation. And now you got Steph going downhill. We've been begging for more pick and rolls. All right, boom, I like that. Well, Steph dribbles so deep into the paint, and because of the non-shooters you have out on the floor, 4 or 5 guys suck into the paint. And then he kicks it to the short corner where Draymond clips out to, and it's intercepted by Kawhi Leonard. Again, I want to talk about those and those sequences, not is JK good? Should JK have been traded?
We've done a good job of that. We haven't really talked about it.
I'm sorry. It's just, you get what I'm saying?
I understand.
And I would rather feel calls on like, hey, should it have been Moody instead of GP2? Maybe that's the spot you put in JK. But if you didn't play him all game, I have a hard time seeing you put him in cold turkey in that situation.
It's not a like-for-like comparison because they are different players, but I do think it's funny that we were kind of talking about Ben Simmons' contributions in that game, and he didn't attempt a shot. He played 11 minutes, and your biggest talking points when he had 2 offensive rebounds. Not saying Jonathan Kuminga could have been that guy, but listen, you could impact the games in different ways, and it felt like Steve Kerr. Sure, he was saying to us, saying to everyone, I don't think he was going to have an impact in this game at all positively, so I'm not putting him in there. That was him saying that. That was him saying that yesterday. And whether it's right or wrong, you could Joe, it's okay.
No, I'm sorry. Joe, we had one Draymond Green call about the foul with 10 seconds to go in the game that wipes away an opportunity for a final possession.
No,
that's basketball. But these are basketball. I'm sure the coaching staff's going to go, do we like that? Do we do that next time? What do you do? Your tie game. You have an opportunity to clear a rebound. Okay, we haven't gotten one basketball call on that. So I much more prefer breaking down the games.
Let's hear from that coach there, because it was Anthony Slater, I think, thumbs up. Slater, someone from the Slater, our guy, covers the team for The Athletic, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider. Here's the question of Slater asking Steve about, I think, both the fourth quarter, end of game, end of regulation, I should say, and then end of the game, overtime period, those final 2 plays.
At end of regulation, you took the foul to give, but that took the shot clock off. Is any of that you feel like What's the mistake?
Not really. Where you go for a steal first, and then you try to get the foul next, and we got what we wanted. We got the ball back down 3 and had a decent look. So it's like I said, high level basketball game, and both teams played really hard and really well, and we just came up a little short.
Not really. So he's not tripping about that foul call there, where it basically all but solidified the Clippers getting the final possession there. Kawhi misses it. They go to overtime, and the Clippers win 13-8. They outscore the Warriors there, 124-119 the final. Got about 10 minutes left here before Fast 5. Oh, we're going to have a bunch of calls still to come in, 888-957-9570. We'll take all of them. I promise you that. Man, Grizzlies again tomorrow. John Moran, you can't quit him, Joe. He just can't. You can't quit. You're talking about the grenade throws, about like the actual possessions. You might see some grenades getting tossed in some of the cellies tomorrow.
There was this like this video game like meme where how there's like a dial when you push one of the buttons and you could arm your character with any one of the different weapons.
Yeah. No, it was like a Grand Theft Auto one.
It was. They had the rifle, they had the machine gun for Ja. So every time he hit a basket, they had the dial, and someone made like an AI video where it like dialed and he's like, and I'm laughing about it, but it was ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie though.
I sent it to the group thread and I couldn't stop laughing.
No, I know you have your thing about like the gun one, but the grenade one, I actually really like.
What I was thinking.
I actually really like it as a celebration.
If I was wanting to troll Ja, I would have a bunch of little green army men dudes like dressed up as them in the front rows.
If I was a
bunch of like with hard hats and everything.
If I was a Memphis fan, I'd have a board that says, Ja, I'd catch a grenade for you. There you go. And be Bruno Mars. And I'd be playing the song. Can we play that? Hey, if the Warriors win, though, we got to be playing that at some point.
If
right?
he busts out a lightsaber, then I'm all in.
There you go. Leroy is in Oakland, wants to join in the conversation, talking about Steve Kerr and some of the rotation. What's up, Leroy?
What's up, Leroy?
How do you feel about that loss yesterday? Well, it's not doom and gloom, right, Leroy? They'll be okay. Take care of business tomorrow, right?
So my wife got baptized yesterday.
Oh, congratulations.
And
nice.
And
there
so
you
I
go.
wasn't able to watch the game. Thank you. And I get home and I find this out, and I was just crushed. I really thought we would get. I mean, that one punched me in the stomach. And then I thought, Steve Kerr, you've had all season to try to find a lineup, a starting lineup that works, a rotation, the bench, people coming off the bench, and you've been trying and trying and trying, and here we are at the end of the season, and it seems like you still haven't been able to find that rotation that works, and I don't know what that is. It's frustrating, and with J.K. not playing yesterday, it's like, wow, it kind of reminds me when we played that playoff series against the Lakers. And Kuminga usually plays well against the Lakers, but he was a no-show. He didn't even play in that series. And then last night, I mean, he usually torches the Clippers. I mean, he averages like 14 points a game, almost 5 rebounds, and then he's just a no-play. So I don't understand what Steve Kerr is doing, but he better figure it out tomorrow night.
That's Leroy in Oakland. He's talking about the lack of consistent rotation. I think they actually have been having a pretty consistent rotation. That's the thing. Like, the starting one anyways, and you go to Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, Moody, Podziemski, he's been pretty damn good.
I thought
he's been sticking to it.
If anything, I thought he just tightened it like a one-game scenario.
He trusts Gary Payton, clearly, in late-game situations and defensively. You trust him, but in that scenario, you needed a score. And there was, Steph, help us on offense. And that's not a winning game plan. It's just not. Not when a guy turns the ball over 8 times and he's a turnstile defensively. I love you, Steph, but that was what happened yesterday. The Clippers liked their matchups more, and they exploited them, and that was the difference. And Zubac is the biggest one, and I think that's the biggest image for me coming out of it. Yes, James Harden's a Hall of Famer. Yes, Kawhi Leonard, but if it's a Zubac, whenever he plays you, he turns into a Hall of Famer.
It's the personnel.
It's the personnel. It's the size.
No, what I'm saying is
like size matters too. Shout out Fitz.
We could argue about Kerr's rotations.
Size matters.
I would ask people like, what was the answer on their roster for Zubac?
None. Not Looney, not Draymond.
But that's a personnel issue, right? Now, if you want to go backwards and say they should have traded J.K. or this guy or TJD and Looney coming into the season, that was a redundant center situation. All right, I'll listen to those things.
As much as we want to talk about Draymond, and I get it, again, he's won the DPOY, one of the greatest defensive players. Steve Kerr said he's the greatest defensive player he's ever seen. and we give him his flowers when it works against, Jokic, and he makes Jokic work a little bit harder, or the Alperen Şengün's of the world, right? Or the Domantas Sabonis's of the world. He never has had an answer for Zubac. Zubac has got his lunch money a couple times.
He's
now.
way bigger.
But
he's got better hands.
Again, I've mentioned a bunch of other guys that are way bigger than him, but we give him credit with those guys, and rightfully so.
Zubac is
Let's call it like we is, but Zubac he's had his number. And he's really good. He's really good. 11
and
to
I thought
16.
Zubac defensively was better in this game than anyone has given him credit for.
Correct. No,
he really closed out on the corners, the perimeter. I thought that he made things very difficult for Steph.
Real quick, we got about 5 minutes before we get to Fast Five.
Crazy respect for Zubac.
You want to guess what the opening line spread is? I should say. What's
I don't
the
even
spread?
care. It's
Warriors Grizzlies tomorrow. No, come on.
7.5
humor.
Warriors.
Close. That was pretty close. 7. Warriors favored by 7 points
I saw
tomorrow.
it last night.
Oh, thanks for you try to humor me. I appreciate that.
There's no
Like my
dislike
kids,
button.
Yeah.
See, I always wanted to create this entire app called Hatebook. So forget Facebook. It's called Hatebook, and it's just like dedicated to things you hate. It's like I really hate that. And like that's what I wanted to do.
Well, it's funny you say that. It's actually like Facebook has kind of just turned into that anyways. Like you can say that
That's
jokingly.
true.
That's kind of
That
what
is
Facebook
true.
and social media is. It's hate Twitter. It's
Thanks,
hate
Zuckerberg.
Yeah, right. It's all turned into that. Some of the other spreads, Magic by 5, and then the Kings favored by 5 points against your Mavericks. You surprised by that at all? In Sacramento? Huh? Kings? Who are you rooting for in that one? Come on. You're rooting for someone.
Triple overtime.
Well, you're going to find out. You're actually going to be watching that game potentially if you're the Warriors. You hope you don't care about that game, but you might end up caring about it if you do lose tomorrow.
If you lose back-to-back, first off, let's say you lose to the Grizz, and it's the Kings. The Kings have a chance to end your season in back-to-back years.
Oh
if it's
God,
Dallas, they do. And basically the Chicago Bulls, a.k.a. the Kings, have a chance to end your season. And Sabonis could get the last stomp, okay? And then
stomp the yard. Watch that in preparation.
And then if it's Dallas, like Clay and Anthony Davis, and given everything that's happened to Dallas this year, them beating you to qualify for the playoffs would be remarkable. I am shook. Yeah.
Jimmy Butler.
Given that there's no Kawhi, Kyrie.
Hey, do you trust Jimmy Butler? Real quick, do you trust him to lead you to the promised land? Do you trust that guy, Jimmy Butler?
I don't know what I trust.
Well, he says they control their own fate still. He's not worrying about it.
We're great. We're great. We're right where we want to be. We still got an opportunity and we control our own fate. We're going to be just fine.
Thanks. You know what? That makes me feel so much better. That's a guy that's been in the plane and won.
Why? Because he said it?
Listen to this one more time. Just listen.
We're great. We're great. We're right where we want to be. We still got an opportunity and we control our own fate. We're going to be just fine.
Okay. No, I'm calling him out. I'm calling him out there. I'm sorry, guys. I need to call Jimmy Butler out there.
Thank you,
This
Sam.
is not where you guys want to be.
Thank
Come
you.
on. Like, get it.
Can we be real
What's
here?
he going to say? Yeah, no, we're really screwed. I don't know. You guys should not believe. Of course he's going to say we're confident. That's what they're going to say here. Don't patronize me and say, oh, we're right where we want to be. Like, I get you have to say that, but like, don't.
Keep cooking, dog.
No, that's all I had to say.
No, keep cooking.
I said what I had to say, and there you go.
We're great. We're great. We're right where we want to be. We still got an opportunity and we control our own fate. We're going to be just fine. Go home and play some dominoes, drink some coffee. That'll help it feel better.
Remember the last time you went home and played dominoes? They ended up getting their butts kicked in Miami.
Well,
but
he went home to Miami. He went home to Miami, and they had a little bit too much coffee and
too many dominoes.
Yeah, too many dominoes. Domino's pizzas, maybe too. We were talking about that over the weekend. Your roundtable take that was pretty good, right? Yeah.
Just ice your leg, Jimmy.
Yeah, my niece brought. She was watching The Little Guy on Saturday, and she's like, "I bought Roundtable," and I was like, "Yes."
Yes.
Because it was after like,
so that's where that question came from on Friday.
and I was like, yes. And then there's something about Roundtable after, even when it's hot, but I'm talking about like an hour or 2 hours later when it's kind of room tempy, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's something about a room tempy. You know what I'm talking about.
Hey, the air fryer. Have you ever had an air fryer like day old pizza? Just toss in the air fryer for a little bit.
I'll eat cold
crispy.
pizza. I have no problem with it.
I love cold pizza. No, I'm saying like
for breakfast especially.
That's why pizza's the greatest food ever. It's because you can eat it at any temperature at all times.
This is the delineation.
It's the greatest food.
Have you
the
given
biggest
up or
combos?
This is the question. Cold pizza, fine. but do you go immediately to ranch and cold pizza the next morning? Because if you do,
I need mine
you're
hot.
giving up on your morning.
No, I need ranch with hot pizza only. I can't eat cold with the cold ranch. That's actually disgusting. That's gross.
That's where you draw the line.
Yeah, I'll actually do like Tapatio, like hot sauce, or like Cholula on top of my cold pizza. Just real quick before we get to Fast Five, everything's okay. One more time.
So what was this?
We're great. We're right where we want to be. We still got an opportunity and we control our own fate. We're going to be just fine. Go home and play some dominoes, drink some coffee. That'll help it feel better.
Fast Five.
All right. So I put this in the chat. We're going to go around the room. All right.
Let's go to the chat.
My final thought for today. It's not basketball related. It's food related. Of the fast food category, okay, I think Round Table is one of the top tier pizzas in the fast food category. Meaning it's got to be like a nationwide chain and things like that.
It's not nationwide. It's a regional chain because I don't think they have Round Table on the East Coast.
Really?
I don't think.
Well, I didn't know that.
I don't think they do.
All right. Well, then let's say regional chains. Where do you guys have it in your hierarchy?
That's a good one.
I've got it above Domino's. I've got it above Papa John's.
Is Round Table a sponsor of us? Because I do love the quality.
I love Round Table.
They have a great quality.
I got it as the number one
It's
of
the
the
best fast food pizza, for sure.
For the
What'd you say,
price,
Carter?
though,
Best fast food pizza.
I agree.
for the price, I'm still probably going, as a father of two, I'm probably going Domino's because I can get a carry-out large for $7.99, 2 toppings sometimes.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Quality, though, of the Round Table is better.
The ingredients are fresh.
It's delicious, and I will give you there. As far as taste goes,
Yeah.
it is superior than all the other fast food ones.
Are you a
Papa
garlic knot
John's,
guy?
I love garlic
Or the
knots.
Parmesan,
yes.
whatever they call
Whatever
them.
it's called.
Yeah.
Breadsticks,
Yeah.
love it all.
Yeah.
I liken it to In-N-Out Burger, regional chain, but clearly superior to the McDonald's, the Burger Kings of the world. And the price point is what's still better for In-N-Out over everything else too, even Round Table included.
I told you, In-N-Out's just the GOAT. Especially if you're coming from a sports tournament and you have a car full of kids, there is no better bang for buck than In-N-Out.
And I don't feel bad after I eat it. Like, that's another price. Like, I don't feel bad after I eat
You know
Round
what
Table.
I do?
What do you do?
I like try not to eat all the bun. I'm like, see, I ate less carbs.
Well, just get
more
the
protein.
Yeah, get the protein style. Get the lettuce wrap on there.
I just smash down like
That's like the
50
people
more
who say
fries.
that weekend calories don't count. Like, I appreciate that action
I get the
there,
3
Shasty,
by
but I don't think
3.
it works that
So
way.
okay,
I get the 3
Little
by 3
Caesars,
animal style,
no.
always.
I'm not putting them above it.
No, Little Caesars kind
I'm
of
not
expensive.
I'm not knocking these. I will eat any of these.
Little
at any time.
Caesars, real quick on that, like, because they went to like the delivery and like they shifted
Yeah.
and they're trying to be like something they're not. Like, you don't have to overthink it, Little Caesars. We loved you guys.
Pizza.
'Cause in a pinch, we're all throwing a quick party or doing something. Hey, go to Little Caesars. Go pick
Little
up 10
Caesars actually
pies.
hits, especially
You know
when
my
they,
brother does?
when
He
they
does
wrap the
Costco.
bacon around the pizza. Oh, genius!
My brother does the Costco pizzas for parties.
Shout out Kirkland.
Not bad.
Can't sleep
They're not
on-
bad. They're not bad. I still I prefer, and I love me some Costco. I prefer Round Table over Costco if we're going in that direction.
Sure.
But I rest my case.
Just don't go at home and burn your pinky on there. Now it looks like I have like grayscale or something. Shout out Game of Thrones. It's gross. It's gnarly looking.
Ooh, I can see it from here.
Pinky's
Oh,
up.
nice.
It's gross.
Hold that
They
for the
used
camera.
to have pre-pandemic, there was like a $10 all-you-can-eat buffet at lunchtime at Round Table that used to just go off. And then we found out that, like, yeah, everybody's germaphobes and the whole salad bar thing.
Well, no. You know what happened was like in high school we would do that at Mountain Mike's because they had a similar one. And
Mountain Mike's not bad.
One buddy would pay for it, and like
you guys are taking advantage of the
all the boys would
system.
go in
Yeah,
there. And
that's
take
not
it.
fair.
But that's what we did in high school.
I
we
know,
were jerks.
but that's not good.
No, it's not. We're in high school. I'm not
It
condoning
was okay
it.
back then.
It was okay. This is back in circa 2010, 2009-ish. What you got, Sammy?
You know, my final thought, it's absolutely about Jung-Hoo Lee. I want to end on some positivity. Now, I know we all love John
And
Miller
you clean your
calls,
sweats.
but I got to go across the Pacific Ocean to our friends in Korea for this incredible call on Jung-Hoo Lee's home run at the big ballpark in the Bronx.
불카운트 번호 올렸습니다. 뒤로 넘어갑니다. 이정우 추격의 솔로포가 터졌습니다. 시즌 2번째 홈런포. 우와, 이정우 왼손 투수인 로돈 상대로도 가능합니다. 자, 이 경기장 떠나기 전에 올해
다시 안 오는데 또 한 번의 대포 날렸으면 좋겠다 했는데 그걸 이루어주는 그리고 많은 한인 팬들에게
So that was his first home run.
So good.
University of Tennessee.
Who is that?
He's the quarterback at Tennessee.
Okay.
He's getting paid $2.4 million. Didn't show up to practice or their spring game, basically, and said, I want $4 million. And just totally let the team down. That is so weak, man. I think about Reggie Bush back in the day, what he would be making in NIL now, and I just think, man,
Nico,
be grateful.
Nico, you get yours, buddy. You get yours.
Hey, he's not the worst Nico right now.
That was the Fast Five. Who, Nico Mannion?
I
Fast
do
Five brought to you by
think this is
Xfinity.
going to like trigger all the media.
At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Carter, I'm gonna hit it, by the way. I'll hit it on my side. Don't worry, you're good. Steiny and Goo are next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I'm gonna let Jimmy Butler
Before you do
say
that,
goodbye.
Before you
What's
do that,
up?
around the room, quickly, one word. Thin or deep dish?
Thin.
Thin.
Deep.
Why'd you gotta say it like that? Jimmy Butler, take us home.
I mean, I would like to hope we're great, whatever it takes. We're great. We're right where we want to be. We still got an opportunity and we control our own fate. We're going to be just fine. Go home and play some dominoes, drink some coffee. That help it feel better.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. What's up, baby? Tough game last night for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Yesterday afternoon, sorry.
Tough last 3 games at home. And I heard you whisper to Evan, I don't like it, but you're making a mockery of me.
No, I'm not.
You said over-under, and it had something to do with me.
It actually didn't have to do with solely you.
Okay, what was it?
Don't worry about it.
All right.
Don't worry about it. You'll find out. You'll find out.
How are we here? 3 losses down the stretch at home, and you had to lead in all 3.
Yeah. Can't turn the ball over like that. Turnovers have gotten this team in big trouble the last week of the season at the wrong time, and it happened again yesterday.
Man.
That's a good team over there, too. Their good players were spectacular yesterday.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
He was great, man.
I mean, he and Kawhi Leonard and Zubats were all terrific for the Warriors.
But they got something from the other 2, Powell and Dunn. I don't think the Warriors, outside of Pods, Jimmy, I mean, what can we say about Jimmy, Stoney? I mean, he played the whole damn game, did everything he could, 48 minutes, and I'd have liked him had the ball in his hands more in OT, but 17 minutes, the last 17 minutes of the game, 4 shots and 2 free throws from Jimmy. But the bottom line is Steph Curry, you're not in that game if he doesn't do what he did, but Steiny, you can't have 8 turnovers. And it felt like every Steph Curry turnover, even after he shimmied and put him up, they went up 4 points. You got to close it with a minute left at home, and now you get no rest. Jimmy's got a quad. Curry looked like the mummy with that bandage on his hand. So got a game tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I mean, here's a suggestion for Jimmy Butler. You want the ball in his hands a little more?
Yeah.
Well, go get a rebound. Go get a rebound, Jimmy. Go get a rebound and bring it up.
You say that because he had one.
Oh, did he have one?
Yeah, he
had one.
But Steiny, where are you at without him? You know what I mean? I'm blown away, man. Disappointed.
Now, why are you blown away?
Because I've said ad nauseum, this team has championship pedigree. Mm-hmm. They have the know-how down the stretch. And I'm not going to let San Antonio and Houston go. The Warriors have had leads, and they've squandered them. And it's been the big dogs that have squandered them. So that's why I'm up here like, okay, and I got to be careful. I'm giving Memphis no chance tomorrow, but it's not about Memphis.
What?
It's the fact that the Warriors gave up a lead with a minute left at home. Curry hits that dagger 3, I thought that was the one to bring him home. And they don't get another shot.
Well, I mean, there were still almost 2 minutes left when he made that shot. So you still got to get some stops, and they didn't after that. Curry made a 3 to put him up 111-107, and then on the other end,
Harden
just gets to the bucket. He went right by GP2, and then the Warriors had a terrible possession that should have been a 24-second violation, but they ended up giving a turnover to Pods, and then boom, it's tie again. So they just didn't make the plays when they had to. And the Clippers, they were
good.
I mean, look, Warriors lost the game yesterday. They shot 54% from the floor, 46 from 3.
Man.
And 15 turnovers in 53 minutes. That's not terrible. But you got beat on the boards, and defensively, you could not stop them consistently. They just had too many guys who were scoring more efficiently than the Warriors were. But 888-957-9570 is the number, and the Warriors now have a game tomorrow. And I got to tell you, I think this is not going to be an easy game. This is not going to be an easy game with Memphis.
Because of what you spent physically yesterday.
I think Memphis is pretty good. They're playing well right now. I think they've won 4 in a row to finish up the season. You needed a 50-plus point effort from Steph Curry to beat him a week ago. Yeah, I wouldn't take anything for granted with this game. And especially because you only have 1 day of rest in between yesterday's game and tomorrow's game. And Any way you cut it. Jimmy Butler played 48 minutes.
And ended with a quad injury, Stoney. That he did, man.
Draymond played 38. Steph played 38.
So don't tell me it didn't mean anything.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'll say this, and I'm going to put the right on the table early, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Hey, I told you where Kerr ranks on my all-time coaches, but I'm not going to come up here because we don't work for the Warriors. We are the flagship, and we love them. But the bottom line, Stoney, is the one person that had on their bingo card no Kuminga in this game. Was that the
ding, 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 ding.
Count the bucket.
Damn you all, but Stoney,
ding, 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 ding.
And this is why it's bothering me. Steve Kerr, after the game, and Draymond, both of them echoed these words. And Curry, that's 3. We couldn't get those loose balls. Well, you got a 22-year-old on the bench. Maybe he could have got you one of them. Just a thought. But you can't blame Kuminga today. But I'm still stunned. He got a DMP. Had 34 on the Clippers the last time they played in a loss. But that shocked me. I don't, and then he shot. Bonte called me after the game. He was in the arena. He goes, look who's shooting. I go, the game's over. Kuminga's shooting.
Oh, good for him.
But that don't warm my heart. I can't get over Steve Kerr thinking that Kuminga was not needed yesterday. Maybe to guard or just impede the progress of James Harden and Kawhi Leonard, who were phenomenal. But, Stoney, they were cooking. They were cooking everybody. And I got to just say this to you. I didn't like Jerry Stackhouse, if it was him, where they're doubling the ball handler, and all the Clippers did was throw it to the free throw line or lob it up to Zubac. When Curry gets doubled, we don't have that luxury. Well, it's just a free-for-all.
Because Curry hasn't been passing out of the double team well.
True.
He's been getting smothered in that double team. And if you'll notice on the plays that Kawhi made, he retreats a little bit to draw them. Steph was the guy, the second defender that came up. But I'm with you. There were 2 plays where Kawhi just made a simple pass to the foul line area, and they got something easy.
All right, I know we're going to get to it, but I got to give this other one. If Draymond Green, forget the layup for now. If you are DPOY, I need to see you on Harden. I need to see you on Kawhi. And Evan brought it to my attention. He was on Kawhi on the last play of regulation. It was a terrible play-ass shot, so I'll give Dre that. But for the most part, I don't felt like the Clippers felt Draymond Green defensively.
I mean, they shot 55%.
Man.
So they didn't feel a lot of defensive pressure. That's for sure. I mean, it's one of those games, again, where everybody had a shot at it. Draymond misses a layup that could have tied the game. He got more concerned with trying to get a foul, and then Kawhi Leonard didn't bite, and he ended up missing it.
Buddy Hield got a shot. That was a great play. That's the Klay Thompson play I call, Steiny. And Buddy...
Yeah,
if any chimney builders are out there need a brick, there's one. That was one.
That's not fair.
Stoney,
that's not fair.
That was an awful miss.
Well, and he's a role player.
Until he's not. They took Steph away.
Well, they need Buddy Hield because this team's got a deficiency from 3-point range.
Let me ask you this. Did they get Buddy yesterday?
Huh?
Did they get Buddy Hield yesterday? If you just
2 for 6.
Yeah,
it's about what he's been. What he's been.
Who would have thought they were playing tomorrow, man?
I mean, we all knew it was a possibility, though,
but
right?
not like this. 3 home games, and the one constant component is you had leads. You were up 12 yesterday. I know it's a game of runs, but damn, Stoney, that one hurt, man. And now they're hurt, I believe.
888-957-9570 is the number. And the Golden State Warriors, they finish 7th. And now they play a home game tomorrow against the Memphis Grizzlies.
Wow.
And you can go to that game if you want. The NBA postseason is here. And the Warriors are set for the 7-8 play-in. Game 1 is Tuesday. That's tomorrow at Chase Center. And if you want to go to that game, tickets go on sale at noon today at Warriors.com. So if you want to go to that game tomorrow, you can. Go to Warriors.com to get your tickets. 888-957-9570. How are you feeling about Golden State? a play-in team after all that work was done with Jimmy Butler. 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Kick your ass!
Pajemski at the timeline, throws right to Butler. He attacks, pump fake, Coffee goes up, fouls Butler, Butler scores! Playoff Jimmy has arrived. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Tim Roy. Appreciate it. And Jimmy Butler did have a hell of a game yesterday, 30 points, 9 assists. 12 for 20 from the floor.
Wow, 20 shots, and they lost the playoff Jimmy game. That has me a little despondent too, Steiny.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. This team has been completely different since Jimmy Butler got here, but a slip-up, a few slip-ups late last week of the season have the Warriors in the play-in game, and they're probably kicking themselves because they had opportunities to be 6, no doubt about it. They lost the game to the Rockets at home. They lost to the Spurs at home. And then in the season finale, they lose in overtime to the LA Clippers. And now Jimmy Butler, who played 48 minutes yesterday and banged his thigh, it looked like, at the end of that game and was kind of hobbling. He said he's going to be okay, but that's a game tomorrow that's coming up already. And
so he's going to play some dominoes and drink some coffee. He'll be fine, Stoney.
Go home and play some dominoes, drink some coffee. That'll help it feel better.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, Jimmy, and, it was a 12:30 game. It went to overtime. It means it's about 3:30. He gets home about 4. I'm sure he makes his coffee like they do at Phil's, where it takes 20 minutes for one cup of coffee.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is he probably had that cup of coffee at 5 p.m. That's awful late for some caffeine. I'm worried that he stayed up all night last night, and we need him to get some sleep.
I'll say this about the Golden State Warrior, this run, this era, Stoney. They've always been able to overcome size, and yesterday they got pounded on the boards 42-25, but they shot, like you said, 46% from deep, and you lose that game. I just wonder if this iteration of the Warriors where size, the lack of size, catches up with them. Because Zubac could do no wrong, Stoney.
No. I mean, he was there,
Yeah,
he was terrific.
When all fails, throw it up to him. And he was hitting that baby hook. Who did you say was up for most improved player? I know we had some fun with it Friday. Take Cunningham out. I forgot who the other guy, Tyler Hero. Oh, yeah. Damn, Zubac should be up for that award too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I don't really feel like I need to explain it to Warrior fans. Had they won yesterday, they'd be looking at a 7-game series with the LA Lakers. They lose yesterday, and now they have a play-in. That's the bad news. But the good news is if you can win tomorrow, you get 4 days off, and then you play the very young Houston Rockets, who are making their first playoff appearance this season as a 2 seed.
Yeah.
And I think it's whoever comes out of the West is going to have to run through the gauntlet. But
now you got an extra gauntlet with this game that you put yourself in. You earned it. They earned it.
It could still work out for them with a win. With a win tomorrow, 4 days off, and then you get the Houston Rockets. There's still a path. But nobody's ever come out of the 7 to win a title. That's the one thing that
Josh Ram on the chat is saying, Stoney, maybe it was a blessing in disguise, but we got to be careful because Houston came in here and beat you on your home court.
Yeah,
I'm done with all that, the bravado and overconfidence, man. They got to show me.
Yeah, I don't think for 1 minute that they're a lock tomorrow. I think they can win the game, obviously, but I don't think it's going to be easy. In fact, I think it's going to be pretty tough. But you got to get it because you don't want to have to play it would be Friday. You don't want to have to play Friday again and have Dallas or the Kings come in here in a game where you lose and your season's over. I mean, you don't want to be in that spot. Let's go out to Robert in San Jose. Get us started. The Golden State Warriors 7th play-in game Tuesday at home against the Memphis Grizzlies. What's up, Robert? How you doing?
I'm good, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. I'm more into personal privilege real quick. You guys have the best show on 95.7. I will never call the morning show ever again.
Those are our guys. We're family.
They're family, but, there. I won't even go there with them in the morning. But the reason I had called the morning show, I wanted to talk about Steve Kerr a little bit and his coaching decisions. I thought Jonathan Kuminga was hurt yesterday. I was watching the game with my girlfriend, and we were wondering how come he wasn't playing. I saw him on the bicycle behind the bench. I thought maybe he was hurt or something. I hadn't heard anything. But the fact that it was just a coach's decision for him not playing is absolutely ridiculous. Quentin Post has been an important part of the revitalization of this team since Jimmy Butler got here. Looney gives you nothing offensively. He's not big enough to do anything with Zubac defensively. Maybe at 7 feet, Post could have grabbed a board or two. He had 2 different possessions. They had like 4 opportunities to score a basket because the Warriors couldn't pull a rebound. Perhaps Post or Kuminga could have gotten a board. Perhaps Post or Kuminga could score a few more buckets for you. Post opens up the floor for you the way Looney just cannot. And to see Looney out there playing damn near 30 minutes and Post and Kuminga hardly play at all, I don't understand what Steve Kerr was doing. The decision to double team Zubac unnecessarily led to several wide open threes. If Zubac wants to take 3 shots in the game, let him. I'd rather have him do that than give Harden and Dunn and the rest of them wide open threes. I thought Kerr was terrible in this game.
Thanks, Robert. Appreciate the call.
He deserved it.
No, well, let's hear what Steve Kerr said about why Jonathan Kuminga didn't play.
We've just found a group, with since Jimmy got here that we're pretty comfortable with. Guy didn't play either. Guy's been our highest plus-minus guy over the last 2 months. Both he and JK have been really impactful players for us, and doesn't mean they're out of the loop, going forward. It's just this is how this game played out.
All right, and he was asked to follow up on that. Did he expect Jimmy Butler to play 48 minutes? Because it sounds to me right now like Kuminga is essentially Butler's backup.
A playoff game, Harden played 48, Kawhi played 47, Zubac's 42, Powell 44, Brandon 43. So when you get to these type games, you tighten up the rotation and you play your guys and you go for it.
All right, so that's what Steve Kerr was thinking yesterday. Played Jimmy Butler 48 minutes, and as you know, last week when Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs, he said he's not crazy about the Butler, Draymond Green, and Jonathan Kuminga threesome. They don't
work.
They don't fit great.
Well, yeah.
And so what's been hitting me more and more is as we go into the playoffs, Kerr's going to rely more and more on Butler and Draymond Green. And if they're on the court together, he's not going to put Kuminga in with that group. So we'll see what happens on Tuesday with Kuminga. But yeah, he was a DNP CD yesterday, and it is fair to wonder what the future holds for him and whether or not it's here. But that's probably for another day. Let's go to Eddie in San Mateo. Hey, Eddie, how you doing?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Appreciate you guys. Always a pleasure to get on your show.
Thank you.
Hey, I had the burning question of the morning or the day, which is what are the Warriors going to do about not having a big? Yesterday they got killed by Zubac, 17 rebounds. They got out-rebounded as a team. How's that going to work in the playoffs? Are they start going through what you said, the gauntlet of it's going to be a gauntlet of bigs in the West too? How are they going to be able to get those boards or play stuff underneath without having that big,
Yeah. And
that's what makes the decision for Kuminga. And I know rebound is not his forte, Stoney, but I don't think this team is deep enough or athletic enough to kind of have him be the guy that gets a DMP. So to answer his question, I don't know. Jaren Jackson Jr. is coming to town, and if there's no foul trouble, we know what he is, Stoney. But I just that shocked me, the DMP from Kuminga. But moving forward, we can't blame him for that game yesterday. But the caller's right; they got pounded on the glass.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm looking at this box score of the Golden State Warriors, and, the other thing that seems to be happening just a little bit over the last 2 or 3 weeks is it does feel like their role players have fallen off. Moody, Buddy Hield. Pods was pretty good yesterday.
Oh, my God. Where would they? Listen to this real quick. 7 rebounds from Pods. All the rest of the starters combined got 7 rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Well, they're small. They are a small team, and they're not overly athletic. And Steve Kerr was also talking about how they didn't get a lot of 50-50 balls. And
that's where I think of JK.
Well, I don't necessarily.
He's 22, athleticism, but he got to height. I get you.
I mean, look, yes, in theory, does a 22-year-old.
There we go.
But also, in theory, does Jonathan Kuminga scream out dirty work and hustle?
Obviously
and
not
intensity.
To Kerr. Obviously not to Kerr.
So, I have a feeling if he was going to make a substitution based on he needed more energy, he may have gone to Santos before Jonathan yesterday. I don't know. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe's got some mixed feelings. Hey, Joe, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing today?
Hey.
Doing well, thank you.
I feel a little blessed that we're here. Actually, I mean, the Warriors they put themselves in the pre Jimmy era. They put themselves in such a hole before Jimmy arrived here that the fact that we're looking at coming in at 7. I'm honestly happy to be here. Yes, it would have been nice to end at 6, but honestly, it might be better to face Houston than the Lakers in a 7-game series. I don't think we pair up against Houston that badly, actually. But it would definitely be nice to send Dylan Brooks packing. As far as the game yesterday goes, mental errors. The Warriors played a solid game. It was a great game to watch, but the mental errors down the stretch, there's just too many of them, and then that separated the Clippers played a championship style game yesterday, and we didn't. There's the 8 turnovers from Steph. Steph had a great game, but those 8 turnovers, right. I don't know how many points that turned into for the Clippers, those 8 turnovers, but that's terrible. Pods had a great steal late in the game, but then the steal was stolen right back from him. Then he had that traveling call. Draymond went for a foul instead of making an easy shot there at the end. Which I think was a mental mistake. GP2 fouling the 3-point shot that hurt. Not to mention the fact that they missed a handful of free throws. I think Jimmy missed 3 himself.
He did.
If they make those free throws, this game doesn't go to overtime.
That's true.
And he had been 56 of his last 58, Jimmy Butler, from the free throw line. But damn, Stoney, I get it. You can't make every shot, but to play 48 minutes and hoist up 20 shots and be effective as he was with 9 assists, I'm not going to come down his road for missing 3 free throws, especially when your leader, Steph Curry, as great as he was, especially in the fourth quarter, to have 8 turnovers. And I talk about that 3 he hit where he shimmied it. It's 111-107. And the caller mentioned it, the Pods travel, and then the Curry bad pass that was deflected. Like, you can't have that. You just can't. Execution is all I've been selling myself on this team down the stretch.
It's Leroy from the 510. On the Comcast Business text line, when Steve Kerr was asked about Jonathan Kuminga not playing yesterday, he said, and I quote, Guy didn't play either. What? If Kerr has Kuminga on the same level as Guy, the Warriors have serious problems and need to trade Kuminga ASAP. Well, they can't do it now, Leroy, as you know, but listen, when this season's over And I don't know if it's going to be on Friday. I don't know if it's going to be next week, the week after, or a month and a half from now. But, yeah, I think Kuminga's future is going to be talked about. There's no way around it and where he fits on this team. 888-957-9570 is the number. No, I kind of look at this game and I think that there were 5 great players on the floor. Leonard, Harden.
All right.
I'm putting Zubac in there because he gives the Warriors trouble. Butler, Curry, and all those guys were really good. The problem is
that's 3-2.
Is that it is 3-2, and then your guy, meaning Steph, had 8 turnovers. And Leonard and Harden also had turnovers too, but they had a lot of assists to go with it. So, their turnovers came amid them making a lot of plays in the meantime. And, I don't know how many assists Curry had. It's not really fair to put that on him, but he had 6.
Yeah.
So, 6 assists, 8 turnovers. But that's going to get you beat.
And Stoney, with all that said, and you're right, man, this was a blockbuster. It was a great game. It was the last game of the regular season. Every game had been completed. They go to overtime. But I'm going to hone in just on this play. GP2 made a great pass to Draymond, Stoney, and if you want it, it's a make-or-miss league. Raymond Ritter told us that, right? You got to make that layup. And Dre didn't, and at the end of the day, Stoney, that's ball game.
Here's what Draymond had to say about that.
I completely smoked the layup, and Buddy missed the shot.
Was it the shot that he wanted? You guys wanted?
Yes. That was the play that was drawn up, and we got the look. He just missed it. GP made a good play in the post, in the pocket, and I smoked the layup.
Damn. And you know what? For the last month, I fought you tooth and nail about they're all 35 Dre, 35 Butler, 37 Curry, the ages, and you talked about just the rest. And I finally came to that side of the street, like a win yesterday gave you basically a week off and you couldn't close.
Let's go to Al in San Pablo. Hey, Al, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I just got just 3 quick things about the coaching yesterday.
All right.
Just quickly, it's very simple. Kerr does not trust Kuminga. He did not trust Kuminga. He did not trust Santos. That's number 1. Number 2, that was not a playoff game, as Coach Kerr says. It was a regular season game that had playoff implications. And because he thought it was a playoff game, he shrunk the rotation. And when you shrink the rotation, you affect every player mentally and physically. Generally, when a playoff begins, you have 4 to 5 days to prepare for the game plan of shrinking the rotation. The Warriors only had a day's notice. And I think that had an impact on the way they played. And thirdly, Steph Curry should have had the ball with 6 seconds. You're putting your season on the line. You want Steph to have the ball. Hill came in the game, I believe, for the first time in the fourth quarter. He didn't play the fourth quarter until that moment, I believe. But why would you put your season on the line with Buddy Hield when you have Steph Curry? You could have thrown the ball back court, and Steph with 6 seconds would have been plenty of time. That's just my thoughts on the coaching.
Well, I think, weren't there just 3 seconds on that last possession?
Yeah, 3.1.
Yeah, but it's a fair point. And it's always, I'm looking at Buddy Hield. Buddy was put in. No, there may have been 6 seconds left. Anyway, Buddy played 6 seconds in that overtime. And they've run that play before for Klay Thompson, and it's worked. And, I just think that's a case where all eyes are going to be on Steph, and you use him as a decoy, and you kind of get a nice look from Buddy, although it was contested late. And you could tell from the camera angle right off the bat, it wasn't online. And
wasn't the smoothest catch either. He had to.
And so
still, that was open.
Yeah, I agree. There's obviously a reluctance to play Jonathan Kuminga right now. And I think the bigger issue is that, Jimmy Butler played 48 minutes. And so they have a play-in game tomorrow, and then maybe the playoffs. It's like he's clearly going to ride Jimmy Butler 40 minutes a night, and Jimmy's going to mandate that he plays 40 minutes a night. And so then where does that leave Jonathan Kuminga as the postseason looms?
Well, yesterday I left him on the bench, Donnie.
Exactly.
Left him on the bench. And to that caller's point, another rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control, Stoney, is you got swept for it. The Clippers beat you 4 times this season.
Yeah.
And, the one thing that's bothering me, again, I sound like a broken record, 111, 107, and then the execution just went out of the window. And if it's fatigue, doubling Curry, that's not good enough. And we saw what happened with the Spurs. So now moving forward, if you can't take care of business or meet my expectations as far as the pedigree, and you got 3 of the smartest dudes in the game on your team, and when Curry hits that 3 to go up 4, you can't get another, I'm going to go hockey style, shot on goal. It's just odd.
Yeah, I mean, we can, again, you're up 4.
Up 4.
But there's still
left.
No, 156 is left. You got 2 minutes left. Curry hits a 27-footer. It's 111, 107.
Okay.
You still got 2 minutes. And Peyton lets Harden drive right by him. He gets to the layup, and it's uncontested.
All right, Pods
now
traveled.
It's 2.
Yeah.
Pods traveled. They had nothing going on that possession. He ends up with the ball in the corner. He's either got to take a shot clock violation or try to make a play. I mean, I get it. If you're not a big Pods fan, you can come down his road there. But, I mean, he was in no man's land. He got the ball too late in the clock. He was guarded. He couldn't even get a shot off. Okay? Well, that's with 1:18 left. Then
dribble penetration, lob to Zubac.
Exactly. Kawhi Leonard's handling the ball at the top of the floor with about 8 seconds on the shot clock, and Steph Curry runs to not quite double team him, but to maybe get the ball out of his hands. He does. They throw it right to the middle at the foul line, and now they're playing 2-on-1, and they throw an alley-oop to Zubac, and we're tied. Then we're tied. Okay? Then what happens? Well,
Curry
goes into the lane, and he's got nowhere to go, and there's a sea of arms, and Kawhi Leonard steals the ball. Like, games still have a long way to go with 2 minutes left, and they didn't play well the last 2 minutes of that game. And that's been something that's, surfaced a little bit over the course of this season. I mean, the guy's a great player. One of the greatest of all time. But yesterday, he really was careless with the ball, and it hurt the Warriors. And, Jimmy Butler, he was good, 30-9. But you get, this is a game where, and maybe this is nitpicking, but, Jimmy Butler, I thought, was a guy who could do the things you needed in a given game to help mitigate. And you got hammered on the boards, and he only had 1 rebound in 48 minutes. You'd like to see him, with 7, 8 rebounds there. Maybe the ball wasn't coming to him. I don't know. But the second shots ended up hurting his team. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors are headed to the play-in tomorrow night against the Memphis Grizzlies. If you want tickets, they're available. Go to Warriors.com at noon. At noon today, go to Warriors.com if you want to go to that game tomorrow. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water.
I don't know.
Ask me real quick, Sam. We got to get to business. Best part of the weekend for me. Ask me.
What was your best part of the weekend?
Me and the missus went and saw Freaky Tales.
I saw Freaky Tales too. Saturday.
That's when I went.
Yeah, I saw it at the Grand Lake.
Come on, What'd you think?
Yeah.
No, it's a little better than I liked it.
I don't know.
Sleepy Floyd Superman.
I mean, I don't know. Just it was fine. I just wasn't expecting Sleepy Floyd to kill 49 people with a samurai sword.
Don't ruin it,
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's the final scene.
My bad. Oh, shoot. You know what, though? It's a great ending. RMQ paying $1.99 for the following. He's paying you $1.99 to mention the center fielder's name for the Giants. He just wants you to say it.
Jung-Hoo Lee.
There you go.
My new fave.
All right. There you go.
Babe Ruth.
Sadaharu.
Man. Got Rodon.
Also, if we're looking for somebody to close on a Sunday for the Warriors, how about Rory McIlroy?
That was special. Let's just
maybe he should have come in the last 5 minutes of regulation.
The call
or overtime because he won in overtime.
And the emotion.
Yeah,
take
Carter.
your victory lap. You called it.
I know I called it.
Well, good God.
Well, he almost choked.
No, he didn't.
Steiny, he did. It had to go playoff.
There it is.
His putting game was not.
Haters. Haters. He won the Masters, and you find something wrong with it. That's the society
and
we
his
live in.
emotion was awesome. And then we had to deal with this fallout.
Yeah.
Real quick, I got to say Rory choked.
Not yesterday.
Yeah, no.
Let's go to Tom in Sonoma.
Tommy.
Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. I'm disgusted with 3 losses at the end of the season.
I'm with you.
I'm going to tell you, we lost the game for 2 reasons. Turnovers and no rebounding. That was our biggest problem. I blame 2 people for this loss, guys. Steve Kerr. He assumes Kuminga can't play. Assumes. I mean, you don't know until you play him. He's young. He's athletic. You didn't even give him a chance to play Harden or Kawhi to try to stop these guys.
Man.
Not at all. Santos is a rebound getter. We're struggling with rebounds. He doesn't get it. He doesn't even get to go get rebounds. What I have a problem with Kerr is he doesn't know how to coach at the game time. He doesn't know how to make those adjustments at game time. He just doesn't do it. The other thing, Goo, I heard you say that you feel confidence about the Grizzlies winning tomorrow. I don't, man. I believe the Grizzlies are going to come here and give us fits.
Well, I hope you're wrong.
Remember, they scored 51 points in a regular season against us. Remember that game?
Yeah.
That was in Memphis, I think.
I hope we can do it, but I'm leery. I'm very leery.
And we're 0-3, Tom, in playing games.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, that's just a factoid.
So what?
Bob, I'm just... Steiny, how often do you see a player score 36 points, if you're into this, and be a minus 18 on the day? That was the shit.
Jordan Poole's been that a lot.
I haven't said Zach LaVine, but
sure, Zach LaVine.
But that doesn't. What's he doing with the ball?
Who?
Curry.
Giving it to the other team.
He scores or he turns it over.
Well, how much? And I'm asking.
Oh, they're not his fault though. Don't
we
worry.
got Dalton Johnson from NBC
Curry.
Sports Bay Area joining us. What, 12:30?
12.
How much of it do you think is the thumb?
Very little. I mean, I don't care if he had a thumb that was a foot long. He dribbles into the corner and gets surrounded by Zubats and another guy twice his size. I mean, he just got smothered there. As it relates to Kuminga, yeah, I'm surprised he didn't play yesterday. I figured he was at least going to get a shot in the first half and the second half of every game from now on. And Santos, if he's got it going, he's got it going. If not, get him out of there. But
did you see Santos get to the score tables, Donnie? Something must have happened, and he didn't get in the game, but he got up.
Yeah,
but man, Kerr, I don't know. I would love to wonder if he wants that back, and when they knew, or he knew that Kuminga wasn't a part of the plans. But that
it seemed like he told Kuminga, before the game that he probably wasn't going to play because he was going to go with Jimmy a lot. And he doesn't like playing Jimmy, Draymond, and Kuminga. He does not want to play those three together.
But yet you got pounded on the boards, and he's not Moses Malone Kuminga.
Well, that's the thing.
But when you talk about those loose balls, he's 22.
Yeah.
That should have got him 5 minutes.
I mean,
Peyton could not stop, and this is no shade. He could not stop Harden. Nobody could keep him in front of him, Pods either. So just from that vantage point, it's like, okay, maybe he'll get a rebound on a good day. Maybe he'll make it more difficult for Harden and the dribble penetration. But this is the second game, point of attack defense. Steiny, we are not good at it. And now Ja's coming to down.
Yeah. I mean, we know this. We know what their deficiencies are, and we knew what they were even when they were winning. But winning camouflages a lot. They're not big. They're undersized. They're older, and they're not overly athletic. And all I would tell you is if Kerr wanted somebody in there to make hustle plays, he's probably going to go to Santos before Kuminga. Because Santos's track record in that particular department is better than Kuminga's. Now, as for could Kuminga have guarded James Harden? I have trouble thinking that he's going to have success against Harden. I think Harden's pretty clever, but for whatever reason, he said no.
Yeah.
Not going to.
Moody picked. I got to mention Moody early on. I texted Vine, which was relatively quiet yesterday, but I know you guys got lives. But the bottom line is I was like, man, this Warrior D, after they got down early, Steiny was ferocious, and Moody was leading the brigade, picking Harden, and Butler's there. And, I mean, man, I talked about Butler's lack of lift. He showed it. There were three plays. He drove to the hole and finished, taking advantage of Bogey on the other end. And I was like, okay, I like where we're at. And then the Clippers knew what they wanted to do and how they were going to attack partner, and the rest was history.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny, horrible analogy calling McElroy a closer. No, it's not.
Well,
no, it's not.
He won.
He won.
Well, it's kind of like he came in the ninth with a 3-run lead, gave up 2, and you still got the win.
Unearned.
Still a dub, and you get the save.
Unearned.
ERA through the roof.
I can't believe.
Yes, you can.
Of all the euphoria we felt and them flirting
Who
with
felt?
all of us. Dub Nation. Steiny, we were talking about a 4th seed home series.
Why?
And now we're playing tomorrow again. Do you know 3 of the last 5 years, this should be the Warrior Invitational. We're in the play-in again. With Butler, just think about, and you lost to San Antonio. So I know it's about yesterday, but it's a continuance of lemon booty in crunch time, and I'm not going to run from that. That's unacceptable when Draymond can't make a layup.
Well, then why?
How you gonna? What are we don't just throw your notes away. Game on the line at home, and Dre can't make a wide open layup. What are we talking about?
Well, he's not a
Curry throwing the ball all around the court. What are we talking about?
Well,
you got those guys are your leaders.
Well, one thing you were talking about is Western Conference Finals.
It's still on the table.
Oh, there you go. Well, then don't get all incensed
until it's not.
Oh no.
We tried to.
Look,
come on, man.
Listen,
make me feel better.
I'll make you feel better. If they win tomorrow, they get the matchup they wanted.
Are you really that team that can say that?
You really want?
Haven't you learned anything? We lost to the Spurs when we.
Okay, well, then,
17-point favorites.
You know what? Then lose on purpose tomorrow.
No, they're not going to.
Well, that's my point. They're one win away from having the matchup they want.
We've been kicking the can down the road. They were a couple wins away from securing the 4th seed.
They're not good enough. They weren't good enough to secure the 4th seed. They lost 3 straight games at Chase Center.
Wow.
Maybe we should talk about that. Where's the home court advantage? Do they have one? I mean, they've just lost to the Rockets, to the Spurs, and to the Clippers.
Wow.
So,
man.
Yes, I'm not counting on, or I'm not assuming that they are going to win tomorrow because they're at home and they play the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, they got to show me. That's it now, Stoney.
Who does?
The Warriors. Just I'm disrespecting Memphis left and right. I'm gonna take a chill pill on that, man.
Yeah.
Just the magnitude and what's at stake in these games. And yesterday, again, Curry went off. And as much as we talk about the Steve Young, the turnovers, you're not even in that game.
Okay,
and
you're
Dre
not in the
hit a
game,
big
but he
three. I
lost
got to
the
put some
game.
respect on Dre's name. You're down 6 in OT. He hits that three. I'm like, okay, we got something.
Listen, because Moses Moody ripped Norman Powell once, and because he ripped James Harden once, doesn't mean he was great yesterday. You know, just because Draymond made a three in the court, like you gotta do more than just make a play here and there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Caleb's in Livermore. What's up, Caleb? How you doing, man?
Talk to us.
What, my fellas.
Yeah. What's up, man?
What up? You know, my morning, this week has been good so far to start the day, man. I got a good workout in. Just did some schoolwork.
Nice.
And then, yeah, it's nice. And then I go on YouTube, and unfortunately, Steiny, I see you trying to get Guru's blood pressure up, and he just went on a mini rant right there. You know, Guru might explode in a few minutes.
No,
Guru,
I'm good.
You hanging in?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm good, Caleb. I appreciate the concern, man.
All right, man. There you go, man. Look, the Warriors are back in the playing, guys. Let's all clap it up. Let's clap it up for the Warriors. Look, I don't. Everyone talks about it. I just can't. This Kuminga thing is.
It's over.
I don't understand.
Well,
it's over. It's done. It's done.
I mean, listen, Caleb, it's fair to talk about him. I mean, I don't want to spend a whole show on him.
Yeah,
but I think yesterday, it was all said without anything being said. Listen, he's going to play tomorrow. I'd bet any money on it. But the bigger picture is Kerr's not crazy about him.
You know how there you go, Steiny. You know how he really feels about you.
650. Sorry, Steiny. The team is good enough, but the coaching is not.
The coaching didn't turn the ball over. The coaching didn't miss a travel. You know what I mean? It didn't miss a bunny. GP2 gave, again, I keep going to the Draymond layup, but in a game like that, Steiny, you make that, it's a tie game. You live maybe another quarter. I don't know. But, man, for you to be that close and miss that shot trying to get a foul, it hurts more.
Let's go to Larry in San Francisco. Hey, Larry, how you doing?
Oh, hey, good
Larry.
morning, guys.
Larry, hold on one sec. I'll get, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. What's up, Larry? How you doing?
Okay, fellas, I'm gonna say this again.
All right.
You know, I'm a quick post fan.
Okay.
Right? He's a rookie. But my thing about Kerr is he's going to start believing his own BS. Okay, the man has one chance, and we got that. All right, I can't take that from him. But let's face it, 35, 37. It's time to make changes, my man. You can't. The league have caught up with us. All right. The bottom line is, you trying to play 5'7" guys against 6, 7 foot players. It's not going to work. Did you see that guy yesterday for the LA Clippers?
Zubac.
You never heard nothing from this guy all year long, but until he played the Warriors, he was unbelievable. He was unstoppable. He didn't even block the shot, but what he was doing was he was rebounding like there was nobody there but him. That's sad. And then he played. Not about Kuminga is not the story. The comedian, where was Post? Where was number 32 there? I forget his name again. Number 32. What happened to him?
Who is that, Santos?
The other guy you talking about. There was no height out there whatsoever. You're trying to play midget ball in the land of the giants. With that, I'm out.
Who's 32? I don't know the numbers.
I think it's TJD.
Oh, God. Come on, people.
What?
No, I know he would have won the game for him.
When you lose, Steiny, I think everything's on the table to Monday morning quarterback.
Right.
And when you don't rebound.
And when you win, there should still be stuff on the table, but we don't talk about that when they win.
And
they haven't got enough size. They're older. And you know what? You say what you want, and Jimmy Butler, everybody agrees, is a godsend. They still have 3 very old players that are by NBA standards. And
they had a hand in it.
You can't tell me 8 turnovers doesn't have something to do with the other team's defense, the other team's athleticism, maybe your fatigue. I don't know. But 8 turnovers is too many for Steph.
Now, let's talk about Butler, because he was fabulous to me, Steiny. The last 17 minutes of the game, including OT, 4 shots and 2 free throws. Could one person and I'll say it, call this show and maybe you devise something up to where we get more Jimmy with the ball in his hands, bringing it up. Just a thought.
All right. And
maybe you get
what do you do? He brings it up, and then what? Is he going to pass it, or he just goes?
The offense is initiated through him. It's his decision-making, and maybe some of the turnovers don't rear its head the way that they did.
I mean, I think of a guy bringing up the ball and throwing it to the wing. I don't know where, have Jimmy Butler bring it up. I don't know.
And that's what's concerning. We got playoff Jimmy, and Stoney, we still lost. That hurt. That you know what I mean? Well, we've been waiting for Christmas. It came, but the results are the same.
Wow. I mean, how do you explain the Warriors going 22-5 then with Butler, and now 2-3 the last week of the season? How do we explain that? Were they not as good as we thought they were when they were winning 22 out of 28 or whatever it was?
I'm never going to say that when you got Jimmy, Steph, and Dre. And what's maddening is Dre
and Steph. What if they can't do it anymore? What if they can't do it anymore? What if what we're finding out right now, it's been the last week of the regular season, they lost 3 games at home, and they look tired, they look exhausted, and now the playoffs are just starting.
Okay, let me give this to you to that point. Everybody's acting like it. I don't like it, Stoney, after the loss. And the Clippers are hot. They're a hot team, right? But they're not OKC. And everything that went wrong, you still had the game in your hand. So can that be a positive that the Warriors, with all the stuff that went on, getting killed on the glass, still had a 4-point lead with 2 minutes left? So I guess moving forward, maybe one less mistake here or there. Every time the Clippers needed a bucket, Harden, he was getting by. He did whatever he wanted to do, and he's a great. But my gosh, the greats are going to keep coming, and it's athleticism.
Yeah. Yes. And Houston's got a lot of it.
But you have a 20, and that's where Kuminga not playing. I don't think this team's good enough for that. Yeah, that's all.
And Steve Kerr's telling you he's not good enough to play on this team. And I don't.
But tomorrow
I'm not saying I agree. I would assume.
See, that's what's crazy about it.
But let's be honest. Tomorrow you're going to be in a game that was bigger than bigger than yesterday.
Right. You're right.
So I don't know if Kuminga's going to play or not. I mean, I would think he would. Let's go to Cam in Los Gatos. Hey, Cam, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, yeah, real quick, my only big thing about yesterday's game was that Curry only had 33 minutes in the regular session. And if this is like a Game 7 playoff game matchup, that was the only thing that kind of caught my eye as being like, as something that maybe I would have suggested do differently. But that being said, I'm a believer, right? So, I think we're going to win against Memphis. I think we're going to win again in 6 against Houston. We're going to win game 2 down there. We're going to win 3, 4, and 6 back here.
All right.
And then we're going to take down LeBron and babyface Luka. And then we're going to also take down the Clippers in the finals, in the Western Conference, I think. I'm a believer, right?
Okay.
I think we can do this still. But All right. However, this morning I had a bad thought cross my head. All right, we got Jerome Jackson Jr. coming in. Man, he scares me. I mean, Ja, I know what he is. He's a killer, right? But Jackson, he's an unknown, and I'm worried about that. So that kind of worried me a little bit. Now, like, well, we still got. We can beat OKC. We can do that, even though it's short rest. The long series. I understand we give them 1 or 2 games. But then I'm thinking about Friday, and who's coming in on Friday, perhaps, if Tuesday doesn't go our way, is our nemesis, Anthony Davis. And that worries me, too.
What about Clay?
Then the wheels start turning a little bit. And I'm wondering, that would be a very big low for this team. And if I'm the owner, the owner of this team, and I want to win.
Sure.
And I have a favorite. Obviously, Steph Curry is, the golden goose, right? But if I still have a favorite, that might be the time to pull the trigger, because my favorite
be more specific.
has been underserved. My favorite possibly is now being butting heads, and now it's a whose team is this type situation. And not only that, I got some people a phone call away. Mr. Malone being one.
Oh, you're talking about
Mr. Brown being another that could jump back in. I don't think we should. I'm a huge Kerr fan. I think Kuminga should have been traded last year. But the wheels started turning, and it got me a little scared.
All right. That took a turn.
Yeah, no.
I'll say this, and you know where I'm at on Kerr, but nobody's above criticism. I didn't like last week's. Mike Dunleavy told me we got 3 shots to get it. I didn't like that. Steiny. That set up that left a bad taste in my mouth about here we are, the Warriors with Steph and Newly, Jimmy Butler and Draymond, and you got gurus of the world talking about pedigree, but we got 4 lives or 3 lives to do one thing. Handle your business.
They are,
and it was there yesterday, and they didn't.
They had no shot at it.
See,
it's a fact. They have 3 shots at it. What do you hate about facts?
That
they had a chance
you're
yesterday.
Celebrating losses.
No, they aren't.
Yeah.
They got another shot at it today. That would be 2.
Yeah.
Now, if they blow tomorrow, then that would be 1 more. You're
just kicking the can down the road. I don't like. You're laughing. I'm not. I didn't like that.
Oh, it's okay. All they have to do is beat Memphis tomorrow.
Which I'm assuming.
Do you ever come back? And I know it's. Oh, we got to go. Yeah. It's fun to. Well, it's not fun, but does this at all make you question what you were thinking? Oh, I don't know, 3 weeks ago.
No, because we got to 111, 107 with 2 minutes left, and everything.
But you have a turnover machine at point, and you have a non-scorer at center.
What's your point?
My point is, don't assume like this team, when you're up 4 with 2 minutes to go, it's over. Why would you assume that? Why?
Because good teams close that out.
Okay. Have they been consistent? 888-957-9570 is the number. I see calls. I take calls. We take calls. And Warriors have a big one now tomorrow against Memphis. They've done well against Memphis, and they're going to need to do well tomorrow.
Not in the play-in, though.
Hey, the NBA postseason is around the corner, and we know that firsthand right here on 95.7 The Game. Not quite the playoffs, though, but the postseason's begun. Warriors play Memphis tomorrow at Chase Center, and you can go. Tickets go on sale today at noon at Warriors.com. So if you want to go to that game tomorrow, go to Warriors.com at noon. Get your tickets. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best
They've never been to the postseason. They're going to be like Linda Blair in The Exorcist. Their head's going to be spinning around. And you go knock them off in 6 games.
Yeah, but they got youth. You just a bunch of 22-year-olds already, I'm sure.
What happened to our pedigree? See? Our pedigree's not our pedigree.
Yeah, last 13 quarters at home. Dude, are you like Stoney? Just think about that for a minute. Bigger than yesterday. You lose that game in front of the world at home. You had it. San Antonio, okay, was a fluke, but was it really? And then the Rockets in front of the world on Sunday just last weekend. Man, I don't like any of it.
Yeah. Well, we got a little too high, maybe. I like to stay even keel. Even when this team was rolling, I'm like, hey, still got some work to do. Long way to go. They couldn't bring it home the last week, and now they got a play-in game against Memphis.
And the people saying small ball doesn't work, that's the only ball you have. That's your style. And even with that being pounded on the boards, yesterday you had it in your hands.
Yeah, how many you got the box up?
Yep.
How many rebounds Moody have?
If you don't know, take a guess, because I got it right here.
I actually know. I'm just asking you to say the number. He had 30 minutes.
Goose egg.
Oh.
Clippers got length.
It's a problem if you're playing Moody at 4.
But it was on the bench. The young Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, you know what? He would have been a no-brainer if, I don't know, for the last 4 years, he would have actually rebounded.
Man, that was a shock.
See, because if he had rebounded for the last 4 years, I bet he would have played last night.
Huh? Nobody rebounded but Pods.
They're still all right. They just got to win tomorrow. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland.
Oh, man.
Hey, Big Smooth, how you doing, buddy? He says we've seen a pattern.
Surprisingly, I'm doing well. Let me tell you why.
All right.
Tell you why. Because what people are not looking at, first of all, cut it out with this prisoner of the moment stuff. Look at it this way. We face what could be one of the best teams in the West. If you don't know that then, you know it now. And we stared them right in the eyeballs, and we lost in overtime with 8 turnovers. Shoot. Hey, it came down to turnovers and 50-50 balls. How many times could you count on your hand? Oh, the Warriors made a great play, stole the ball, then they stole it right back, and then they scored. Or the Warriors steal the ball and they turn it over. It came down to turnovers. 8 of them from one person, and we face what, again, don't be surprised if you see the Clippers in the finals. Don't be surprised. Kawhi Leonard's jumper, hey, I know he's missed a lot of games. He must have been in the shooting lab because his jumper was automatic yesterday. We're outman. Zubac is having a career year. We still faced them and almost won. Goo, you can't look at it like, woe is me. That was a litmus test. Who's going to be better than the Clippers? And
okay, so what about the Spurs? What about I know what you're doing. I'm not mad. But what about the Spurs? That's a dump truck team. And they came in here and we did the same thing. So put the Kool-Aid down, because I have. I don't care, Kawhi Leonard or not. You were up 4 yesterday. For your fate to get a week off, and you lost to what you're saying is a good, bad team. Okay, what about the Spurs? We saw the same traits. So I'm not buying it until they show me.
Again, exactly. They showed you yesterday. We have a propensity to lose important games. They showed it to you in the Spurs. Why would you be surprised yesterday? Makes no sense.
Because they're champs, Smooth, and I thought they would fix it.
They're champs. They're not champs now. They were champs. You just said it. Prove it. They haven't proved they're champs this year.
All right.
Thanks, Austin. Big Smooth, my bad.
Yeah.
650. Completely unfair, Steiny. I thought you played ball. Well, 4 decades ago. Moody's job is usually to box out someone so someone else can get the rebound. One can't fall to him.
Now there's assist on rebounding. Come on, man. Nobody rebounded but Pods
from
yesterday.
The 5-3-0. Why is Goo yelling at Smoothie?
Because I don't like where he's at. Again, it's denial. Okay? If this was a one-off, I feel you, Smooth, but it's not. It's a trend. And now that's what I'm getting worried about, Steiny. And with all that said, Smooth, they're not champs. You still were up 4 with 2 minutes to play at home. You didn't get a shot off. Turnover, traveling. And then you know what else you didn't do, Stoney?
What's
that?
You
didn't get a stop on the other end. Like this, that's where I'm at, and I'm getting emotional because when you tell me the Clippers are hot, and I get it, but they ain't OKC. They're hot, but you had them. But then the Spurs came in here playing for nothing, and we saw the same movie.
Can I
go ahead? Just
give you one piece of advice. Yeah. Actually, I'm not gonna.
No, go ahead. You're my friend.
The game's not over with 2 minutes. A 4-point lead with 2 minutes. Each team's got 4 more possessions.
But the building erupted. Curry shimmying.
Oh, okay, yeah.
A timeout with Tyronn Lue.
And maybe you're used to another team without pedigree just collapsing. But not the LA Clippers. They've done it. Kawhi's played the Warriors a million times. Harden's played the Warriors a million times. Zubac's gotten over on the Warriors a lot. They don't quit when they're down 4. They're not going to just pack it in.
But let me ask you this, seriously. Why does our offense seem to bog down?
Because
it seems like it's missing something.
It's not easy to play open offense in the last couple minutes of a game.
Wow.
Because it doesn't ensure that the ball will end up in the right guy's hands. So it's just harder to play.
But who are the right guys outside of Butler and Steph?
That's it. That's the problem. And Pods, I'll give Pods a half.
He showed up.
They have Butler can be an offensive player. Steph can be an offensive player.
But Pods can be
Pods
guarded.
can sometimes be an offensive player. But other than that, you're rolling the dice.
Wow, man.
Let's go to Sam in New York. Hey, Sam, how you doing, my man? Sam.
Good, how are you? Can you guys
buddy,
hear me?
You're loud and clear.
Okay, cool. I kind of wanted to give some perspective on the game.
Okay.
It was a tough game. We played hard. I don't think it was wrong not to play Kuminga. I think they played the right way. There were some mistakes. It was basically a playoff game, and it was clear it was the way to go. Only critique I would say is have Moody in over GP2 because they were both getting cooked by Harden either way, and we needed him for offense. We have to remember Harden and Kawhi had vintage all-time performances, and we were right there. The reality is we should have been blown out based on the way they played, and Zubac too, but even if they just had good games, we win that. And I know it's easy to get upset at the results, and I am too, but the reality is we played a great game. We played hard. They played harder. If we bring the same effort against Memphis, then we win that, and we get 4 days of rest against Houston as opposed to 5 days against LA, and I'll take it. Hope we win and get everybody healthy. Yeah, that's all I got.
There you go, Sam.
There it is.
There's some optimism for you, Goo.
Yeah, smoothie too.
Chill out. Relax.
I got to be honest here. Like, they win tomorrow?
Yeah.
I know you can pause. Like, I'm expecting that. I'm looking at it through the prism of,
well, you won't be.
We didn't get that week off. Now we got what did get hit in the
listen.
What Jimmy, what was it? What's the part of the leg?
A thigh.
No, but they called it
Charlie horse.
Carter,
contusion.
No. It's the
well, it sounds like you got this nailed down.
The part of the body.
What about a leg?
Yeah, but it's part of the leg. He had a contusion.
Hamstring?
No, he got the knee is connected to the. Come on, you guys are terrible. No doctors in the house, Carter. They just called. They did. He got hit in the. Starts with a T.
Trapezoid.
That ain't it.
That's an arm.
Okay, but we're getting close. Anyway.
What's he talking about, Liz? Tailbone.
No, what?
Thigh.
No.
Quad.
It's quad.
There you go.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, he can't play with that.
No, I'm just saying. He shouldn't have to be. They shouldn't have to be playing tomorrow. And let me tell you.
What do you mean they shouldn't? Yes, they should.
Who called
they
talking
don't
about
deserve
Udoka?
To not
They're
play.
going after Curry's hand. That's my fear if they beat Memphis. Dylan Brooks, they're going after the hand.
Well,
but they will host Houston. This is how we drew it up.
You haven't qualified to play Houston yet.
Well,
so I'd be a little bit careful.
Yeah,
I'd be a little careful.
I don't think Memphis is smart enough. The Clippers, I get it.
As opposed to the Warriors, right? Because the Warriors, they are Rhodes Scholars, right? I mean, they are Rhodes Scholars down the stretch of a game.
Stop it.
Oh, yeah. They don't turn the
They
ball
actually
over.
won the turnover battle yesterday. It was just winning.
Yeah. Huh?
Shot 46% from deep. And lost.
Let's go to Cal or KO in San Jose. You better be careful here.
Steiny.
Hey.
Hey. You know what? You guys got to RELAX, relax, like Aaron Rodgers said, all right?
All right. How come?
I told my friend on Saturday, the Warriors are going to lose on Sunday on purpose so they can get the 7th seed.
Yeah.
Memphis, have you guys observed Memphis? They've lost 10 out of the last 15 games.
They won their last 4.
No, they didn't. They lost.
They're 3 and 4. They're what, 3? Okay. All right. We hear you. All right.
But one thing is, look, I wanted the Warriors to lose yesterday so we can get Memphis. We're going to win tomorrow, 100% guaranteed, all right? Put all your money on it. And then we're going to get the Rockets in the first round. We're going to knock them out. And then in the second round, we'll get either the LA Fakers or the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that's what the NBA wants. So this is all pre-planned. I think that's why Kerr sat Kuminga so he can have him rested up for tomorrow's game.
Oh, yeah. He's going to play big minutes tomorrow.
All right.
All right, thanks, I'm not sure how to say your name. I think K.O.
So it's the Tupac JFK thing.
Yeah, no, they lost on purpose. Jimmy Butler played 48 minutes. But they really did not want to win that game.
Oh, man. But he really believes that. So, hey, if you sleeping better and smoothie, I'm with you. But I'm just like when you keep losing 3 home games in the fashion that they're losing, Stoney, the confidence as a fan takes a hit, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors play the Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow. And yes, I usually wait till the day of the game to call it, but people are asking. Yes, it's a legacy game. There's no doubt about it.
Well, technically it's not because you don't go home if you lose.
No,
you get another shot at it.
If you lose Tuesday,
you play Friday.
You're done. You ain't playing Friday. Okay, here we go. Let me guess. Let me guess. What was the guy's name? KO?
Yeah.
KO's probably saying, you know what? Come to think of it, they're going to try to lose tomorrow because they want Oklahoma City.
I got a question for you.
All right.
Because I'm stealing one of your words, and I just want to know if it constitutes egregious. Draymond, 4 seconds left, Kawhi had the ball in regulation, and he fouled him, Stoney, and it took the opportunity for the Warriors to get another possession to end the game off the board. Was that a smart play? Because it seems like it wasn't.
I got to overtime.
Only because Kawhi missed.
Because Draymond challenged.
That was a fatal. That was a bad play. But okay.
Right.
All right. But still, had you not fouled and you miss and you get the rebound, maybe you get the last shot and there is no OT.
Well, if he doesn't foul him, Kawhi's got an elbow jumper. And I think the reason
So you say he was going by Dre?
I think he was, yeah. And I think Dre had it in his mind to foul. But, yeah, it took a possible last possession away from the Warriors, but they still got into overtime. Let's go to, let me see here.
Curry missed that layup in overtime from Dre.
Oh, no. That was a tough little shot.
The layup?
It was like on an alley-oop. Yeah, he got caught a little bit. I didn't think that was an easy one. I mean, yeah, we've seen him make it, but I didn't think it was it wasn't like Draymond's.
I love that. I was wild. Tiny. Man, yeah.
Interesting.
Right. Nothing. Wow.
Draymond's was easier. Don't you think?
He didn't make it easy.
No, he didn't.
I couldn't believe that ball didn't go in.
Which one?
Draymond.
Wasn't even close.
No chance.
It wasn't even close to going in.
That was like me at the knockout. He was leaning. What happened?
Had less of a chance than Buddies.
Oh, boy.
You know what it's called? Intimidation. He did not want to get smothered by the claw. And he would have. Steph Curry.
What we got?
Hey, how deflating was the loss?
You're just glad. I mean, you have to take the positives of where we were 2 months ago and know our season isn't over. So we would have loved to have, taken advantage of these last 4 games. And you look at that San Antonio game as one that was a tough beat, but you have to be able to wash it down the drain quick and, take care of our business on Tuesday and make something of this chance that we have. So we're excited about it. We know Memphis has, been playing solid, and they present some challenges, and we got to be ready for it.
All right, that's Steph Curry. After
Steiny, we got to give him his credit though. Sure. They're not. He went off, hit the corner three, tied it. Great pass by Looney, but I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, you can.
But I keep connecting the last 4 games, and you know what's concerning me, Steiny? Foot speed. Offensive guys on the other team with foot speed.
Yeah.
And Harden and your boy, and even Powell for that matter, doing what he was doing, going to the rack, finishing, Steiny, the foot speed. But I thought we had Moody. I thought we had GP2.
Remember when I said Pods I didn't think Curry, Moody's lateral movement was that great?
Oh, wow. Oh, boy. But we didn't need Kuminga.
James Harden's 35, by the way.
He's a young 35.
Has he played any better, man? Seriously, guys?
Yes, he played better with the Rockets.
Hit the 2 threes in overtime to set the tone.
But he never had a player with Kawhi next to him. Like he's never had a player like. You're funny.
We need some laughter. Laugh in Monk Studios.
Play with Embiid.
Well, that he did.
Durant and Irving.
Oh my God.
Who?
Harden.
That Brooklyn doesn't count.
No, stop.
He found the right guy, just like Curry found Butler.
Kawhi can stay healthy. Look out.
Well, he looks pretty good now. And now he's got a week off.
Well, he looked great last year in the first round, remember? But then he broke his foot.
Yeah.
So the winner tomorrow night will play Sunday, the last game of the docket, Sunday night, I believe, at 5. NBA put that out. So there you go. If the Warriors can handle business tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday.
There you go. That's the old pepper. That's what I like to hear. Let's go to Khalil in Oakland. What's up, Khalil? How you doing?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Hanging in.
That's good. One thing I noticed is when they were playing the Spurs, right, in the third quarter, there was Butler, Kuminga, and Guy Santos on the floor, and even Buddy Hield. They played an unselfish brand of basketball, passing the ball, not going for just jacking up threes and all that, and they took the lead during that moment. And then Kerr changed the lineup, okay? So one thing I noticed is that with the Warriors, I think a lot of it has to do with the coaching. Sometimes coaches, they've been around for a long time, they get a little bit stubborn. If you look at yesterday's game, they got out-rebounded, and Kerr didn't play any bigs. Who was the best rebounder? Was it Pajemski, I believe?
It usually is.
But Looney and Post played.
Yeah, but Post is a defensive liability. He's a streaky three-point shooter, but he's not so good on defense.
Yep. And that, Khalil, is a problem that this team has. They have too many players who can't play offense and defense.
Pods and Curry were out of the game. Defensive purposes at the end, Stoney. Just think about that. How many times do you see that?
They have too many, Peyton, good defensive player, sometimes hurts you on offense. Moody, you tell me he's a good defensive player, okay? You can't take 4 shots then in 30 minutes.
It seemed like he was, we talked about his finishing skills. Kerr did too coming into the game, Stoney, but let's just talk about GP2. He felt like his offense was hesitant yesterday. And
Games are getting bigger. Games are getting bigger, and you have a lot of players who are young.
Well, Peyton's not, but I hear you.
Yeah, Peyton doesn't fit there. But I'm talking about Pods and Post and Jonathan Kuminga and
Pods
Santos. Although Santos has played in the Olympics, so he's played in big games. But it was a disappointing loss. And the reality of the situation, though, is if we all have to be honest, you'd rather play the Rockets than the Lakers. And you still have that opportunity. And if the Warriors win tomorrow, we're going to come in here Wednesday and we're going to be feeling better about this team. Kyle Silva. He's paying $9.99 for a super chat. He said, Guru, I sent the email and everything last year, but no message about deer hunting. I'm starting to think you either lost your countryside or your rifle shot is as bad as your basketball shot. I just read.
I mean, where would the email have gone?
Probably in your inbox.
Yeah, well, he don't have it.
Oh, you can get it.
Stop.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to hunt with you.
$10 for that. Wow.
He doesn't want to hunt with you.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
I'll tell you what.
He doesn't want to be up at Area 7 with you.
So how much credit do you give the Clippers defense that Moody only had 4 shots and Buddy Hield was 2 of 6 from deep, 3 of 7 on the night? Like, Stoney Moses Moody, his offense, I'm just talking about his offensive prowess had been, I mean, man, it was bubbling. It was like percolating. And we talked about, okay, last 13 games, but now it's 14. And that was, man, 30 minutes, and you got the steals. You're right, but, man,
this is why
guys I just feel like are reluctant to be what they were early on.
Because the games are getting harder, and the competition's getting stiffer, and the games are more intense, and you must expect your younger players to have some growing pains. Yet you have to. And I think we saw it yesterday. And that's something that, look, you're going in, you might make the playoffs tomorrow and you play the Houston Rockets. And then you're playing a young team. You may very well have the advantage. But you got to win tomorrow. 888-957-9570 is the number. And don't forget, if you want to go to the Warriors-Grizzlies game tomorrow at Chase Center, all you have to do is go to Warriors.com in 20 minutes. That's at 12 noon. And tickets are available online at Warriors.com. I see Dennis, Robert, JD, Ed. I see Murillo. We'll get to you all on the other side. Tough loss for the Warriors in overtime. And now they have a play-in game at Chase versus the Memphis Grizzlies. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO.
short end of the stick. And Jimmy Butler asked if he's feeling a pressure or responsibility about Draymond's title prediction.
I do. But, man, we got a lot of really good basketball players around this locker room, key in what we're trying to do. I like the confidence that he has in myself. I also have that same amount of confidence. So I know that I and we have a job to do, and I know that we're capable of doing it. So play in, here we come.
All right, that's Jimmy Butler. He sounds very optimistic. By the way, coming up in 10 minutes, Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Golden State Warriors, and he'll be joining us in 10 minutes. Does a great job on the Warriors, and we'll get his insight and perspective in about 10 minutes. So I want to hear this other quote from Jimmy Butler about if he likes playing in the play-in.
I don't take any chance for granted to play basketball, to compete and to win, whether it be the playoffs or play-in, any basketball game. I think I'm super blessed to be able to call myself a professional basketball player in the best league in the world. So as long as I get to go out there and compete, I'm happy.
All right. How about this?
All right.
Maybe contest some shots a little bit better. Oh, get to loose balls. There you go. Lose balls, rebound. I think my sorry ass had 1 rebound, so if I rebound a lot more, the game might be different.
All right, so Jimmy Butler taking his responsibility, although he played well yesterday.
Yeah, say what you want, because we had some fun with Ben Simmons, but if you remember this play, we thought we secured the rebound, and he was down there with Steph, and he came up with it, Stoney, and those were the plays. That was the thing that Steve Kerr said that bothered him the most. Those loose balls, those 50-50 balls, as you called it, they got them. We didn't.
Yeah. Let's go to Ed and Benicia. Hey, Ed, how you doing?
All right. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Clippers.
Okay.
I think that they're one of the toughest teams in the playoffs, and the way it's working out now, I think we're on the easier side of the bracket, to tell you the truth. You mentioned Houston.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. That's who I want to see the Warriors play. And, I mean, if I had a choice between playing the Lakers or the Clippers right now, I'd rather play the Lakers. I mean, as it stood yesterday, Norman Powell, who normally kills us in every game, he didn't even play good yesterday.
Right.
And if he had played well, we would have lost even more than what we lost. I also read an article by Draymond Green a couple of weeks ago where he talked about he has a tremendous respect for Ty Lue as a coach in terms of the strategy and whatnot. During this game, when they were up by 12, I think the Warriors had a 12-point lead early, TV interviewed him and asked Ty Lue what they needed to do, and that dude had a maximum amount of confidence when his team was down by 12. So I think the Clippers playing the Nuggets in the first round, both of those teams would have gave us trouble because they have big guys. Oklahoma City is going to have to deal with either the Clippers or the Nuggets, and we only have to deal with one of those teams if we take care of business on our side.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, Ed. The only issue is, like, the Warriors have 4 titles under their belt, and it's hard for fans to acknowledge there's a team that we don't match up well against. But there are teams the Warriors don't match up well against. It's not 2019. It's 2025, and they've got some physical limitations. They're not the most athletic team, and their big boys are up there. Having said all that, I don't necessarily disagree with Ed that you get the Rockets and then the Lakers-Minnesota winner. I think that is the bracket to be in.
Well, to me, it all stems from the glass is half full or is half empty. I don't know what you think, Stoney, but losing your last 3 at home, I would ask you, do you think the Warriors are playing their best brand of basketball? Especially when we talk about the others and maybe the light shining bright or too bright now and some are coming back home to earth. That would be at the most inopportune time.
Yeah, I mean,
So it's Operation Memphis for me tomorrow night at home.
But what about, and I think this is the other part. All right, yeah, you lost to the Spurs. That killed you. But it's late in the season. It's the last week of the season, and you played the number 2 seeded Rockets, and you played the 4 or 5 seeded Clippers, and they beat you. Both those teams beat you. They have the Rockets have a better record than you. They're a good team. The Clippers have been playing actually better than you've been playing, in the last 3 or 4 weeks. So, again, I know people can't stand this, but those are two really good teams you lost to. And this is not a 70-win team.
And I'll say this about Houston. What I don't like about the draw, if they beat Memphis and get them, is that bad blood, or what I deem bad blood. And I'm not saying any other team, the Lakers would have been sleepwalking, but the bottom line is they have not forgot what went down here in San Francisco, and they got on the plane after beating us and kind of lightweight suffocating us, and now Curry's got, whatever he's dealing with on his hand and the contusion, the thigh contusion with Jimmy. But I just don't like, from a young Houston team, that this Warrior team, just hearing that name, has them on high alert, plus their athleticism and the excellent record or season that they've had.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy for the Warriors. Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma. Hey, Murillo.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Another brick on the wall, Steiny. I'm upbeat still. Having a great day. Green time, springtime in Sonoma. How could you complain? Now, if I called you guys yesterday after the game, I'll probably be gravitating towards Guru a little more on how I felt, because, the little things still stick to you. But after a night's sleep, I kind of felt a little more perspective coming in. And not that you don't have perspective, Guru, don't take me wrong, but I felt as emotional as you do after the game, because I felt like it was right there for us.
Yeah.
But, we ran into the hottest team in the league, and a team that I think will always give us trouble, because, yes, they have, to me, the second best coach in the NBA, Ty Lue, and they have a big that give us trouble. They have the guy that, if I'm not wrong, during the good times, during the current era, Kawhi Leonard's the only player that has a positive percentage record against the Warriors, which is crazy. He's always there against us, and it's always tough. So I'm still feeling good. I think we want to be on this side of the bracket. And as far as the rest, if you'll take care of your job tomorrow, not only you get the Rockets, you get the Lakers or the Wolves, which I think will be a 6 to 7 game series. And I don't know what's going to happen. Unfortunately, I'm not the one. I'm just a loony on the path here. I'm not here to call you and say that we're going to do this, and that. But to see that we might avoid Oklahoma, Denver, and the Clippers, it's a positive. And let's say we take care of business tomorrow. We still have a 5-day rest, which is not bad. So let's keep the positive here. I think we can get that win tomorrow. And Pods, wow, what a game last night, guys. Have a good, or last afternoon, right? Was it early game, but enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Thank you.
Who? Pods. Had a big shot. And one, he missed the free throw, but he hit a big three. I have no problem with Pods. Now, he was your third scorer. And maybe he's been on a heater. That shouldn't be surprising, but they just need some more, man. They need some more. And we talked about the Curry turnovers, but how many times did the Warriors offense consist of Curry driving and trying to get past three? It was like tag, and I didn't like. He wasn't comfortable, and he was still so incredible. He was finishing, but good Lord, he's going to need help. And as great as Jimmy was, Steiny, the Evans stat, the last 17 minutes of the game, 4 shots and 2 free throws. I would, again, I'd like to have the win too, but how can we get the ball in his hands more? Maybe that, if it's a close game tomorrow, we see that.
How about JD in Vallejo? Hey, JD, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? Love the show.
Thank you.
I wanted to take a little quick trip real quick. After the game, I switched over to the Masters, and I don't watch a lot of golf, but that finish was incredible.
Yeah.
So I say that to say this. If you weren't a fan of either team yesterday, the Warriors or the Clippers, you watched a phenomenal game. The stars were amazing. Jimmy, Steph, Kawhi shot 65%, I think. Harden was great. They were all great. So you watched a great game. It comes down to a couple possessions, a stop, one less turnover, all those things. And the 50-50 balls, like you guys were talking, I wanted to bring that up because the guys who get those on our team is Moody, Pods, Gee, GP2 comes up with a lot of them. But, Goo, you're talking about having the young athletic idea out there getting those 50-50 balls, and I don't see that when I watch him play.
And you might be like Coach Kerr because he didn't put him in.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit up here and say to you, Stoney, that's his thing. But, you never know until you see it, right? And to get the opportunity, because we left Friday's show with like, hey, Goo, you said it. I don't know if you remember. There's not going to be a DNP because we didn't know Kuminga's role in a big game, and they're going to get bigger, obviously, starting tomorrow. But Coach Kerr told us something with that decision, and I'll just leave that there. I know we got Dalton Johnson from NBC Sports Bay Area coming up in a couple of minutes, but I don't think there's not one person covering this team, one fan that was not shocked by that DNP.
Yeah, now the question is, where do they go with Kuminga from here? What's his role tomorrow? Yeah. If they win tomorrow, what's his role against the Rockets? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't. Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Dennis, we may have to go to DJ. We got him? You know what? Hold on one second.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
You?
I got you. You got me, or it's Dennis? Is that who you?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, man.
Hello, Steiny?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was surprised. I was very surprised that Kuminga didn't play yesterday. I thought I talked to you guys a couple of weeks ago about this, thinking that he won't be on the team next year, and then this happens, and it just kind of reinforced it that they don't have any more plans for him, and I think it's a shame. I think that Jonathan has played well enough to at least get in the ball game. I mean, you've got two guys playing out of position. It reminds me of Shanahan running Debo up the middle for 2 yards. You know what I mean? You got Moody playing power forward. He's a shooting guard. He got no rebounds, 0 rebounds yesterday. And Jimmy got 1, and Draymond got 3. So your big front line of the 6'6" center, the 6'5" power forward, and the 6'7" small forward got a total of 4 rebounds. There's your game right there. And this team needs a 7-footer that can rim protect and play defense. Well, and they don't have it.
Yeah,
they're not going.
Well, I know that's the thing. I mean, they're not going to get bigger this year.
Wow.
And the other thing is, in the last 10 years, we've seen that it's got to be the right 7-footer. It's got to be the right 7-footer. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And let's go out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. Dalton, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. No doubt. Happy to join you guys.
Cool. How much trouble did the Warriors put themselves in with that loss yesterday, do you think?
Yeah, it's big. I mean, obviously, I understand, it felt like a Game 7, but really it was more kind of like a Game 5, of course, getting these extra cracks at it. But we can't oversimplify the ramifications of the fatigue factor, of having to play one more game, all of that. I just think, obviously, getting a week off and being able to fully prepare for a series really would have been beneficial for this team. They win off of IQ right now. Obviously, these are older guys. Now you're going against a hungry Grizzlies team. You go against some of these younger teams going forward if you go against the Rockets, obviously. So, yeah, it's big. The Clippers are a really, really, really bad matchup for them, and they know that they really needed to come out with that win last night.
Yeah, Dalton, from one Johnson to another, man. I'm a fan, and I'm fixated on after Curry hit that 3 and all the things that, let's just say, went wrong. You're up 111-107 in regulation. Mm-hmm. Do you have a problem with me I can't let it go, the lack of execution, Dalton, down the stretch?
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, it's not like the turnover issue when you look at the final tally was that much different between them and the Clippers, but Steph having 8 turnovers, obviously a season high. He had some bad ones right away early in the game when he got trapped late there, of course, as well. So, yeah, the decision-making is what's baffling, because this is a team that's going to win off of experience, off of IQ, off of that wherewithal. We've been there, we've done that kind of mentality, right? I mean, they're not going to win off of the same kind of shooting prowess that they had back in the day. They're not going to win off of being at their absolute athletic peak like they could back in the day. So when they make those kind of mistakes at the end there, it of course makes you really wonder, okay, what is this team's ceiling versus their floor?
Dalton Johnson joining us here on 95.7 The Game. He comes courtesy of the River Islands guest line. He works for NBC Sports Bay Area and covers the Golden State Warriors. Obviously, when you play Draymond a lot at 5, it makes you small, and they got hammered on the glass. Is there any remedy for that? Because they had a lot of guys who played a lot of minutes and didn't get a lot of rebounds. So how do you address that if you're Steve Kerr?
Yeah, look, and now they're going to face the number 2 rebounding team in the NBA, in the Grizzlies. You know, look, Zubac, he has been a huge problem for this Warriors team the entire season. He had 17 rebounds last night. The Warriors starting 5 had 14 combined. Brandon Podziemski, 7 rebounds. The rest of the starters, 7 combined. They were crushed on the glass. It killed them. Zach Edey, obviously he comes in at 7'4". The last time the Warriors played the Grizzlies, I think he had 16 rebounds. But the Warriors won that rebounding battle. The glass is going to be huge for them. They're 14-18 in games where they get out-rebounded. They're 32-17 in games where they out-rebound their opponent. You know, we understand that they're going to play small ball. They're always going to be smaller than the other team, pretty much every single time. And they do not want to use fatigue as a factor. But when you set yourself up for these losses, like they've had, the Spurs game, things like that, where the last 2 weeks it feels like a playoff game and Draymond has to have this kind of intensity against the bigger guys, I feel like you can't ignore the fatigue right now. Like, that's, of course, a big-time worry. And in their 4 games so far this season, the Grizzlies have averaged 50 rebounds against the Warriors. They have to either win the glass or at least make it a close contest, because if the Grizzlies can get out and run in, Ja Morant gets his fast break points, Desmond Bain gets a transition 3, you're really going to find yourself in trouble against the Grizzlies.
Dalton, we got a saying on the show, let's put the rat on the table when a subject matter needs to be discussed. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you Jonathan Kuminga was playing great basketball, but you were in the arena. And when you hear Jimmy and Dre and Steph and Kerr say they didn't get the 50-50 balls, walk us through your thought process when you found out JK, you know, wasn't going to be a part of yesterday's game. Is it fair for fans to question that?
It's fair for them to question him, of course. I mean, you have someone who is the most athletic person on the team. We've seen him at his highest peak this year, showing what kind of impact he can make on the Warriors. But I really wasn't that surprised by it. I mean, Steve Kerr's messaging has been pretty clear recently. I mean, some of it has been subliminal, but you can pretty much read through the lines with the things that he has been saying as far as the offensive flow the last few weeks, as far as Jimmy not fitting with Draymond and Jimmy Butler together, and he's going to play his guys that he trusts down the line. But I believe that Jonathan Kuminga is going to have a role on this team. He is just like Jimmy Butler is everything that the Warriors weren't. The same thing is with Jonathan Kuminga. So I know it hasn't worked with Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler together, but I just feel like if there could be some stints, some instances where he's doing his 2-man game with Steph Curry, you're going to get something that you don't have on the rest of your roster. You know, so I feel like we could sit here and talk for hours about the development of Jonathan Kuminga, about the 4 years, about what led to this. But at this point, here and now, I wasn't surprised by it because I know Steve is going to go with his guys he trusts. That's Gary Payton II. That's even Kevon Looney. Those guys, and he sees the numbers about how Quentin Post has fit with Jimmy Butler compared to how Jonathan Kuminga has fit with Jimmy Butler. But for them to really make a run, there's going to be at least a game or maybe more where Jonathan Kuminga is going to have to be part of that winning equation.
Dalton Johnson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. You're in that locker room, and I don't expect the Warriors veterans to tell you that they're beat up or they're banged up and they're running out of gas. But how would you gauge the health of their 3 veterans, obviously Draymond, Butler, and Curry? And I'm looking at the first day of the NBA Finals, and I know that's getting ahead of ourselves, but it's June 5th. I mean, can this team really put together a 2-month run where they win 4 playoff series against, really good teams and playing high-stakes games for the next 2 months?
It's a marathon, right? I mean, if they can, Rick Celebrini deserves a raise. I mean, truly, think about that. Like, we saw, I think, though, we're almost not talking about Draymond Green's injury enough. The way that his neck turned on going for that bad pass from Steph Curry, I mean, I was almost surprised that he came back and the way he was able to still play the rest of the game. I mean, his neck, the way that it turned to the left, and he's automatically grabbing it with the back of his neck with his left hand. Whenever there's a head or a neck injury, you got to be worried, right? So, I mean, we're talking about Draymond's injury that I don't think is being talked about enough. Steph is really favoring his left hand. We have to admit that. When he's dribbling and everything else, he's really trying to hide that right thumb. He's pretty much just trying to use it for shooting purposes. That's about it. He's going to the left a lot, dribbling-wise. He's trying to protect it on the bench. He's trying to protect it on defense. And teams, of course, are going to notice that. The Grizzlies, if we do get ahead of ourselves, we talk the Rockets, the way they play defense, the way they try to go off their head coach's persona as well. So you got to be worried there. And then Jimmy Butler, to see him limping at the end of the game right there, that's what it's going to come down to, is the health of that big three. We could talk about X factors, Kuminga, Moody, Podziemski, but at the end of the day, it does not matter if those big three aren't able to give close to their 100% on the floor in the playoffs.
Man, a lot of good stuff there. Dalton, what did you think of the gift that Kawhi in overtime had given the Warriors, missing the front end of that free throw? And I loved the play that Kerr drew up and 6 seconds left. What did you make of Buddy's look? I thought he had enough time and a good look at it.
Yeah, it was a good look. It came off short. The pass was a little bit low, but I mean, you can't really argue with it that much. I understood it. Buddy Hield was not in the game before then. Right when he came in the game, that has to tell you, hey, he's part of this play most likely. You know, a Ty Lue defense, a Jeff Van Gundy defense is literally going to do everything in their power to make sure that Steph Curry does not touch the ball. So you can maybe question, okay, Buddy hasn't been the hottest, maybe Brandon Podziemski, but you trust a veteran guy who's been there, done that, has 7 straight seasons of 200 3-pointers, and it just came up short. So I really can't question the play too much. It just wasn't, Buddy Hield's best shot before.
Dalton Johnson joining us on 95.7 The Game, covers the Golden State Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. I mean, I don't have to tell you, Dalton, that Jonathan Kuminga is a player that gets talked about an awful lot, and sometimes we talk about him when maybe we shouldn't. But it's the biggest game of the year. Yesterday, he doesn't play, and I got to ask you, you're there. Is there any friction in the organization or a difference of opinion that Lacob may have as opposed to Kerr? And they've signed Jimmy Butler. He's going to be a starter. Draymond's still under contract. I mean, how do you see it all playing out for Jonathan Kuminga, knowing he's a restricted free agent at the end of the year?
It has to be tough for him right now, right? I mean, the guy felt like he finally had his leeway, his pass to be that guy, to be the number 2. I mean, the season has been so long and strange, we almost forget that there was a time this season that Draymond Green went to the bench to make Jonathan Kuminga a starter, to pass the torch to him, essentially, to say, we believe that you are that all-star. And it was coming from Draymond Green, saying that he bought into that idea. That didn't last too long. And now we're talking about someone who got a DNP in the most important part of the game, most important game of the season. Of course you have to question it, right? So I think Steve is trying to do everything he can to only focus in the moment, to get Jonathan Kuminga to only focus in the moment. When I've been around him in the locker room, I think he's been really good this year. The veterans have really tried to push him up and give him that confidence. But it also has to be really hard when if I have an opportunity and I make 1 or 2 mistakes, my day's done. And then people are kind of going, well, look, Steph Curry has 8 turnovers. Draymond makes those kind of turnovers too. Well, they're Steph Curry, they're Draymond Green. They've earned that right. We can question the turnovers, of course. We can analyze them. We can scrutinize them. But they have a lot different leash than Jonathan Kuminga has. So it's going to be tough for him going forward. And I think it's, really, really imperative to just see what this mental toughness is right now from truly buying in, listening to the veterans. We saw him get up shots for a long time last game and say, if I get my opportunity, I'm going to make the most of it and do whatever is needed for this team. That might mean team defense. That might just mean rebounds. Whatever it is on that day, I think it'll just go a long way for Jonathan Kuminga's future, whether it's with this team or not, to show that he's ready for that opportunity.
Dalton, I'm telling Steiny, and I actually told him after the Spurs game when we saw Castle and Johnson kind of beat the Warrior defenders off the dribble, but the point of attack defense, and I know Harden and Kawhi are headed to the Hall of Fame, but how concerned are you about the Warriors' point of attack defense? Because here lately I feel like it's been lacking.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that was a big question when you lose Andrew Wiggins, right? He's that point of attack defender who's really versatile, has the length, and that's what you have Gary Payton II for. And then, of course, James Harden. I mean, he just went off, especially in overtime. When you really needed to try to get a stop. We've seen Moses Moody be a lot better on that side, especially since Jimmy Butler's been here. And early on, he was really active. Had a combined 5 blocks and steals in the first half, I believe it was. But then there were a couple times there where it felt like Moses's feet were a little stuck in the mud too, and you saw the loose balls. That was, I think, what might have been the most concerning for the veterans and for Steve Kerr yesterday was the fact that there were a ton of 50-50 chances that some guys just didn't get to. You saw Draymond say something to Moses Moody about it in real time on the court. Kawhi Leonard was beating him to the ball, beating him from behind, and he just seemed to have a little extra urgency than some of the Warriors role players had, and that's really going to bug them. So that's why I expect it to be a huge focus tomorrow night is those little extra 50-50 balls, that point of attack defense, because we're talking about Ja Morant, guys. He's going to get his. I mean, he feels like an absolute track star on the basketball court. It's really wild to see up in person with him. So that's definitely a concern. Luckily, it hasn't really crushed them because the back end of Draymond and Jimmy Butler, the help defense there. But that's, 2 older guys that are having some fatigue right now. So you're going to have to hope that extra players like Moses Moody and Brandon Podziemski can hold their own in the least against someone like Ja Morant and slow them down in the slightest to then get to Draymond and Jimmy, so on and so forth.
Dalton, thank you so much for joining us. Really good stuff. And enjoy the game tomorrow. We'll all be watching.
Appreciate it, guys. Had a lot of fun.
Yes, sir. Dalton Johnson, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. He covers the Golden State Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. And
we had mentioned Draymond in that neck and that issue, Stoney. He would. I mean, man, he hit it on his thigh. He left and came back, and we just take him for granted. But man, I did see him getting at Moses Moody in regard to kind of like going for the loose balls in the way that he does.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they call Kawhi the Claw.
Man,
he put that big claw on it.
Yeah,
but yeah. 50-50 balls. Stands the reason an older team may struggle to get those.
Man. And they did yesterday.
Not that the Clippers are,
I got you.
Too young, but all right. 888-957-9570. Let's get back into it with Robert in Sacramento. Hey, Robert, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Last time I called in, my buddy Guru wasn't there. So glad that you're in there, brother. Love you guys. Hey, I just want everyone to kind of take a beat real quick, and I'd kind of like to get into a few just basketball topics.
All right.
I think they played really well yesterday, and if you just kind of look at it, we were there. Kawhi is not going to go 13 for 17 very often. Same thing with Harden. I love what they were doing defensively. Look, Clippers are a great team. I love the matchup. I guarantee we beat the Grizzlies by more than 10. If we don't, I'll come after your show and buy you guys a drink. I don't drink. I'll get a cappuccino, but I'll buy you guys a drink.
Okay.
And the first round, and then the next round with Houston, You get 2 days off after each game, only in the first round. I guarantee, I love Kerr, Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy game planning against anybody in a series. So I want everyone to kind of think about that in basketball terms. I know they got the youth, but we got not only the experience, but the basketball IQ. And I think our youngsters will be all right. But I also guarantee we will beat Houston 5 or 6 games. I'll take you guys off there. Appreciate y'all.
All right, so you heard it from Robert.
We love
Warriors have to win by more than 10 tomorrow.
I would tell
or he's
Robert,
buying us a drink.
Yeah.
We didn't even ask, and he didn't even say, and if they win by more than 10, you owe me one. Like, he didn't even say that.
Yeah, but what I didn't like in his intel is, Robert, Kawhi's probably going to go 13-17 a few more times, and hopefully it's not against us. But the bottom line is, I mean, they got guys, and their guys showed up. And Kawhi, it's kind of crazy. He passed the baton to Harden to where Kawhi was quiet in OT offensively. Harden brought that baby home. Powell with a couple shots.
Yeah. Let's go to Kevin in Louisiana. Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Okay, when is people going to put more emphasis on what Steve Kerr is doing with that team? He had a presser, and he talked about why he didn't play Trace Jackson-Davis. Trace Jackson-Davis, the last time they played Houston, he averaged 20 and 10. I can't understand that. You need rebounding and you need aggressiveness down in the paint. He's not getting that from Podziemski and GP. Both of those guys really are better served coming off the bench. You're going to need another point guard. But what you have, we have the people on the bench. He's just not utilizing them right.
All right. Fair enough. Feels like Steve Kerr's getting hit.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the people that don't like that he didn't play Kuminga, but I can't play the game of, okay, we lost, let's look who didn't play and say, why didn't he try that guy? Because obviously he cut down the rotation yesterday. So
but not in the fashion that we have seen to where Kuminga was getting DMPs. And that's why the word I use is surprising. I think it was the wrong thing, the way the game played out. But you got to be assuming that you're going to get the bad version of Kuminga, Steiny. And especially if Dalton's right, the OGs are gassed, and you're losing 50-50 balls, and I got a 22-year-old that can move, and that is somewhat long. Damn, I'm a triumph for
But that's not what he does. We know that. Like, this is what I mean.
He gives him 20 minutes at least.
No, I know that. But what I'm saying is, if you're looking for hustle plays, you don't go with Kuminga. He's not a dirty work guy. And I'm not saying he shouldn't have played last night.
Well, maybe a message was sent yesterday, and if he plays tomorrow, he knows what time it is, because maybe he always knew, hey, I'm going to still see the floor. So now it's upon him, Stein. I know he was shooting, but maybe he should have been grabbing rebounds yesterday, Kuminga, after the game, because you are right. No matter what happens and how this plays out, a message was sent. Now, if I'm Kuminga, I'm like, okay, maybe it ain't about my 15 points. It's about me getting these 50-50 balls and rebounds.
Yeah.
Well, because a message was
sent. My dad, rest in peace.
Yeah.
You know, at various times in my miniature basketball career, there were times when I didn't play as much as I'd like. And my dad said, son, you have to make yourself so valuable that the coach has to play you. He has to play you.
I love it.
Yeah. And Jonathan Kuminga apparently has not done that with Steve Kerr. He hasn't convinced Steve Kerr that he's so valuable. He has to play Jonathan Kuminga. And it's been going on for 4 years, and it looks like it's coming to a head. And we'll see what his role is tomorrow and then moving forward, whether it's a game on Friday or it's a series against the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, did Dalton mention that Memphis is the second best rebounding team in ball? Because up until yesterday, outside of Boston, I didn't know the Clippers ran ISO the second most in the league. And it worked to perfection almost with Harden and Kawhi yesterday.
This has been brought up here and there. The Draymond foul on Kawhi Leonard that didn't give the Warriors a last possession. I mean, I thought Kawhi had him beat and was going to get into the lane, and Draymond just had to make a play. But here's what Kerr said.
At end of regulation, you took the foul to give, but that took the shot clock off. Is any of that you feel like was a mistake?
Not really. Where you go for a steal first, and then you try to get the foul next, and we got what we wanted. We got the ball back down 3 and had a decent look. So it's like I said, high level basketball game, and both teams played really hard and really well, and we just came up a little short.
Well, I was talking about the one in regulation.
That's what he was talking about, but then he jumped to overtime.
Yeah.
No,
they didn't get a shot after they went to OT when Kawhi missed that. And there was 4 seconds on the shot clock until Dre fouled him.
Right.
Then they got 10 seconds to just dribble it, and
Like I said, I thought
he was beat.
Yes. Yeah, and I thought Draymond held him pretty good to make sure that he wasn't going to be able to get a shot off. But I guess, the way it plays out, I mean, would you rather, by the way, he made that shot that he got fouled on. He got fouled and then he just raised up and he buried it. So it didn't count, obviously. It was before the shot clock.
Let me ask you this before I know we're up against it almost. And again, I'm not criticizing Kerr. But when you talk about Jordans, Kobe's, and the guys like Steph Curry, that play that went to Buddy Hield, Stoney, is there any scenario to where that's got to be coming off the hands of the chef? There's got to be some way to get the chef open who was cooking to take that shot with the game on the line.
I mean, I watched the play, and Kawhi Leonard was draped on Curry. I think the play's for Buddy. But if Buddy's not there,
told us that.
But if Buddy's not there, then you kick it out at the top of the circle. But I don't know. You could have gotten the ball to Curry the way it was set up.
Wow.
Because Kawhi almost had him all wrapped up. But the Warriors couldn't make a play when they needed to yesterday. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got full phone lines. I will get to you all on the other side. The Warriors, they are in the play-in, and it occurs tomorrow at Chase Center. Tickets available at Warriors.com if you want to get tickets to that game and be out there for the big boy. The NBA postseason, as you know, it's around the corner. And again, 7 versus 8 tomorrow, Warriors versus Memphis. Tickets now on sale at Warriors.com. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
2025 is here, and I'm starting. can dunk. Oh, no.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Warriors, they have a game tomorrow. It's a game they didn't want to play, but they play the Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow at Chase Center for a chance to advance into the playoffs as the number 7 seed. It would get Houston at that point in Houston on Sunday. If the Warriors lose tomorrow, they play Friday against the winner of Dallas and the Sacramento Kings.
Ugh.
And if they were to lose that, they would be eliminated. If they were to win that, they got to get on a plane after the game on Friday, fly to Oklahoma City, and play the Thunder Sunday.
Yikes.
That
is a nightmare.
I would think so. I would think so.
Nobody wants none.
Jonathan Kuminga did not play yesterday. Steph Curry just a few days ago was saying to fans in the media, you got to let this guy play. Stop micromanaging him. Stop assessing every possession. What does Steph want to see from Kuminga going forward?
Just to be ready. Just the test of a young player in this league, and especially with our team. You never know when your moment will be there at the brightest and highest of moments. So it wasn't his time tonight. And, against Memphis, it could be a game where he makes his presence felt. So don't let noise outside of the locker room, the attention that might come from it, distract you from your ability to make an impact when your number is called. So we saw this summer, DNPs are all over the place. You got to be able to be ready.
Wait, we saw what?
He's talking about the Olympics.
Tatum.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what he meant there. Thanks, Evan. So there it is. Jonathan's got to stay ready, according to Steph Curry. I mean, that's all he can do, right?
Yeah, and I feel like the team needs to see what's behind door number 1 in regard to if he's having a good or a bad game. Because if it's good, Steiny, you might see him 20 to 25, who knows, 30 minutes.
Let's go to Frank in Atlanta. He's going to take a victory lap and say, I told you so.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Frank.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
How
Thank
you guys
you.
doing?
All right.
All right, man. I'm just going to say this, a few quick things, and I'm going to let y'all go. Kerr's inability to adapt has been our fatal flaw the last 3 years. He's a great manager, not a great coach.
Okay.
I'll say this. The best lineup we could have played in order to progress into the playoffs and pass the first round was Curry at the 1, Jimmy Buckets at the 2, Kuminga at the 3, Draymond at the 4, and either Loon, TJD, or Quentin Post at the 5. Do what Draymond wanted. Let him play the 4. Then you can fit your bench around that 5 right there. But Kerr's inability to adapt to the roster as it was currently constructed is going to make us, even if we win Tuesday or Friday, a first round out. Because we will not adapt to the personnel that we have. He's stuck in that, excuse my French, itty-bitty titty committee lineup that he fell in love with, and he won't change.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate the call. Frank with a lot of very...
that was my lineup early on in the year, but Kuminga hasn't held up his end of the bargain, Stoney. Potts has been a godsend, but he could be. We've seen Potts come off the bench and hold it down, but that was my 5 I was lobbying for at one point this season.
And what Steve Kerr would tell you is we tried that a lot. And he just stinks. No, I'm doing what Tortorella did. It just doesn't work, according to Kerr. Just not a great lineup. I don't know why. It just doesn't work.
Has to play.
Wait, what was that?
Sanchez has to play.
Santos, he meant Stoney. Yeah.
Let's go to DJ in San Jose. Hey, DJ, how you doing, man?
Hey guys, how are you?
All right.
Doing well, thank you.
Oh, cool. So I just wanted to echo something other callers said is, I mean, basically everyone's been saying it, but we don't have enough size out there.
Nope.
I mean, we got the size on the bench, and we're getting out-rebounded. We're working so hard on just getting rebounds that it's hard to keep the offensive output going, like, throughout the game and throughout a series when you're working that hard to just get rebounds. And then we're playing Memphis, and they have Edie, and he's huge, and they have JJJ, and he's versatile and big. And I don't know how we're going to beat those guys. I know we've beaten them before, but... And then it's just like, I agree with the last caller, like, we're playing way too small, and the league is changing. Like, OKC's going to start 2 7-footers. Edie wasn't even projected to be drafted. Like, some of the analysts thought that he was too slow. But if you watched it in Indiana, he was, like, dominant for 4 years or 3 years or however long he was there.
Purdue.
So I think it's, yeah.
But that's in Indiana. You're right. No, thanks, DJ. I appreciate the call.
But go ahead, because I just want to tell the people that feel like DJ, and you feel how you feel, and we all do. But the bottom line is it almost makes it more spectacular and frustrating at the same time. Lack of size this, lack of size that. You got pounded on the boards, but yet you were up 111-107 with 2 minutes left at home for a week off. So all the hurdles that you had to climb and the things that you're not good at, you still collectively found a way to get a 4-point lead at home again with 2 minutes left. That's 120 seconds, and execution just went out the way. You just threw it out the window, throwing the ball away, travel. So I get that, but that's not what yesterday was about to me, Steiny. You were at the finish line almost.
A lot of time. I mean, Curry makes that shot with what? About a minute 55?
Yeah.
Harden goes down and shoots a layup.
Just went right
by Gary Payton II. Wow. And now it's a 2-point lead with 140.
Okay. All right, money time.
Okay. 24-second violation that was a turnover on pods.
Like, that can't happen. Like, I can tell you, Steiny, and they didn't win. You don't deserve to win if you're going to do that thin. Now, one possession things happen, but come on.
I mean, give the Clippers credit.
I am. But Draymond missing a layup, I'm not giving that.
He's not a good offensive player. Like, we know that. Now, should he have made it? Of course he should have made it. But what happened? He felt Kawhi Leonard.
And pressure.
Well, what happened to the pedigree?
That's why I'm frustrated.
Okay, well, maybe we're overblowing pedigree when it is contrasted with
we're on that street. Yeah.
Other teams' pedigree. I mean, Kawhi Leonard's got pedigree. Here's the other thing. The reason Zubac, there's a reason Curry had 50-plus against Memphis. It's because their bigs don't know how to help or don't know how to guard him out in the three-point line. And anytime Curry sees Edie, he knows he can get a shot off. Well, guess what? Zubac is a little better at that than Edie. Zubac is smart, so he knows to get out there and to try to run Steph off that three-point line. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Here we go, 669, silver lining. Y'all got lucky. You didn't want the Lakers in the first round. Silver lining. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Draft Spotlight.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Warriors. They have a game tomorrow that they didn't want to play. Memphis Grizzlies in town for the right to play. The Rockets as a 7 seed. You lose tomorrow. You got to play at home again on Friday against either the Mavericks or the Sacramento Kings, and then you're flirting with disaster. Could be a blessing in disguise. It could be. If you can get tomorrow, get 4 days off, and then get to Houston and see if you can take advantage of a team that's never been to the postseason. Although they do have players that have been.
Rockets coming out to play.
Fred VanVleet, for example.
He sent you home one year.
Yeah. Let's go to, and this is, we've been, if there's a day to talk about Kuminga, probably's today. He didn't play yesterday. Coach's decision. And I'm just looking at Al
DMP
in San Francisco. He says Kuminga should be playing. Mike in Hayward says Kerr knows what he's doing. Let's go to Mike in Hayward, and then we'll get to Al in San Francisco. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Hey, guys. I think that, the Clippers don't want to see, nobody wants to see the Golden State Warriors in the 7-game series, okay? Just like they don't want to see us. They know. All those teams have weaknesses and strengths. So, Ray might make a layup, he can miss a layup wherever Curry has the turnovers, okay? That stuff happens, okay? And the Clippers, they're on a winning streak like we are, okay? So the other thing is Kuminga don't, I don't know, Kurt knows that Kuminga don't fit. Basketball IQ ain't there. He ain't learned. He's been there 4 years. He ain't got it yet. Brzezinski and Moody, they got it, okay? He don't get it. He's a good fit somewhere else. They're not playing him because they don't have confidence there. He's not going to go out and get 12 rebounds. Can he go get 12 rebounds a game? Can he do that? That's what they need him to do. Instead, they say, well, we'll put in Moody and we'll put these other guys, Brzezinski. They're more consistent at getting rebounds, although they didn't get that many yesterday, but they are more consistent than him on the rebound. So Kuminga's an individual kind of guy. He's not that good. He's not a team player. That concept, he's not engraved in it. That system does not work for him. I don't know where he's going to go, and then we just don't want to get any big man. That's another dumb thing people talking about. We got to get somebody that fits in. That offense and defense they run is complicated. A lot of people come there and can't even get into that offense. It takes a long time to learn how to play that kind of offense that they run. It's a difficult offense.
It is.
Defensively, and the offense is, and the defensive side of it is even harder. To the way they expect their defensive players to play. They expect them to play small, rebound, do all that because they still go quickness over size. So really what they're lacking is just a big man that can block some shots and rebound a little bit and then score a little bit. If they had that component, everybody would be a different conversation. But they know what they're doing, but they're just not going to go and get anybody.
Yeah,
on that team. It's not going to work. The Warriors have never done that.
Right.
Never.
Thanks, Mike. No, you're right, Mike. It's got to be the right guy. It's got to be a guy who can, ideally, these guys don't grow on trees.
Yeah, and that's for the future because they ain't walking through that door tomorrow.
A 7-footer who can protect the rim, then play out top and be able to pass well.
They drafted what they thought was going to be that in James Wiseman, but we saw how that worked out.
Let's go to Al in San Francisco. Equal time. That's what we're all about. Al. Hey, Al.
Hey, guys. Thank you for getting me on here today. Sure. It was kind of a hard to take that loss yesterday. The last 50 seconds, I guess, was the time that they should have got a little separation, 4 points, but they couldn't. Green messed up the layup. Curry with the turnover pod, also 24-second clock running out. And they should have won that game. But it is what it is. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise to take Memphis on tomorrow and then beat them and then take a break for Houston. But Kuminga, honestly, truth, man, that kid should have at least got in the game somehow yesterday, man. That was kind of bad on Kerr's part. Not even letting he might have been a difference in that game yesterday, man. Okay, he sprained his ankle, but before that, he was highly praised because he's the one that won that game for Houston with 20-something points he scored. And Kerr is being unfair with this poor kid, just like he did Tatum in the Olympics. He sat Tatum out, and it's the same thing with Kuminga. Kuminga's got the talent. He might be the savior for this run, but Kerr is not using his ability, Kuminga's ability to thrive. He came back in from his sprained ankle. The kid needs time to get back on track, man. Give him a motivation, boost, man. That's all they do. You're a good player. Come on, we know you can do this. But instead of not even considering him in the lineup or in coming off the bench, it's kind of cruel, man. I hope Kuminga goes on a better team next year. I hope he plays good in his playoff. If we go all the way to the finals, I hope he comes up and scores 30 points a game, and then he could get a better deal going somewhere else. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Appreciate the call.
So if I were to ask you, Steiny, because, again, had they won, I know I would have came in here and my lips would have been shut in regard to this subject matter. But who and what did they do better without Kuminga? Because it damn sure wasn't rebounding, and it damn sure was not stopping guys from beating you off the dribble. So that's my only thing is, what did you do better, Kerr? What did you accomplish by not even seeing what was behind door number one for 5 or 10 minutes? At least you admit that it was a surprise he got a DMP. You said that early.
Yeah, I figured he'd always get
a
crack at each half, but I mean, like, that's not the way it works, unfortunately, is what could they have done worse with Kuminga in there? I don't know how the guy practices. I don't know what his relationship is with Steve Kerr. I don't know what Steve Kerr thinks of him other than what we see night in and night out. And, it's not even about whether I like him or don't like him, or Guru likes him or doesn't like him, or fans like him or don't like him, and I'm talking about Kuminga. The reality of the situation is we've watched this for 4 years play out with Jonathan Kuminga, and it was the last game of the regular season in his 4th year, and it was the biggest game of the year, and Steve Kerr went to him before the game and said, "You're probably not playing tonight."
Damn.
And does that open Steve Kerr up for criticism? Yes, it does. Of course it does. Because this is a guy who's on your team. But
the message is
Steve Kerr also knows that if he doesn't play Kuminga, he's probably going to have to answer to it. And he will. Because whatever he's doing with Kuminga, I think he believes in it. I think he believes that Kuminga is not as effective as some other players that he uses, and how else can we come to any other conclusion? He needs hustle, he needs defense and rebounding. He's going to go to Santos. He just is. And now he didn't go to Santos last night, and that was the one thing that was interesting, because Steve seemed to suggest that Santos might have had a bigger gripe last night than Kuminga.
No.
We've just found a group, with since Jimmy got here that we're pretty comfortable with. Guy didn't play either. Guy's been our highest plus-minus guy over the last 2 months. Both he and JK have been really impactful players for us, and doesn't mean they're out of the loop, going forward. It's just this is how this game played out.
All right, that was Steve Kerr talking about why Kuminga didn't play.
Yeah. And you've been saying it, and I'll harp on it, and I keep focusing on the lead that they had, and they didn't close. But the bottom line was the Clippers were the better team, and that's why they got the win. So it's got to change. It's got to change fast and in a hurry, and it's a different team. But my goodness, Steiny, I know Zubac is a problem, but for him to swallow up 17 rebounds just by himself, that's going to get you beat. And it did yesterday.
Let's go to Jimbo. Jimbo's in San Francisco. Hey, Jimbo, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? I love listening to you guys.
Thank you.
You guys are like the yin and yang. One is so passionate, and then one rationalizes it. It calms down Guru. I love your passion, Guru.
Hey,
I love how you talk basketball. And I love how Steiny just calms you down and just bring you back to reality. We're still in it.
Well.
But here's my thing on Kuminga. it's going to be hard for him to get on the floor because he doesn't move the ball well. He doesn't cut without the ball. He's not a rebounder like a Pod. He's not a go-getter. He doesn't play the garbage. Like, he doesn't do the garbage stuff. Like, he doesn't do the dirty stuff. And when they don't have plays for him, that he has to be an ISO slasher, it's hard when people are just going to be stagnant like that. And if we're not shooting the ball well in that game, like you said, if Jimmy's going to play the 4, Draymond's playing the 5, and that many minutes, and then you're rotating post for 10 minutes, and you got Looney for 16, it's going to be hard. Like we talked about it like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. Come playoffs, Kerr does a shorter rotation. He's going to stick with his veterans. He's going to stick with his go-to guys like Looney, GP2. I wish they used TJD as what was that, McGee role, where he came in there and just sparked it up, did some alley-oop plays, get some rebounds, block some shots, get some energy. I wish either him or Santos could play that role. It's going to be harder, like you said, if we don't shoot the threes come playoff time. What's going to happen if they're going to trap Curry? So the only thing I got to say is I think this team is different than any other Warrior playoff team we ever had. We never had too many young guys involved so much with our offense and defense, and we don't know what they're going to be able to do come playoff time, if we get it.
Yeah.
Assuming we win Tuesday. And that's what not kind of scares me, but, that's what gets me.
I hear you. Yeah. Thanks, Jimbo. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
And the other part that disappoints me, Stoney, if you watch that game like you did in real time, I thought it was deflating for the Clippers to have that game, how they squandered that game at the end, and the Kawhi miss, or, that play that I didn't like. But the bottom line is I thought the momentum, Uncle Mo, was on the Warriors side. The fact that they ran down, Steph got hot, they ran down the Clippers, who had the last possession to kind of end it. And then at home, every game in the books on the docket for the NBA are final, and this is the last one. And you get outscored 13-8 in overtime and lose in the fashion you did. I know you got a game tomorrow, but damn, Stan, I never played in the league, but I got to feel like just from a standpoint of being mentally ready, and Draymond talked about it, they're not children, they got to go. Like, that's deflating, man.
This from the 415, Goo. The derailment of this season rests at Steve Kerr's feet, nobody else. And see, that's where let's talk about the word derailment, because they're 27-7 since Butler got here. They were 25-26, and they finished with 49 wins. So that's 24-7 with Jimmy Butler. So the season hasn't been derailed. In fact, they've made a move from 11 all the way up to 6, and they just stubbed their toe too many times the last week of the season, and it looks like they may fall. Obviously, they have, but they still have a play-in game. If they win the play-in game, I have a feeling they win this game tomorrow. We're coming in Wednesday feeling absolutely 100% different than we are today. And I'll bet you we're saying, I don't mind Houston at all. That's until
Monday when we find out what happened in game 1. Like in Houston, did Houston
I don't think the Lakers are easier than Houston. I don't. I refuse to believe that a team with Doncic and with LeBron James would be a better matchup than a team that's got a lot of players that haven't gone to the postseason and that has 4 22-year-olds in their core.
I get that.
Now, would think. Well, maybe what we'll find out is the Warriors may get run out of the gym by the Rockets. Who knows? But I think most Warrior fans would rather have the Rockets in the first round. And if you can beat the Rockets, then you look at either the Lakers or Minnesota. And if you play the Lakers, you'll feel pretty good because you beat them the last time you played them. And if you play Minnesota, you'll feel pretty good because you beat them 3 out of 4 this year. They just need to win tomorrow. And I think it's going to be a tough game. I really do. Jimmy in Danville. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
All right, man, I just want to start off, man, by saying, first thing I want to say, man, is like, okay, hey, man, Curry's a great player, top whatever on your list of all time. But why don't I never hear anybody call in and bring up these unnecessary turnovers that he has in pivotal moments in the game? He turns it over twice in crunch time. I mean, they went up 4 when he hit the 3. He did the little shimmy, and after that, it was all downhill. It was an 8-0 run by Harden. Pozinski, he traveled on a 3-point shot. You know what I mean? And then it's like Kerr turns his back on Kuminga, which is hands down the most athletic player on the team, can play defense, when he really wants to get after it. The third leading scorer on the team, right? And Pozinski has a good 8-game stretch, right? 8-game stretch. But prior to that, Kerr was dogging Pozinski in the press conferences, saying how he needs to step up and, get focused and yada, yada, yada. And now you got a lottery pick sitting on the bench. And then it looks even worse because you lose. So now it's like what would have happened if Kuminga would have played? I think, and like the way they're throwing, blowing these coaches up and firing these coaches like that suddenly, I wouldn't be surprised, man, if Curry, man, is out. I mean, if Kerr's out of there soon, man. I'm gonna take I'm listening to you guys on the other end.
Well, let's look at what the worst case scenario could be. You lose tomorrow and you lose Friday, and you're out. Steve Kerr's still got 1 more year left on his contract. Would you want him to resign? Would you want to fire him? Get a new coach in here? I mean, they're still going to have Butler, Curry, and Draymond Green next year. Probably.
So what did I say to you a month ago? What's exciting, at the same time scary, is I'm excited about that core coming back and having a offseason together. But the bottom line, Stoney, is if this team loses, and it hasn't, it's been losing, you're going to be able to look themselves in the mirror and find out what they need. And I think right now we know this Warrior team. Now you could ask Goo, where's that coming from? They need size. They need something else to go with this. It's trending that way. But to the caller's point, if you've been listening since 10 o'clock, we've been calling out Steph Curry, rightfully so, for his 8 turnovers. And I can't remember the last time a player scored 36 and they were in the game and came back because of Steph and his explosion in the fourth quarter, Steiny, but a minus 16. And it doesn't take Einstein to figure out why was a guy that prolific scoring the ball a minus 16 on the night, because he was also throwing it away at the most inopportune times. So we've talked about that. We've tackled that. But I'm with him. And I love the way you described Kuminga, Steiny, with a lottery pick, because that's what he is. But I'll never agree with Kerr. It's his prerogative. And what I do love about Kuminga not playing yesterday is nobody can blame him. But you can wonder, in a game where all your OGs said we couldn't get the 50-50 balls, the older guys said that, you do kind of scratch your head. I know I do. Like, could he have gotten to some of those?
Yeah, I mean, if that was an issue, Steve should have played Santos. That's the way I look at that one. The other thing about Steph is he's always turned the ball over. He's always been a high turnover player for the most part. And when he's 31 and he commits 5 turnovers, he still helps you. But 8 yesterday, that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot.
Season high.
And what we find out, and the other thing is, the when is very important. They have been turning the ball over late in games.
Man.
And that is where fatigue, to me,
you think?
Yes, absolutely. First of all, I don't know why he dribbled into the corner. But when he dribbled into the corner, it was over. He was not strong enough to make a play with Zubac and with Kawhi Leonard just absolutely converging on him.
And Pods was left there to hold the rock and do nothing.
Let's go to Spencer. Spencer's in Oakland. Hey, Spencer, how you doing?
Good, folks. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Number one, I was taught very young, there's no crying over spilled milk.
All right.
And all I'm hearing from a lot of callers today is a lot of crying over spilled milk and Steve Kerr, who has brought, along with Steph and everybody else, a bunch of championships. And I'm not going to second guess him over his decision making when, he decides not to play or to play somebody. But if people want to play that game and we're missing hustle points, I completely agree that it should have been Gee over JK any day. Kuminga is not a cerebral player in what is essentially a very cerebral movement offense. He doesn't rebound, save maybe one game recently where he had, I think, nine boards or something like that. Our best rebounder yesterday, again, was Pajemski. Does all the little things right. Of course, he's going to make a young player mistake every once in a while, but the hustle is there, the rebound's there. I mean, those two of the young folks are the kind of spice you need in the meal that they're cooking. And I feel like also Moody, the on-ball defense is becoming elite. The half-court picks, the stuff that he's doing on the ball one-on-one is, it's very Iguodala-like in a way. I mean, the long arms, everything. He's really putting that on the court and really making big moves. I feel like Houston is absolutely, if they come out, they win tomorrow. I feel like Houston is absolutely, of the top three teams that you could choose, the best matchup for the Warriors. Their youth is, going to be what the Warriors are going to have to take advantage of. Those 422-year-olds you're talking about, et cetera. I feel the same way about OKC. I just feel like, they are kind of on that next level, and I don't necessarily know that their youth would be something that the Warriors could take advantage of on that in the same way. Although we might see. But yeah, I'm not crying over spilled milk. We're still in the playoffs. I know it's just a play-in. We got a home game tomorrow. Let's go win it. Then let's go get some barbecue in Texas and steal one on the road.
There you go.
And I think that's the best case outcome, best case scenario for us. And Kuminga will get his playing time. Just wasn't the right day. You're dealing with a lot of really heady veterans on that Clipper team who are going to take advantage of him. And I kind of understand why Kerr didn't play him. He's just not cerebral enough.
All right, thanks, Spencer. Appreciate the call. And yeah, if you look at the top four teams in the West, OKC, Houston, the Lakers, Denver. I'd rather play Houston. They would be my top choice of those four for the first round. That's still on the table. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Tune in to the Steve Kerr Report every week on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Rafael Lumber.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Jimmy Buckets!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. You know my buddy Harry?
Yeah.
He said shame on me.
For?
He thinks Green's foul was a killer.
Yeah.
They got to overtime. So it didn't get him beat.
But there was 4 seconds on the shot clock. And
so would you rather have gotten overtime, or would you rather have been down 2 with 5 seconds left?
Well, I'm assuming Kawhi misses.
Well, he didn't.
Well,
he actually made it. He made the shot.
I watched that again in the lab. I didn't even care where it went. It was just like, oh my gosh, they're good. They're like missing.
All right, then, you know what? Why are we talking about Draymond being the defensive player of the year then? If he made a stupid foul with the game on the line.
I mean, that happens.
Exactly.
My whole point is you couldn't check the two dudes at 72 points between Kawhi and the Beard. Man.
Yeah. Let's go to...
But before you do, I asked you the play that got him beat, and you said what? I asked you that during the break. The one play you think got the Warriors beat yesterday.
Curry's turnover with 1:32 when he dribbled into the corner, and it was actually Harden. It wasn't Kawhi, but it was Zubats and Harden, and he had nowhere to go, and he threw it away, and Harden got the steal, and then at the other end, Harden shoots a floater, and Jimmy Butler goaltends it, and now it's a 4-point game.
Now, I'm not mad at that. That's one of the leaders in the clubhouse. Shout out the Masters, but I'm going to go with the Draymond miss, Donnie. Okay. You got to make that. I get it, but it's a layup, and this is the NBA. I don't care who you are and what your offensive game is. You got to make that in that situation.
Yeah. But Kawhi was right there on his back, and Draymond knows his limitations offensively, and he knows how good Kawhi is defensively, and that's called altering a shot. That's called a defensive guy altering a shot because of his reputation and where he was, and you're right, Draymond's got to make it, but he didn't. Let's go to Phil in Oakland. Hey, Phil, how you doing?
I'm doing great, and love your show. I want to apologize. Last time I called in last week, just before I went into the Caldecott Tunnel, and I think my point was somewhat lost because, according to you guys, I sounded like I was on the moon or in a car wash. So, anyway, my apologies. But I'm making a similar point this week about, the fatigue factor. I think those missed layups, Curry dribbling into the corner, not thinking about maybe a timeout. I think that was a huge, huge play. But, the bottom line is, Santos, your plus-minus leader for the last 2 months, he's your energy guy. He's your Kurt Rambis, the guy who does all the dirty stuff that gets those loose balls. Kuminga, one of your callers just said that he doesn't rebound. Last time they played the Clippers at the end of December, 34-10. And similarly, when they played the Lakers after he got back from his ankle injury, 18 and 9. In the only game he got 25 minutes or more since he returned. He led the team in rebounding against Houston when they lost just recently. I think for some reason, Kuminga gets graded differently than other Warriors because of his potential. I think they, pull the cerebral thing out every time. But, some guys are just gamers, can play and score and look a little chaotic, but they still are effective. And I think Kuminga is getting a raw deal. And Santos, too, at least yesterday.
Appreciate it, Phil, and you're not alone. A lot of people think Kuminga's gotten a raw deal.
Yeah, Saul absolutely got a raw deal.
A lot of people think that Kuminga's had plenty of opportunities.
But what I'm shocked at, Stoney, is that where I'm at with Kuminga, but we got people calling in mad that Santos didn't get in. Like, I didn't expect that. And I know, who do we get? I forget the caller's name that said we're not talking about Curry. But Stoney, he scored 18 in the fourth, and everyone was huge to bring you back and take the lead. So it's give and take.
Right, and he cost you yesterday.
I'm not going to say he didn't. That's a fact.
I mean, where does
he was, man, everything.
Where's my car? Oh, man.
You got it?
I heard him mumbling about his 8 turnovers. He didn't like it. Draymond, here's the other thing. Okay, people are saying this team's small, and I get it. But what do you do if Steve Kerr believes his best lineup is with Draymond Green at center? Do you disagree that the best lineup is with Draymond Green at center? Because I'm looking at yesterday's game, and I see Looney played 16 minutes, Post played 10. That tells me the game was 53 minutes. Those guys played 26. So that means Draymond probably played about 27 minutes at center.
How do you think he was?
I don't know. I mean, he was adequate, but not good enough. I'm wondering if there's anybody out there that doesn't think that's their best lineup with Draymond at center. It's
kind of matchup based to me. Like if he would have ran, you think you're going to laugh. Oh, come on, Goo. But if he would have started Looney and put Dre at the 4 or even TJD at the 5 just because of Zubac, I would have totally understood it.
Yeah. I mean, he's also said that the season's deep enough now where he's not worried as much about wearing Draymond down at center. So I get if you want Trace Jackson-Davis to play some or more, and you want Post to play some or more, or even if you want Looney to play some or more. I'm just telling you that appears to fly in the face of Steve Kerr thinking that Draymond Green at 5 is their best lineup. And like he clearly thinks their best lineup is Curry, Podziemski, Butler, Draymond Green, and somebody.
Well, it's been Moody. That somebody has been Moody, and and again, I'm just throwing this at you and the listeners, Stoney. Had he went Pods, Curry, Butler, Dre, and Loon or TJD, again, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Do you think Zubac is sitting there with 17 rebounds?
I do. I don't think Trace Jackson-Davis is big enough. That's just me. Post obviously is big enough, but I'm not sure how.
But his thing is shooting the rock.
Right, but
he got one shot.
Right, and he's also going to have to guard and defend the rim on defense. And I have a feeling Steve Kerr thinks he's got a lot of work to do there. Tim's in North Carolina.
Tim.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
Fellas, what's up, man?
Hey.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
All right. Hey, look, I remember I called y'all last week, and I told y'all that it's pretty much over, you know, with J.K. After he didn't play, he played 18 minutes against a Houston team that he averages 25 points against. Guys, you remember a year ago when Kuminga did some kind of interview, he was like, listen, man, with all I've been through, a lot of people would have been quit by now. Guys, that's you can't say you're a fan of Kuminga. Say you're a fan of him and want to see what's happening to this kid mentally. Like, this is deep. This is Kerr telling Lacob, telling Dunleavy, I'm doing it my way. I know you guys think we need him to hit our ceiling. I'm doing it my way. I mean, guys, Gary Payton was toasted out there. Toasted. I mean, he shot an air ball from about 5 feet, and he fouled a three-point shooter. And he fouled a three-point shooter, and he didn't even look at the basket. You know, it's just, I mean, and Stein, he didn't tell him pregame he wasn't playing. He told him he was just going to switch the rotation. The first rotation when you usually come in, we're going to switch it today. That's why Kuminga was on the bike the entire first quarter. He still thought he was playing. He just said he was going to switch that one thing. I think, guys, this just goes deep. And, you know, like I told y'all last week, this right now isn't about a contract. This guy, I mean, look, honestly, he's already made $30 million from his rookie deal. The kid from nowhere with nothing. I think that this guy literally just wants his freedom and peace of mind. I don't care if he is offered $15, $20 million from anybody, probably 10 at this point. I think the kid just wants his freedom and peace of mind, because you cannot say you are a fan of basketball or of him. Your third leading scorer just got a DNP when the team couldn't score. He couldn't get a 5-minute run just to say, hey, let me see if you got it, man, today. I mean, this was deeper. This goes back to Lacob going to the Nuggets press conference after Steve benched him a year ago, and then your boy hit the half-court shot after he scored 18 in the first half, only to be benched in the fourth quarter. It's a lot of layers to this, guys. And Steiny, I hear what you're saying about a lot of people think Kuminga has had his opportunity. You're damn right he has, and he's done something with it every time. When he filled in for Wiggins, years ago, what happened when Wiggins came back and they traded for GP? He filled in, averaged 20 a game. Wiggins came back, Kuminga back to the bench. When he filled in from him last year, right? When it's time for the play-in game, Kuminga on the bench. I mean, years ago, we've seen it. This is deep.
Right.
This is deep, guys. So it's over, and I'm happy it's coming to an end for Kuminga because I can still be a fan of the Warriors, and I can watch this guy on League Pass play somewhere else. But, Gru, I feel you, but we don't even need to ask questions anymore. Kerr just put it out for the world to see. My third leading scorer can't help me win a game because I don't know how to put him in a position to help me.
Hey, Tim. Oh, he's gone.
What's up?
I was just going to say, I think I already know my answer, but Steiny, that would cut me. If I'm Kuminga, I'm cut. And I know Curry in his post-game presser said stay ready, and that may happen tomorrow. But there's no way if I'm Kuminga, that didn't cut me yesterday. But the worst part about the DMP, Steiny, you tell me what you think if we still got Tim, is when Kerr talked about his team and mentioned the group, and Jonathan didn't seem like he was a part of that. If that were me and I heard my coach talk about the group had built something, he didn't have Kuminga in that.
Well, Kuminga was hurt when he was saying that.
I got you.
Like he was making a point of saying we found something.
Yeah, but it also was saying, in essence, Steiny, what we built was greater than you in it.
I mean, they were 20-4 or whatever they were. Right? I want to hear this again because Tim may be right on this one. I thought
we've just found a group, with since Jimmy got here that we're pretty comfortable with. Guy didn't play either. Guy's been our highest plus-minus guy over the last 2 months. Both he and JK have been really impactful players for us, and doesn't mean they're out of the loop, going forward. It's just this is how this game played out.
All right, so he didn't say that he told Kuminga he wasn't going to play, and Kuminga was on the bike, so...
Yeah, to the point where people thought he was hurt. Yeah.
Let's go to Leo in San Francisco. Hey, Leo, how you doing? Leo.
Hey, I'm doing well, gentlemen. How you doing?
All right.
You know what?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You know what, Leo? Call back because you were starting to break up a little. So call back. We'll get you right on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'm going back to what I just said about Curry. Steiny, if I look you in the face and say Jonathan Kuminga will not get a DMP, I bet you my last dollar. So tomorrow's another opportunity, right? I don't think he's going to get another back-to-back, especially after how this game played out. Kerr will never admit if, you know what, maybe I should have gave him 5 to 10 minutes or the coaching staff, whatever. But, Steiny, I bet my last dollar we see Kuminga tomorrow at least 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. His normal role.
Okay, then make the bet.
No,
I'm sure you could get that on a betting site.
No, you can't. But the point is, Kuminga needs to make the best of that opportunity, and that's what the chef basically was saying. Don't let today and the noise and the attention that's going to garner, which it was worthy, you might be right back out there tomorrow and we need you. That's the reality.
Maybe, but you can't deny.
Well, I'm not.
You can't deny that he didn't play yesterday in the biggest game of the year.
It's crushing.
And that I'm kind of with a lot of people. Steve Kerr's telling you what he's telling you without having to say a word.
Yeah.
Let's go to Ian in Hayward. Hey, Ian, how you doing?
I'm all right, man.
All
right. I might not even watch tomorrow's game, man.
Yeah, you will.
Come on, Ian.
Yes, you will. Come on, Ian.
Come on, Ian.
Okay, so I called because you said, is there a lineup that might feature someone else at center?
Right.
As opposed to Green. And I'm thinking, you get the rookie in there, post.
All right.
And then a lineup. And then, Green at forward. And then Kuminga should be in that game, man. And the reason I'm saying it is, the dude scores 10 points no matter what. No matter who he's playing, he scores 10 points. Moody scores nothing. What did he score? 3 or 4 points yesterday? He's been scoring nothing for the last 2-3 weeks.
Right.
Okay? So you want to talk about spreading the floor and all this stuff like this? What I'm wondering, and I hate to say this, man, I love coaches, man. I love Kerr, man. Kerr been there, 10 years, something like that? 8 years, something like that?
Yeah, about 12, I think.
Go
ahead.
12?
Yeah, go
Is he putting this, starting to put system over talent? That's the question I have when I think about, Kuminga guaranteed to score more.
Yeah, I mean, let me answer it this way. I don't know that he's ever not done that.
Over talent. Wow.
I mean, I look at a guy like Kelly Oubre. He didn't fit here. And he came in a year where guys were banged up, but I think that's kind of been their philosophy. Fit over talent.
But isn't that an oxymoron? What kind of system do you have if
you have one that you got to know how to play the game to play. And I think that's really what we're getting at.
But we've had 4 years to get him acclimated to be able to play in this system.
And how's that going?
Yesterday, not well.
And we're, again,
I guess what I'm saying, it's not all on JK, Stoney. And I told you,
if you don't want to believe it's all on JK, you can believe it's not all on JK. I don't think it's all on JK. I think the majority of it is. I think if Jonathan Kuminga, if Kerr thought he was more valuable, he'd play him. He'd play him more.
Man, system over talent. That's interesting.
Let's go to Horace in Texas. Hey, Horace, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good, gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
Look, man, my biggest take from the game, man, is I don't really care about the starting lineups. What disappointed me the most out of yesterday is that here you are in the biggest game of the season thus far, and you can't find 3 minutes for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. That's what baffled me the whole time. Is when Steph went out with the early foul trouble, and they started surging. They actually took control. It looked like they were going to blow it wide open. Then when they started to lose the momentum from that a little bit, you mean to tell me that you could not find 3 minutes to put Kuminga in to see what he would do? A guy like that? And so, to me, if I was Kuminga's agent, as much as I want Kuminga to stay, as much as I love that kid, if I was his agent, I would say, listen, dude, you need to ask for a trade. Because Kerr has proved, and I love Kerr. I'm not asking for Kerr's job or anything. I love Kerr. I think he's the coach for the team. He should be there. But for some reason, he does not have any confidence in Kuminga. When you don't put a guy like that in for at least 3 minutes to see what he can do, that tells me I don't believe in you, son.
Yeah.
And if your coach don't believe in you, man, you got to go. As much as I don't want to see him go, I think he's got to go, man. You got to let that kid go. You got to let him fly. Let him fly.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Horace.
I mean, if Kuminga was your son, Stoney, what would you tell him after yesterday?
I would tell him what my dad said.
Help us out again.
Son, you have to make yourself so valuable that the coach has to play you.
And you don't think he's done that? Because yesterday was the first DMP, though.
Well, that's what I was going to. That's what I was going to ask,
shocked, man.
Evan, you're one of these guys who's great at knowing, going back and looking at the season. I'm looking at Kuminga's game-by-game logs, and he didn't play back-to-back games against the Spurs and Brooklyn.
He was hurt.
So he just listed as a did not play in each of those games. All right, then he got hurt, and he was inactive. So this is the This would be the first DNP CD if he was listed on that injury report for those 2 games earlier.
It is pretty drastic, though.
And that,
I agree.
What a great word.
He started midway through this season.
That's great, man.
And he got a DNP in the most important game of the year.
And that's the part where that's what I didn't expect.
Great word.
I expected that he was always going to give Kuminga hey, Jonathan, you're going in with 5 minutes left in the first quarter, and you're going in with 5 minutes left in the third quarter, and you'll get 5 minutes each, and if you do well, we'll play you more. If you don't, we'll get you out.
We left Friday's show. We thought that was the floor. We never thought or anticipated Kerr would feel so comfortable and not going to him at all. But Stoney, that's a great word by Evan. That's why it's so it was drastic. And you lost. You couldn't keep anybody in front of you. And I'm not saying he's Gary Payton's dad, the second's dad, but he's got foot speed. He's long, and he's 22, and maybe he would have got one of those loose balls that had Draymond, Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Coach Kerr saying they were disappointed in that component to the game.
I'm trying to think if I can ever close my eyes and remember or think of a play where Jonathan Kuminga dove on the floor for a ball.
But there's always the first time.
And that's why he's not playing. Because you don't just put a guy, and I'm not saying he shouldn't play. I'm just saying Steve Kerr, why would you put a guy, if Steve Kerr doesn't think this guy's hustling, and I'm not saying that, or he needs energy, why would he put Kuminga in ahead of Guy Santos? Just answer me that question. Right, well, he needs rebounding. He needs scrappers. He needs guys getting on the floor.
And they also
why would he play Kuminga more than Santos in that situation?
Well, Tim said it from Raleigh. He's your third leading scorer. Okay, that's just the point aspect.
That's not rebounding.
But I'm talking about physicality. Maybe
he didn't bring physicality
against the Lakers the other night. He did,
right? And that was 7 games ago.
But I guess I'm asking you, Stoney, where did that get him? Even that one game, not even 5 minutes?
That's the thing. He played one good game against the Lakers. Denver, 3 for 9. Houston, Phoenix. Phoenix was a 50-point win. I'm not here to tell you Kuminga's terrible. Yeah. I'm just here to tell you that Steve Kerr doesn't believe in him. He doesn't trust him.
Yeah. But in a game that one play could have changed the outcome, I think it's fair for any fan to be like, giving him the benefit of the doubt, JK, could he have made that play maybe? And maybe that play was a block. Maybe that play was a steal.
He doesn't do those things, Goo. He's not a shot blocker. I just think that Kerr says, and we got to go. Right. I just think that Kerr says, okay, we need scoring. I'll go to Kuminga. Anything else, he looks in another direction. Fair or not, and I know a lot of people think it's not fair, but I think that's what we're looking at with Kerr and Kuminga at this point. All right, the NBA postseason's around the corner, and the Warriors, they are set for the 7-8 play-in game tomorrow night at Chase Center. Tickets are on sale right now at Warriors.com, so go get them if you want to go to that game tomorrow. Segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident?
I can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. It's the crossover. Hello, gentlemen.
How we doing?
Yeah.
How we doing, Guru?
Well,
how we doing?
I always think I sound one way on the radio, and then you two come in here and say, no, you sounded like this. I was okay coming in, but up 111-107 in your home with 2 minutes left, you got to close that, Dibbs and Willard, and that's why I'm down.
Okay. And, I think it's fair to say, and I'm going to say it, I don't want you to, and you probably won't because you're best friends with the guy, but Steph Curry and the shimmy shake, dude, put the shimmy away. You hit a 3. Good job, Steph. You're up 4 in a game you need to win. Knock it off.
But he had 18 in the fourth, and you're in that game because of him, Willard.
Put the shimmy shake away.
What's wrong with happiness?
Yes.
Why do you do this?
It's not happiness.
But
you know what that was? Taunting.
You're going to come out of last night worried about a celebration?
I'm not worried about it.
Like, I mean,
I'm not
been
worried,
the night.
You know what?
It should not. Like, if he had done a night,
then we got
and then 14 seconds later, the game's tied. I think that's against the rules.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
What did Kawhi do when he made a bucket to put them up? Exactly.
He's a total snooze. He's impressive, though.
How great was he and Harden? You were in the house.
Yeah, we were in the building. He's impressive. He's an impressive player.
No, that was a great game.
I don't want to completely lose sight of that. Like, I get how frustrating this is.
Got a game tomorrow.
Well, here's kind of my overall takeaway. This is not a disastrous loss. It's a huge ego slap, is what last night was, yesterday afternoon, whatever. It's a huge ego slap because 2 things happened. Number one, you lost your last 3 home games. So it feels like you sort of gave something back. And I don't point to yesterday as much as you point to the San Antonio game. And so that's disappointing. That happens, though, in the NBA. But it's that label. You're a play-in team. And I think that's the hard part today.
Third time in 5 years.
Yeah, but at the same time, the 3 seed won 2 more games than you. Like, I really do not. Yes, the Lakers won 50, you won 48. They're the 3 seed. And they are 2 games ahead.
Well, that's why the Spurs and all that stuff.
I know, but
Miami hurt.
But every team has those. Every team can look at the 82 and go, remember when we gaffed that stupid thing? And they can do that 5 times. So I get it. It was the last week. I'm not excusing it. That's a terrible loss. I called it the loss of the year when they did it. But I still don't think today there is much difference between these 5 or 6 teams. I just don't think there's
even
much,
now with the finger, Dre's neck, and what do you call the leg issue?
The Clippers are
thigh contusion.
I don't know what that's going to look like tomorrow night. But the Clippers are phenomenal. You lost to them in overtime. The Lakers, the Wolves, the Warriors, the Clippers, the Nuggets, they're all flawed and all really good, but you got that label. You're a play-in team.
Right. They earned the label. You were 1-7 against LA, 0-4 against the Clippers, 1-3 against the Lakers. So you earned it. Like, if you want to talk about,
that's
you being a play-in team, the Clippers, you had no answer for, and the Lakers, you beat once.
Yeah.
And we could talk about pre-Jimmy, post-Jimmy.
And I would. I don't think you can remove that. I just don't. I don't
You can't remove the fact that they were 1-7 in those games, and if they were 3-5, they would be in the playoffs.
Yeah,
3-5,
1-1 against those teams with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, 1-7 for the year, and they all count the same.
They do, and that's the way it works. But the team that we're covering right now, that hopefully will win a basketball game tomorrow night, is this team, and this team is clearly one of the best 5 teams in the West. But they were unable to overcome whatever happened at the beginning of the year, and we all know that story. But that's what it sets up. Everything's totally fine if they win tomorrow night. But now that's what you got. You have 48 minutes to have it not go wrong.
Because you had the greatest tweet of the weekend. I think they'll win Tuesday.
Yeah.
The Warriors will win Tuesday.
They'll win tomorrow night.
I think. And that's where I'm at.
Yeah, but the balloon pops if they don't win tomorrow night. That's the way I look at it.
But it really doesn't because they got Friday.
No, balloon pops.
Wow.
If you want to actually do anything in the playoffs, you have to win tomorrow night, in my mind. Have to.
Well, the history would tell you that that's the case. And if you want to look at Oklahoma City with their plus-minus point differential,
Good Lord.
It's the best of all time. And if you look at the teams that are 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all time, they all won the NBA title. So are you telling me that you as an 8 are going to beat that team as a 1? And I won't even tell you about the teams who've won 67, and I did it last week on our show about how many of those teams actually won the title. Teams that won 67, and they're now, I think, the 14th to ever do it, and I think it's 9 for 14. So, yeah, this is a little bit different than you beating Dallas with Avery Johnson, right, as the head coach. This is a whole different team now you're going to try to knock off if you're the 8.
And you don't get to practice. Like Steve talked about that after the Portland game, about hoping that they could win Sunday because then you would, A, get a break, but also like fully get a few days.
I thought that's what it was about.
He lowered the rotation, obviously, and they would like to use that in the playoffs, and he wants to practice with it. And if you have to play Friday night, you have no opportunity to do that because you have to get ready for Friday's opponent. I just don't, I don't find Friday to be any more, there's no solace in that now. There was solace in tomorrow night yesterday. For me, there's no solace in Friday if they don't win tomorrow night.
And I think it's obvious, or it has. I mean, you can disagree with me, but they've looked tired the last week. They just have, and now it's starting really. So they're up against it. They got a lot. They got a lot to overcome.
Do you think they looked tired yesterday?
I did.
So I thought yesterday was a great basketball game.
I thought it was a great game.
Great basketball game.
I thought it was a great game, but I think cutting down the rotation yesterday kind of hurt them a little bit late in regulation and late in overtime. I just can't dismiss the timing of the turnovers. They are critical. Like they are at the time of the game when you just cannot have them. You'd be, what was Steph doing dribbling in the corner?
That's the standout one for me. But don't forget, Steph came out turning the ball over.
And he did that. He did. He got the 2 fouls.
That game started with him hucking the ball all over the yard.
And 15 turnovers in an overtime game is not terrible.
When 8 of them are from one guy, it is.
Yeah.
That's a horrid number.
Yeah. I'm not going to.
I mean, that's a horrid
36 minus 16 on the night. When do you see that?
He's Steph, so it's almost irrelevant. And his shooting in the fourth quarter
brought you 18 points.
Unbelievable. It's just absolutely unbelievable. But 8 turnovers by one person.
At the worst time ever.
Yep, and 2 turns in overtime, and 2 of the 3. And I thought that when you got down in the fourth quarter, the last 2 or 3 minutes, Steiny, the offense got into a spot where GP2 didn't want to shoot. Jimmy Butler was not getting to the basket. It was either, Steph, you go crazy, or we're going to throw it out to Draymond for a corner 3 or what? I thought that the offense in that fourth quarter got really, really bad. And, that's where you get GP2. He has to look to score. He had a couple of chances right there. Right there. Like inside, 8 feet, 4 feet. Go ahead and try. Try it, kid.
And God, it's just where kind of Harden and Kawhi, they got nothing going.
Throw it up.
They can get a half decent shot. And Harden made a wide open one from the corner. That one hurt.
Yep.
But then the one he makes at the top of the circle, that's just a great shot.
It's just an absurd shot.
Step back.
He might have gotten fouled on that too.
Well, and just Kawhi, he gets the ball.
He's incredible.
And it's, I'm going to do 3 or 4 dribbles and get to 15, 18 feet, whatever it is. I'm going to turn my shoulder. You can't stop it. You can't guard it. You can't block it. He's almost like Kevin Durant in that way, where the mid-range, and he just kept
Jordan
making it, right?
Mid-range.
Yeah.
Any problem with Dre's foul in regulation where they were at 4 seconds on the shot clock? Steiny's like, dude, he had Dre beat where they were going to get the ball back if he missed. If he made it, you were going to get the ball back. But that foul was like, okay, we're guaranteed overtime if you miss. And the Clippers missed. I thought that was a terrible play.
It felt disappointing from an entertainment standpoint because you were like, at that moment, you're like, maybe, right?
2 for 1.
Get a stop and maybe you can win the game right now. So when that got taken away as a fan, you're kind of like, oh, that's a bummer. Because you never like it when it's just like either they win or overtime. But
I hate that one.
But it didn't hurt him, right? He missed the shot. He missed the shot. So it worked out.
The other thing that to me becomes apparent in these games, and I'll spin it as it's just a testament to the greatness of Steph Curry. But just think of this game yesterday. It's like Kawhi has the ball. Bounce, 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 back in, hip, fade away, 15-footer. Almost automatic. Okay? Steph, zip, 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 run around.
Wow,
Run. Come off a screen. Catch. Give it up. It's just so much harder. And Kawhi's 6'7", strong, and Steph's, unfortunately, not 6'3". It's just harder for him to be spectacular.
That's why we love him so much, right?
I mean,
everything he does is harder. Yet he does it better than almost everybody who has it easier.
And brought us back and gave us a lead of 4 again. Had the lead on San Antonio at home.
Yeah, and maybe the shimmy was actually him having PTSD about what was going to happen. Maybe it wasn't a shimmy at all. Maybe it was like, oh, God, the shivers, because he knew what the Clippers were going to do. As to your question about the foul, if you're going to foul and you have a foul to give, do it right away. And I know that Steve said that they want to try and get a steal, and they tried, and then you don't get the steal, and then now you get inside of 24, and now you foul to give. Now you've kind of basically sealed your fate where it's a make or miss league.
Why do it right away?
Because you have a foul to give.
Right, but
so
that doesn't
make
do
a real gamble, like right away. Like, make a real gamble for a steal.
If it would have been more than 14 seconds left,
well, you're right.
The Warriors still would have
gotten the ball back. I think the point is
they lost their possession.
Right,
well, they got the ball back with like 33. Yeah,
right.
The Clippers did.
The point, I think, though, is to try to condense the possession so that they're in a hurry and have to rush a shot without getting a chance to move the ball around and find a perfect look and all that. But I mean, I hear what you're saying. Look, you're in a bad spot by the time you get to that position.
Well, off a Curry turnover.
Yeah.
Number 6.
Yep.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I also think when you have a foul to give, especially with a guy like Draymond, he knows it. He's probably going to take it. Maybe even in his thinking, he was like, I don't have to take one. But I thought Kawhi had gotten by him just a little bit, and he was going to. Yeah, I thought he did too, and he was just like, I'm just going to cut my losses right now. But, they ended up getting into overtime.
Am I being unfair when we hear, and I'm asking, DPOY, and Dre's been on a run, but yet I didn't see him on Kawhi and Harden, 2 future Hall of Famers. Is that fair for me to say, well, go give me some of that on them? Make it a bit more difficult, but I'm just asking because DPOY is that's a big thing. And I'm like, well, don't do it on him.
But he plays a lot of 5. So who's guarding Zubats when Looney's
well, nobody.
You know what I mean?
17 rebounds.
Yeah. I don't know. I know what you mean, but like that's sort of that like side spotlight of like
that's not his position type of.
I mean, I think that you're looking at each matchup as a team defense, and if they put him out there to satisfy some sort of like ego award, does that? I think that puts them in. It's already a bad matchup. It's already a very, very difficult matchup. They swept
it 4-0. Dib said it.
Right, and who else will guard Kawhi? I mean,
maybe Kuminga.
Well, and there it is, first Kuminga reference. And so, maybe Kuminga. And, I'm looking at the play now, Steiny, with Draymond fouling. There's 2.5 on the shot clock. Oh. And, Kawhi might have a half a shoulder, half a man on him. But for me, in that spot, if you're going to give a foul, you give it earlier. Instead, he gave it here. And then they got the ball in. They didn't score. Yeah. Right. And you got overtime. But, if it was Kuminga, could Kuminga guard Kawhi Leonard? I don't know who can guard Kawhi Leonard, and you're asking for a 22-year-old Kuminga who is, wildly inexperienced in these spots. And I threw this out earlier on the YouTube, and you probably missed it because the comments are flying everywhere. Yeah. Kuminga for his career, 7.7 minutes a game in the playoffs.
Wow.
7.7. And if you want to look at all the games where he got 44 seconds, 2 minutes and 12, $114, this coaching staff, love him or hate him, they don't believe in Jonathan in these games.
Willard, you were in the house. Evan used the word drastic. I know it's topic fatigue, but today we got to just we don't run from any topic.
This is new.
Where you're shocked that he got a DMP.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm not a beat reporter, and I was there as a fan, so it was halfway through the second quarter when I noticed, and I went, "Hey, where's he at?" I'm looking over at the bench, like, did he have to go to the bathroom or something? Like, where's Jonathan? And so collectively as a group, we start chatting about it. And lovely Christy's like, no, he went in. And I go, I don't think he went in. And so we had to pull out the box score. And there's the box score that says player has not entered the game. And so then I'm like, okay, I need to go to Slate's. I need to go to Twitter. And that's where I saw Slater's tweet that GP2 went in Jonathan's normal rotation spot. And word was that the rotation had been tightened. And so it was surprising in the moment, but I'll tell you this, the breadcrumbs, now that we know, the breadcrumbs were there all last week.
No, when he said to you all,
that was
he
one
don't
of them.
fit.
That was one of them. The big one was in Portland on Friday night, and I bet everybody went to bed and you partied and had a drink or whatever because it's Friday night. It was an easy win.
And the last thing for me, the four stewards, Kerr, Dre, Butler, and Steph said the 50-50 balls bothered them. Yeah. Even Steph admitted, I didn't, and maybe it's age, you're tired, you're gassed. I'm like, here I go. You got a 22-year-old, maybe on a good day, can go get you that, what you need.
I'm going to say exactly what Steiny has said to you all day. When the hell has he ever done that? I'm sorry.
I have nothing for that.
When the hell has he ever been that guy? He's never been that guy. And so we can, and I think there are portions of everything that we're all going to do today and think about Warrior basketball for another 27 hours until they play again. Obviously, this is a very, very big story, but the bottom line is right now, and the comment that he made after the Portland game was,
oh man,
we were a little better a few weeks ago.
The group.
And now we've gotten a little worse a few weeks ago. And I heard it in the moment, and my mind immediately went, oh, crap. I hope that's not what he means by that. I hope he doesn't mean we got worse when Jonathan got back.
Can we play that? Because I missed this on Friday.
No. Lucas,
and Grandy says he's got it.
So listen to this. This is after they beat Portland. Yeah. This is very, I think, so important today.
We got the job done. You know, we got the win. Obviously, they had most of their team out, so this was the expected result. But we needed to get it done and to put ourselves in a great position, and which we've done. But the game has to connect. There has to be a rhythm to both ends of the floor. And I didn't see that much tonight. 10, 15 minutes of that, and the other 35 or so, not good basketball. Game's got to flow. We have to pass the ball better. We have to get spaced better. We have to develop a rhythm. We were in a better place, I think, a few weeks ago. We were playing with more rhythm, more flow, more two-way connection, and we have to get back to that. The last couple weeks have been a little choppy.
The second I heard it, I'm like, oh.
And who doesn't play? I hadn't heard that.
That's where my mind went, and I went, you know what? We're just going to file that because I don't know that that's what he means. But boy, did he affirmatively come out the next game and tell us that's exactly what he meant.
Okay, right on the table.
Flat out.
How long does that last? Is he playing after they lost the game yesterday?
Well, Dibbs and I already have a little thing going on tomorrow night.
He has to get out.
I'll take the under on half a minute.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I take the over.
I'll take the under.
And I heard you earlier, and I heard you, Steiny, and I think about like what I was reading from the people in the know where, you know, the Clippers demand defensively a lot of ball movement, and that's not his thing. I do believe that Memphis is a different animal, and you can go ahead and play him, and his athleticism plays more against a team that's more isolation-based. And I'm just fascinated by that cut you just played, and Steve Kerr said 10 to 15 minutes. It didn't flow. You know how many minutes Kuminga played against Portland?
I'll bet 10 to 15.
17.
Wow, man.
So he played 2 good minutes.
Well, he was 2 of 7, and he had 10 points. He was a +4, but they were a +17, which means he was a -13 versus the overall team.
Yeah.
And so, you know, Steve Kerr talked about 10 or 15 minutes, and he played 17. That to me is like Wow.
We'll get into it further. I want to mention this to everybody. Between the 4 and 5:30 window today, you need to be listening. We've got tickets to tomorrow's game.
There you go.
Okay. We've got tickets to tomorrow's game. So make sure you are listening between 4 and 5:30. That's the window where it will happen. So if you would like to be in the building at Chase Center tomorrow night for what is just the ultimate situation for the Warriors, be with us today between 4 and 5:30. We've got tickets to tomorrow night's game. And speaking of tomorrow night's game, and I have to say this through my teeth. First of all, I'm a Warrior fan, so I don't have it in me to do anything but root for them to do well and win when they play. But I have to also keep it real with you guys on something that kept going through my head in the building last night. Whenever they were up, we're pumping fists, we're high-fiving, get that playoff spot. And then when the Clippers would make a run and take a lead, I couldn't avoid the feeling that would go through me, which was, it's probably for the best.
So you're assuming, like me, you're going to beat Memphis?
Yeah, listen, the balloon pops if they lose. But
it doesn't. For you, it does. But in reality, it doesn't.
I don't even
got Friday.
I think that. Well, no, forget Friday because to me it's preventative. That's just my view on it. But I don't think you can even argue. Houston this is a better spot for the Warriors than the Lakers.
They just came and beat us.
Yeah, so what? That was one basketball game.
Yeah.
That was one basketball game.
Let's just hope, Willard, that you guys aren't giving away tickets to Friday's game.
Holy crap, amen. No, they have
But to lose 3 home games in a row at the end after what you built.
Yeah.
I don't see I see a tough game tomorrow. I don't see a cakewalk.
Yeah, I mean,
Memphis.
There's a lot.
Yes,
there's a lot of there's a lot on the line.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
did I hear you say earlier like Memphis is playing well? They've won 4 in a row.
3. I made a mistake.
Yeah, Memphis stinks.
Oh, right.
I don't know about that.
Memphis is dangerous, but
they're not smart, man.
They're talented,
not
but
smart.
They haven't won a big game in about a month and a half.
Man.
No, they haven't beaten a 500 team in a while.
So that's what I'm getting at. You can lose tomorrow night.
Jaw coming with his grenades.
The balloon pop.
Oh, yeah.
But they should win tomorrow night, and Memphis is not good.
All right.
They're not.
All right, you heard it. That's a pick-me-up from Willard.
Yeah.
What's up?
What you got, dude?
No, I just want to share this with you because we talked about an old team and can an old team go on a run? And I was doing a deep dive earlier about the Bulls in the last year that they won the title with a 37-year-old Rodman, Jordan 35, Harper 34, Pippen 33. They beat the Jazz, and I found this game. Game 3, NBA Finals, Chicago 96, Utah 54. 96.
What?
54.
That happened.
That actually happened. Utah went 14, 17, 14, and 9, and the Bulls won it 96-54.
54.
So
that has to be a record for NBA Finals.
It is a record. And I just found that, and I thought you would love it, Steiny, because it was 1998, and things were different then.
What was Malone that day? You got the box up?
Oh, I do.
4 for 16.
No, 8 for 11. He had 22.
That means he probably didn't play a lot.
He played 31 minutes.
He had half their points almost. Dude.
Byron Russell 5. Horny had 6. John Stockton had 2. Greg Ostertag 1 of 7. He had a deuce. 54. Shandon Anderson with 8. Chris Morris with 5. And then a bunch of nobodies with absolutely nothing, including Antoine Carr off the bench.
Yeah, Wichita State.
54 points, Steiny.
That's not a lot,
you'd like
dude.
That. No.
That's not a lot.
It's tough to win.
Although our 3 veterans right now are all ailing a little bit.
Well, that's the one thing I'd worry about. I don't know. I don't know what they're. I don't know how they're all doing.
Before we leave,
bring it home.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Fun fact from Steiny and Goo.
Have a seat. Have a seat.
We always make fun.
It's a big day, Steiny.
Of the movies this man has not watched.
You're not going to do this right now.
Saturday, we both go with our families and see the same movie, Freaky Tales. So we come in, I go, Steiny, I've seen Freaky Tales. He saw it too.
Yeah. You saw a movie?
Dude.
Saturday.
Called Freaky Tales.
On purpose?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a movie about Oakland.
Yeah.
The night of Sleepy Floyd's.
Too short?
Ask me what I think about it.
What did you think about it?
No, I loved
Goo?
it. Yeah.
Well, shocker. Goo loved something that you thought was mediocre.
I thought the samurai sword had too big of a role
and Chris
in the
Nolan
ending.
had a cameo. Yeah.
All right. Is it?
I gotta go.
No,
hey, seriously, I gotta go. I got stuff to do.
Yeah.
And, you guys bring it home on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah! Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Now look. I'm not going to come in with everything's okay. I'm not going to come in with everything's okay. But
you're allowed to.
Well, no.
Do you?
No, potentially it's not. Potentially it's not.
Well, they've never won a playing game ever.
I know, but that's 3 players that are on this team that were on that team.
But those are facts.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't think that's relevant tomorrow night. That's just me.
And they don't win at home. There's that.
Okay.
I mean, so whatever.
No, I honestly do believe that the hardest part about today is the ego slap. I really think that's what it is. And it's terrifying. It's terrifying. You never like to feel like the NBA and your season works its way down to March Madnessville. You don't want to do that. You know what I mean? Baseball did away with that stuff because it felt unfair. And March Madness does it because they don't care. And here we are tomorrow night. And I know some of you will say, well, it's not an elimination game. And it's not, but in my mind, it kind of is. Memphis is not very good. They have not been able to beat good teams in a very long time. They are not the matchup that the Clippers are or that the Lakers are or any of those things. The Warriors just played them a week and a half ago and ripped through them in their building in a big game. They have talented players, but tomorrow night, provided that I'm hoping that the big 3 are all there and healthy and ready to actually play a basketball game, it's a terrifying journey. But if they win it, it's definitely better. And the ego slap goes away because then you're not a play-in team anymore. You're just the 7 seed.
Yeah.
And you're on your way to Houston and resting.
Yeah, I don't really feel the ego slap part of it. What I feel is the squandered opportunity part of it where you could have beaten San Antonio and this wouldn't have mattered.
Of course.
You could have lost to the Clippers and whatever, you're the 6 and that's fine and who cares, and now you get a week off. So for me, it's not about an ego slap because you watched that game yesterday and it was absolutely spectacular. And I was watching the Masters and the Warrior game. I had the big screen, little screen, double. I felt like Mark Willard, Watch Party Willard, and I'm watching both. And I'm watching Rory hit the ball in the water on 13, and I'm watching the Warriors give up a 12-point lead, and the whole thing was almost parallel. And meanwhile, the Giants had already won 2 of 3 in Yankee Stadium, which they've never done before.
How about freezing Judge on the way out the door to win the series?
How about Jung-Hoo Lee with multiple bombs, the whole thing?
Yeah,
but
pretty good.
Like, the whole day was amazing, and you're watching the Warrior game, and you're thinking, okay, you know, Steph hits the shot, shimmy shake, up 4, and I'm just joking about, like, don't shimmy, but, you know, don't shimmy. You're up 4. Like, this game, it's a long way to go. You can shimmy if you want.
Yeah,
but
be happy. Be happy when things are going well.
Be happy, but when things don't go well, then, and you lose. And so the whole thing, the way that game ended, to me, was a little bit more troubling than just like, you know what? The Clippers are good, and they are. And that game was very good, and it was. But the way that game unfolded late, it was kind of like all Steph or nothing.
Yeah, it's frustrating. I don't think concerning. It's frustrating. Do you know what I mean? Like that through my eyes, at least. That's kind of why I'm where I am today. I was not surprised that they lost to the Clippers. I was not concerned that they played a close game with the Clippers. I'm with Steve Kerr. That was a high-level, heavyweight fight between 2 of the teams that are top teams in the NBA. They are 2 of the best that the NBA has to offer right now, and they went toe-to-toe, and they lost. And it was frustrating because of things that happened down the stretch. 8 turnovers by your star is super frustrating. And after they shimmy and go up 4 with, I think, about 1:45 left to go, somewhere in that neighborhood, a little bit less than 2 minutes to go, and you go up 4. By no stretch is the game over, but the offense fell into quicksand. They could barely even generate a shot after that. The next best shot that they generated went to Draymond Green, and he decided to turn it from an easy shot into a potential and one situation, and he got and none.
Yep.
So so yes, you have major players making mental mistakes down the stretch, and that is very frustrating. It's very frustrating. But what are you going to do? Like, those are your guys. Those are your guys. So you live with those guys. You die with those guys. You do a lot more living than dying. And you live to fight another day. And I truly believe this. I think that Wednesday morning, everybody will wake up and think everything is awesome as long as they win tomorrow night. If they don't, they're screwed. That's how I feel about it right now.
Well, they can win Friday, and they could still be alive, and they could still play alive on Sunday. Yeah,
and I think hosed.
Fine.
That's what I think. I think if they go that route, I think they're in deep doo-doo.
I would not disagree with that, because I look at what this matchup will be on Tuesday, and we'll get into that more tomorrow. But you've got another big man, much like Zubats, who gave you all kinds of problems last night.
You're not half a Zach Edey. Couldn't
Jaren Jackson Jr.? No.
Nowhere near as big and doesn't play nearly as big. He wants to go out there and shoot threes.
But if he doesn't get in foul trouble, he can give you problems.
Yeah. No, he's a good player.
Fine, yeah.
He's a good player.
I mean, you can discount him. We can get into it tomorrow.
I'm not going to disagree with you that tomorrow is dangerous. Tomorrow is dangerous because it's a basketball game.
Right, and what was the problem yesterday in large point?
Much better
You
team.
could not guard Kawhi, and you could not guard James Harden.
Much better players.
Fine. Like John Morant, I know you're down on John Morant, but John Morant is a guy who can get by you.
The proof is in the pudding.
Would you disagree that John Morant can?
Of course he can get by you. Every NBA team has people who can get by you.
Right, and he's the guy who can get by you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you've got a problem guarding the ball.
But it's not a team that scares you unless you do something wildly uncharacteristic. The Clippers scare me. That is a phenomenal basketball team.
Oh, they're good.
Go look at what they've done the last 6 weeks. You could actually have a sane argument that that's the NBA's best team over the last 6 weeks. Go look at what they've done. They're phenomenal. So that's one thing. Memphis is over here. Memphis is dangerous. They're talented. On any given night, right, you can fill it up and hit all your threes. And yes, they could defeat the Warriors tomorrow night. But something I think at least somewhat uncharacteristic on both sides is going to have to happen. The Warriors are way better than the Memphis Grizzlies. Now, that's one game. And so this is what we all wanted to avoid. And that's why I call it an ego slap. Like, the Warriors have to carry that with them out on the floor tomorrow night. Dude, you're a playing team. A playing team is not a threat. You're a playing team.
Again.
The Atlanta Hawks are a playing team.
Well, that's not the same.
The Kings are a playing team.
Sure.
Adorable. So I do think that there's something that you need to shed there. At the same time, I could be like, yeah, they lost 2 fewer games than the 3 seed. So I still think these teams are all bunched up, and I don't think Memphis is one of them. I just don't. I think that the Rockets, the Lakers, the Nuggets, the T-Wolves, and the Warriors, those 5 teams are all flawed and fantastic and all very similar. That's where I feel I draw the line. Memphis is not terrible, but they're another rung down on the ladder. So play well tomorrow night, and you'll win. And then it will be better. But it's not better yet.
Well, it's not better, and then you go up against Houston and you beat them 3 out of 5 times. But as you mentioned, you're 1-1 against them with Jimmy Butler. Yeah. So you could look at that and say, okay, you're 1-1 against them with Jimmy Butler, and the Lakers you didn't beat at all. Lakers you beat once. The Clippers you didn't beat at all. So the reason why you're not the 3 or the 4 is because you didn't beat the LA teams with Jimmy, without Jimmy. You didn't beat him. So that to me is ultimately the reason why you're sitting there in 7, because you couldn't win those games when you needed to win them.
Yeah. I mean, they did beat the Lakers just last week. They're 1-0 against the Lakers.
Sure.
with Jimmy.
1-7 against both, and you can parse it however you want to parse it. I look at the whole 82, and if you want to talk about where you are as a team in terms of seeding, you are the 7 because you could not handle the LA teams.
Well, I mean, you could look at a bunch of teams. You are the 7 because you lost to the Spurs on a Wednesday night. So
yeah, but you handled OKC and you beat Houston, but the other 2 teams ahead of you, LA and LA, you could not beat them.
I can't argue with your math. I can just tell you that I don't know about the relevance of that now, because all of these teams are different, and I'm looking at what I see now. And yesterday was not concerning. It was just frustrating. It's frustrating when you go out, like they shot the hell out of the ball. They're a very good team. Their star played well in the fourth quarter. They did all the things that you want to do to win that game, and then they made big mistakes late, and the Clippers were really good. And then there was head-scratching stuff both on the floor and in the approach. You know what I mean? In terms of going GP2 over Moses Moody down the stretch. I get why they did it. I don't know that I would have done it that way, but that stuff is all hindsight, being 2020. So again, I don't find yesterday's loss concerning. I just find it all very scary, because now you've put yourself into what I sort of view as almost a one and done scenario. And that's always really, really stressful. But at the same time, they're the better team. They should win it. And if they do, they get 4 days off and a matchup that I think is actually more advantageous to them than what they would have gotten if they had won yesterday. And we'll see. We'll see if that's how the whole thing plays out. Look, here's what we've done today, because it's a big old stinking day. This is my big fat Greek day on 95.7 The Game, and you all know this. There are no guests on Willard and Dibs. None. We have tickets to tomorrow night's game, and we have you. And that's it. And that's more than enough. And we want to put it out to you as broadly as possible, because there are 1,000 places to take a conversation on a day like today. And we're going to touch them all, just like Jung-Hoo Lee. So here's the deal. 888-957-9570. The Warriors' regular season is over. They're the 7. They got a big game tomorrow night. What do you want to say? What do you want to say about what unfolded yesterday or throughout the entire week? What do you want to get off your chest? What do you want to say to the Warriors, about the Warriors? They're all in town. I'm sure they're all listening on AirPods right now. Hi, Pods. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we'll tell you more in just a second about how you can win your way into the game tomorrow night. You're going to need to be with us from 4 to 5:30, but we'll give you more details on that coming up in just a couple. So dial it up right now. What do you want to say? We're here for all of your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors are the 7, and this is Willard and Dibs.
The Draymond passes back to Curry, who goes up for a layup, and he missed it. He tried to jump in the air and lay it in, and it just crawled on the rim. No good. Done. Right corner, Harden. It's a three. It's up and good, and that's a crusher. Golden State had 2 shots inside of 10 feet, missed them both, and now it's 114-111 Clippers. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to do wall-to-wall calls, okay, today. So, Warrior fans, let's go. What do you want to say?
To the window, to the calls.
To the wall. Very good. Very good. 888-957-9570. But first, do you want to go to the game tomorrow?
I kind of do.
Not you.
Oh, shoot.
I mean, you can go.
Oh, Schmidt.
But not courtesy of us. You figure yourself out.
Yeah?
Yeah, you take care of yourself.
I mean, I hear you know a guy.
You're an adult. You take care of yourself.
I mean, I know a guy who knows a guy.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, keep going. It's Monday.
Anyhow. There's a Warrior game tomorrow night. ... Kind of unfortunately, but...
Last home game of the year? Question mark?
Maybe. Well, no. Definitely not the last home game of the year. That's not possible.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. That's not possible. They will either have home playoff games or they will be hosting the Maverick Kings on Friday night.
Oh, God.
Yeah, one of those. If Klay Thompson ends up here, we
did this last week.
I'm going to vomit. I'm just going to.
We did this last week. Klay goes for 37 in a play-in elimination sensation.
We'll totally vomit.
Yep.
We're not doing this.
No.
We're not doing this.
We're not.
But
thank you.
Let's keep it current, and that is that the Grizzlies are coming tomorrow night, and we are giving away a pair of tickets during today's show. Here's how it's going to work. Make sure you're listening from 4 to 5:30 because before the show ends at 6, we will ask a question about something that we said in that window from 4 to 5:30. Once we ask that question and you've got the answer hip pocket, then you need to race. You need to be caller number 1.
What number?
1. Caller 1 to the contest line with the correct answer. So you're going to need to listen.
Number 1.
Thank you. From 4 to 5:30. And then we'll ask you a question. And then when we tell you to call, you race. You call fast. Yep. Do it fast. And if you've got the correct answer, the first caller to do that, pair of tickets to tomorrow's play-in game. The atmosphere is going to be out of control. Please do not call now. It will make us very angry. When I say us, I mean Lucas. So don't call now, but I'm going to give you the contest line. Don't call it. I wish there was a way to eliminate people who call it now. Like you're just blocked. Don't call now, but I want to say it now so that you can jot it down in the interest of time later on in the show. It's 415-523-4652. Okay? 415-523-4652.
Do I call now?
Don't call now.
Okay.
Good luck. Our show today is also sponsored by Safeway. And we're very, very glad that you're all here and listening and still able to consume Warrior basketball. I mean, like today, and here's what I mean this even for fans. I just think, look, you talk about a team as a championship squad, and then they end up in the play-in tournament. I do think there's a piece of this. I think for fans, even for radio hosts, it feels like your takes sound a little over the top.
A little bit.
You're like, we're going to win a championship, and then you're in the play-in tournament. But it's a 48-win squad. There's a bunch of you calling right now. I hate all of you.
No, I love them all.
No, I hate all of you.
No.
Please, I literally, as a parent of 3 kids and someone who teaches, I can't stand it when people listen that poorly.
Can I defend? Can I defend the people for just a second?
With your ears.
Can I defend the people
you hear what we're
for just
saying?
a second? You don't get it. So you gave the number.
Yes.
And if I'm in my car or if I'm somewhere where I can't write the number down, I put it in my phone and I hit dial. and then I hang up.
Don't do that.
No, that way I know that the number that I need to dial later is in my phone. You're not hearing me.
No, I am hearing you.
It's like I'm talking to my 2.5-year-old.
No, I get what you're saying.
All the people who just called, they all hung up immediately.
I know
They're
that.
doing
Not
that.
all of them. Not all of them.
Wow.
And we asked them not to.
And shout out Linda, I saw you.
And I thought that you liked us because you're listening to the show. So if you like us, you have hours.
Nobody likes us.
Thank you.
11-4.
Hashtag Giants. Get a pen. Go crazy old school.
No.
And write it down. Or if you want to go, you just typed it into your phone, save it to your notes. Just save it to your notes.
It's easier to just put it in your phone and call it and hang up. That's all.
So it's easier to annoy the people who you're trying to get something from.
So if my choice is to put it in my notes or annoy Lucas, what are you going to do?
You can put it in your phone without calling the number. You can dial it and then just save it to your contacts.
Yeah, you guys are being a little too dramatic.
Hello? Listen, you don't have to deal with it. This guy now, he's going to get sores on his ear.
Okay.
Because he's over here. And
sores on his ear?
And he's jotting numbers down because he knows who not to take.
As opposed to what he's normally doing back there.
I don't know what that is.
I can't see him. So he's chilling.
We got 2 great guests tomorrow.
Yeah.
And Lucas Alexander worked his butt off today to get him.
And I gave him a fist bump in our pre-show meeting, and the boss gave me a dirty look.
I know.
It's like, for once, if he does something well, I'm going to give him his propers.
You know where you should have punched him?
What's wrong with you people?
You know where you should have punched him?
Right in the throat.
Right between the eyes. That's where you should have punched him.
You should do your Kevin Harlan for Kevin Harlan tomorrow. You won't.
I totally will. I don't know how relevant it is. I'll try. He's such a nice
very
guy.
Relevant.
He's such a nice guy. I could be like, right between the eyes. And he'd be like, that's a great impression.
No, but your impression is amazing.
Well, we'll give it a shot.
You should. I mean, before we get too deep into Memphis tomorrow, I'd love to talk about...
Let's talk about the Clipper game.
I mean...
Let's talk... Why? What do you want to say?
What I want to say is that they looked tired, and like Steph Curry, the mistakes that he made late in that game, that's the reason why Steve Kerr was giving him a day off. He was sloppy. Draymond was sloppy.
This is interesting to me.
Are you telling me that, like, Steph Curry, some of those turnovers were offensively, in the last 2 minutes of the game, their offense was like almost embarrassing.
I don't disagree with you at all. I had the exact same take about their losses last week, and you called me out. How the hell can you tell if they're tired by looking at them?
Well, I mean, he looked tired last night. So, and now you have to play again tomorrow. So,
That's funny. That's funny. We just had this talk.
Right. He had 8 turnovers. So, here's an idea. Try something else.
It's frustrating.
But something else, there is no something else. That's the problem.
I don't even know how, as a Warrior fan, though, what do you do about that? You know what I mean? Like, I think that sometimes we arrive here to talk this out, and let's go to the phones, because we really do want to hear. But I mean, we arrived to talk this out when your best Hall of Fame player, generational talent, the best thing that's ever happened to this city in terms of sports, what do you do? Like, Super Bowl or try again, dude. Like, there's not, you know what I mean? There's no like, hey, Steve Kerr should have benched him. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing to do about that. I'm with you. It was, and that's why I say the game was frustrating. Nothing concerning, just frustrating. I don't know why Steve or Steph, I don't know why he seemed to be rushed in at the end of that game. And I don't know why. Like, they were fine. They were fine. That dribble down into the corner, double team, just fall out of bounds, lose the ball thing was got to be one of the top 10 worst plays I've ever seen Steph Curry make. Just because it was so, like, it just lacked awareness. And these 3 players so rarely do that. Like, Jimmy Butler was a flippin' treat yesterday. He is so brilliant. If you get a chance to go to a game and watch what Jimmy's doing all the time, like even when he doesn't have the ball, he is so brilliant with the way he sets things up. His brain is just pulsating when you watch him play. He was so brilliant yesterday. And that's the kind of thing that I think is going to beat the Grizzlies tomorrow night. But yeah, it's frustrating because they could have won last night. and they made tactical and strategic and yes, sloppy errors
right
down the stretch.
You're up 2, and Harden scores the layup to cut it to 2. Steph hits the 3, and he shimmy shakes, and then Harden immediately comes down and breaks down his guy and scores. And so now it's a 2-point game. And the next possession, it's basically a 24-second violation.
Yep.
They called Pods for a travel, which fine. His shot was not really going to make it anyway. But that possession was one where, okay, they took Steph away. He was at 44 feet, fully guarded by Powell. Like, what are we doing? Either call timeout or try something else other than we're going to let Pods try to freelance from the right wing.
Yeah.
That to me felt like a big time missed opportunity.
Yeah, it felt like the whole team felt a little bit rushed. They felt like they got in quicksand. They kind of lost their flow and their ability to create a shot. That's been kind of the Warriors' bugaboo a lot this year. It's gone away largely when Jimmy Butler arrived, but it showed up at the worst time in the final minute of the game yesterday. I still think, though, it's not a concerning loss. It's just a very frustrating one, and all will be forgotten if they win tomorrow night, and they will end up in a better spot. But this is going to be a really, really tense 30 hours.
No doubt.
This is going to be really, really tense. It's going to be hard. 888-957-9570. How about... let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, els míos germans, bona tarde. That's not Spanish. It's Catalan, official language in Barcelona. Yeah, I just got back to see that nightmare. Playoff Jimmy would have been enough. But Steph Curry, he decided to shimmy after making a 3-point shot with 1:46 left. And you know what happened? Yeah, karma police slapped him in the back of the neck. You know, ever since then, after the shimmy, it's just mindless turnovers, Draymond Green, and unexplicably, you know, to try to make a bunny layup, and it looked like it was trying to shoot a free throw shot. You know, Pajemski traveling, and like I said, Steph Curry just running into a trap with no plan in mind, and. So this is what's going to happen, man. We're going to be like on carjack arrest watch for now and until if they make it to the playoffs, because they would have been a 50 win team, but just explicitly, I don't know if they're tired or whatever. They fumbled it. They fumbled it like Kyle Williams twice back in Jim Harbaugh day.
Jonathan, that thing you said in the other language, what did you say?
Good afternoon is what he said.
That's it?
Yeah, my brothers, good afternoon.
My brothers, okay. Got it. Okay, thanks, Jonathan.
And welcome home.
Welcome back. Why are we on this? Why did the shimmy thing get so many of you? Why did that bother you?
It didn't.
There's celebrations after half the buckets in this league.
Right.
So why is that seemingly something that everyone wants to jam in his face?
Well, he's just saying that it was basketball karma. So you shimmy, and then you come back, and the other team beats you.
So there's no more reactions after big made buckets?
You can react all you want, but when you shimmy and you lose, it is a bad look.
Okay.
I mean,
all right.
You don't think so?
I don't. At all. I literally think that, I mean, we're it's almost like we're comparing him to Kawhi Leonard, but Kawhi Leonard has absolutely zero personality and has never celebrated in his life. In fact, I've heard from...
Does that make him a bad guy or a bad player?
Not at all. But my point is there's celebrations after half the buckets in this league. I don't know why we would now suddenly want to jam this down Steph Curry's face because he then turned the ball over. Yeah, he turned the ball over, and that stinks. But it's not like, I don't know, it's not embarrassing because he was excited when they went up by 4 with 1:45 to go. Like, it's a big bucket. He made a 3. There's a physical outburst when you do, I would think. That's like orgasmic when you do that in front of 25,000 people. Like, oh my God. That's I don't know. I don't know why that didn't even catch my eye or my space at all.
Did you see it in real time? Like when you were there, you were watching it?
Watched him do it 1,000 times.
And he went on to turn it over 3 more times, by the way, in regular season, in the regulation and overtime. So
he was sloppy.
He can do whatever he wants to do. All I'm saying is when you do that and the other team clearly sees it, that might be motivating for them. And, not that they want to beat you any more now than they did before, but it just turns out to be a little bit of a bad look, in my opinion, when you're going to shimmy and do the thing and you're up 4 and you lose the game. That's a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah, I would find it much more embarrassing if the Clippers needed some sort of motivation with a minute and a half left to go in a save your season type of a game. I think everybody, that was what was so beautiful about that game yesterday.
It's a great game.
I mean, being in that building, oh my God. That game never took a second off. These two teams, what was the biggest lead? Warriors were up by 12 in the second quarter, so I don't even whatever, first half leads.
I think it was 21 lead changes.
Yeah, that game just never quit.
Nope.
The energy was unbelievable. Tense.
23 lead changes.
23 lead changes.
Yep.
Dude.
Tied 8 times.
These teams brought it. And the Warriors made more mistakes down the stretch. That's a bummer. It's frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. But that was high-level stuff from both of these teams. GPD and Hayward. What's going on, Grandpa?
Man. First, I want to say this. Dib, I love you too, bro. And your picks don't stink. Okay? I want to go on record by saying that. I love Dib, man. But I'm seeing the dynamic between you two. I really do. And Dibs, you're the pessimist, and Mark is the optimist. I gotta agree with Mark. Look, man, you live and die by the sword. So you're good guys, you go with the good guys. If they do wrong, they do wrong. And that's just it. And Draymond, I think Kerr does need to see if he can try somebody at the 5. Quentin Post, just give him freaking 3 minutes. Let him start 3 minutes. Just try it, Kerr. It ain't gonna hurt you at the beginning of the game. Okay. Now, when I say that, I say that to say this: you guys are spot on. You guys, I can't even express how much you please me to listen to you. Everything about you just really, really educates me. And I need to take notes, but I can't take notes because I was driving. And you know what? You're right, Mark. Put the phone number in your notes. You don't dial it, Dibs, and then call it later. He just told you. Don't dial it right now. Hello, McFly.
Yeah, but nobody listens to requests anymore. Nobody listens to each other. That's our, right? That's that's the whole world's biggest problem now, is everybody is staring at their phone and not hearing what other people say. GPD, thank you. Thank you very much. That's the whole thing now. Everybody's staring at the phone. Nobody hears what anybody else is saying.
Yeah, it's just easier to put the number in and call it. That way, when you want to call it, when you hear, and if you listen to the show the whole time, then you just go to your previously made calls and it's just boop, boop.
Right.
As opposed to go to my notes and then copy and then paste and then now go to my phone and then paste and then dial. But it's a lot more of a difficult thing.
But if somebody asks you to do it that way, here's a weird comp, and then we'll go back to the phone.
Okay, yeah.
Let's say the trash company, let's say they called you or sent you an email, and they're like, will you please put your trash cans out with the handles, like you think you want the handles facing the house?
No.
Because the open side of the trash, then a lot of people do that. The open side of the trash is facing the truck.
Sure.
They actually want it the other way.
Right.
They want the handles facing this so they can grab the handles and take it over. So if they call, but it's harder for you because you got to go. That thing might be full. And
It's really not hard.
It could be. You got to roll it out there. You got to turn it around. Like you say, it's not harder. What if you're 85 years old? It might be harder. But they're asking you to do it a certain way. It might be a little harder, but that's how they're asking you to do it. Do you do it that way?
Well, I do, because it says on the can, but that's a little bit of a shaky comp. I do think the better
best
comp
I can come up with in the moment.
And the better comp is that they actually ask you to keep your 3 cans, the garbage, recycling, and compost, 3 feet apart. That way, when they bring in the claw, if the claw doesn't have room, thank you, Kawhi Leonard. He has bad comp because God, too soon.
Yeah.
But if you don't have your cans 3 feet apart, then the claw, they might knock over your trash can.
Yeah.
And if I'm the guy in the truck with the recycling, well, that's not on me.
Yeah.
That's on you.
Doesn't matter because
I get it.
The raccoons knock over my can every night anyway, so it doesn't even matter.
You got to put like a big cement block on top of that thing.
It doesn't matter. They'll knock it over. Like I have a thing that like locks it shut, but they're crafty. They're crafty out there. They're like GP2 on defense, man. They can find their way in there. Anyway,
I'm in skunk country where the skunks, they don't really want your trash.
No.
They just want you to like come out of your house at midnight so they can get you. These skunks, they're not out here for my chicken giblets. They're out here trying to get me.
Yeah, there is. Let's go to Scott in Pleasanton.
Tons of time.
What's up, Scott? What are you doing?
Not much, Will and Dibs. Thanks for having me on. I think I put that loss on Curry. You can't have 8 turnovers as a superstar and expect to win, especially late in the game, dribbling into bad positioning, and then having them dictate how you're going to run your offense. We got Jimmy Butler. Why? For those circumstances. You get the ball to Jimmy Butler, break it down in and out, and then Steph becomes a little bit more of a threat, as well as Pajemski. I didn't see any of that. If we break down the last 10 possessions before overtime, how many times did Jimmy actually have control of the ball with the play driven towards him to control the tempo and get the space and grace that team needs to win? We went to old school, non-performing Warriors, and that's why they lost the game.
Yeah,
so that's my take.
Yeah, that's fair, Scott.
I love it, Scott. Thank you.
Yeah, like I think Jimmy had the ball maybe more than you're giving him credit for down the stretch, but there's no doubt that it got out of pocket. Clippers deserve some credit for that. They really pushed him, but the Warriors got they rushed. They were just, I think that's what it was. I think they were moving too fast. They got rushed.
They got lazy to me. They were trying to make the easy play too often.
Tickets to the game tomorrow night. We got them. You got to be listening starting at 4 o'clock. Starting at 4 o'clock. We've got tickets to the game tomorrow night. You got to be listening. Until then, it's just all of your calls. 888-957-9570. We've reached the end of the regular season. The Warriors are a play-in team. They're in the box. And they're hosting the Grizzlies tomorrow night. What do you want to say? Whatever it is, we're here for it. We're taking your calls, 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibs.
Curry down the right side. Warriors have a chance. Down 2. Curry off the screen. Gets Zubats. Backs up. Double. Finds Payton. Payton inside Draymond. Goes up and lays it. He missed the layup. He tried to get a foul call and missed the layup.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. And you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Did they just lay it in next time?
I mean,
just it's right there.
He's trying to draw it.
I felt like Happy Gilmore. I'm like, tap it in.
Tap it. That's a 4.
Tap it. Just lay it in. We need to go find some other body to run into. Just lay it in.
You know what?
And the game is tied.
That movie, 1996.
Don't say
no, it's too late. Grandy, you were born in 97?
96.
Yeah.
I heard they were coming out with another one.
They are.
Did you know that?
The trailer's out.
What year, what month? You don't have to give me your full birth date and your social, although it'd be cool if you did.
May, next month.
All right, so this movie came out 3 months before you were born. So, and I love the reference, just tap it in.
Tap it.
And it's a classic, and I'm sure you've seen it, Grandy.
Oh, of course.
Because you're a sports fan, and it's a sports movie, but I had to Google it real quick. 96, bro.
They're going to bring that thing back 30 years later.
Wouldn't.
No, but they are. It's done.
I know.
That thing's been made. And yeah, it'll probably be awful.
Trailer looks pretty rough.
Yeah, but whatever. Still going to see it.
Like sports movies that have been remade, and I'm just thinking about
30 years later?
Well, The Longest Yard with Burt Reynolds was a classic.
But
I think I broke his freaking neck.
But that was a straight remake, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is a sequel?
This is a sequel. This isn't a remake.
Okay.
Like Adam Sandler's in it again.
Because Bad News Bears was a remake.
Right.
Where they just ran that thing back.
No, this is a sequel.
Okay.
Like we're picking it up. I imagine his grandma has passed away by now.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't want to be
Spoiler
morbid, but she was in a convalescent home 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Modern medicine. How many people move in there and hang out for 30 years?
Yeah, I mean,
we'll see. I don't know where the story picks up. I don't know. But yeah, Adam's in this thing again.
Yeah. But to your point, Draymond Green, just tap it in. I mean, you could see him in the moment thinking, oh, I'm going to throw half my body into the defender, and I'm going to get an and one. I'm going to flex. I'm going to flex on these Clippers, and I'm going to get a free throw. And then, and I give him credit in the post game where he's like, yeah.
I smoked it. Yeah.
I smoked it. I smoked the layup. And he also mentioned that, GP2 with a great pass, and I smoked the layup. And he talked about another play that was made that they actually didn't make. And so, yeah, that's the ball game.
We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We got tickets. You'll be with us from 4. We call it Know the Show. So between 4 and 5:30, something happens that we're going to ask you about after 5:30. But you got to know it. And so if you're one of those people that's going to know it, and you have the phone number, which I am, for the love of God, not giving out to you right now. I'll give it to you later. But the contest line, for those of you who know what the contest line is, and I'll give it to you again. But you be caller 1 with the right answer, you're going to the game tomorrow night. And that's going to be an environment. That is going to be an environment.
How was the environment last night? Just
amazing.
Real quick.
It was actually.
Because you were there with friends and family.
I was there, all of them.
Yeah. And people you didn't
I was there.
know.
I was there with 433 of my closest friends.
You were. And I was actually watching on my laptop. I had the Masters on the big screen, and my Rory bet 6-1, a small amount to win, and also small amount. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I've never had to worry this much over a $175 win. And I'm watching the Masters thinking, I want him to make 17 straight double bogeys so I can not worry about this.
Yeah.
Because I'm worried about this on my laptop, and it's, Warriors up 4, down 3, up 2, down 5, up 6, down 1. And I'm like, oh, so I'm looking up, I'm looking down, I'm looking up, I'm looking down, and I'm thinking, my partner is at this game.
In there.
And he's probably not two-screen gripping, but he's probably so into this because this thing's amazing.
My son was. My 18-year-old Abe, who is a huge golfer. And good luck with the match today. On the off chance that you might be listening on your way out there, probably not. But anyway, he was phone diving the whole time. Dad, Rory's in the woods on the right. Dad,
dude.
I'm just like, bro, with the Warriors Clippers. I don't know if you know. You're here.
You're here.
You're in the building. Like
and he's there.
There's a game going on down there.
A great game.
Anyway, the energy was amazing, and I know that there are certain places in the country who will laugh when I say this because it's like, duh, but in the West Coast, it's not how it is. It's a beautiful, beautiful, sunny spring Sunday afternoon, and the game starts at 12:30. And you know what that means on the West Coast. It means people bebop in at about 1:45. What'd I miss?
Yeah.
Not this one. Dude, the seats were full at tip.
Yeah.
People
and
were,
it did tip about 12:50.
Of course, it's always a little late.
Because there was an overtime game, I think, in the morning wave, and so it tipped a little bit late.
Always a little late, but no, man. People were in, they were ready, they were locked in. It was a nighttime sound during the day.
Yeah, okay.
It was a vibe. It was really, really amazing. Just a great basketball game. By the way, we mentioned that we're giving tickets away. A lot of you are not going to win. Sorry for the spoiler alert. Not all of you are going to win.
Oh.
So I want to let you know also that as of noon today, tickets are on sale. This game didn't exist until 24 hours ago. So that means there's a bunch of new tickets that are just available. And if you do want to go to Warriors.com, tickets are available for tomorrow night. All right, again, we're asking callers just like, what do you want to say? What do you want to say about the Warriors season and the game yesterday? Joe in Concord next up on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Joe. What's up?
How you doing? So I'm not a big fan of celebrating like they do, or Curry in particular. Celebrate after you win the game, because it's to me, I see it a lack of composure. When he's celebrating and shimmying with his back to the ball, he needs to be playing defense. And when he's celebrating like that, what kind of message is he sending to the kids who look up to him?
I mean, Joe,
thank you, Joe. It's about the kids.
I don't know that I've ever seen an athlete in my entire life who does better with messaging to kids. That's what I would say.
In that moment? Where
in any moment.
Yeah, I get it.
In any moment.
Yeah.
Like here's what I'd say. Look, you're allowed to have whatever opinion you want. Steph Curry's been celebrating after shots his entire career, so has just about every other NBA star not named Kawhi Leonard at all times. You don't have to like it, and that's totally fine. I don't think I've ever seen Steph Curry get beat on defense because he's busy celebrating. I don't think I've ever seen poor messaging to children coming from Steph Curry. But these are all matters of opinion. The one thing that I will say is I've always found it very, very easy for fans to tell players what to do in moments of emotional overwhelm. And what a perfect day to talk about this, because if you haven't given yourself the 7 minutes to go watch what happened with Rory McIlroy when he won the Masters yesterday, this is one of the greatest moments in sports that I've
when
ever...
he won the Masters.
Yes, understand.
Okay.
And I would bet he'd done all kinds of fist pumping and everything else along the way, too, that I saw.
Didn't do it when he fanned it on 18 in the bunker and he made
didn't.
bogey.
No, but when...
when he chunked it in the water on 13.
What hole was that where he had trees right in front of him and he lofted it up over and almost jarred the damn thing?
That was 15.
Yeah, and boy, he laughed and he's high-fived and there was all kinds of stuff going on.
No shimmy shake.
Yeah, thanks. It's golf and it's Rory. It's a different person. The bottom line is it's so easy for us to tell athletes how to act in moments that are total emotional overwhelm that we've never experienced. Do you have any idea what that feels like, to be at the center of a crowd of 20,000 people all screaming at you to hit a shot that you think really furthers your chance to achieve your goal and make the playoffs? There are millions more watching on TV, and we sit here and go, act like you've been there before. How the hell do you know what it looks like to have been there before? We've never been there before. I think that's crazy to tell someone to not have emotions fly through your body and react. I just think it's crazy. Crazy.
Well, yeah, I mean, he can do whatever he wants, and I'm not begrudging him for that, but when you shimmy shake...
kind of are.
So you shimmy shake because you're up 4 with 2 minutes left, and then you lose in overtime. That, to me, comes off as a bad look. And the very next possession, what happens? James Harden gets the ball and he drives right down the throat of your defense and he scores. And then from then on, Steph Curry committed 3 turnovers and he was patently not very good. So you're allowed to do whatever you want to do. But when you look at it, and I'm looking at it from an objective view, I love Steph Curry. I love this team. And when you shimmy shake with a 4-point lead with a lot of time left to go in the ball game, and then you lose, it's fair to look at that and say, well, might have been a little bit of a premature celebration.
Yeah, but you're celebrating what happened. Like you're acting like the celebration is only based on the win. Like there.
Well, you're celebrating something that you've done 4,138 times before.
All the moments in life that happen along the way that are worth celebration. It's not only about the final result.
Does he shimmy on every 3 that he makes? Of course not.
Why would we celebrate the win yesterday? Didn't win anything yet.
Well, you won a playoff spot. You avoided the play-in.
You'd like to celebrate the 6th seed?
You won a week off, and you could tell that Steph Curry would have loved to have a week off to do things with his family and play golf, and now he doesn't get to do that.
If they win tomorrow night, the shimmy's back on the table then. Then it was correct, because it's all part of the journey.
Well, it depends on how he does tomorrow. If he wants to shimmy tomorrow, and I wonder how many times he shimmied down 9 in a game in the fourth quarter.
We're good. I can't even believe this is what we're talking about today.
The caller brought it up, and so
You brought it up.
Of course I brought it up.
You brought it up about 4 times since we started.
Well, and it's
I can't believe it. Okay. All right.
Maybe you don't feel that way.
I very vehemently do not.
And apparently I do.
Okay, great. Awesome.
Right.
And I can't believe we're talking about this. We're sponsored by Safeway. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got tickets to the game tomorrow night. 4 o'clock is the time where you need to really lock in. But hell, you're here now. Let's lock in. What do you want to say about Warrior basketball after that loss yesterday? Anything goes. And yes, at a certain point here within the next hour, we do need to address someone who did not play basketball yesterday. And we will. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
Butler will throw it in. They circle around a series of screens. Hield gets open, cross court, quick shot on the way. No good. Rebound Harden, foul with 3 seconds to go.
Hey, Aries, Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, can we address the Buddy Hield shot real quick?
Sure.
Because that got a lot of people going. Just my take. You're already in a really, really bad spot. And you have to understand that teams now are very focused when you're up by 3 with just a few seconds left to go. You don't let the other team shoot a 3 because that's the only way they can tie you. Now, they did let Buddy Hield shoot a 3 because a play got called, and they're sort of willing to let that player get on the loose. Kawhi Leonard was in Steph Curry's shorts, and I promise you that if you found a way for Steph Curry to get the ball, they would have tackled him. Tackled him, hugged him, done whatever. So the whole, how do you not give the ball to Steph that I've heard a lot, I don't even think is possible. You're in a spot where you need to sort of take one of your other options when you're there, because the other team can just foul you and say, go ahead, take your 2 free throws and cut the deficit to 1. And now there's 4 seconds left and we have the ball. So they'll just do that game with you until there's nothing left on the clock, unless you run a really good play to open somebody up, and that somebody has to be somebody not named Steph. Now, if you wanted someone else to shoot it, cool. You wanted someone else to shoot it. And obviously, Buddy uncorked a complete duck. So that happened. But I don't think that was that crazy of a play call by Steve Kerr. You're in a spot already by then.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a spot. There is 6 seconds left, so you don't need a 3 desperately. You can get a quick 2
Another
and
way
foul.
you could have played it. Yep.
And I'm looking at the play right now, and you have Draymond Green in the short corner who is being guarded, which, fine. I mean, he's being guarded, but you're not going to go to him anyway. And the play you design is a cross-court overhand 3. It's a long pass that Buddy catches off to his side, and then he, pulls the trigger. And you're right about Steph Curry. And if you look at the replay, you've got Kawhi hugging him, and you've got Powell also there. You've got James Harden looking to help. You've got literally 4 Clippers who are in his area.
It's a triple hug, yeah.
Well, and Steph and Pods both set a screen to free Buddy. So the play is that Buddy goes from the near side all the way to the far side, and it's going to be a catch and shoot. And he catches it, and the throw is kind of behind him, and by the time he catches it, the defender is near him, and he shoots it, and yeah, it's an ugly duck, and for me, it was a little bit desperation. If that goes in, wow, okay, we're tied, and if it doesn't, you lose. Yeah. So for me, it might have been more sensible to have somebody else inbound the ball and try to get Buddy on the block and see if we can't get an and one or get Buddy a layup, and then you play the foul game. 6 seconds left is a little bit tough because it's getting a little late for the foul game.
A little late for the foul game.
It's a little late for the foul game. I get that, but for me, the long cross-court pass to Buddy Hield was not the one I was looking for.
Yeah, I get it. I think at that spot, if you can get an open 3 from anyone, quite frankly, you take it. That's probably your best shot, and they did, and he just executed it very poorly. And that's the way it goes. We'll go back to the phone shortly. Whatever you want to say about Warrior basketball as the regular season comes to an end. I just think yesterday was hard for 2 reasons. First of all, I look at stress in life as something that you have to pay for later. You can get through a moment, but if you got a lot of stress in your life, it's going to build up. It's probably going to get you. You're going to get pieces of your body that start falling apart or whatever later in life. Stress is not good, even if you're able to navigate through it. And so yesterday's loss is not concerning. They lost to a very good team in a high-level, mano-a-mano showdown that went to overtime. The outcome doesn't concern me, but it's frustrating because, A, it's going to add stress and time to your schedule because now you've got to play tomorrow night, and I also think that it's an ego slap. This team acquired Jimmy Butler and stated out loud, our goal is the 6. You fell short. And now you get a label. You get a label that's not a fun label. It's called play-in team. And it has all of the minor league feel around it. There's no way around it. I mean, even like your record was only 2 games worse than the 3-seeded Lakers, but there's nothing to do about the fact that you have to walk around, even if you get to the playoffs, even if you go play Houston and beat Houston, you're going to have people going, wow, a play-in team moving through the playoffs. You have that label. I think that's hard for fans. I think it's hard for the Warriors because it's sort of hard to have that label and also call yourselves championship contender at the same time. That's a tough putt. That's a tough putt.
Right, and you've been a play-in team 3 of the last 4, right? Ever since the play-in tournament has been here, you've been a play-in team. You were last year, and you are this year. The year before that, you were a playoff team.
Right.
And then the year before that, I guess you were a playoff team. So maybe it's 3 of 5.
Yeah, they were the 3 seed
right.
when they won
the year before
ring.
that, you were a playoff team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you've been a playoff team, a play-in team rather, more than you've been a playoff team since they actually had.
But I think only 3 players on this roster were on those first edition play-in teams. I think it's just Draymond, Steph, and Looney. I think that's it.
Right.
Everybody obviously was in the experience last year, but that's a very different one. You were not at the top of the bracket. You're at the bottom of the bracket. You're playing road games. You got housed. You weren't very good. We know the story.
Right.
This year, I think it's different. I'm certainly hoping it's different.
I mean, it should be.
Yeah.
You're 2 wins better than you were last year, right?
Right.
Last year, you were 46 and you were the 10 seed. This year, you're 48 and you're the 7 seed. And should you have beaten San Antonio? Yeah, you should have. Should you have beaten Utah the night of the trade deadline? Yeah, you should have.
Exactly.
I mean, could you look at 4 other games that you kicked away and you didn't win?
But don't you feel all the teams probably could point to 4 games on their schedule where that was stupid?
But if you're talking about a team that has this pedigree and this, and Draymond Green's talking about how, we're going to win the title. Okay, now you're going to have to win the title out of the play-in and be a team that the first one to ever do it as a 7 seed. No team has ever won the title outside of the 6 seed,
correct,
which was Houston when they did that. So if you're going to fulfill that prophecy, that big talker Betty Crocker at the All-Star game, well, now you have to do it out of the 7 seed. And it's because you gave it away against Utah because you all were, feeling some type of way about the trade. And then you gave it away against San Antonio because you couldn't close that one out.
I mean, why stop there? There were a bunch.
Right.
But,
so what are we talking about then?
That's the way an NBA schedule plays out. I mean, the Los Angeles Lakers were up by 6 with 9 seconds left to go in Chicago a couple of weeks ago. They found a way to lose the basketball game. So you're going to always have those. I hear you.
But they still found a way to be the 3 seed.
Yeah,
so,
They did. And so that's where, but I think those 2 labels are hard to put in the same sentence. Play-in team, championship contender. I think it's hard. And so there's I'm not saying you can't do it. You're allowed to. And if they win tomorrow night, you can say, even though they came out of the play-in tournament, it's like, whatever, who cares? They get 4 days off, and now they're a playoff team. And they get to go play Houston, which is a better spot for them than L.A.
For sure.
In my opinion.
I agree.
So this could absolutely have a silver lining to it. And I could not remove that from my thinking yesterday, even though I wanted to. I was at the game. I watched the game. I wanted the Warriors to win, but every time they fell down by 3 or 4 points, I went, play the percentages is probably better if they lose. And I walked to my car feeling that way. Now, that could all get blown up with an awful performance tomorrow night. But if they win tomorrow night, I will then, in the safe house, contend that was a better way. That ended up being a lucky break in a way that they won it on Tuesday instead of Sunday. But you got to go do it first, and so that's terrifying and stressful.
If they win tomorrow, would you predict that they would beat Houston in that series? Okay.
Yes.
If they lose tomorrow and win Friday, would you predict that they would beat OKC?
No. Okay. If they lose tomorrow night, I will predict their downfall immediately.
Yeah.
I don't want it.
No, nobody wants it.
And I am often wrong. So it's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
But my spin on this week, you got to win tomorrow night. There is no, and I think that they've got to go to the arena thinking that. And I'm sure they will. Don't go in there thinking about Friday. You can't go in there, you know what I mean? That's like the Warriors on the road in a game 6 situation. You don't go into that game like, well, we got game 7 back at home if we lose that. No, No. Here, now, win, move.
Yep.
That's it. And so that's the way I look at tomorrow night. Let's go to Tyler in Richmond. Hey, Tyler, what's going on?
Hey, guys. I was at the game Sunday.
Yeah.
Going tomorrow, too. So just want to touch on a couple things. How I'm feeling, whatever. Going in, you were talking about how fired up it was. To be honest, I took the ferry over from Alameda. Man, it was packed the whole way in.
Yep.
I was like, okay, this is a vibe. And it was. Overall, the game, I have to say, you watch the stats up above off of the display. I mean, it's pretty much both teams shot the ball well. I mean, obviously, in the end, big part of the loss was rebounds. We know that. Zubac had, 17? And they all know it, the loose ball problems, all of it. I don't know. But really, Curry not showing up in the first half and then 8 turnovers and the rest of it, okay. Jimmy picked it up. There was a point there, man, when it was ramping up and they went up 12. That was like one of the best defensive periods I've seen this year. Stripping balls.
Yes.
I don't know. There was like 3 steals. It was incredible. We were so fired up. It was like, okay, let's put this away. And rotations come in, whoever we want to call that on, whatever it was, either the playing or the coaching, started to fall apart. And, it came down to the wire. That's fine. I'm going to go half full, half empty, half full here, because reality, what you were just talking about, I'm feeling a little better, to be honest. They take care of tomorrow. Rockets over Lakers, I'll take that. And experience, Udoka's hardcore, obviously, from that last game. I mean, he'll do everything. We'll know what game he'll play. But overall, like Dunleavy was talking, it's 3 home games, man. That was a hell of a game for the NBA period. Like, that's what they wanted to see last night. It's just it didn't go our way.
Yeah, for sure. It's not 3 games, though, anymore. Tyler, thanks so much. It's 2 games. Yeah. And I don't look at it as 2 games.
It's 1 game.
It's 1 game.
Yep.
It's 1 game, and you have to go win it. But that's a good breakdown. We haven't talked much about the rebounding as of yet. Look, if you know this matchup between the Warriors and Clippers, you knew going in they're going to get out-rebounded. Zubac is a problem for the Warriors.
Oh, yeah?
He just is. He's a problem for the Warriors, and people always get frustrated when the Warriors get out-rebounded and we go, damn it, their size. And then I look at it and I go, yeah, but did you notice that they win and they win and they win and they win a lot of basketball games? They're a really good team right now. The Clippers are too. The Clippers are a tough matchup. The rebounding thing is scary if they do end up playing the Houston Rockets. That is a little frightening, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the Lakers, that presents a completely different problem. And I know the big thing you and I have talked about recently with the Lakers is the whistle and the way that those players play and the brand and just the size of all of that. So look, both of these series, if either were to happen, would have been hard. And now one of them's off the table. They're both going to be hard. They're both going to be really frustrating. Like I look at it as a fan experience. You're either going to be dealing with Luka and the palms up and LeBron and the damn whistle, or you're going to be dealing with Dylan Brooks and Udoka over there yelling at Steph Curry and Van Vliet, who won a title against the Warriors once before. And just it's going to be frustrating, but I give the Warriors a better chance to beat Houston than the Lakers out of the gate.
Yep, for sure. And I do think that if you want to play the conspiracy angle, if the league is looking at a Warrior 2-7 Houston matchup and a Laker 3-6 matchup, the idea of the Lakers and the Warriors in that next round
2.
Yeah, I do think that the league, if they had their pick of all the matchups they could possibly get, that would be the one. So if you're somebody who believes in the conspiracy and the whistle maybe leaning one way or the other, that would be one that you would look at and think, the league probably wants the Lakers and the Warriors to match up, like you said last week.
At some point, yeah.
Well, not only at some point, but in the conference semis, for sure.
I think what the scenario you're talking about is actually if the league were going to sit down with a pen, this is what they would do, is that the Warriors and Lakers would play in round 2, and understand that the winner gets OKC. That's how they want the Western Conference to play out. OKC is a 68-win team, and they very much should go to the conference finals. We'll see if they're able to actually hold up their end of the bargain. But that's the TV thing. Get the Lakers and Warriors together and then play for the right to go see if they can take down the 1 seed and come out of the West. And that's very much on the table now, provided that the Warriors win tomorrow night. And then everybody's got to do their thing. And I think all of these series are going to be hard. I don't think the Warriors definitely beat Houston. I don't even think the Lakers definitely beat Minnesota.
No.
I think that's hard. I do think that the Clippers will beat Denver. And I think that the Clippers in round 2 for Oklahoma City, if that were to happen, I think that's going to be really, really hard for the Thunder. The only freebie I see as possible is if the Thunder do get either Memphis, Sacramento, or Dallas. Those don't feel threatening to me.
Should be easy.
Yeah.
Should be easy for
I think
them.
those are 5-game series or less.
Yeah, and if you do wind up losing tomorrow and you think about being the 8, you have to look at the full list of 8 seeds who've ever beat the 1 seed, and there's only 6 teams who've ever done that.
I know one of them.
Yep. Which one?
They have a nickname. They're called We Believe.
Yeah, they beat the Mavericks in 6, and that Maverick team, they won 67 that year.
Yep.
And you remember the Dikembe Mutombo moment where he's hugging the basketball on the floor?
Oh, right. That was when you only needed to win 3 games.
Correct.
5-game series.
Denver over the Rainmaker, and GP won in Seattle in 94.
I do remember that.
The Knicks, yes, they beat the Heat in 99 in 5, and then they went to the finals and lost. And then Memphis over the Spurs, Philly over Chicago, and then Miami, Jimmy Buckets. Just a couple years ago, they beat Miami in 5. When they went from the play-in all the way to the NBA Finals.
It was on Miami.
Yes.
You said they beat Miami.
No, they beat Milwaukee.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Let's go to Sushi Steve. Hey, Steve, what's going on?
What's up, guys?
Yo.
So my concern, and if this is premature and you guys don't want to take this call, just let me know.
No, dude.
But I just can't.
Open table.
I can't get this out of.
Let's go.
Okay, so I can't get this out of my head. You know, like I watch every single game, every single minute. I think Kuminga's not playing at the end. Like Kerr's made his decision, and I don't see that changing. I mean, like Kerr did say that, you know, and we've seen this in the playoffs, you know, for facing this.
No, we can't do it anymore. I'm going to put him on hold. See if I want to hear, like Steve has got this big buildup for a point that we can't hear and he hasn't made yet. I think he wants to talk about Jonathan Kuminga, but see if we can get Steve to a better spot. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. Hey, Coach, thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? Appreciate you taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Real quick, I think the Timberwolves are going to upset the Lakers, and if all pans out well, I think we end up seeing the Clippers again in the Western Conference Finals.
Oh, wow.
But yes. Yeah, I think that's how it's laying out to me. But yesterday's losses on our big 3, and by that I mean Kerr, Curry, and Draymond. Draymond is pissing me off by not looking at the rim, holding the ball at the top of the key, waiting on Steph to come off 15 million screens when we all know what he's doing, and then turns it over. And then Steph with the 8 turnovers. I mean, 4 of those was on him. You know, it wasn't even what the defense was doing. And then I don't know why Kerr went away from Moody. Moody was clamping boys yesterday.
Yeah.
I know he got in the foul trouble, shooting slump, but his hands, his steals, his on-ball defense, if you're not even going to give Kuminga 6 fouls, at least play Moody, because I just don't think GP2's lateral movement is where it needs to be right now. So I just play the dogs, man. Kawhi played 49 minutes yesterday or something like that. He should never play more minutes than Steph. So I just hope Kerr sticks to the dogs, play to win the game, in the illustrious words of Herm Edwards. Appreciate you taking my call.
Coach, it's a good call. I would have loved to see more Moses Moody down the stretch as well. I absolutely would have. I understand where the Warriors were at. I think there were some loose balls earlier in the game, one in particular that I think Draymond and Coach Kerr both thought that Moody should have gone for. So there were, I don't know if it was, a hustle question or whatever, but it angered them. And so I don't think that he was holding it over his head or anything, but down the stretch, he chose to go with Gary Payton. And I'm kind of with you, Coach Hall, that right now, like, dude, that first half defense from Moses Moody was inspirational. There was a moment, like there was a stretch of game where I'm like, they are playing incredible defense right now, and it was led by him.
Yeah, blocks and steals. He had, I think, 2 blocks and 3 steals, or 3 blocks and 2 steals, and he was like filling up the stat sheet. And then in the second half, he played 12 minutes, and he took no shots. He had no rebounds. He had 1 assist. He committed 3 fouls, and that was about it. Yeah. So,
they got to get his shot going, man. They got to get his shot going.
It's been a while now.
It's been a while, I know.
It's been, probably, 10 games of the 3 not dropping. And
he just needs to see one go in.
He does, and then you look late in that game, and, GP2 didn't look to score, and Draymond Green, coach is right. He's, standing there waiting for somebody to throw to, and Steph is running around all crazy, and your offense was basically, Steph, save us, or nothing.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, Jimmy Butler was fantastic, I thought, in this game. I thought Jimmy Butler was
just saying
really
late
good.
In the fourth.
Yeah, there was a stretch. Like when they went up 111-107, I don't think there were many problems until then. And then something hit a wall. It hit a wall. They got sloppy. They turned the ball over. They lost the basketball game. So I'm not disagreeing with anybody who's focused on those things. But I'm not going to take this down the road of the Warriors didn't play well yesterday. They did. They did. The Warriors and Clippers played a freaking hell of a basketball game. And things left them at the wrong time. You go up by 4 with 1:45 to go in your own building. You should not be scrambling at the end, hoping somebody misses a shot so you can go to overtime. I'm not saying that's the game's over when you're up 4, 1:45, but you should be the one that kind of needs to be caught, not you playing from behind, which is the way it ended up in the end. So, yeah, that's frustrating. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll continue to be here for your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Don't forget, in exactly 18 minutes, it'll be 4 o'clock. And between 4 and 5:30, that's the window. That's the window where you need to be listening so that you can know the show and potentially win tickets into tomorrow night's game that we will give away late in the show. But you're going to need to know the show, and you're going to need to have the contest line, in your notes app, and you're going to need to be ready. So be listening. I mean, you're already here, so just stay here. But you're going to need to be listening starting at 4 if you want to win those tickets to the game tomorrow night. All right? It's Willard and Dibs.
So here we go. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Leonard with it. Drifting across the logo. Comes back to the right side with 4, with 3, with 2. Dribbles to the right. Fades into a jumper at the buzzer. It's no good. Guess what? We've got 5 more minutes of the season.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Guess what?
Tell me.
We've got 48 more minutes.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Of the season.
Hopefully we have, what's 48 times 7? That'd be 350 minus 14. That'd be 336.
I believe you.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes when you do math, it's better to do the big number and then subtract.
Well, but you did a 7-game series, and we don't know that it'll go 7.
But I want 7. Give me 7 against Houston.
No, I don't.
Ooh.
No.
Yes.
No, end it here.
No, you beat Memphis.
This is bad.
You play
juju.
Houston. Give me 7.
I don't know. This is like what you've been saying a shimmy is before the game's over. I don't want to talk about the Houston series. It doesn't exist yet.
It doesn't, but I can because I'm not involved. And when you are...
Yes, you can.
I can. I'm allowed to. It's actually my job is to talk about it, them, this, all of it.
But you're jumping tomorrow night. I don't want to jump tomorrow night.
I'm not jumping tomorrow night. I'm saying if tomorrow night happens, then if that happens, if they beat Memphis, then yeah, give me Houston and give me all of it. Give me 7 of those babies. Give me a full-on knockdown, drag out, one for the ages. And I love it. I'm here for it.
I watched Dylan Brooks as little as possible. I hope it's over in 4. That's my hope. It won't be, but that's what I will root for.
Give me Amon Thompson guarding Steph Curry.
Oh, God.
I think that he's actually going to guard him tomorrow night.
Not allowed to.
He's going to show up in his Rocket jersey, and during timeouts, he's probably just going to be guarding him.
We love to talk about they're allowed to. This is not one of those cases.
That might be a misdemeanor.
He's not allowed to play for Memphis. He has to play for the Rockets. By the way, speaking of guarding Steph Curry, the guy who does that normally for Memphis is Wells, is the one who got really badly hurt last week.
Oh.
So he's out.
Yeah.
That's who guards Steph Curry with Memphis. And he's not there anymore. So throw that into your analysis for tomorrow night.
Well, the spread is 6.5.
Yeah.
Warriors by 6.5. So
they should win. They should win.
Because they always win when they're favored.
Better 8-8. I was surprised. Look, I wasn't going to touch that one with a 10-foot pole.
What were they yesterday?
I think they were like 4.5 when I saw it come out. I'm like, too much. That's the Clippers talking about.
Right.
They're really good and a bad matchup. Like, no, we're not trying to cover a spread. That thing should be practically a pick'em, which is kind of what it was. Dawn in Sunnyvale. Hi, Dawn. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hi, yeah. I wanted to talk about Kerr's decision not to to play Moody. I mean, he was fantastic on defense, right? 2 blocks, 3 steals. He shortened, Kerr shortened the rotation, right? So he's limiting things that way. I heard from Dalton Johnson on the earlier show, and I heard it from Slater that he didn't put Moody back in because he wasn't, diving for 50-50 balls.
Yep.
Which you could say that about everyone on the team. I just don't understand, with the game's within reach, right? We actually thought we went ahead with less than 2 minutes left, right? We think we have this game. And I just think Kerr sometimes is just cutting off his nose by his face. Why penalize the guy who's the only guy, right, who's rattling Harden? Why would you do that?
Yeah, I mean, look, Don, thanks. I don't think that this is an unfair thought. I think that GP2 and Moses Moody play similar 3-and-D roles for the Golden State Warriors. And normally the starting 5 is going to be the closing 5. And so right now, normally, that would be Moses Moody. I get that on this particular night, Steve Kerr felt that he wanted to go with Gary Payton II. I don't think it ended up being the right move. But, I don't think it's some sort of egregious error and that we automatically, the Warriors would have won this game if Moses Moody was in there. I really like what he brings defensively right now. And so I know what the reputation of the players is, and GP2 is this brilliant defensive player. I do think that right now, what I'm seeing, Moses Moody might have become your best defender. But there were some things that concerned them last night. And I will tell you this, when you get to playoff basketball, and go ahead and count last night as a playoff game, Steve Kerr and the veterans on that team, they will coach the team the same way every time. And if they feel like you are not going after the ball with reckless abandon, it is almost an unforgivable offense. And that's what they felt, I think, at certain points with Moody last night.
Especially when that is kind of your role and your job. And I'm looking at Moses Moody in the third quarter. He played 9 minutes, and he took no shots. He had no rebounds. He had 1 assist, and he committed 3 fouls. And so he played the 9 minutes. He came out, and they put him back in there in the fourth quarter, and he played 3 minutes, and it was the same. No shots, no rebounds, no fouls, no anything really. And so I don't know if Moses is starting to think about the fact that he's not shooting it great, and that's affecting all of the other little intangibles. You mentioned it earlier. The first half, defensively, he was brilliant. Amazing.
Just brilliant.
He was slapping balls, deflecting balls, getting steals, getting dunks, blocking shots, the whole thing. And then the shot wasn't going down, and the shot hasn't gone down now for the better part of a couple of weeks, and maybe that's bleeding over. But, Moses, I hope you're listening. We need that. We as a Warrior fan base, you're it.
Dude, shoot your way out of it.
You have to.
Shoot your shot.
That's all you've got.
That's all you got.
And right now you've got Kuminga, who is not in the rotation. GP2, who is not as good a shooter as Moses is. Pods, by the way, can we now officially take him out of role player designation?
Oh, of course.
Because we all talk about, the role player's this and the role player's that. This dude is not a role player anymore.
He was fantastic in this game.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he was very, very good on a number of fronts.
And
in
the
this
level
game.
of chutzpah, and I'll say this coming off a Passover, and the moxie, he plays like a guy who thinks he's a lot better than he is. And you know what? Maybe he is better.
Maybe.
But he thinks he's 27, 13, and 9.
He thinks he's an all-star.
He thinks he's the best player ever.
And someday he might be, and someday that might cause a problem, but not yet. He plays like he thinks he's an all-star, but he also still in the moment understands that he's not Steph Curry or Jimmy Butler. So that's perfect.
Yeah.
For now. I don't know where this is going next, but for now, he's not scared. That's all I take from it.
No,
that's when we talk about these young players in the playoffs and what are you going to get from them? Oh, you think you're getting 25 from Pods in the playoffs? Well, you just got 19 in what had a game that had every single characteristic of a playoff game. So I thought he was fantastic. He's not scared, and that's huge.
He had 7 rebounds. The rest of the team had 18. So he had 7 rebounds, and you had Gary Payton had 4, Draymond 3, Curry 3. Jimmy Butler had 1 rebound.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler had 1 rebound. And I know that the Clippers out-rebounded you by 20, and the Warriors, by the way, only had 3 offensive rebounds. And so that's a thing. But Pods, he had one of the 3, and he had 7 total to lead the team. So whatever you want to say about Moody or Kuminga or anything else, Pods is no longer a role player.
Yeah, no, he was really, really good in this one. All right, 888-957-9570. Ray in San Rafael. Hi, Ray. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to give a little dose of reality and start thinking about what are we going to look like next year, and, when do we start dealing teams? I mean, the truth is, we played the Clippers. That was a fun game, but also a bit of a reality check. How far were we realistically going to go on in the playoffs? So, are we keeping Jimmy Butler? All that stuff is really what we should be talking about.
I firmly disagree as much as possible, Ray. Love you, and you're not making incorrect points. I'm just telling you the way where my brain is. Boy, you're asking all the things I'm not thinking about right now. Do you know what I mean, Ray? And I get where that's coming from, because you think that this is going nowhere, and I'm not there yet. I don't think Dibs is either.
That's fine. That's fair, and appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ray.
Yeah, thanks, Ray.
I do not want to think about next year at all.
No, we're not there. We're not even close to there, and we can think about what those talking points will be, and there's probably 4 or 5 that all will be there, depending on how this ends. The points will all be there, but right now, it's last night. They played pretty well, and they lost. Steph Curry had 8 turnovers. That's bad. And your offense late in the game bogged down. That's bad. You have a game tomorrow that if you win, you get to go to the playoffs, and then you get at least a week or 2 more of basketball. And then if they eventually lose a series, we can talk about all the questions that are out there.
Yeah, totally. Stay in the moment. It's hard. It's very, very hard.
Yeah.
Stay in the moment. They are favored to win a game tomorrow night. They are better than that team. That team hasn't beaten a good team in weeks. Win that game, and you're fine. You're fine. You go to Houston with 4 days rest. That Houston series does not start until Sunday. So you count them up. You would get Wednesday off, Thursday off, Friday off, Saturday off, and then you play a basketball game on Sunday, and then right after that, you will get at least 1 more day off, maybe 2 more days off. Nobody has even set any Game 2 schedules as of yet. So there's a very, very healthy possibility that what you're looking at, if the Warriors win a game tomorrow night, you will play Houston 4 times over the next 2 weeks.
Right.
2 weeks, and you've earned at least 4 games with the Houston Rockets. And I'd be pretty shocked if you lost them all. So, this has got, I still see this as having a long way to go. If your brain is the type that just cannot prevent itself from jumping to, well, Warriors are not really going to do this for 2 months and win a title. Well, I can agree with you and think that feels kind of far-fetched in this moment, but it doesn't matter, because we're not there yet. And I'd argue the idea of the Warriors really contending this year, it keeps going back and forth from sounding far-fetched and not. It's been going back and forth like that since the turn of the calendar this year. So we're in a moment where you're down a little bit, and I would argue it's because of the ego thing that I'm talking about, which is you're a play-in team. That doesn't feel good. Win a basketball game tomorrow night, and all that stuff's going to go away.
It feels better if you win tomorrow. Then you've got a game Saturday or Sunday in Houston, game 1, best
Sunday.
of 7.
Yeah.
Yep, Sunday for sure.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. And that's great. And so you would get Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday all off, and you're an older team, and you're a 7 against a 2, and I wonder what the official odds maker would say. And I would bet that it's probably Houston favored by a little bit, but I would bet that it's probably the most narrow odds of all the possible matchups.
I think that we can get that. I'll try to get that for you here in a second. First, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And the contest is on.
It's on?
It is on.
It's on.
if you want to win your way into tomorrow night's game with a pair of tickets, Warriors, Grizzlies, play-in, Chase Center, just keep listening starting now, and then keep listening because before the show ends, we're going to ask you a question about something that we say from now until 5:30. And if you're the first caller to the contest line with the correct answer, you're in. You win the pair of tickets. So make sure you stay with us right now. Thank you for being with us now. Stay with us right now. And keep staying with us because that could happen anytime between now and 5:30. Now's the part where I ask you to save the contest line into your phone, which is followed by the part where you, all of you, annoy Director of Sports Lucas Alexander by dialing this number and then hanging up right away. And it's not a battle I really choose to fight twice. I already fought it once. I feel like I lost that battle. It's okay. But here it is. Are you ready? Here's the contest line. It's 415-523-4652. If you call it right now, you're not going to win Bubkiss, but whatever. 415-523-4652. Save that for later. You're going to need it, and then you can win your way in to the play-in game tomorrow night, Warriors and Grizzlies. And I got to be honest with you, Dibs. I hate saying that. Like, I hate the sound of that coming out of my mouth. Win your way into the play-in game.
Yeah.
That's at Chase tomorrow night. I just think it's a harsh reality because it's a goal that's not been achieved. You know what I mean? Think about Rory McIlroy for years dreamt of that moment that happened yesterday. And when you come up a little short of it, it sucks and it hurts and it's hard. You wanted to be the 6. You wanted to clinch the playoffs. You wanted a week off. It didn't happen. The Warriors are in the box. They're a playing team.
Right. And I'm going to say this once, and I'll probably say it again. And you, of all the things I say to you, if you did a Mount Rushmore of things that you hate that I say, this one's on the Mount Rushmore. One of them is I'm going to keep it real. And that bugs you.
No, that one's fun. It doesn't bug me. That one's fun. I think it's
Super Bowl or bust.
Well, now that's funny.
That's another one.
Keep it real is one that I think is funny because it's automatically an indicator that you're about to say something negative.
No, I'm going to keep it real.
I want keep it real to be a broader sentence.
I'm going to keep it real, Mark. I really like you.
Yeah.
Stop.
I'm going to keep it real. That was a great game yesterday. They just lost it.
Yeah.
That was real. That's actually how I feel. I kept it real.
What I'm about to say is on the Mount Rushmore of things that I say that you can't stand.
Okay.
You are what your record says you are.
Yeah, no, you're not.
You are.
No, you're not.
You're 48-34, and you had a couple of games that you won that you shouldn't have, and you had more than that of games you lost that you shouldn't have. But you know what? At the end of the day, as Rod Woodson used to say to us when we had him on the show 13 years ago, that was his go-to. At the end of the day, that was his go-to phrase. You're 48-34, and you know what? That's not good enough to be a top 6. And unfortunately, in this day and age, in the cockamamie association, where you can't just do top 8.
Why is it cockamamie?
It's cockamamie because it used to be if you were a top 8, then you were a playoff team. But now we got to have the play-in tournament, which is stupid.
It's been brilliant.
I don't like it.
Been absolutely brilliant for
Ask
the league.
Steve Kerr how he feels about it.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's been brilliant for the league.
I don't think it's been brilliant for the league.
It's been incredible watchability.
It's enabled bad Eastern Conference teams to have extra games. And in the West, it's been different.
Anything you enjoyed over the last 3 weeks of the NBA is completely irrelevant if there's no play-in.
What I've enjoyed is what I've enjoyed. The Warriors still would have been pushing for a top 8 seed.
The top 8.
They literally wouldn't have shut it down because the top 8 has not been settled.
It's been clear for weeks.
Well, but you've
crystal clear
maybe
for weeks.
Push for the 4.
Yeah, what kind of drama is that?
It's more drama than having Sacramento and Dallas limp into the 9 and 10 spot.
Yesterday specifically was amazing because of the play-in.
Exactly.
Both of those teams could have fallen to the 7.
This from the guy who likes the NBA Cup. That's a cockamamie idea.
Dude, I love the cup. Love the cup. Love the cup. So
you should wear one then.
Instead, I mean, I've got no reason to wear a cup. I mean,
you never know.
You're no
You
threat.
never know.
So.
Your captain, like, don't get on a scooter. Laugh could be bad.
I mean, you could get on a scooter, but if you're a 13-year-old kid going 40 miles an hour, you could let your kid on a scooter all you want.
It's my bad. I shouldn't have brought it up.
No, I mean.
That was my bad. It's my bad.
It's too late. You open that can of worms, and, if you want to allow your teenagers to go 37 miles an hour on an e-bike.
I do not buy it.
Then,
I do not. They have a scooter. It goes about 15.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's different.
I know it is. That's why I allow them to do it. Yeah. Let's go to Gloria in the city. Hi, Gloria. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Great.
Listen, that's good. That's good. Listen, I want us to keep our optimism. I thought that the Warriors were in a competitive game. I thought that, yes, pressure bust pipes in terms of Steph and those turnovers. The Clippers are a tough matchup. I've always had high admiration for Zubac. And when
All right. See if you can get Gloria back. Okay, fine. Then hang up on her, Lucas. Don't get mad at me. I'm not in charge of the cell towers of the Bay Area. I wanted to hear what she had to say. I don't like it when people are heading for a big point and then we don't even get it. You know what I mean? It's like watching a movie and having to leave halfway through. I don't want to do that. Can we try her again? Yes or no? All right, let's try again. Gloria, take 2. 3, 2, and go.
Yes, I'm here.
I know you are.
Can
See?
you hear me?
This is so much better now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyway, I was saying that they were in a competitive game with the Clippers. The Clippers pose a heck of a matchup for the Warriors. But the silver lining is that they should beat Memphis tomorrow and get the opportunity to compete against the Houston Rockets, which I think that they could come out favorable in the best of 7.
I don't disagree with you at all, Gloria. Gloria, thank you. I've said this a couple times on the show today, watching the game yesterday, and I don't know how you felt about this, Dibs, but like I couldn't escape this feeling, which was it was an intense game, and I want my team to win because that's what I root for no matter what. And obviously clinching a playoff series would be fantastic. But in the back of my mind, every time the Warriors fell behind, I was like, if they lose, it's probably the better route. It's the scarier route. It's the riskier route. It's probably the better route. I told you for weeks I don't want the Lakers to play the Warriors in the first round.
Right, but you also told me last week.
Stay out of the box.
Right, before you said that if they wind up in the play-in, then you don't like their chances.
I don't.
And I mean, you might have been even more dismissive of that about, if they're in the play-in, then they're not going to be able to do anything really.
They're not going to be able to do anything. We spoke about this last week, and I told you that the idea of playing both Tuesday and Friday to me is preventative.
Right,
of
course.
That to me is preventative. Tuesday is not ideal, but it's not a death sentence by any stretch.
Well, it's not a death sentence because if you win, you're literally not dead.
Yeah,
Even if you lose, you're not dead.
Right, but I don't like the idea of essentially not getting that break and not getting a chance to practice for your opponent. Like if you play that out in your mind, okay, now let's say you beat Dallas or Sacramento on Friday night. You immediately have to hop a plane the next morning to get to Oklahoma City to play an incredibly rested, phenomenal 68-win team. You've had no practice time whatsoever to get ready for them. You've had no rest. Your best players have all had their 35th birthday. Get out of here. Like, I just don't buy it. I don't buy that as realistic. If you win tomorrow night, I wish you didn't have to play, but you get 4 days off and a trip to Houston. I can buy that. Like, I could see that. I don't think that that's as preventative. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it's less preventative, certainly. And I was looking at the 1998 Bulls earlier today as a comp because, as I mentioned earlier, you had a 37-year-old Rodman. Jordan was 35. Ron Harper, who was probably the Jimmy Butler on that team, was 34. And Scottie Pippen was 33, about to be 34. So your core four is very relatable to this core, where you have Steph at 37 and Jimmy and Draymond, and I don't even know who the fourth would be. It doesn't even matter about the comp, but looking at that Bulls team, for one, they were the 1 seed at 62-20. For another, if you look at the schedule of games, they had a best of 5 in the first round that they swept. They had a rest. They took care of Charlotte in 5. They had a little bit of a rest. And then even against Indiana in the conference finals, best of 7, there was one spot where between game 2 and game 3, there were 3 days off. So an older team got a scheduled break in that spot, which makes me think about this team. And you play Tuesday, and if you win, okay, now you've got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You got 4 days off with a travel day. And then you probably, I don't know if you have the full schedule, but I would bet that it's not a Sunday, Tuesday.
No, they don't. Game 2s have not been announced.
It's
no,
probably going to be a Sunday, Wednesday.
Probably.
I would guess that they would give the Warriors that. And then game 3 would be Saturday back here, Saturday, Monday.
Maybe.
I do think that there's a way for the Warriors, if they win tomorrow, they would get a certain amount of built-in rest that would help them against a younger team.
888-957-9570. We go back to your calls next. We're sponsored by In at the Tides.
Let's go.
Experience the wonder of Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy a walk on Doran Beach and take a dip in the heated pool. Special midweek rates start at just $199 per night now through May 1st. Breakfast included. Book your escape at inatthetides.com. .com.
Thank you.
All right. We'll go back to the phones, but also let's ask the question. Like, how did the Kuminga decision grab you yesterday?
Oh, no.
We can get into it a little bit. I do think that now that it's happened, we can look back at last week and realize that the breadcrumbs were there. We just didn't realize. So we'll get to that a little bit as well. This is Willard and Dibbs.
It's 108-107 Warriors. Curry. It's a handoff from Payton. Takes a three in traffic and hit another one. He hit another one. 111 to 107. Warriors up 4, minute 50 to go.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah, you dance all you want, brother. You're the man. It's kind of crazy. What a journey yesterday's Steph Curry performance was. A lot of people are frustrated with the chef for 8 turnovers and a first half that I thought was just a wonky half of basketball for him. But tucked into all of that was the fact that he had an epic fourth quarter. Like, you don't normally see all that. You don't normally come out of a game with, like, your best player had an unbelievable scoring stretch in the fourth quarter, brought you back, gave you the lead. Oh, by the way, the first half sucked and your overtime sucked and you turned the ball over too many times and you lost. That was a lot. That's a lot tucked into one afternoon at Chase.
It was a roller coaster, not only for the team, but also for Steph. And you mentioned the fourth quarter. He was 5 of 5, 3 of 3 from beyond the line, 5 of 5 from the line, 18 of their 29. And if you would have gotten maybe a little bit more help from somebody, anybody, Draymond 0 for 1, Moses 0 for 0, Kevon 0 for 0, Payton 0 for 1 in 9 minutes. And I don't want to single out a role player, Gary Payton II, but watching that game in the fourth quarter, he looked scared to score. He looked like he did not want to try to score the basketball. There were many times where he had the ball at 8 feet, 10 feet. He had spots, I thought, where he could attack and look to score, and he just didn't.
I understand where you're coming from. I don't love the word scared because I think that
it's a strong word.
Yeah, I think the thought process is I think we can find something better when you're Gary Payton. He's not a great scorer. Obviously, he's a complimentary scorer. He's somebody who gets things kind of like he's not going to create anything for you. If it lands to his hands in for a corner three or a lob dunk or whatever on the inside, a layup, he's going to do that. Outside of that, I don't think that he feels like that's what they're looking for. But I get where you're coming from, where, like, man, you get down the stretch and you're having a hard time creating shots. If you've got to look, like, go for it, it's a fine line. It's a fine line because he's not the guy that you want shooting the ball.
Right, but there's only one guy really that you want shooting the ball. If you want to talk about where we were in that game, and you had Pods shoot 4 times, Steph shot 5 times in the fourth quarter, and you had Jimmy 2, Draymond 1, and Gary 1. So to me, the entire fourth quarter offensively turned into Steph, can you save us? Help me, Obi Steph. Yeah, your only hope.
That's pretty familiar.
No, it's really not.
In the NBA, you get a playoff game, you hand everything over to your best player.
You've got playoff Jimmy, who he played all 12 minutes and he shot it twice and he got to the foul line twice. But I thought that Jimmy Butler was mostly offensively absent. And Draymond Green shot the one time on a corner 3. And otherwise, no, he missed it.
No, he made it.
In the fourth quarter, he was 0 for 1.
Am I thinking overtime?
It must be. I'm looking at the box score.
When they were up 117 to 111, he hit a 3. Maybe that was in overtime.
When they were down 117, 111.
That's what I said. Yeah. They were down 117 to 111.
Yeah, that was overtime.
When the Clippers were up 117 to 111.
I'm just looking at the fourth quarter box score, and he shot it once. Okay. And it was a 3, and it was a miss. And I'm looking, and I'm thinking about it in my mind's eye watching the game, and it felt like the offense was, all right, Steph, you're going to do something, or else we're going to do nothing and turn it over.
I don't know.
Felt like they bogged down. Moses Moody did not shoot.
To me, they didn't bog down until minute 45 to go. Steph was epic. When your star's on a heater, I want him shooting. That went very well for them until the final minute and a half when suddenly they fell into quicksand. Why? I don't know. He was a big part of it. He's the one star turned the ball over. So 888-957-9570. A lot of people want to weigh in. We knew it would be a day like this. We're going to keep coming to you. A few reminders first. Number one, we're in the contest window right now. If you're just joining us, what a lucky thing for you, because we're in the contest window right now. Between 4 and 5:30, you need to be listening to everything that we say, because we'll ask you a question about something that we said when we get to 5:30 and beyond. And if you know the answer and you call the contest line right away and you're the first one to do so correctly, you win your way into the game tomorrow night. We got 2 tickets to the game tomorrow night, the play-in game between the Warriors and the Grizzlies. So keep it locked right here. Glad you're here. Stay listening. You got a chance to win your way into the game tomorrow night. Okay, so we got that going on, and then we also we absolutely we can't avoid this for the entire day. Real quick, what's your reaction to Jonathan Kuminga getting a DNP?
I'm less surprised than the majority of our audience, and I do think that it was signaled before yesterday's game that this might be happening. Now, did I think that it would be this dramatic where he wouldn't play at all? No, but you could see that the things that Steve Kerr had said, and you played it earlier, and I'm glad you did, and it kind of signals what Jonathan Kuminga needs to do and what he has not really been doing. And so I was a little surprised for him to not play at all, but then I went back and looked at the history of Jonathan Kuminga with the Warriors and his playoff career, and he's averaging a little over 7 minutes per game in the playoffs. And so when you get to these games, these big playoff games, Steve Kerr has not had the faith in Jonathan Kuminga to play him before, so why would he play him now?
Matter of faith, or I actually think this is more about now. I know you're drawing a historical line. I see every year and every team as different. And this year's team, upon arrival with Jimmy Butler, has found something. They found something that they've not been able to find for the last 2 seasons, actually. And it's been really good. It's the best stretch of basketball that they have played since they won a championship, quite frankly. And so they found something. And they found it at a time when Jonathan Kuminga was hurt. And so he was not playing. And okay, fine. Now he comes back, and they've tried to insert him into that. And it is clear to me that they have arrived at a spot where they feel inserting him into whatever they were doing does not add to it. It actually potentially subtracts a little bit. And I think that even the biggest Jonathan Kuminga fan is going to have a hard time arguing otherwise. The data is all there. From the analytics of him not playing well with Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler to the record the team had without him versus the record that they've had with him returning. I know yesterday they didn't win the game, but if you get all of your focus on that idea, winning the basketball game, I think we're in a moment. This is not about whether Kuminga's a good player or whether he has assets. In the moment, you have a hard time if what your goal is to give evidence of how Jonathan Kuminga has shown that what he delivers this team really aids winning the game. The data does not suggest that. It just doesn't. And so if we want to talk about this and have a grown-up conversation about it, the breadcrumbs were there. And it started on this show. It started right here. I think it was last Wednesday.
Yeah.
That Steve Kerr joined us, and we asked him about his plan, like what he sees with Kuminga's minutes and his plan in the playoffs. Actually, I guess it was Thursday. So last Thursday, Steve said this to us.
Jimmy's arrival took away a lot of Jonathan's minutes at the 4. There's no doubt that, as soon as Jimmy arrived and we started winning, we leaned into lineup combinations that enhanced Jimmy because we were winning. And Jonathan was out for that whole stretch. We went 17-3 or something. So we're going to keep doing what's been winning. But the lineup with Jimmy, Jonathan, and Draymond doesn't fit real well, frankly. It just doesn't. We need more spacing. We've found other lineups that have clicked, and this is just part of the deal. Being in the NBA, and you got to adapt to whatever's happening with the team. Jonathan's done a great job of that. He's working hard. He's playing well when he's out there. But I'm just going with the lineup combinations that I think are going to give us the best chance to win. And there's going to be nights where he's absolutely part of that, like the Laker game. And then there's going to be nights where I go to Buddy or Moses or Gary Payton. It just changes every game based on what's happening, and I have to read that as a coach.
Okay, so that was clue 1. And actually, we focused so much on his comment that the lineup with Draymond, Jimmy, and Jonathan it doesn't fit. It just doesn't. We focused on that. We didn't hear what he said next. He said there's going to be nights where I don't go to him. Okay? And so maybe last night was just, quote, one of those nights. And maybe he will play 19 minutes tomorrow night. I doubt it. That's just my guess. That's kind of what I've heard. We'll see. I think it's a living, breathing thing. It could change. But here comes the other breadcrumb, and to me, this is the one that's even harder if you are rooting for Jonathan Kuminga. After the win in Portland on Friday night, this was said on the podium after the game, even though the Warriors had won by double digits.
We got the job done. We got the win. Obviously, they had most of their team out, so this was the expected result. But we needed to get it done and to put ourselves in a great position, and which we've done. But the game has to connect. There has to be a rhythm to both ends of the floor. And I didn't see that much tonight. 10, 15 minutes of that, and the other 35 or so, not good basketball. Game's got to flow. We have to pass the ball better. We have to get spaced better. We have to develop a rhythm. We were in a better place, I think, a few weeks ago. We were playing with more rhythm, more flow, more two-way connection, and we have to get back to that. The last couple of weeks have been a little choppy.
We were playing a few weeks ago with a better flow, a better rhythm. We were playing better a few weeks ago. I heard that. And in the moment, I thought to myself, that's a pretty broad stroke. I don't know exactly what he means by a few weeks ago. Maybe that's just kind of the ebb and flow of the season. But Dibs, it crossed my mind. It crossed my mind and it was like, crap, is he basically saying that we were better before Jonathan Kuminga got inserted back into the rotation? I hope that's not what he was saying. Well, I don't know, man, because a day and a half later, he came out and played the most important game of the year and decided before it even started, Jonathan's out. He's not playing. He's not playing at all. And I am absolutely hearing that the thought inside the building, this could change, but that the thought inside the building is that's going to be the play again tomorrow night.
It might be. I do think that the matchup is different, and the matchup against the Clippers is one where the way the Clippers play defense makes it so you want to have much more ball movement and spacing, and that's not what Jonathan Kuminga is great at. He's not great at ball movement, and already you've got spacing issues when you've got Kavan, who plays, and Draymond. Jimmy Butler's not a great three-point shooter, so if you add in Jonathan Kuminga, a guy who's not great at shooting the three, well, now your spacing is going to be even more of an issue. But I'm struck by the first comment that you played from Kerr about the Portland game. And he said, 10 or 15 minutes in there, we were out of sorts. And Jonathan played 17 minutes in that game. And Jonathan was a +4 in the plus minus in a game that you won by 17. So in the non-Kuminga minutes, you were a +13. You were a +4 when he played. So feels like, and just watching that game was really choppy, and that's one that they should have probably won by 35 or 40. Portland didn't have a lot of real frontline NBA players. Well, and exactly. Portland scored 86 points, and you didn't struggle to win, but it was not a one-sided laugher.
You struggled to blow them off the floor.
Right. It took a long time.
Yeah.
And so I look at those minutes and that game, and then you get to last night, and what Steve said there is, if Jimmy's going to play a lot at the 4, and then you look at yesterday afternoon's game, Jimmy Butler played 21 and a half minutes in the first half, which is all but 2.5 minutes. So if he's playing the 4, then JK can't play alongside Jimmy. And Draymond played 17 minutes. So for the majority of the half, it was Draymond and Jimmy and, Steph for 15 minutes. So where is Kuminga going to fit in with that group?
He doesn't think he does.
He's not, exactly.
He doesn't think that he does. And so, I know that it's sort of hard to work your way through this. On some level, I don't think that this is Steve Kerr saying, I don't like you, Jonathan Kuminga. But I don't think that the Warrior brass right now thinks that this particular Warrior group, and this is what they found, okay? Here's what's I think really hard on the Jonathan Kuminga side of the fence. What's really hard is the Warriors finally, for a 2-year stretch, they finally found something that looks elite. They finally found something that's winning almost all of the games. And it happened without him. I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to go away from that. Especially that then when you do enter it in, he didn't like what he saw. And I didn't love it either. I didn't think it was awful. There were nights where it was really good. Everybody points to the Laker game a week and a half ago. That was amazing. He looked fantastic that night. I don't think he always looks bad or anything, but they're trying to play a certain way, and he is not, I guess, playing that way. And so if you're a Warrior fan, I don't know how you want to turn your back on what was the best stretch of basketball we've seen in 2 years. I don't know how you want to turn your back on that. I get that a lot of us like the player, but I don't know how you turn your back on the best basketball the Warriors have played in 2 years. And if so many of you wanted to save Steph Curry's career, you need to squeeze the orange for every single drop. Well, I'd argue that's what they're doing. They're not getting into their feelings. They are leaning into when they had their highest winning percentage. Unfortunately for the kid, it was when he was hurt.
Right, and if you want to look at the history of Jonathan Kuminga, and we'll go to the phones. I don't want to keep these people on hold too long, but if you look at Jonathan Kuminga and his playoff history, and I won't go too far back, but just go to the last time they made the playoffs, which was 2 years ago. He played against Sacramento. One game he played 13 minutes, and it was garbage time. He played 9 minutes in the fourth. And against the Lakers, he played 9 minutes twice, and they were both blowouts. So even 2 years ago, Steve Kerr did not have the faith to play Jonathan Kuminga. And so I look at yesterday as an example of them still not having really great faith in, JK, we want to play you 20 or 25 minutes because he's now healthy. He's all the way back. And if they think that he can help them win, they'll play him.
I mean, he needs, you don't want to know. I don't know if this is in his skill set or not. You want to know what the kid needs? He needs to become a great three-point shooter. That would fix everything.
Well, I don't know if you saw the video yesterday, but after the game, he didn't miss.
He didn't miss.
He was working on a shot.
Yeah, which is great.
But he was putting in the work.
Yeah, I love every way that Jonathan has reacted to the tough situation this year. I love the way he's reacted. But it doesn't change that, the Warriors feel like they are a better flowing team right now when he's not on the floor. And that comes out sounding a certain way. But the bottom line is that Jimmy's not a great outside shooter. Draymond's not a great outside shooter. Jonathan Kuminga's not a great outside shooter. So you can't put them all on the floor at the exact same time. And the other two are going to the Hall of Fame.
The other two do things that Jonathan is not yet consistently doing.
Yes, like Draymond's an elite defensive player.
Right.
Jimmy Butler is the guy who kind of makes it all connect and is able to get to the free throw line and then make them with consistency. Yeah, all right, let's talk to everybody. Shane in the city. Hi, Shane. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on?
I was at the game yesterday. I took my almost 3-year-old daughter, and we had two things on the agenda that we wanted to see.
Okay.
According to her, she wanted to see Steph Curry with a blanket on his head, which is her way of saying that Steph Curry, when he comes out of the game the first time in the first quarter, he has the towel draped over his head. So
yes.
We saw that.
Okay, good.
And then, second of all, we wanted to see Jonathan Kuminga play basketball. And that did not happen.
Yeah.
And we were both very disappointed by that. And I just want to say that we're big JK supporters, but, maybe he wouldn't win or lose them in that game, but at least give him the chance. You have Moody in the game starting, playing 30, 35 plus minutes, and he picks Harden and makes big plays, and he's electric. It's awesome. Seeing that in person was incredible. That half-court pick and dunk or whatever it was. Awesome, but you're kind of, if he's playing 30-plus minutes and then you're talking about the third and fourth quarters where he's basically invisible, you're kind of losing his potential there where he could play maybe a little bit less time and make those electric injection-type plays and put JK in and put him in front of Harden and see what happens. And I think that, JK's point of attack defense, generally speaking, is pretty damn good. So that's worth exploring. And then Gary Payton was getting blown past you the whole game. And they deserve to lose that game, honestly. And it was sad to see, I called into Sonny and Goo on Friday and just said that the JK treatment seems intentional. And then for Sunday to be followed up with that. Well, obviously there is intention behind it.
Yeah, but hold on there. And Shane, I'm super bummed that your daughter didn't get to see, her favorite player play, and same for you and all that. And thanks for the call. When we say that this is intentional, and I even heard Goo say a message was sent. I understand where you're all coming from. I really push back, though, against the idea that this is personal. As in, like, Steve doesn't like Jonathan as a human being. And Steve hates Jonathan as a player.
And he's willing to subvert the chance at winning to send a message.
And he's also not making this decision by himself. I promise you.
Right.
I promise you that this is a collective discussion between Steve, his assistants, his front office, and his Draymond, and his Jimmy, and his Steph. I promise you.
Well, I also promise you that no matter how he felt about any individual, if he thought that player gave him a better chance to win, that he would play that player.
Dude, if that player had 3 heads, he'd be starting.
Exactly.
Okay? If he had 3 legs, he'd be starting. If he had 1 leg, he'd be starting. Like, coaches they don't see anything but W. And that's where I'm struggling here, because everybody who's got a Kuminga point, like, even did you hear what Shane said? Shane's like, explore it. See what happens. We're not in exploration mode. You're in desperation mode. You cannot go, let's check and see how this works. They would respond to you and say, that's what we've been doing. And it doesn't work. So we can keep fighting the good fight. And we can keep accusing Steve Kerr of being discriminatory and hating young human beings and all of the things that we say. They've been exploring it. And they, with both their eyes and their data and their record, they have noticed that it has not made them better.
Well, then it comes down to, as a fan, whether or not you put your faith in Steve Kerr or not. Because I'm looking at the YouTube feed, and a lot of people are, fire Kerr season, and he's down on Gee too, and all the rest of it. And so it just depends on how you approach this and look at it. And, Kerr may eventually be wrong about this. You can go out to Memphis.
Sure.
He could DNP Jonathan again tomorrow, and you could lose to Memphis, and then maybe it becomes a bigger question as you go into Friday. It's all a question for Steve Kerr about who he thinks is going to play well and who he thinks is going to fit the best. And yesterday, for the most part, the guys who he played ahead of Jonathan played pretty well.
Yeah, I thought the team played well yesterday. Steph Curry turned the ball over too much. There were some defensive breakdowns in the end. They got caught a little bit in the mud down the stretch. That was a high-level basketball game. You lost in overtime to a really, really good team. I'm with you. You lose tomorrow night, we got different questions to ask. And, oh, by the way, that happens to be the day that we're going to be asking them to Steve Kerr. He'll be with us on Wednesday this week, right after tomorrow night's game. All right. A lot of people want to weigh in. And so we're coming straight to you. Stay right where you are. Steve-O and Joe and Doug and DJ and Craig and Fred, please stay right where you are. Keep them coming. We're taking your calls all evening long, all the way up to 6 o'clock. And remember, you're in the window right now. You're in the window between 4 and 5:30. We'll say something that you're going to get asked about later. And then you can use the contest line to win your way into the game tomorrow night. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State and
He tried to jump in the air and lay it in, and it just crawled on the rim, no good. Dunn, right corner, Harden. It's a three. It's up and good, and that's a crusher. Golden State had 2 shots inside of 10 feet, missed them both, and now it's 114-111 Clippers. Zubac's posting up Payton, now goes away, and then they'll switch. Payton goes to Leonard. As Harden fades into a 3 over Butler, it's up and good! Back-to-back triples for Harden, and it's 117-111 Clippers. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, you're in the window right now between 4 and 5:30. That's when something will be said that we'll ask you about after. And if you've got the answer and you know the contest line, which we will give to you again, then you call it when we ask the question. If you're the first with the correct answer, you're going to the game tomorrow night.
Yep.
You're going to the game.
You should go to that game.
Come on, you need to go to that game. It's a big game.
Not a must win, but a big game.
No, I think it's an emotionally speaking must win.
I think it's more of a physical father time must win because you lose.
That's part of my thinking.
And you play Friday. Okay, you win Friday. Yeah. You're the 8. You go to OKC less than 48 hours later. That's very difficult. It's rigorous. And what we saw in the Sacramento series 2 years ago, you beat the Kings in 7, and then your reward was game 1 against LA less than 2 days later, and you lost that game.
Which side of the brain is the left brain, right brain? Which side's the math brain? Is it the left?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's the left.
I guess, but I haven't gotten a buzzer yet today, and I'm feeling good about that.
I think the left brain says that tomorrow is not a must-win game. The right side of the brain says it is.
Left brain has traditionally been associated with handling mathematical equations.
There you go. Okay, so in other words, mathematically, tomorrow
it is not a must-win.
It is not a must-win.
Yep.
Right side of the brain is like, dog, what the hell you think's going to happen if they don't win tomorrow night?
Yeah?
They're up a creek. So that's the way I look at it.
What creek would they be up?
Schmidt's Rays Creek?
Hello, friends.
Is that where
you better be careful.
That's where you go pee when you got to go, right?
Apparently, if you're an amateur, or that's where you hit your golf ball if you're Rory McIlroy on 13. And I just want to...
It's all part of the drama.
I just want to say this, because I gave you Joaquin Neiman as my boutique long shot pick. I'm not apologizing.
Yeah, good.
It was a pick that was super sexy early.
Yeah.
And then...
really early.
And then, that pick broke a heel and had to,
What are you going to do?
Next thing you know, 3 under after 4, and I'm thinking, all right, look at me. Look at the dibber. My picks are pretty high.
Yeah, your picks stunk. But it's hard to pick the winner of the Masters.
Myself. So fine.
Anyway, good.
Whatever.
Congrats.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I should have put more on it.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands and Lathrop. There are no guests today. You're the only guest. So let's keep talking to you. Before we go to the phones, can I read 3 quick quotes? Three quick quotes. I can't?
I mean, why do you ask? Of course you can.
Okay, I want to read 3.
You're top of the marquee. What am I going to do?
Quote.
Climb over there and turn off your mic?
You could try.
I wouldn't.
I'd stop you.
I doubt it.
Granny would hit a buzzer. Quote. It's pretty obvious that Steve Kerr's not too interested in having Jonathan Kuminga be in the main rotation. That is from Tim Kawakami. This is all part of the Warriors Plus Minus pod.
Right.
Okay?
It is pretty obvious when Steve Kerr is the one who gets to decide who plays basketball and Jonathan Kuminga didn't play basketball. So, yes, I would say that it's pretty obvious.
Quote, there's definitely some sour feelings. That comes from Slates.
Why would there not be sour feelings? You're 22 in a contract year and you feel like you're a really good basketball player.
Quote, it feels like this is the end of an era. If you're Kuminga, you're like, I'm not coming back to a coach that doesn't believe in me. That's from Marcus Thompson, the 3rd member of the Warriors Plus Minus pod.
I love all 3 of them, and all 3 are spot on. The only part about the Marcus Thompson one that you could take issue with is if Jonathan Kuminga's best offer out in the market is a 3-year, $45 million deal, and the Warriors say, we're good with that.
Kuminga, he going to go where, quite frankly,
the Warriors can match any offer.
He's going to go where the Warriors tell him to go.
Essentially.
He's either going to stay here because they're like, no, or he can accept a contract somewhere else and the Warriors can say, fine, by us.
Or the Warriors can say, ooh, you got that from them? We like that offer.
Exactly.
We're going to match it.
You're going to stay.
And you're going to stay.
Yeah. So That's what the word restricted means.
Yes, but I do think the more you start to look at the way that this has gone, I don't believe that he's going to be that restricted. It might be a sign and trade.
I don't know.
But
I don't know. This is a question for a different day,
of course
obviously.
It is.
But anyway, that's what those three very tapped in reporters are saying right now. Joe in San Jose. Let's hear from as many of you as possible. Hi, Joe. What's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah. That was a phenomenal game yesterday. Very entertaining. Went down to the wire. The Warriors gave it their all. And here's the question I want to ask to you guys. Those turnovers were not mistakes. I mean, technically, those turnovers were from being a dominant force for over years in the wear and tear that comes with it. And so I just think that tomorrow's game is now or never for the Warriors because next year is only going to get worse. And I just want to get you guys' opinion on that. Those turnovers were just from being dominant. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Joe, thanks. I don't know, man. I mean, sometimes, like, I see where you're coming from, and it was last week that I was like, look, my observation is that some of this sloppy stuff comes from being tired, and his point is they're tired from playing so many extra games because they're great and everything. So if you want to run that chain link fence, I can't argue with you. At the same time, the Warriors have plenty of energy to conduct an offensive set. They do it all the time. They did it for most of the night. So I'm not gonna say these turnovers are all just excusable because the Warriors are great. I also I buy that tomorrow is kind of a do or die, but not because, as he puts it, well, next year it's only going to get worse. My mind is not on next year at all.
Right.
And I don't even know who's on the roster next year. We have no idea who's going to be on the Warriors next year. Who's going to be healthy? Who's going to be acquired? I have no idea. For me, the minute you start thinking about next year, it's an admission that you think this year is a waste of your time, and I'm nowhere near that yet.
It's not a waste. I mean, you win tomorrow, and then you've got a 7-game series against Houston, and who knows? At the very least, it would be, from an odd standpoint, a 60-40, Houston favored 60% over the Warriors 40%. That, to me, is a ballpark of where the odds might fall. I don't think that Houston would be much more favored than that, so you've got a live shot at it. You've got players who've won championships. You've got Jimmy Butler, who's been through it. And I love the Steph quote after last night where Jimmy Butler said last time that they were in the play-in in Miami, he packed for 2 months, which I thought was pretty funny. And even though, you don't really travel for 2 months, the point was well taken that, I'm expecting to be in this for 2 months, and he was.
And he was.
Yeah. So I do think that if they get into a series in the playoffs against Houston, OKC is a different animal, but you get into one against Houston, I do think that it's a live thing for Golden State to expect to maybe win that series.
DJ in San Jose. Hey, DJ, what are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm listening to you guys.
Yeah, man. Well, now we're listening to you. How about that?
All right, great. Wow. I mean, people are losing their minds over JK. Like, if any other player didn't get a DMP, like Looney, Post, or TJD, we wouldn't even be talking about it. At least not this much. But that's one thing. And then we had a really good stretch without JK, so it's not hard to understand why Kerr might not want to interrupt that rhythm or whatever, that, rotation. But JK is a little bit dispensable at this point because he does the same thing that what's his name? Jesus Christ! Never mind. All right, let me move on to my next point.
All right, DJ,
keep me on here.
All right, no, that's okay.
So
yeah.
At the end of the game, all of the role players look scared to shoot, and I think Dibs was touching on this. Like Gary Payton was hesitating. Like he would take that three earlier in the year. Like he would not defer as much as he did. Moody's not shooting. No one is shooting except for Pods. And is he really the one we want? He's not going to create his own shot, and he's the one who ends up with the ball at the end of the shot clock. And then and then focusing just at the end of the game, if you want to limit turnovers, give it to Jimmy. why are we giving it to Dre and Curry so they do that predictable, like, run where Curry's running around and we know where it's going? Like, it doesn't work. Like, at the end of the game, you got to go to Jimmy.
Wait a minute. DJ, thank you very much for the call.
Thanks, DJ.
Hold on. Everybody hit the freaking brakes.
What's wrong?
I know he had 8 turnovers yesterday. I get it. Did someone just say, why are we going to this Draymond Steph thing that's predictable and doesn't work? I don't know. Maybe because it's one of the most iconic things in the history of the league, and it does work. It does work. And Steph Curry was unbelievable in the fourth quarter. He's the reason you had a lead in the game. Like, I get it. I get the frustration. They made some silly turnovers. And Draymond smoked a layup, his words. And we can come after him for that. But we're not doing this. We're not doing, hey, what the Warriors do doesn't work. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Since Jimmy Butler arrived, yes, it does. Steph's been incredible. Jimmy's been incredible. Yes, they've made some mistakes. They've lost some games. And I think a very fair set of eyes looks at the opportunity that Jonathan Kuminga was given to come back to the team and reintegrate into something that was really working. And his opportunity was show them how you can elevate this. And unfortunately, it didn't happen. It doesn't mean he's not going to play in the playoffs. It doesn't mean he's not going to be on the team next year. It might. But I still think that there are all kinds of twists and turns that could happen. But I'm sorry. I see this as fair right now. The bottom line is winning games, and they won the most games when he was hurt. He was hurt, and he has not been able to show or prove that he can come in and automatically elevate what they were doing.
That's fair. And you look at what he's done when he's played, and he's been okay. I mean, they're 10-5 since he came back from injury, and I know that the record before he came back was better than that when you had Jimmy Butler and you didn't have JK. So, yeah, it was a little bit surprising, though, that he didn't get any minutes, and I do agree with the caller about Gary Payton II, and offensively, they were a little bit tentative, and you're right, Steph Curry in the fourth quarter was just about everything that you had, and I think that you got into a spot where it largely bogged down into that. Steph Curry was your offense, and the last 3 possessions of the fourth quarter were all very, very late clock, and you had a couple of turnovers because you got into a spot where they know that Steph Curry is going to shoot the ball, and so you either doubled him or you took the ball out of his hands, and you wound up with pods and a travel, and you wound up with a Steph Curry turnover in the corner and a Draymond Green turnover and a Draymond Green missed layup. I think offensively you got into a spot where it was, all right, Steph, you do it, and he couldn't do it all the time, of course, and then your other option was nothing.
Yep. No, again, I like the word tentative. I just didn't like the word scared. I think that Gary Payton would tell you, I'm not scared to shoot. I'm thinking in that moment, I think we can find a better look. And he may have been wrong. Like maybe the offense didn't develop the way they wanted it to on a few possessions. And that's fair. That happens. I think the Clippers have a pretty good defensive squad. And they had a lot to do with that. So, you can come down his road for it if you want. You'd love for all of your players to feel very comfortable out there. But yes, Gary Payton from the mid-range or Gary Payton from 3 anywhere other than the corner is not a great shot. It's not.
Well, the only shot he took in the fourth was one that was either blocked or contested. Yep. And he got his own rebound and was able to save the possession, but that was it. And that was one where...
And it was a layup. It was like a layup.
Well, he
dunk.
flashed.
Yeah.
He set a pick, and then no one stayed with him. And so he flashed, and Draymond found him, and he went up with 2 hands, and he just missed it. He missed it. It got blocked, whatever it was. And, he got the rebound and all the rest of it. But if you look at the fourth quarter on offense, it was basically Steph. And only Steph.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And remember, the contest for 2 tickets to tomorrow's game between the Warriors and the Grizz is on. Sometime before the show ends at 6, we're going to ask you a question based on something that we have said or will say between 4 and 5:30. If you're the first person with the right answer on the contest line, which is 415-523-4969, 4652. You get the pair of tickets, so just keep listening. Okay, how about Craig in Houston? Hi, Craig. Thank you for calling.
Yes, sir. Man, I think your caller earlier, Shane, I agree with a lot that he said. And this last guy that called, he been drinking that same crack Kool-Aid that Kerr been drinking because you got to be an idiot not to play JK at any point. First off, let me just give you guys, because you keep harping about all these games that we won when Jimmy came. We had about 15, 16 games against some of the worst teams in the league, and we beat them all because they were horrible. Any team we played that was decent, we played a couple of decent teams that didn't have their all-star, didn't have their stars, and since then, any team that we have played that was decent, we have lost. The one team we beat that was decent, that had their stars, was the Lakers. Everybody else we lost to. Atlanta. And then you come home with Jimmy.
Hold on, Craig. No, because this is totally inaccurate. What are you saying that they've lost to everybody but the Lakers? They didn't beat Denver the very next night? They didn't go into Memphis and win? They didn't do that? And then you're pointing to games where Steph didn't play? Come on, Craig, that's weak.
Memphis is not a good team. Memphis is in the play-in.
So are the Warriors.
That's my point.
Okay, well then,
that's what I'm saying.
Your point is that the Warriors suck?
Let me make my point.
All right. Just be accurate. I won't interrupt unless you're inaccurate.
I'm accurate.
You weren't.
I'm accurate.
You weren't. You think Denver sucks? So Denver sucks, Craig? Denver sucks?
Moving on.
All right, moving on.
Moving on. Yes, moving on.
All right, Denver sucks. Got it.
JK has been screwed over by Kerr for 4 years. It didn't just happen. Didn't just start. This kid scored 34 points in back-to-back games, had about 5 or 6 games where he was scoring, giving you 20 and 4 and 5 rebounds every game. He was playing out of this world. He almost broke his ankle. He hurt his foot. Before he even came back, once they got Jimmy, the first thing Kerr started saying was he's going to have to defer. He's going to have to be like Jimmy. And not only that, a couple of days after that, the idiot started saying he needs to be like GP too. He needed to be like anybody except JK. Now, I will give Jimmy and Draymond credit for one thing they did. Before Kuminga came back, when it was close, both of those guys said he doesn't need to do any of that crap. He doesn't need to defer or any of that. He needs to come back and be the same guy he was before he got hurt. Draymond and Jimmy said that. I give them credit for that. Kerr has not been a JK fan. The evidence shows that. He didn't play him last year in the playoffs for a couple of minutes. He's jerked him. Same with Moody. He just started playing Moody the second half of this season with consistent minutes. He gave those minutes to freaking Paul.
All right, Craig. This is going on, and some questions need to be asked. First of all, again, if you're inaccurate, I'm going to point it out. Kerr never told Jonathan Kuminga, never said out loud that he needs to defer. That did not happen. You made that up in your head based on what you heard him say. But I do have one question for you before we move on to some other callers. When Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, or any other young player has a hard time busting into a rotation, do you believe that any of that accountability goes to the player? Not just talking Jonathan, just in general.
If that player is getting consistent minutes and he's not producing, it's on that player.
Okay.
If that player is not getting consistent minutes, you don't know what he can do. But one thing I will say, when JK has gotten consistent minutes, and you can look this up too, his numbers add out. If he gets 25, 30 minutes a game, he's going to give you somewhere in the neighborhood of 16, 20 points a game.
Do you notice that you always, I don't want to say just you, Craig, and Craig, thank you very much. Do you notice that opinion, when it shows up, it's always about the box score?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know what I'd love to hear somebody call in and say? You know, when you give Jonathan 25 minutes or more, the Warriors always seem to win. I never hear someone say that. And I'm not a data guy. So I don't even know if that's the case.
Well, I do.
But I would love for someone to say that, but no one ever says that.
Well, if you look at the games in which he's played the most minutes, if he plays 25 or more minutes, the Warriors are 12-12 on the year.
12-12.
If you look at the minutes, the games in which he's played the most, 36 minutes and 46 seconds, they lost. 36-10 they won, 36-10 they lost, and you go all the way down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. The 11 games that he's played the most, they're 3-8 in those games.
I don't know what to do anymore.
Well, I'm just telling you what.
Yeah,
and again, some of these games are different. Like,
of course.
One of the games that he's referencing where he had 34 points in back-to-back games. He's right. One of the games was against the Clippers. They lost 102-92. No Steph, no Draymond. JK played 36 and a half minutes. He had 34 points. They lost by 10. He was a -5. They're going to lose that game.
Sure.
You didn't have Jimmy yet. This was back in December.
I'm not going to blame him for that.
No
but
Steph, no Draymond. JK cooked, and you lost.
I'm not going to blame him for that. Obviously, I'm also not going to use that as evidence for like Kerr's an idiot, which was the statement.
I get that. Yeah,
like, that's crazy. When is this going to go, for some of you, when is this going to get back to being about Warrior basketball?
Well, it is about Warrior basketball.
It's not.
And if they do this again, if he doesn't play tomorrow, if he gets another DNP and you lose to Memphis, then the C will be angry.
That's a completely different scenario.
Well, so far what we have is the first time he didn't play, the Warriors lost the game.
They lost.
So,
yes.
I mean, it's a very, very, very small sample against a team that's really good.
But there was that larger sample of games where he was hurt and the best Warrior basketball has happened.
Right.
And I laugh
And his point, though, was that they played against a bunch of bad teams.
Which is, you know.
It's mostly untrue.
Sure. There were some bad teams in there. There were some good teams in there. Of course. But
and we can always play the schedule game.
Let's go back to when Jonathan was playing and he was cooking. Were they only playing good teams? No. They were. They like a lot of those wins were against bad teams.
Yeah, it's just it's a mixed bag.
You can't argue that when Jimmy Butler arrived that's been the best Warrior basketball in a couple of years. I don't even know how the hell you could argue otherwise. Can you?
And Jimmy was here and Jonathan was out.
Right.
For those games.
Thanks. Anyway.
And those games were, and JK missed about 10 games before the trade, even more than that. And then Jimmy played for another almost 20 games before JK came back. And when Kuminga came back, Steve Kerr even told us it's a totally different team. And now it's up to Jonathan to adjust to what's going on.
Right. And there were nights where that looked good. And then there were nights where it didn't. And I think in a general takeaway, it didn't elevate it. I don't think it hurt it, but Steve's not wrong with what he said after the Portland game. They were playing more connected and their flow was better a few weeks ago. Do I want to draw a line and make it all Jonathan's fault? Of course not.
No.
I wouldn't even use the word fault at all. It just is what it is. Based on players' assets and their skill sets and fit and time in the system and all of that. But people want people to develop. I get that. Now's not the time. We're not developing tomorrow night.
No.
Got a freaking game that you have to win.
No doubt.
There's no room for it.
Warriors with Jimmy while JK was hurt, 12-2. Warriors with Jimmy when JK got healthy and played, 10-6. So, and that's, these are sample sizes, and we can look at the opponents and we could say, well, they had two of those games were without Steph. Right. You're right. That was Jimmy and Jonathan, no Steph. So we can throw those out, and now it becomes 10-4, 12-2, 10-4. 12-2 is still better than 10-4.
Just use your eyes, though. What about your eyes?
My eyes have told me all along, Mark, and I love Jonathan Kuminga. I think he's a bright young player. I think he's got an amazing skill set. And I do think that he someday can be a number 2 on a really good team. Then I look at this team, how this team plays with Steph and Draymond and now Jimmy and all the rest of them. And I don't think that what Jonathan does best fits with this team.
Yeah.
That to me, if you want to look at what's left in the pan, and you're a cook, and when you cook a meal and you get done and you serve the meal and you look what's in the pan is the oil and the leftover and it's the good stuff.
Delicious.
But it's what's left.
Yeah.
And for me, if you take this topic all the way down to what's left in the pan, what's left is Jonathan Kuminga is a really good player, but he doesn't fit on this team. That to me is my statement.
I can accept the state. Can we add the last 2 words? Right now.
Well, yeah. Right now for me is right now going forward, because this team's not going to change until Steph is gone.
Right. Well, I don't know about that.
They're not going to suddenly become an ISO team.
Yeah, but Jonathan has done good things with Steph. Playing with Steph is not his problem. It's the Jimmy arrival that is really...
Well, I think the problem existed before that.
Maybe less so because Steph's a great shooter. Jonathan can play with Steph. You know, Steve didn't bring up Steph. He brought up playing with Draymond and Jimmy. And that lineup, whether anybody in the world wants to admit this or not, has this long list of data of not working. It has all of this data of not working.
But do you remember when Wiggins was here?
Yes.
The Kuminga-Wiggins thing.
Him.
That was a thing then, before Jimmy came.
Yes.
So for me, it's not only about Draymond and Steph and Jimmy. It's about Wiggins. It's about the way Kuminga plays for me.
But Wiggins was actually playing very poorly at that time. That was the worst of Andrew Wiggins at the beginning of last year. So I'm not putting all that on Jonathan either. But I don't know, man. We're ignoring a whole lot of data if you just no, you're an idiot. Put him in there. It might have gone differently. This is not the first rodeo. And it is not paid dividends. Steve-O in the city. Hi, Steve-O. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
You were talking about, and Kerr was kind of alluding to, this team and the flow that the team had when Jonathan was injured, and somehow that was kind of translating into how they played last night. But Guy Santos was a big part of that team when Jonathan was injured, and he did not play last night either. And so I think there's more to the equation. I think it was a matchup-oriented decision, and I think you're going to see JK and Guy probably getting some minutes against in the team or in the game tomorrow.
Steve-O, you might be right. I would personally bet against you. I might be wrong. I don't think it was matchup dependent. I think it was situation dependent. And here's what I mean by that. I would bet you right now that JK and Guy Santos will get minutes again in the first round, but not tomorrow night. Because what Steve Kerr did last night, and I think will do again tomorrow night, is he played it as a must-win one-game scenario. Therefore, you shorten your bench. You extend your stars minutes. He doesn't believe Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green play well with Jonathan Kuminga, and those guys are largely going to be on the floor almost the entire game. So therefore, he's going to go away from JK. Now, if you get into a 7-game series, now you're talking about something different, and you need to rest your guys and sort of extend things, and maybe you can go from 9 players to 11. So that would be my bet. But tomorrow night, you're going to see a team that's even more desperate than they were yesterday. And if that's how he played desperation game 1, I think it's how he's going to play desperation game 2. That'd be my guess.
I wish I had a little bit of a track record on which to lean, and I'm looking back at the last time they played Memphis. Warriors 134, Memphis 125. Jonathan Kuminga, DNP. That's when he was actually hurt with the contusion.
Yes,
but
hurt.
I was thinking, man, what happened last time they played? Because in that matchup, does JK fit better against Memphis than he does against the Clippers? Absolutely. Last night's game, you were there. I was watching on the laptop, watching Rory McIlroy spit up on himself and then clean it up and spit up again and the whole thing. But just watching that game, that was a slow it down, grind it out, my OGs against your OGs. The Memphis game is much more of a Kuminga up and down, high flying. Yeah. You shoot, I shoot, throw it up, dunk here.
Well, it's more wide open.
I do think that the matchup is much more JK friendly.
I don't disagree with you. I am simply placing a verbal wager, if you will.
Yeah.
I think he's going to play this very close to the vest, and we know how Steve and many coaches get in those situations. If you want to sort of think about tomorrow the same way Boch would do Game 7 against the Kansas City Royals. Here you go, Tim Hudson and Jake Peavy. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you just throw 2 bad pitches in a row? Here you go. Come sit down next to me. How about if we go Madison Bumgarner for 18 innings 2 days after he just pitched?
Dude.
You're going to just hand everything over to the people you really trust and you really feel like are in the flow. It doesn't mean it's going to work. It doesn't mean you're going to win the game. It doesn't mean that you have to be right. He could be wrong. And the game could also flow a certain way that calls for Jonathan to come in the game when you didn't think he was going to. We've seen that before. Remember the game against Portland a couple years ago? And Jonathan came in and flipped. This was a regular season random game, but he had gotten pulled from the rotation, and then the game went a certain way, and Steve went, let's go to Jonathan. And Jonathan went out there, and he pretty much won the game. He was phenomenal that night. But this is me just placing a verbal wager that I think he's going to play tomorrow night's game exactly the way he played yesterday's game.
I'm going to go over a half a minute.
Okay.
And we talked about it in the green room before.
Got to remove garbage time, though. What if they blow him out?
Well, I mean...
What if they blow him out? If they're up 20 in the fourth quarter, that doesn't count.
If the only minutes he gets is in GT, then I'll give you the W.
All right.
And we could put Friday pizza on it. We haven't had pizza in here in a long time.
Pizza, Friday. I ain't getting pizza if the Warriors play that night, though. They got to win also.
All right.
I'm not celebrating that.
Okay. A lot of
Klay
provisions.
Thompson's here. I'm like, we're not eating pizza.
We can figure out the wager, but I'm here for the bet. Real quick, we had a
That's
super
fine.
chat.
I'm in.
Super chat from Pierce Evans, and I missed it. And then he, on the YouTube, do you guys even read super chats anymore?
Oh,
And he wanted to shout out the Valkyries. The pick is in. And I actually followed up with him and said, I'd love to read your super chat, but I don't know how to say this player's name.
This is not who you thought they were going to pick.
I did a little bit of research.
Please,
I believe
Randy.
her name is pronounced Juste Yochite, 19-year-old 6-foot guard from Lithuania.
I like the player, and I like the pick.
I really like the name. Juste Yochite.
That's how the
Thank you.
WNBA commissioner pronounced it. So
Okay,
Yep.
and it's the first
gonna go with
name
that.
is spelled Juste.
Correct.
Last name Jocyte.
There's some punctuation in there now. There's some dots.
Yochite.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like, I don't know. It's almost like Pig Latin for "don't cheat on me."
Something
like that. Yeah, Juste Yochite.
The first ever pick by the Golden State Valkyries in the WNBA draft.
There it is.
So there you have it. Thank you, Pierce, for spending
Pierce.
$5 on it.
Yeah.
I thought it was apropos that we at least throw that in here on the road. And I just told him it's not like they took Haley Van Lith, who I thought they were going to take. Exactly.
It should
With the
be
fifth pick, the Valkyries take. Somebody can help me with this one? Thank you.
You know my one WNBA draft take. Paige Beckers should be a Valkyrie.
Yes.
It's very stupid that they don't have the first pick. Thank you for listening to my TED
Strong
Talk.
take.
That's it. Paige Beckers should play here.
I also did some research on Juste. Would you like to hear any more about
I
her?
would love to. She turned down USC?
No. According to Valkyrie's report on Twitter, the 6-foot guard has elite vision, feel, and big game poise. And just from my own research, we watched her shoot. Great stroke. Looks really pretty.
Great.
Can she play for the Warriors tomorrow night?
I'm not sure the rules on all that.
All right.
I think the Warriors are capped out on roster spots.
Okay. Just checking. How about T.I. in Oakland? Hi, T.I. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good, man. Thanks for calling.
Mark, you probably going to disagree with this, but it's kind of what Dibbs was saying. I'm more optimistic, and I just want Warrior fans to calm down. I think J.K. will play tomorrow, and I think he'll do a lot better. First of all, I'm not going to second-guess a coach that has 9 championship rings on any decision he makes. I'm going to live and die with what Steve Kerr does with the team because I'm a Warriors fan. I just believe that we have to develop that last 5 minutes of the game mentality. You know, we'll play great the whole game, and then when it gets down to that last 5, it's like we just self-destruct for some reason. But I just believe that the championship mentality will come back. I like us winning tomorrow so that we can play Houston. And I believe the NBA will like the Lakers if they win their series and the Warriors in the second round. Thank you for my call.
T.I., thanks very much.
Yep.
Yeah. By the way, can I'd like to say this right now. On a personal level, sure. I hope he does play. I'd be happy to get some pizza around here.
Yeah.
I hope he does play. I just don't think he will. And I also understand I feel like I understand what Steve Kerr is doing and trying to do. But if he gets 20 minutes and he goes out there and grabs 9 rebounds, man, I would love that. I would absolutely love that. I just don't think that's the way they're going to approach the game. That's my guess.
Yep. 13 days ago, they played Memphis.
Yep.
And as mentioned, he did not play. He was hurt. And GP2 also didn't play. He was hurt. Guy Santos got 18 minutes off the bench. Quentin played almost 20, and Buddy played 20. Kevon played 10. And that's kind of about the way the rotation has felt of late. 9-man rotation. And if you extrapolate that out into tomorrow, then you would have Buddy still play. You would have Quentin play. GP2 would take the Guy minutes, and then Kevon would do what he did. And so based on what happened 13 days ago, it seems less likely that Kuminga's not going to supplant GP2, and he's not going to supplant Kevon, and he won't probably replace Quentin. Buddy's going to get his 20 minutes, for crying out loud. I mean, They designed the game-tying play for Buddy, so I do think that the odds are forever in your favor on this wager.
Well, I think Steve Kerr said on Friday night after the Portland game that we were playing better a few weeks ago. And I think that that's driving this bus. That's it. Nothing personal, nothing even, some of it is analytical, but like who's healthy, who's hurt. I mean, we don't even know yet by the way, Grandy, is there a report out yet for tomorrow night's game? An injury report?
Injury report?
Yeah.
There is. The Warriors have everybody. They're fully healthy.
Okay, nobody. Yeah. They did not list Jimmy, Steph, or Draymond.
Nope.
That's fantastic. I think that's big news. I'm not surprised. I didn't think that any of them were going to be out, but with Draymond in the neck and Steph in the thumb and Jimmy in the limping, that's good news. Everybody is available. Okay.
Yeah.
So
that looked like a classic Charlie horse for Jimmy.
I hope so.
And then a trip or two later down the floor, he still was kind of looking at it and favoring it. And I watched the replay and I was thinking that didn't look like a knee because he got hit and he landed and there was no of the leg. And so I was thinking that can't be a knee, can it? And then he was rubbing his thigh and I thought, man. And then you watch the replay and he got drilled literally right in the thigh, the old Charlie horse.
Yeah.
You remember the old Charlie horse?
I bet that thing is stiff today.
Dude, no doubt.
Oh, man, I bet that does not. But they're probably getting some treatment.
Yeah, you get the stim on that now. You get that stim. You get the stimulation.
You get the stim now.
You better get the stim now. And that's a classic, you get the heat, you get the stim, you get the massage. And that's where I really envy these athletes. Forget the millions of dollars and the first class flights and all the rest of it, the per diem. It's the treatment. When something happens to you, for example,
you're such an odd bird.
Mark, you hit your shin on the bed. Forget the $50 million a year. I hit my shin on the bed, and if I'm a pro basketball player, that's going to be 90 minutes now.
Yep.
I'm going to get all kinds of physical therapy on that thing.
Do you know where I would let you kick me for $50 million?
Right between the eyes.
Wherever
He's on tomorrow.
Wherever you want.
You can kick wherever you like.
I might be a little more worried just the fact that he played 48 minutes yesterday as opposed to the Charlie horse. I don't know if you guys noticed this. There was a moment in the third quarter before he checked out. He played the first 5 minutes of the third quarter, and he got to the free throw line, and he spent the entire time while everybody was getting organized and they were getting the free throw set, and he was going to the free throw line. He just was bent over at the waist, hands on his knees.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And then the Warriors called the timeout quickly after that, and he was the last person to make it to the bench. He walked incredibly slow. He sat for those next 4 minutes, played the final 2 minutes of the third, the entire fourth, and all of overtime.
Yeah.
48 minutes.
No, I'm sure treatment and hopefully a whole lot of sleep and rest and all that today. Those guys are going to have to be ready. I also think tomorrow night's the kind of night where adrenaline takes over. But who knows? Who knows? Yeah, maybe he loosens the bench back up again. Maybe Jonathan Kuminga is a part of that. Part of me also, as much as I said on a personal level, I'd love to see him go in there and do some good things. I really would. I would be a little nervous about when he walked into the game because honestly, it's almost now at a level where it becomes a distraction. Not for the players. I think they can handle it just fine. But my gosh, this fan base would almost forget watching the game and they're just going to watch Jonathan and see what he does out there. And are we right and are we wrong? And for him, it's are you playing looking over your shoulder and questioning yourself, a very, very difficult scenario has developed now out of this.
I don't worry about JK because he's handled this entire year, and you've mentioned it before. He's handled it the way you would want him to.
He has.
No sniping to the media, no comments from the agent, no pouting, no sulking, no shot hunting. And you saw the video from yesterday after the game. He's out there working on his craft. He's out there working on his shot, getting shots up and getting a workout in. So I wouldn't worry about JK being in there and, wondering about what he should be doing if he, in fact, gets a chance to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to handle it well sort of off the court. I mean, in terms of, there's already enough pressure in tomorrow night's game. You don't also need the side pressure of, trying to prove a coach wrong or whatever. But we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Let's go to Fred in Richmond. Hi, Fred. Thanks for calling. Fred.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on Willard and Gibbs. I call all the time, man. I just got a couple of points. Jonathan Kuminga is a professional. Warrior fans need to relax. Period. Buddy Hield should have head faked Norman Powell. He let him fly by. He takes his time. He knocks that 3 down. Warriors win that game, period. But overall, Steve Kerr is, like a couple of callers said ago, a 9-time champion. All this slander about him and Kuminga, dead that. The Warriors are trying to squeeze every juice out that lemon. Kuminga will get re-signed at the end of the season or during the free agency, because nobody's going to offer Kuminga the type of money he's looking for. He's not old boy from Orlando. We all know that. Relax, Jonathan. Warriors win tomorrow. We have a favorable first round against the Rockets. Dylan Brooks is going to be in trouble. That Thompson twin, all that top blocking he did against Steph about 2 weeks ago, that's not going to fly in the playoffs. The playoffs are different. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Fred, thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Thank you, Fred.
I love the pacing of a Fred call.
Yeah,
the deliberation.
That's what the Warriors need tomorrow night.
I'm going to give you 8 words, and then I'm going to give you 8 more, and I'm just going to keep it sensible and keep it real. And the Thompson twins and all that top locking, that's not going to work in the playoffs now, guys. Thank you for taking my phone call. Willard and Dibs.
Measured.
Big fan of Fred.
Delivered.
Yes.
Stand and deliver.
Yeah.
Like Jaime Escalante.
Look at you.
Huh?
Huh?
Eh?
Hey.
Hey.
Is he unbanned? Where are we?
No. Okay. I'll say, boy, dude, tomorrow night's game.
You get nervous already.
No, I'm not nervous. Visualize the fan base after the 2 possible results. Okay?
Warriors win, we gonna be championship.
I just don't think there could be a larger gap.
It's a gulf.
And it's either.
It's a chasm.
It's either, and I don't know if it's we gonna be championship, but it's chill. Everything calms down.
I think it's more than that. I think it's Houston, we have a problem. Yep. You have a problem.
Maybe. That might be if they beat Memphis by 25. If they beat Memphis by 2 on a buzzer beater, I don't know how much confidence you come out, but everything calms down. If they lose tomorrow night, I don't know that I can think of a time over, since the last championship where the fan base will be more disappointed and angry. That's what's on the line tomorrow night.
Well, I think you could look at that Lakers series and think about disappointment and anger, and you could think about the Sacramento play-in game and talk about disappointment and anger.
I think those would be below tomorrow night.
Perhaps.
I do.
I think if you get to Friday, then you'd be if you lose both of these play-ins and now you're 0-5 all time in the play-in.
That would border on the ridiculous. But if you even have to play Friday, I just think I think it pops the balloon. I think it takes the wind out of everyone's sails. By the way, speaking of wind in people's sails, I want to let everybody know The window for the question is closed, but don't we have not asked the question yet, nor have we asked for you to call the contest line. The window is closed, and now we've got to go in the back room for a little deliberation sensation.
That's a buck.
And then at some point there will be white smoke, and we will reemerge with a question. We will ask it, and it is at that point that you will call and attempt to win your way into 2 tickets to tomorrow night's game.
And I can't wait to find out what the question is because I've been here and I've been talking and listening, and so I like my chances to get it right. But there's a number of different things that we've kicked around and things we've talked about.
Yeah,
so
it was a whole hour and a half of talking.
Right. For those of you who've been with us, it's been a lot, but you stay tuned and you have a chance to win those tickets. And honestly, to be there yesterday afternoon, and I know you were there with friends and or family, and I was watching it at home thinking this would be a great game to be at. I couldn't be there. I had a couple other things going on, but I was really happy that you were going to be able to report back the vibes that I was getting through the laptop. And
it was good.
Tomorrow's going to be everything yesterday was, and maybe even a couple sprinkles more.
I think mix in more nervous energy. Yesterday
was nervous energy, right?
There was nervous energy, but there was like you're kind of launching yourself into the people were ready to celebrate. They're ready to celebrate, but at no point did it feel like, boy, if we lose, we're bleeped. There wasn't any of that. There was just, we're disappointed. Like, can't believe that we're going to the play-in tournament, damn it, kind of a vibe. But it wasn't like, if we lose, we're bleeped. I think tomorrow night, there's going to be a whole lot of that in the room. You go to commercial break down 9 in the second quarter, that's going to be a long commercial break. That's going to be take a lap around the house, walk the dog, try to breathe, like, holy crap, we're bleeped if we lose this game kind of a feel.
See, I feel that way much more if Friday happens. Like, if Friday happens, then you get into that. For me, anyway, that's where the nervous energy is because that one's win or go home. Tomorrow is win and in, and you get Houston, and you do have a better path. If you lose tomorrow and then you have to play Friday and win, I'm saying it's not ideal, obviously.
Yeah, I see.
It's not super bleak, but for me, Friday becomes a lot more nervy.
Well, of course, that would be even more nervy, but it would almost be like negative nervy. I still think tomorrow night is positive nervy. Like, we're nervous, but if we win, yay. Friday, you're nervous, and if you lose,
oh God,
obviously it's over. And even if you win, you're like, ugh, this is what you had to do to get to the playoffs, and now we're on a flight to Oklahoma City 48 hours from now. I really, really am putting all the chips into tomorrow night. They got to win. They got to win.
It'd be nice. I mean,
there would be more. No, they got to win. They got to win.
Well, they don't have to.
They got to know why. Yeah. I mean, it's not like against the rules to lose.
Sure.
Someone just texted 415. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for listening. Why are we not worried about the Grizzlies? We are.
Oh, we're worried.
But the Warriors are better, and they should win. But the point is that that's what we're sitting here doing. We're worried about the Grizzlies because they have to win tomorrow night. I believe they have to win tomorrow night. How about Fact Teller in Fremont? Hi, Fact Teller. What are you doing?
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man.
So Clippers fans today are saying how lucky they are that the Clippers let Paul George walk for quote-unquote nothing. So I just want people to think about that with Kuminga. I think letting him walk is actually addition by subtraction in this instance. And people are saying it's Curry's fault. We lost because he had 8 turnovers, but they lost and he had 8 turnovers because Joe Lacob made the mistake of drafting Wiseman and Kuminga, and he's held on too long with Kuminga. Because why wouldn't they want a prospect who could theoretically fill, the much-needed athleticism need on this team? Why wouldn't they want that? But his actually existing impact was so poor. In reality now, they've had to have tough conversations and decisions, and it's leaking through the cracks now. If they would have gotten rid of him by now, they would have added 1 to 2 players in his place that would have made this team better than they are with him. But they haven't been able to do that. And it's unfair for the Warriors, and it's also unfair for Kuminga. And it's best for Kuminga and the Warriors to not keep this going. It's been 280-plus games, 4 years. Joe Lacob, please stop this circus show.
Fact Teller, thanks. I don't know. I don't know what the deal was that was supposed to. I've seen that from a lot. Well, you should have dealt him already. For what?
Well,
by the way, they tried.
Exactly. Do you think that they didn't try to deal him already, quote unquote? And the guy who's making, what, $7 million? So he's making 7.6 this year. I don't know how you would be able to, quote, get 2 players for him. Now, could he have been a part of a bigger trade with Andrew Wiggins? Well, maybe.
He was part of the Durant deal.
Right, and that didn't happen. So
Right.
they've tried to trade him many times in the past, and ultimately at the end of the year, in an ideal scenario, you would sign him and trade him if you don't want to keep him. That way you would create a little bit more of a salary slot that you can get back, and you could actually get a player back for Kuminga. And this might just get to where, the team is willing to let him go for nothing. So Fact Teller could be right.
We'll see. Yeah, to me, that's totally a different subject, different day. All right, Triples for Autism is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. 15 threes last night, which means another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Steph had 7, Draymond with 4, Pod's Buddy 2 each. 57th donation of the year for Triples for Autism. If you'd like to make a donation to autism yourself or get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. We would appreciate it so much. Triples for Autism brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. All right, 888-957-9570. That's the number. We got more of you who want to weigh in. We will get to more of your calls, but still ahead. Don't call yet, but we haven't gotten there yet. The question to answer and the cue to call is still on the way. 2 tickets to tomorrow night's game on the line right here on Willard and Dibs.